Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 434, KWM Chapter 433 We Are Cat-like. Bree tilted her chin slightly, looking at Bugs Bunny with a serious expression and saying, "We are free cats, we have cat dignity." "Exactly." Ritz kept nodding beside her. Bugs Bunny responded with a disdainful look, and just as he was about to speak, Leyton quickly picked up a fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. After silencing Bugs Bunny, Leyton looked at Glenn again and asked, "Their characteristics come from you?" Glenn nodded gently, a slow smile gracing her lips, as if recalling something amusing. "Not entirely. Before I met them, they had already been corrupted by the Beyonder characteristic that had seeped out from a deceased savant. There happened to be a group of cats lingering at the place where that Beyonder died. After being corrupted by the Beyonder characteristic that had seeped out from that savant, those kittens underwent varying degrees of mutation, and ultimately, only these two stubbornly survived. The savant's characteristic made them much smarter. After they met me, they directly used adorable and charming antics to get me to take them in. Although I knew they were faking it, who could refuse two cute and intelligent kittens?" Leyton's gaze subconsciously fell on Bree and Ritz beside him. The two cats' bodies suddenly stiffened, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. Leyton raised an eyebrow, opening his mouth slightly, his words carrying a subtle spiritual fluctuation that subtly influenced the emotions of those who heard them. "Didn't you say you had cat dignity?" A human-like struggle appeared on Bree's cat face, but Ritz spoke without hesitation. "The premise of having cat dignity is having a cat life." She just waved her hand, and we were directly moved from our base to stand before her. She even crushed a very powerful, very terrifying werewolf right in front of us. She just gently raised her hand, and then that werewolf was gone, turning into a pile of grayish-white Beyonder characteristics. As he spoke, the fat on chubby Ritz's body trembled a few times, as if just recalling the scene at the time was terrifying enough for a cat. After that, she even introduced us to what Beyonder characteristics were, telling us that our increased intelligence was also due to having absorbed some Beyonder characteristics earlier. These two versions of the story differ quite a bit. Leyton's mouth twitched slightly. He subtly glanced at Glenn opposite him, seeing her still elegant and composed, occasionally sweeping her gaze over Ritz who was speaking. "Poor Ritz, I hope you can make it through tonight safely." Leyton silently offered a perfunctory prayer in his heart, then looked at Glenn, inquiring about the primordial moon's blessed. Glenn pondered and shook her head, saying, "The primordial moon's gaze has always been fixed on him. I haven't observed him closely. He's been constantly active in Paws River Valley, perhaps for his own advancement ritual to Pallbearer, or perhaps to draw down more power from the primordial moon." "What is the Pallbearer's ritual?" Leyton asked curiously. Glenn shook the cup in her hand and mused, "To sow the seeds of life, create a vibrant area, harvest it, and then bury it with your own hands. Personally bury a sequence 3 of the darkness, death, or twilight giant pathways, witnessing their entire journey from birth to death and return to the earth." Glenn chuckled and explained, "The focus of this ritual is to experience the process of life from birth to death, the continuation of life generation after generation. Only by understanding the greatness of life can one become a qualified mother." Leyton nodded in understanding, muttering softly to himself, "Beyonders who embark on this pathway are all becoming a mother step by step." The two then conversed for a while until dinner ended. After paying the bill, Leyton took Bugs Bunny back to the inn he was staying at. Under the dim streetlights, Bugs Bunny walked and said, "Those two cats have a metallic smell about them, like a savant who tinkers with machines all day. I don't recall the plantar pathway having any enhancement to smell. Your sense of smell is almost on par with a sanguine." Leyton murmured, somewhat suspecting that Bugs Bunny had not only been corrupted by the plantar's characteristic but also by some vampire characteristics, which was why he exhibited such a powerful sense of smell. After walking a few steps, he saw 3 or 2 homeless people huddled together in a spot not reached by the gas streetlights, with suppressed groans occasionally audible. "They are all sick. If they don't get treatment, they will gradually die within the next 2 days." Bugs Bunny's gaze merely swept over them, quickly assessing their condition. "Everyone. Can you tell the cause of their illness?" Leyton frowned slightly. The weather in Paws River Valley had been good these past 2 days, and ordinary illnesses shouldn't cause so many homeless people to fall ill at the same time. As he spoke, he approached the corner where the homeless people were gathered, wanting to observe the situation up close. Just as he took a step, Bugs Bunny tugged at his pants, staring seriously at the homeless people gathered in the shadows and saying, "It's an infectious disease. It's best not to have close contact with them." "It's fine, ordinary diseases cannot affect me." He responded softly, then walked towards the group of homeless people, simultaneously rubbing his fingers gently, creating shimmering starlight. These starlight quickly turned golden, emanating a bright, brilliant, and pure warm glow. The sacred light of the sun domain has purification capabilities against most diseases. After these lights fell, Leyton found that the expressions on the faces of the surrounding homeless people hadn't changed much. Instead, the sudden light made them uncomfortably close their eyes. "You try." Leyton looked down and said to Bugs Bunny at his feet. Bugs Bunny nodded, his furry rabbit face solemn. He took 2 steps forward, approached a homeless man lying on the ground, extended his 2 paws, and rhythmically patted the homeless man for a while. Then, sharp, keen claws grew from his grayish paws, and he lightly scratched the homeless man's arm. Dark red blood immediately flowed out, appearing extremely turbid, with a faint tendency to coagulate. It wasn't until a pool of dark red seeped onto the ground that the blood on the homeless man's arm turned from dark red to bright red. Bugs Bunny nodded in satisfaction, then spread his spirituality, scattering patches of emerald green light spots. These light spots quickly merged into the homeless man's body. The wound on his arm, scratched by Bugs Bunny, healed at a visible rate, and his pale complexion also gained some color. Cough cough. The homeless man, who had been unconscious, let out a short cough, seemingly about to wake up soon. Leyton's gaze swept around. He spread his spirituality, creating shimmering starlight in the air. These starlight points condensed, rapidly forming a translucent liquid with a small amount of gold. Infused with a rich aura of the sun domain, these pale golden liquids were evenly dispersed by him onto every homeless person around. Although they couldn't directly purify the diseases on them, they could at least dispel the cold. Having done all this, his eyes instantly became extremely deep, like the sea before a storm. In this state, his eyes clearly lost focus, appearing vast and empty. Through his glimpse into fate, he saw the source of the disease that infected this group of homeless people. It was a dirty homeless man with disheveled hair and dark skin, but exceptionally clear eyes. He didn't look old, but he gave off an extremely aged feeling. He held a mushroom with pale blue fluorescent patterns in his hand and said excitedly, "I found a strange mushroom that can fill our stomachs. They grow on both sides of the riverbank, and there are many. Although they don't have much taste, they are very filling. This brightly colored mushroom is clearly poisonous." Beside him, a homeless man of indeterminate age said disdainfully, then lay in the sun, closing his eyes to rest and conserve his energy, hoping he might make it through the winter. "I'm still alive, which means it's not poisonous," the homeless man declared confidently, but no one believed him. Until some people began to endure the hunger and severe cold, choosing to try this brightly colored mushroom rather than be poisoned to death now or freeze or starve to death overnight. Soon, almost all the homeless people, and even some impoverished individuals, began to go to the river to pick this strange mushroom. This mushroom is a gift from the Great Mother. She mercifully cares for every child. We all grew up drinking the water of Pa's River. We are all children of the Great Mother River. Every one of us is born equal. It's just that some rebellious children have seized the resources that belong to us. Since we cannot reclaim what is ours, why not seek help from the Great Mother?" Leyton's eyes gradually cleared as he looked at the homeless people around him, who had fallen into a deep sleep after receiving the sun's sacred water's baptism, his thoughts constantly swirling. Were those mushrooms used to spread disease? Perhaps it was just one of their uses, using the new church's tactics to promote the Great Mother. Those followers of the primordial moon learned quite quickly, but this also indicates that Sasra's new church had already been targeted by them. After a moment of thought, he lowered his gaze to Bugs Bunny at his feet and asked, "Can you completely cure their illness?" Bugs Bunny nodded gently, then shook his head twice, saying with a conflicted tone, "Their illness isn't difficult to treat, but after contracting this disease, their bodies and spirits seem to be slowly undergoing a mutation. This mutation cannot be repaired, their bodies have accepted it as part of a normal change." "Normal change?" Leyton mused. Bugs Bunny nodded, a paw gently caressing his chin, looking as if he was deep in thought and said, "This change is the cause of their illness, like a rejection reaction produced by the body after symbiosis with some substance." Leyton nodded gently and then mused, "Let's go back to the inn first. Tomorrow, we'll go to the Church of Nature in Harvest Plain. We need to get the people from the Church of the Earth Mother to come quickly." As he spoke, he raised his hand and tugged at the shadow in front of him. The invisible shadow transformed into a veil of night, miraculously concealing the traces he had left. Having done all this, he bent down and lifted Bugs Bunny onto his shoulder, and his figure then transparently disappeared. Chapter 435, KWM Chapter 434, Apprentice makes for the most useful mystical item. It was Monday morning at the Church of Nature in Harvest Plain. Leyton sat in the back of the prayer hall, organizing his thoughts while listening to the priest's sermon. Bugs Bunny and Crow Anu were dozing on the seats beside him. They had been studying mushrooms almost all night until dawn, and had barely closed their eyes before Leyton dragged them to the Church of Nature. The priest's sermon didn't last too long. As people gradually dispersed from the church, Martina approached with a smile. Her gaze gently swept over Bugs Bunny, who had been dozing during the sermon. The latter scratched the back of his head, a little embarrassed, and lowered his head. Martina merely chuckled, then turned her gaze to Leyton and said in a deep voice. I don't think you came specifically to listen to the sermon. Come with me, we'll talk somewhere else. Seeing Leyton nod, she turned and led the way to the clergy lounge behind the church. Bugs Bunny skillfully closed the large door behind him, then quickly flopped onto a blanket-covered chair, yawned, and began to catch up on sleep. He forgot to sleep last night studying mushrooms. Leyton explained softly, then described to Martina the scene he had seen through his divination ability from the group of vagrants, emphasizing how someone was spreading the faith of the Great Mother among the homeless. As he narrated, Martina's expression gradually became solemn. After a long silence, she finally spoke. Regarding that mushroom, the church has almost finished studying it. It has extremely high resistance to the power of the sun and divine domains, but if you use the power of the fallen and corrupt domains, it can be easily mutated and destroyed. As for the cultist's attempt to connect the primordial moon with a real river, she might want to use the concept of mother to pollute that river, making it some kind of incarnation of hers in this world. The primordial moon also controls the authority over reproduction and life, so transforming a river into a tangible living entity is not impossible for her. It's not just rivers, even the attack methods of the gods can come alive under her influence and turn against them. Leyton sighed inwardly, then heard Martina continue. The church will send a divine grace and 2 favored to Pa's River Valley. We will retrieve the mother cards from the hands of that evil god's cultist, and at the same time, clean up as many of the evil god's pawns as possible. You're going too? Leyton murmured softly. Martina smiled gently and said in a calm tone. Yes, I will go with the church deacons. Recently, the followers of the primordial moon have been very active. If not handled well, it could lead to a serious incident no less severe than the arrival of an evil god. Leyton nodded slightly, then made his promise. The Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom will provide some assistance in this matter. I imagine the local warlords certainly won't want a group of cultists appearing in their territory. After a pause, he continued to inquire. Do you know where the Sanguine gather in the southern continent? Or, if I want to see them, how can I contact them? Martina did not seem surprised that Leyton would ask about the Sanguine. She slowly shook her head and said. I'm not sure. The Sanguine hide information about their own kind very well. Although there are those among them who believe in the mother, we do not inquire about such matters from them. This is out of respect for them. I met a young Sanguine in Litpu, deep in East Balam, before. If you want to find them, you can try looking in the hospital or private clinics there. However, you need to be careful of the followers of the primordial moon. The vampires you find might not necessarily be Sanguine, they could also be humans who have walked this pathway. Sequence 5 of this pathway is called Scarlet Scholar. They always devoutly love, worship, and study the moon, which leads to most of them eventually being tempted by the primordial moon and becoming pawns of the evil god. I understand. Perhaps I need to consider starting with the Sanguine from other places. Leyton nodded slightly in response. After continuing to converse with Martina, the Archbishop of the Church of the Earth Mother, for a while, he left the Church of Nature with Bugs Bunny and Crow Anu. In pace, inside the hotel Leyton rented. He leaned back in his chair, resting with his eyes closed. The wall clock was set to Backlund time, which was now approaching 3 in the afternoon. After sitting quietly for a moment, his spiritual perception was suddenly touched, and then his mind became slightly dazed. When he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived in that ancient palace that seemed to remain unchanged through the ages. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Audrey lightly bowed to the figure at the head of the mottled long table, then her gaze swept around the hall, noticing the empty seat to Leyton's left. Mr. Death isn't participating in the tarot club today. Does he have something to deal with? A hint of curiosity flashed in Audrey's eyes, but she quickly reined in her emotions and greeted the other members of the tarot club one by one. Good afternoon, Hanged Man. Good afternoon, Sunday. Good afternoon, Mr. Tower. Following Audrey's lead, everyone, after bowing to the fool sitting at the head of the mottled long table, nodded to each other in greeting before returning to their seats. After the greetings, Justice Audrey eagerly requested the fool Klein to materialize a page of Roselle's diary she had collected. The hermit Catlia still had 3 pages of the diary. It seemed that obtaining these diaries was not difficult for her, and she was not in a hurry to present all of them. Klein beckoned for the diary to fall into his hand, leaned back in his chair, and began to read the diary in his hand. It's a duplicate diary again. After realizing that the first diary submitted by Miss Justice was one that Miss Magician had submitted before, Klein paused, then placed this diary at the bottom, his gaze falling on the diary submitted by the hermit Catlia. To his surprise, this page of the diary was also one he had already seen. This was inevitable, as the number of diaries submitted by Tarot Club members increased, more and more duplicate diaries would be encountered in the future. This page of the diary was also placed at the back, his gaze turning to the 3rd page of the diary. Fortunately, this page of the diary was one he hadn't seen, otherwise he would have to doubt his luck. There was nothing useful or shocking in these 2 pages of the diary. Klein quickly made the few pages of the diary he had materialized disappear. He tapped the table twice with his finger and said leisurely, "You may begin." Hangman Alger looked around and, seeing no one speak, he again brought up the request for the Ocean Songster Potion formula. He only received replies from Leyton, Emlyn, and Katlia that they would keep an eye out for him. Although a bit disappointed, Alger didn't care too much about it. "It would still take a considerable amount of time for me to fully digest the Wind-Blessed Potion, so there's no need to rush too much. Besides, Sequence 5 formulas often have a premium, and my current financial situation doesn't guarantee I can buy it." Magician first looked around at everyone, raised her hand, and said with some hesitation, "Do you have any recommendations for mystical items? It doesn't need to be too strong, but it's best if it has unique and practical functions. Don't you already have that Laymanos Travels? Its functionality and practicality surpass most mystical items." Moon Emlyn pouted, asking with a bewildered voice. "Ah, it's not for myself." Furs explained. She was asking for Zio. The reason for not needing a too powerful mystical item was that powerful mystical items usually came with significant side effects, which would be a considerable burden for Zio, who was still at a low sequence. More importantly, they didn't have that much money. Leyton leaned back in his chair, thought for a moment, and said, "I have a mystical item I don't use. It's a black top hat, imbued with the characteristics of a trickmaster, clown, and swindler. It has some spellcasting ability and can also be used as a weapon." Imbued with so many characteristics. Magician Furs was surprised for a moment, then said, "Could you elaborate a bit more?" Leyton nodded slightly, leaning back against the chair, and said leisurely, "Just by wearing it on your head, you can gain excellent physical coordination and balance, and control over your body. At the same time, your words will be more easily believed. It can use tricks including creating fog, flashes, burning, freezing, and wind spells, but each trick can only be used 5 times a day, and their intensity is not high. This hat itself can also be thrown as a flying dagger to attack enemies, and it also has some of the apprentice's door-opening ability. You can place the hat on a wall or table, a place with an obstruction, and reach through the hat to touch something on the other side. As for its negative effects, the wearer will have a strong desire to perform. Every day, they must wear the top hat and perform magic and tricks in front of an audience. At the same time, it has certain living characteristics, but it will not constantly tempt the user. Every once in a while, different books need to be stuffed into the hat. Many effects, but none too powerful, yet it excels in comprehensiveness, and the negative effects are also easy to resolve. However, imbued with 3 characteristics, this mystical item certainly won't be cheap." First pondered for a while, then hesitantly raised her hand and said, "Mr. Tower, how much does it cost?" £1,500. Although it's not very useful, it contains many characteristics." Leyton said calmly. Furs opened her mouth but couldn't speak. "This is much more expensive than I expected, but considering the characteristics it contains, perhaps I'm just too poor." Sighing a few times inwardly, Furs maintained a smile on her face and nodded slightly. "I understand. I will tell my friend. If she's interested, I'll contact you." Zaya wouldn't be interested. All her savings combined aren't even £400. Leyton nodded noncommittally. A mystical item imbued with the characteristics of 3 pathways, even if it doesn't sell, is still great to keep in his collection. Although he was no longer a reader, his hobby of collecting had remained. Furs waited for a while, and seeing that no one else intended to sell mystical items, she again turned her gaze to Leyton and asked with some embarrassment, "Mr. Tower, if I ask you to help craft a mystical item, what are your suggestions?" Leyton rested his right elbow on the armrest and mused. "Suggestions. The apprentice pathway makes the best mystical items, and shepherd are also good. One of them can replace several beyonders, and it's the same when they become mystical items. Spirit medium and spirit warlock who can control wraiths and nature spirits are also good. They only need to find some powerful and useful spirits, and they will become very versatile, possessing considerable power." That's a very accurate summary. Miss Magician, as a beyonder of the apprentice pathway, is already showing fear and panic. From now on, she'll probably consider taking a detour when she sees you. Klein observed everyone through his spirit vision while muttering to himself inwardly. Son Derek, who hadn't noticed the change in the atmosphere, asked curiously, "Why is the apprentice pathway the best mystical item?" Chapter 436, KWM Chapter 435 Tarot Club in progress. Hermit Katlia habitually raised her hand to adjust the glasses on her nose, but found nothing there. She put her hand down, a little unaccustomed, and replied with a clear voice. Beyonders of this pathway are skilled in spirit world traversal, teleportation, and other beyonder abilities. Even in the initial apprentice stage, they can ignore doors, windows, and walls, freely entering and exiting various places. Even some locks with beyonder abilities cannot stop them. Furthermore, there is a sequence in this pathway called Scribe. At this stage, they can record any beyonder ability they have seen and then use it. Skilled in spirit world traversal and teleportation. If it's a beyonder of this pathway, can they cross the obstacles of the forsaken land of the gods and freely enter and exit the city of silver? The son Derek suddenly became agitated. He looked at Hermit Catlia with some anticipation. Catlia was stunned for a moment, not quite reacting. Forsaken land of the gods. Is the city of silver located in the forsaken land of the gods? The sun actually comes from the forsaken land of the gods, a place even the 7 great churches cannot find. Can Mr. Fool even reach there? After muttering to herself for a moment, Catlia shook her head slightly and replied. I am not clear about matters of that level. As she spoke, she looked towards the fool at the head of the mottled long table. Seeing her action, the son Derek was stunned for a moment, then also turned his head to look at Mr. Fool as if enlightened. Why are they looking at me again? Mr. Fool doesn't know the answer either. The apprentice pathway also belongs to Sapphira Castle. Sapphira Castle might have used this aspect of its uniqueness to break through the blockade of the forsaken land of the gods and pull the son Derek in. To some extent, apprentices are indeed very suitable for making mystical items. I really want to use creeping hunger to shepherd a traveler right now. As thoughts flickered, Klein leaned back against the chair and said in a leisurely tone. Heh, apprentices can do it, but that's no longer an ordinary apprentice. As for whether it's an angel or a saint, I don't know either. The Abraham family, who control the apprentice pathway, might know something, but the most powerful among them right now is only a traveler. This would at least require becoming a wanderer, or even a planeswalker, to be possible. Only by establishing a connection with the cosmos and the astral world, and breaking free from the constraints of the spirit world, is it possible to break through the obstacles of the forsaken land of the gods. Leyton explained in detail to the son Derek, who was sitting to his right. Wanderer. Planeswalker. What sequence is this for the apprentice pathway? It should be between sequence 4 and sequence 1. Only at this level would it be worthy of the special nature of the forsaken land of the gods. Justice Audrey guessed curiously in her mind. Wanderer and Planeswalker are not among the names I know. These should be the sequence names after demigod. Just by the names, I know they need to travel a lot. Perhaps at that time, I can instantly go to the other side of the planet. Furs clasped her hands together, her thoughts uncontrollably spreading out. Derek nodded blankly after hearing Leyton's reply. He didn't understand the astral world. The forsaken land of the gods was shrouded in darkness, and he had only seen descriptions of the cosmos in general textbooks. Moreover, the City of Silver does not possess the apprentice pathway potion formula, so they cannot start from this direction. I can ask the chief, he might have a different opinion. One thought after another popped up in his mind. Derek was exceptionally serious and meticulous about any method that could potentially help the City of Silver escape the forsaken land of the gods. The topic of apprentice temporarily ended, and Klein, controlling his alternate account the world, put forward his suggestion. If you need mystical items with peculiar effects, Marauder Pathway is a good choice. Whether it's deception or theft, as long as it's used properly, it can achieve good results. If it's a sequence 6 level item, it can even temporarily steal other people's beyonder abilities for its own use. Furs couldn't help but ponder the compatibility of Marauder Pathway items with Zio, and Leyton's reminder quickly came to her ears. Although useful, it's easy to encounter Amon under the influence of the convergence effect. Amon. WHY. Furs asked back, somewhat stunned. The rest of the Tarot Club members also looked over when they heard the name Amon. Feeling everyone's gaze, Leyton chuckled. He has converged most of the characteristics of this pathway. For Marauder Pathway, the most appropriate description is, Sequence 9 to Sequence 5 are noobs, Sequence 4 to Sequence 1 are Amon. Ah, I understand now. Thank you for the reminder. Furs was stunned for a moment, then quickly recalled the other party's previous description of Amon, and immediately stopped the idea of finding a Marauder Pathway mystical item for Zio. It probably means that marauders below demigod are a bunch of hiding rookies, and after reaching demigod, they are discovered and parasitized by Amon. The old man inside Leonard wouldn't be the only one above demigod in this pathway, right? Klein instantly thought of the old man parasitizing Leonard. The other party was the second marauder he had encountered besides Lanrius, and he was even a Sequence 1 angel. His choice to parasitize Leonard should also be because he was hunted too badly by Amon. Will this implicate Leonard? Furs's idea of purchasing a mystical item was dispelled after several exchanges. Anyway, I have Laymanos Travels, and I can lend it to Zio whenever she needs it. There's no rush to buy mystical items. The others chatted for a while, and the trading session quickly came to an end. Leyton glanced around at everyone, then raised his right hand slightly and said, I need the red crown of the King of Dawn Roosters or pure white radiant stone, or the heart of the Gorgon Siren and the crest feather of the Thunder Owl. Whoever has these materials, or information, can trade with me. The former is the main ingredient for the Priest of Light potion, and the latter is the main ingredient for the Ocean Songster potion. He plans to find Bree and Ritz, the two cats, later to try and create a stable energy source using their characteristics. This is related to his subsequent arrangements on the southern continent. I will help you keep an eye out, but I cannot guarantee the time. Sequence 5 level materials are not common. Hermit Catlia was the first to reply, though she only promised to help keep an eye out. Klein, controlling his alternate account The World, spoke in a low, hoarse voice, I will keep an eye out. Moon Emlyn and Magician Furs also successively promised that they would pay attention to clues about related materials in subsequent Beyonder gatherings. The Heart of the Gorgon Siren and the Golden Crest Feather of the Thunder Owl, would these be the potion materials for the Ocean Songster? If so, why doesn't Tower sell me the Ocean Songster potion formula if he knows it? Is the formula he has incomplete? Or is this a potion formula for another pathway? Some potion materials from adjacent pathways might indeed overlap to some extent. The hangman Alger maintained a calm expression on his face, but his mind was already in a brainstorm. Next to him, the son Derek finally gave more definite news. The City of Silver seems to have some of these materials. I think I've seen pure white radiant stone and the crest feather of the Thunder Owl before. I'll go inquire after the gathering ends. Leyton nodded slightly, not surprised. Derek being able to advance to Unshadowed in the City of Silver indicates that the mystical item has potion materials for the Sun pathway. At least, Sequence 9 to Sequence 4 are definitely not lacking. The trading session quickly ended. When it came to the free discussion session, everyone habitually looked at the hangman Alger. Alger's mouth twitched slightly, and he said calmly. Nothing major has happened at sea recently, at least not that I know of. Audrey withdrew her gaze, a little disappointed. She had thought she would hear about another major event. Nothing major has happened, which means that the disappearance of Vice Admiral Dusk and the Nuans from the sea wasn't noticed by anyone. Didn't the Prophet clone say that a stealth ship escaped? And what about Vice Admiral Dusk's other fleets? They all remained silent. After pondering for a while, Leyton no longer focused on Vice Admiral Dusk's problem. He turned his head to look at Moon Emlyn, who was one empty seat to his left. After catching his attention, he finally spoke. Do your Sanguine have means of communication between different regions within your organization? Different regions. What do you want to do? Emlyn was puzzled, and as soon as he spoke, he immediately became alert. Leyton looked directly into Emlyn's red eyes and said. So there is a way to contact each other. I want to ask you to help me contact the Sanguine here on the southern continent through your Sanguine high-level officials. There are some actions targeting the Primordial Moon Believers that I want to invite them to participate in. Actions targeting the Primordial Moon Believers. What do you want to do? Hunt those artificial vampires? Emlyn asked hesitantly. If it was against that group of artificial vampires who worship the Primordial Moon, the Sanguine high-level officials would indeed be very likely to agree. This would allow them to recover many characteristics that originally belonged to the Sanguine. Leyton leaned back against the chair, recounted the recent events in the Paz River Valley in West Balam, and finally added. It's not just targeting the Primordial Moon Believers, but clearing out the entire Paz River Valley. Recently, that group of Primordial Moon Believers has been very active, most likely preparing for the ritual of that Primordial Moon's blessed to advance to Pallbearer, and at the same time helping the Primordial Moon descend some of its power. The Primordial Moon's blessed Pallbearer. This doesn't seem to be a sequence of the Moon pathway. Emlyn asked, somewhat puzzled. Leyton nodded gently and said. This is sequence 3 of the Planter pathway. However, among those who believe in the Primordial Moon, Beyonders of your Moon pathway should be the majority. As long as the Sanguine are willing to act, they will definitely recover many characteristics. If the Sanguine are willing to cooperate, I can help you keep an eye out for the Scarlet Scholar characteristics. Scarlet Scholar, corresponding to the Sanguine's Viscount. Even within the long history Sanguine, Viscounts can be considered important figures. As thoughts flickered, Emlyn took a deep breath, turned to look at Leyton, and said in a solemn voice. I will explain this matter to the Sanguine high-level officials, but I cannot guarantee they will agree. There is a great risk involved. We Sanguine want to reclaim our characteristics, but those Primordial Moon Believers also want to kill the Sanguine and seize our blood essence. Leyton chuckled and offered a suggestion in a deep, hoarse voice. Heh, no problem. You can pray to Lilith. For matters involving the entire Sanguine, she will definitely respond. The Church of the Earth Mother does not have abundant manpower on the southern continent, and this is a matter targeting the Primordial Moon Believers. The Sanguine have sufficient reason to intervene. Lilith should not refuse my proposal, unless she thinks our plan is bound to fail. If that's the case, we can simply terminate the plan and shift our target to the Star Plateau or the Harvest Plain area. As thoughts flickered, Leyton withdrew his gaze from Emlyn, leaned back in his chair in a relaxed posture, and listened to the exchanges of the Tarot Club members. Chapter 437, KWM Chapter 436, The Revelation of the Ancestor. Hermit Catlia glanced at Leyton, her gaze filled with confusion and curiosity. Is the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom going to start rectifying the beliefs in the southern continent? I wonder what the attitudes of the other major churches are. Unity, this will inevitably be accompanied by war, Hangman Alger sighed inwardly. Justice Audrey looked in Leyton's direction, somewhat hesitant to speak. Paz River Valley. I remember that's a colony Lone and Intis are currently fighting over. Alfred is there. I need to subtly remind him to be careful, or find a suitable reason to have him return to Backlund. But, that's impossible. Alfred is already a colonel, he can't just leave his military district. Mr. Tower, representing the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom and their allied forces, wants to unify the Paz River Valley. This will inevitably conflict with Lone and Intis, who are currently vying for the colony, and such conflicts are often accompanied by force, very likely escalating into war. After a long internal struggle, Audrey finally looked at Leyton and slightly raised her right hand, saying, Mr. Tower, who will be unifying the Paz River Valley in the unity you speak of? The local resistance forces. All we need to do is drive out those foreign colonists and local cultists. Neither the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom nor any other power will interfere with the management and rule of the southern continent. Leyton looked at Audrey with a slightly meaningful gaze, probably guessing what she was worried about, and responded with a light chuckle. Audrey nodded, not asking any more questions, and sat in her seat with a somewhat low mood. The Tarot Club's discussion continued until it was nearing its end, when Audrey requested a private conversation with the Fool. After Klein gently nodded, he temporarily shielded the senses of the other Tarot Club members. Then, he leaned back against the chair, leisurely saying, You may begin. Miss Justice is worried about the southern continent. Does she have some relatives there? The Paz River Valley is a colony Lone and Intis are currently fighting over. Is her father or brother an officer there? Some guesses quickly formed in Klein's mind. He casually looked at Leyton and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. You're really busy, always causing major events wherever you go. Upon receiving the Fool's response, Justice Audrey looked at Leyton apologetically, then said, Mr. Tower, are you also contacting the bloodline on the southern continent through Mr. Moon to expel foreign colonists and help the local forces of the southern continent unify the Paz River Valley area? Yes, recently, those followers of the primordial moon have been particularly active, and we don't have enough manpower to deal with them, so we had to seek some cooperation with the bloodline of the southern continent. Leyton chuckled. He could tell that Audrey wasn't asking that question, but he still calmly answered her question. Audrey was silent for a moment before continuing. I have something I want to ask of you. If you find it too difficult, you can refuse. My brother is currently serving in the military. He happens to be in the Paz River Valley. Due to his identity, I can't just find a random reason to have him return to Backlund. When the conflict breaks out, can you directly expel him without putting his life in danger, or keep him confined for a period until the conflict ends? I know this request is a bit much. Yes, this isn't a very difficult request. We can't possibly anger so many forces at once, even the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom can't handle that. Leyton chuckled and nodded, agreeing to Audrey's request. Upon receiving a positive answer, Audrey finally breathed a sigh of relief, then a proper smile appeared on her face as she said, Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Tower. However, such actions by the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom in the southern continent will inevitably provoke reactions from various nations and churches. Will this matter truly not escalate into a war of the gods between the northern and southern continents? The southern continent is not the base of the 7 churches. The Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom only needs to make certain concessions and not affect the missionary activities of other churches in the southern continent. The other churches probably won't interfere much with these matters, unless the churches of the Eternal Blazing Sun and the Lord of Storms are inherently at odds. Klein, at the head of the mottled long table, leaned back against the chair, his right index finger unconsciously rubbing the armrest of the high-backed chair, answering the question Audrey had just asked in his mind. Leyton tilted his chin slightly, resting his head on the back of the chair, and chuckled aloud. The churches will not directly interfere in the conflict between the nations and the southern continent, but they will not allow other forces to help the military of Intis and Lone. Audrey was stunned for a moment, wanting to say that the military power gap between the northern and southern continents was too great, and those local forces could only maintain their stable fragmentation by relying on the mutual restraints between nations. Mr. Tower couldn't possibly not have thought of this problem. He still has great confidence in the local forces of the southern continent. Relying on Beyonders to change the course of the war. That would require many Beyonders, especially high-sequence powerhouses. One thought after another flashed through Audrey's mind. She did not continue to ask questions, and then the Fool Klein removed the shielding from the other members. Audrey was somewhat distracted for the rest of the Tarot Club meeting, until the Fool Klein announced that today's meeting was over. Audrey then rose with the others, bowed, and took her leave. Streaks of crimson light rose in the palace and quickly disappeared. In just the blink of an eye, only Klein remained in the palace. Looking at the empty palace, Klein sighed. I need to speed up the faceless acting. Fortunately, my previous acting as Admiral Emerius brought me considerable gains, and all the faceless acting principles have been summarized. Next week's Tarot Club, I can almost ask Miss Hermit or Mr. Hangman about going to see to the Sea of Ruins. He leaned back in the high-backed chair, closed his eyes, and pondered for a moment. Then, his spirituality spread out, enveloping himself, simulating the feeling of falling, and leaving the space above the grey fog. Backlund South District, in the Harvest Church on Daffodil Street. Emlyn woke up on the recliner in the clergy's lounge. He subconsciously turned his head and looked around. Seeing that no one had come into the lounge during this time, he finally relaxed. How am I going to tell Lord Nibs about contacting the bloodline of the southern continent? I have no connection with the bloodline there at all. He irritably reached out and ruffled his neatly combed hair twice, then got up from the recliner and walked towards the church's prayer hall. Father Yutravsky's mountain-like figure quickly came into view. He looked at the father, who maintained this praying posture almost continuously except for necessary meals and conversations, and lightly coughed twice, saying, Father, I've finished my work for today. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Father Yutravsky slowly opened his eyes, looked at Emlyn, then spoke in a calm voice. That is your freedom. As Emlyn was about to turn and leave, he added. You seem a little worried. If you encounter troubles, you can try to calm down and pray to the Great Mother. The Great Mother will respond to every devout believer. Mother. Cough. Father, I think I need to remind you again, I believe in the moon. Emlyn subconsciously wanted to say that the Mother Goddess couldn't help people solve their troubles, but he stopped just before speaking and instead emphasized that he believed in the moon. Then, without waiting for Father Yutravsky's response, he let out a frustrated huff and quickly walked out of the Harvest Church. After leaving the Harvest Church, he casually hailed a carriage and headed to Odora Manor in the West Borough. As soon as he entered the manor's hall, he saw Cosme Odora, who had already received the news and come to greet him. This was a very elegant middle-aged gentleman, wearing a custom-made long tailcoat, with his hair meticulously styled. His eyes were crimson, concealing complex emotions. Upon seeing Emlyn, he subconsciously tilted his chin slightly and said, Why have you come? Cosme, I'm here to see Lord Nibs. Please inform him, it's very important. Emlyn tilted his chin up, directly calling out Cosme's name without adding Baron at the end, implying that he was also a baron and they were of equal standing. Cosme's eyes darkened, and he forced an insincere, polite smile at the corner of his mouth, saying, Important matter. What important matter? What you consider important might not be important to my grandfather. Heh. I received an oracle from the ancestor. Is that important? Emlyn said with a slight tilt of his chin and a proud expression. Cosme was stunned for a moment, wanting to say, Are you kidding me? But then he remembered his grandfather's previous instructions, and the other party had clearly already established some connection with the fool. Perhaps this was the fool's instruction, and he wanted to have some communication with their bloodline. As thoughts flickered, Cosme took a deep breath, suppressed his emotions, and said in a deep voice, Please wait here for a moment. I'll go inform grandfather. With that, he turned and quickly left the hall without looking back. Emlyn narrowed his eyes slightly, watching Cosme's retreating back, and couldn't help but sneer as he thought of how annoyed Cosme had looked but couldn't erupt. In the manor's basement, Cosme spoke in a deep voice to a black coffin, recounting Emlyn's words. After a moment of silence, a hoarse, ancient voice slowly emerged from the black coffin. Did he really say that? Yes, Emlyn's tone was very certain. Grandfather, could he have been misled by the fool, or perhaps? Cosme mused, stating his opinion. Inside the black coffin, the hoarse voice said without any emotional fluctuation. Misled? What good is misleading a baron who just advanced not long ago? Perhaps he wants to communicate with us, or perhaps his actions truly received a response from the ancestor. How is that possible? Cosme wanted to say something, his face full of disbelief, but he was directly interrupted by the voice from the coffin. All right, go bring him over. Yes, grandfather. Cosme opened his mouth, but ultimately couldn't say anything. He quickly composed himself, then turned and walked out of the basement. In the manor's hall, Emlyn leisurely sat back on the sofa in the shadows, dozing, until Cosme approached. Only then did he slowly open his eyes, his gaze steady as he looked at the other party. Cosme took a deep breath, his gaze composed as he looked at Emlyn and said, Grandfather wants to see you. With that, he directly turned and walked deeper into the manor. Emlyn chuckled indifferently, following Cosme at a steady pace. Before long, the two arrived one after another in the basement where the black coffin was located. Emlyn stepped forward 2 paces, respectfully bowing to the black coffin and greeting. Good afternoon, Lord Nibs. Nibs's old, hoarse voice came from inside the black coffin in the center of the room. Cosme says you received an oracle from the ancestor. Yes. Emlyn tried his best to maintain his expression, feigning composure as he nodded. Cosme, you may leave first. Nibs's voice came again from inside the black coffin. Yes, grandfather. Cosme was stunned for a moment, then gave Emlyn a deep look before responding in a deep voice and walking to the basement entrance to stand guard. Once Cosme had left, Nibs continued. Come a little closer. Huh. Emlyn didn't react immediately, and after a moment of shock, he took 2 uneasy steps forward. As he moved forward, Emlyn felt a scorching gaze fall upon him. He shivered slightly, feeling uncomfortable. Chapter 438, KWM Chapter 437 The Duke of the Full Moon. The pitch-black coffin in front of him seemed to absorb even the surrounding light, making Emlyn feel as though he couldn't see it clearly. In the 2 seconds he was stunned, Nib's voice echoed, somewhat hoarsely. What revelation did the ancestor give you? Emlyn quickly regained his composure, took a deep breath to steady his emotions, and said in a solemn tone. In the southern continent, around the Paz River Valley in West Balam, there are followers of the primordial moon active. He didn't state it too clearly, as it was only a revelation, and then he added. I received news at a certain gathering that the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom and the local forces of the southern continent are preparing to clear out those active primordial moon believers. If our sanguine can participate, we should be able to recover many beyonder characteristics that rightfully belong to us. Lord Nibs, you can also pray to the ancestor for more accurate guidance. As a Marquis, you will surely receive a response from the ancestor more easily than I. Emlyn used Leyton's words from the Tarot Club, hoping that Nibs, as a sanguine Marquis, would pray to the ancestor. After all, the so-called revelation was something he had just made up. Important figures like dukes and marquises would certainly receive a response from the ancestor more easily, and Mr. Fool didn't warn about this matter, which means he also believes the ancestor will give us sanguine the correct revelation. Nibs inside the coffin fell into a long silence, his aura completely still. After a long while, when Emlyn thought Nibs might have forgotten him, he heard the other party's voice again, hoarse and aged, yet subtly tinged with some confusion and excitement. I understand. You go back first. I will contact Duke Round Moon through prayer. Do not disclose this matter to outsiders for now. Understood, Lord Nibs. Emlyn was stunned for a moment before reacting. After bowing, he turned and left the basement. Outside the basement, Cosme looked at Emlyn as he came out and asked curiously. What did you tell grandfather? Lord Nibs said it cannot be disclosed to outsiders for now. Emlyn chuckled, deliberately emphasizing the words, to outsiders. Then he walked straight back the way he came. Cosme stood rooted for a moment, looking at Emlyn with a hint of displeasure, then turned back to the door leading to the basement. After a moment of hesitation, he resisted the urge to go in and ask, turning instead to walk out of the manor. After leaving Odora Manor, Emlyn found a carriage and prepared to go to the commercial street in Hillston Borough. There was a newly opened doll shop there. He was in a good mood today and wanted to acquire another collectible for himself. Leaning against the carriage compartment, Emlyn gazed out at the street through the bay window and fell into thought. Lord Nib's sudden silence and emotional fluctuation just now were because he was praying to the ancestor and actually received a response. Very likely, otherwise he wouldn't have directly said he would contact Grand Duke Round Moon, who is a true great figure who once followed the ancestor, an ancient powerhouse who existed even before the Great Cataclysm. Thinking of the deeds of Grand Duke Round Moon, Emlyn couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to meet one of the 3 archdukes from Sanguine legends. The City of Silver, on the round tower where the Council of Six was located. Derek, with a somewhat anxious heart, knocked on Chief Colin's room door. A strong voice quickly came from the room, enter. With a creak, Derek pushed open the door and entered the chief's room, seeing Chief Colin Iliad standing by the window. He wore a simple linen shirt, with a multi-compartment leather belt around his waist, and his grizzled hair was somewhat disheveled. Your Excellency, Chief Colin. Derek respectfully saluted the other party. Colin turned his body at a leisurely pace, looking at Derek, who had shed much of his youthful greenness, and nodded slightly. You participated in another gathering there? Yes. Derek nodded lightly, then, without waiting for the chief's inquiry, began to narrate on his own. Your Excellency, Chief, at the gathering, I heard them discuss a pathway called Apprentice. Beyonders of this pathway possess the ability to travel freely to various places. To a certain extent, it seems to be the Wanderer or Planeswalker stage. They can even break free from the shackles of the spirit world and freely enter and exit the forsaken land of the gods. Chief Colin's eyes flickered, then he seemed to fall into deep recollection. After a long while, he came back to his senses and spoke in a deep, hoarse voice. Apprentice. Unfortunately, the City of Silver has no record of this pathway. Moreover, the acting required to digest the potion may not be met here. Since they can travel freely to various places, digesting the potion very likely requires corresponding acting. I remember there was a related description in the accounts of Greg Race, the Phoenix ancestor, one of the 8 ancient gods. She could travel freely between various worlds and places. Perhaps the apprentice pathway was one of the authorities once mastered by that Phoenix ancestor. Phoenix ancestor? Derek questioned, but did not press further. He instead brought up the materials Leyton needed for his potion. Your Excellency, Chief, someone at the gathering was seeking the red crown of the King of Dawn roosters, pure white radiant stone, the heart of a gorgon, and the crest feather of a thunder owl, these beyond our materials. It's the same person who traded us the druid formula for food last time. Colin nodded lightly and said in a deep voice. The City of Silver's warehouse has pure white radiant stone and the crest feather of a thunder owl. You can have him continue to trade us food. We need a lot of normal, uncontaminated food. If he cannot collect so much food alone, you can try to post a related commission at the gathering, with some beyonder materials as a reward. If anyone refuses to trade, or wants to lower the price, you can temporarily not trade with them. I understand, Your Excellency, Chief. Derek nodded in response, not quite understanding. In his perception, the members of the Tarot Club were quite friendly and helpful. Our previous trades basically had no price reductions or situations where they agreed and then refused to trade. Colin nodded silently, gazing out the window at the City of Silver, which was brightly illuminated by frequent lightning strikes, and said calmly. The City of Silver's first exploration team to the Giant King's court has returned. Soon, we will organize a second, more in-depth exploration, primarily focusing on a town called Afternoon Town, which is also a necessary path to the Giant King's court. This exploration will be led by me, and you will also go. Your abilities are very helpful for the exploration. Yes, Your Excellency, Chief. Derek's eyes flickered for a moment, and he responded in a steady voice. The exploration of the Giant King's court is finally about to begin. Perhaps that is the key to leaving the forsaken land of the gods. Above the grey fog, Klein, having listened to the sun's prayer, remained silent for a moment. He leaned back in the fool's high-back chair, his posture relaxed and steady. The City of Silver is about to begin its exploration of Afternoon Town. Is this intended as a transit and recuperation point, and then a closer exploration of the Giant King's court? My intuition tells me that the Giant King's court won't be an easy place to explore, just like a stage boss you encounter when playing a game. Muttering to himself, Klein clipped a portion of the son Derek's prayer, leaving only the sentences about exchanging pure white radiant stone and the crest feather of a thunder owl for food, and threw them into the crimson star representing Leyton. Then he directly spread out his spirituality to envelop himself, simulating the feeling of falling, and left this place above the grey fog. Late at night, Backlund's South District. Emlyn, not feeling sleepy at all, was flipping through a book on Second Epic history borrowed from Viscount Wayman, a sanguine baron. A moment later, he couldn't help but yawn, and a sense of fatigue and drowsiness overwhelmed him. Strange, why am I feeling sleepy at night? I'm not a low-level creature like a human. No. I'm being affected. Before more thoughts could surface, Emlyn had already fallen asleep, slumped on the table in front of him. The crimson moonlight from the round moon outside the window cast patches of light through the window onto him, making the scene appear peaceful and harmonious. In his sleep, Emlyn was unknowingly drawn into a dream. Here, he saw a colossal round moon illuminating the entire land. Under the crimson moonlight, countless pitch-black bats flew in formation across the sky. The next moment, a pair of enormous, webbed wings, large enough to cover an entire city, enveloped the sky above him. Panic, fear, and other emotions appeared on Emlyn as if in slow motion. Before he could react, a low, extremely oppressive whisper came from beside his ear. Interesting little fellow. Don't worry, I'm just curious what makes this young sanguine, who Nib said received revelation and favor from the ancestor, so different. To become a baron so quickly, you're barely decent among the younger generation of sanguine. After a pause, the somewhat low voice continued. Who is this person who wants to deal with the followers of the primordial moon? Do you have his contact information? I will go and communicate with him personally. Emlyn, somewhat groggily, recited Leyton's messenger summoning incantation. Before he could react, the low, yet extremely oppressive voice sounded again. A messenger? I see. Lucky one chosen by the ancestor, I hope you can show me a new future for the sanguine. The entire dream suddenly went dark, as if the whole world had come together. Under intense panic and oppression, Emlyn suddenly awoke from his sleep. In the dimly lit room illuminated by the gas wall lamp, he sat leaning on a wooden chair covered with a blanket, panting heavily. The memories from the dream just now clearly surfaced in his mind. Marquis Nibs is a powerful sanguine active in the fourth epoch, and to call him a little fellow. Was that an ancient duke just now? And that crimson round moon? Duke Full Moon Ulmer, who bears the title of Round Moon. I truly am the sanguine chosen by the ancestor, a lucky one favored by the ancestor. Even Duke Round Moon acknowledged my identity. Emlyn tilted his chin slightly and muttered to himself, a brighter smile spreading across his face. He even had the urge to go show off to Cosme right now. No, Cosme is Lord Nib's grandson. He might have already known about this, known about my identity. His previous behavior was just jealousy towards me. I am the sanguine favored by the ancestor, the savior of the sanguine. Before truly fulfilling the ancestor's revelation, I should be a bit low-key. Showing off at the tarot club shouldn't count, that's Mr. Fool's divine kingdom, and everyone there maintains a certain understanding about what happens there. Thoughts flashed through Emlyn's mind, and his mood gradually became joyful. He could already imagine the surprised expression of the childish son at the next tarot club when he learned that he had received the favor of a deity. Chapter 439, KWM Chapter 438 Gravity and Electromagnetism. Emlyn stood by the window, grinning foolishly for a long while. When the warmth in the room had completely dissipated, he couldn't help but shiver, finally snapping out of it. He murmured with some confusion. When did the window open? The cold wind blowing in from the open window gradually calmed his thoughts. He then looked up at the crimson moon outside the window with a sense of realization, muttering to himself in a daze. Tonight's crimson moon seems brighter than usual. Before he could close the window again, as his thoughts calmed down, he quickly noticed some anomalies around him, relying on the Beyonder's hearing and smell, which were different from ordinary people. Overlapping moans, male and female, came from the surrounding houses, and the faint chirping of insects, which should have been absent in winter, was also discernible. Even the roadside trees on both sides of the street, stained with white snowflakes, had sprouted tiny new green leaves. What was going on? Had spring arrived early? Emlyn pondered for a moment in a daze, a vague premonition stirring in his heart. The situation around him might be related to the arrival of Duke Round Moon. Was this an effect he deliberately left behind? Or was the Duke himself not in good condition, failing to properly restrain his aura? After his thoughts wandered for a moment, Emlyn reclosed the glass window, turned, and walked to the bed. He removed the hot water bottle from under the covers and lay down in the warm bedding. Backlund, Empress Borough, inside the Hall family's villa. In an elegantly decorated bedroom, a chandelier hanging from the ceiling cast a bright but not dazzling light. The light intertwined with the crystals, casting dappled light spots on the room's floor and walls. Audrey sat fretfully in front of her neatly arranged dressing table, her hand pressing down on a letter that had been heavily revised several times but was still unfinished. At her feet, the golden retriever Susie asked with some concern. Audrey, what's wrong? You've been preoccupied since this afternoon. Audrey put down the fountain pen she was holding, propped her elbows on the table in frustration, and cupped her face with her hands, saying, I'm fine, it's just that there's something very important I need to tell Alfred, but I don't know how to tell him. I don't know what reason to use to persuade him to temporarily leave the southern continent. He is already a colonel now, he can't just leave the military zone and return to Backlund because of a letter I casually send. Moreover, mailing the letter will take a long time, and perhaps by then, the matter will already be over. The golden retriever at her feet shook its head twice in confusion, looking as if it didn't quite understand, and said, If this matter is very dangerous, you can first write to him asking him to leave the southern continent for a period. Given your relationship, he will definitely listen to your advice, even if he has some doubts. As for the reason, you can always think about it later. If the danger of this matter is within an acceptable range, then you can make some subtle hints in the letter, allowing Alfred to overcome it with his own abilities. This isn't a problem that can be solved with one's own abilities. Unless one becomes a demigod, there isn't enough certainty to protect oneself in a chaotic battle. Audrey sighed inwardly, then softly said, I also don't know how far things will develop, but it will definitely be very serious. There's a high probability that there will be a Beyonder melee. I've asked a trustworthy friend to expel Alfred or seal him off for a period when the battle breaks out, but I'm worried he might forcefully break through the obstruction and return to the battlefield on his own. Given his personality, this is very likely to happen. On a chaotic battlefield, even a powerful Beyonder cannot always focus on one person and provide protection at critical moments. The golden retriever Susie opened its mouth but couldn't speak. It was just an unqualified hound. Audrey's problem was too difficult for a dog. After pondering for a moment, it said somewhat uncertainly, Audrey, although I can't quite understand what you're saying, I think if you're very worried about Alfred, then you should write to him and give him some warning. As long as you promise to give him a reasonable explanation later, he will definitely listen to your advice. You can tell him to treat this as a secret between the two of you, the kind that even the Earl and Countess don't know. Audrey's eyes gradually brightened, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up as she said, That's a great idea. Knowing Alfred, he will definitely listen to my advice and keep my secret. Susie, you're amazing. Audrey half crouched down, pulling the golden retriever into her embrace, rubbing and praising it. Audrey, I can't breathe. West Balham, Paws River Valley. Leyton was enjoying the breakfast brought by the waiter in his hotel room, a simple pancake, a fruit platter mixed with various fruits and seasonings, and a cup of hot coffee. Bugs Bunny had an identical breakfast in front of it. It put the seasoned fruits into a cup of water and rinsed them repeatedly several times before closing its eyes, putting the fruit into its mouth, and chewing and swallowing with a distorted expression. After finally managing to eat a piece of fruit, it immediately took a big gulp of water, as if there was some unpleasant taste lingering in its mouth. The fruit itself already tastes good, why do people here put them together with these strange seasonings? For a rabbit, this is simply too unpalatable. Bugs Bunny grumbled, looking at the breakfast in front of it on the table, not eating a second piece of fruit. It lay listlessly on the table, like a salted fish that had lost its dreams. Leyton reached out and rubbed Bugs Bunny's fluffy head, chuckling as he said, "Perhaps the local people are tired of eating delicious fruits, so they invented these strange ways of eating them. All right, we'll go out and buy some fresh fruit later, where you can just find an empty space, sprinkle some seeds, and use your beyonder abilities to grow a plant, making it bear fruit and ripen quickly." The growth of plants requires a process. Fruits that are directly birthed and ripen quickly have no taste at all, they are just fake goods with a false appearance. Bugs Bunny grumbled, refusing the suggestion of using beyonder abilities to grow fruit. After a pause, it continued. "And if I, a weak little rabbit, go out alone, what if I encounter that crazy primordial moon worshipper? Even if I only encounter his puppet, I can't beat him. He'll definitely catch me and dissect me for research." Leyton ate his breakfast while listening to Bugs Bunny's rambling, not interjecting. His spiritual intuition was suddenly touched, and he looked up at the area below the roof. A deep blue glow flickered in his eyes, his gaze penetrating reality, and he saw a book messenger descending from the spirit world depths. The golden book suddenly flipped open, and he felt as if the rustling sound of pages turning echoed in his ears. In just a moment, a pale yellow sheet of paper with a sunflower pattern floated down from the spirit world, penetrating the obstruction and landing on Leyton's outstretched left hand. "Vampire," Leyton murmured to himself. His own spiritual intuition pointed to the matter of cooperating with the vampires, which had been mentioned at the Tarot Club yesterday. That Emlyn fellow acts quite fast. How did he convince those high-ranking vampires? Did Lilith really push this matter from behind? Perhaps Lilith's attention and favor towards him appeared from the very beginning when he chanted the fool's honorific name. Leyton sighed inwardly, then his gaze fell on the letter in his hand, and he began to read it carefully. The handwriting on the pale yellow letter was neat, and it carried a dark red like dried blood, sprawling across 2 lines of words. "I am Duke Full Moon Ulmer of Round Moon. Following the ancestors' revelation, I will represent the vampires in cooperation with you. In this matter, I believe you can directly represent the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, the worshipper of the Omniscient One. The worshipper of the Omniscient One. Currently, the only one in this world who can be called the Omniscient One is the God of Knowledge and Wisdom." How did it see that? The book messenger. As his thoughts drifted, Leyton's spiritual intuition was touched again. He felt something approaching from the spirit world, and the hotel room he was in was undergoing some peculiar changes. Leyton tilted his head slightly, and a deep blue, almost purple, glow swirled in his eyes. Everything around him transformed into complex, layered information in his sight. He could easily detect unusual aspects from this information. This was an ability that evolved from the further transformation of his eyes of mystery prying after he advanced to clairvoyant. It allowed him to see the essence of surrounding objects from countless pieces of information. His intuition told him that this was not an ability possessed by every clairvoyant, it was most likely a change brought about by some unique aspect of himself. Soon, he discovered some differences in his surroundings. Information representing gravity and electromagnetism showed abnormal disturbances, and a strange power unfolded around him, constructing a semi-real, semi-illusory environment. The ability to directly control gravity and electromagnetism, even for a Paragon Pathways Arcanist, would be difficult to achieve without mastering the corresponding knowledge. To manipulate it at will, one would at least need to be a knowledge magister. A power outside the 22 paths of the divine. As his thoughts drifted, the surrounding environment had already transformed from a hotel room into a dim, ancient palace hall. Through the stained glass windows around, one could vaguely see the crimson moon hanging high outside. Bugs Bunny, who had been listlessly lying on the table, sprang up with a carp-like flip. It vigilantly scanned its surroundings, murmuring, "Where's our hotel? How did it suddenly turn into an ancient castle?" As it spoke, it quickly moved closer to Leyton, jumping onto his shoulder, its legs pressing against the back of the chair, pressing its body tightly against Leyton's back. Leyton reached out and rubbed Bugs Bunny's soft, floppy ears twice, soothing its emotions. Then he turned his head to look in front of him. The original dining table had silently been replaced by a long dining table covered with a dark red tablecloth and laden with tableware adorned with crimson patterns. Directly opposite the dining table sat a middle-aged gentleman, richly dressed, exuding an aristocratic aura, but whose face was unclear. His eyes were deep red, like a blood moon, with an undeniable weariness in them, like a sage who had experienced countless years. Leyton nodded impassively at the other party. The deep blue, almost purple, glow in his eyes intensified. Amidst the vast and complex knowledge, he saw the power of creation within the other party, saw the enormous, sky-obscuring bat wings behind him, and saw the crimson round moon hanging high in the sky. Duke Round Moon. Leyton stared at the other party, his words carrying little doubt. The middle-aged gentleman opposite, whose face was unclear, looked at Leyton with some surprise, then his gaze fell on Bugs Bunny, who was patting his back. After observing for a moment, he habitually adjusted his long black and red tailcoat, then spoke in a calm, somewhat arrogant tone. You know me. Chapter 440, KWM Chapter 439, The Path to the Cosmos. Duke Full Moon Ulmer's words paused slightly, then he continued in a flat tone. The aura on your body is quite complex. I seem to sense the favor of more than one great existence. They seem to come from the god of knowledge and wisdom, the Earth Mother, and even the true creator and the hidden sage. In the thousands of years I've lived, this is the first time I've seen such a situation. You are very special. Leyton, in his sage state, nodded slightly with little expression, his gaze curiously fixed on the brass astrolabe placed on the table to the left of Duke Full Moon Ulmer. Under the eyes of mystery prying's vision, he could clearly see that the abnormal gravity and electromagnetism around him originated from this hand-sized astrolabe. From this astrolabe, he saw a brilliant cosmos and the trajectory of the stars' movements. Buzz. The semi-real, semi-illusory illusion formed by the combination of gravity and electromagnetism suddenly became unstable. Ethereal roars echoed continuously, as if murmurs from the stars, making even a demigod feel dizzy. Leyton's heart pounded violently. He felt an inexplicable, deep-seated longing. Even though his spiritual intuition kept warning him, he couldn't tear his gaze away from the astrolabe. It was as if something very important to him lay behind it. Taking a deep breath, he immediately closed his eyes, the deep blue, almost purple, glow in his pupils quickly receding. After losing the vision of the eyes of mystery prying, he could feel that inexplicable, almost instinctive desire diminish significantly, though he still couldn't help but want to examine the astrolabe. What's going on? Why am I reacting so strongly to this astrolabe? Leyton suppressed his curiosity and turned his gaze to Duke Full Moon Ulmer, who also looked a bit surprised, and said in a hoarse voice. Did it come from the cosmos? Without the blessing of the sage state, his expression and voice became much more lively, no longer as cold and flat as before. Duke Full Moon Ulmer looked at Leyton in surprise, then chuckled after a moment of thought. Yes, this is something I accidentally summoned through the summoning gate when I was still a high summoner. It came from a peculiar creature with power different from the 22 divine pathways. Perhaps you know that a high summoner's summoning can occasionally undergo uncontrollable mutations, causing strange creatures not from the spirit world and not bound by contracts to descend into reality. And these creatures are all related to the boundless and dark universe. As he spoke, he picked up the astrolabe on his left. A brilliant light flashed, and the gravity in the entire room became abnormal. Whether it was tables, chairs, or even Bugs Bunny, who was clinging to Leyton's back, everything floated uncontrollably. Oh, boss, help. I'm flying. Bugs Bunny flailed his limbs in the air, like a beached fish. No matter how hard he tried to flip his body, he couldn't change the situation. Gravity. And the cosmos. This seems to be a pathway similar to the Paragon. Is there an outer god of the stars that is close to the authority of the knowledge more and can be mutually devoured and accommodated? Thoughts constantly flashed through Leyton's mind. He had a vague feeling that his previous glimpse of the astrolabe had already attracted the other party's attention. Hey, don't worry, I just significantly reduced the gravity around here. Duke Full Moon Ulmer chuckled, casually reassuring Bugs Bunny. As he spoke, he swept his hand over the astrolabe, wiping away the floating azure glow on it. The surrounding gravity instantly returned, and all the tables, chairs, cutlery, and Bugs Bunny, who had been floating in midair, fell down. Duke Full Moon Ulmer placed the astrolabe back on the table and introduced it with a chuckle. The creature I summoned from the mutated summoning gate had a peculiar title, which translates to Navigator. It has a deep understanding of space and dimensions, and can find hidden routes in the void. For a navigator, navigating ships on the sea should be a very easy task. As for this astrolabe, it's an item formed by the convergence of its characteristics after I killed it. From the information I've gathered, it seems to correspond to a pathway called Astronomy Aficionado. As a blessed of knowledge and wisdom, what are your thoughts on this? Navigator and Astronomy Aficionado. I wonder which entity controls this pathway. The name actually sounds more like door. Leyton muttered to himself, then looked thoughtfully at Duke Full Moon Ulmer, who was sitting opposite him, and said, There are far more than 22 divine pathways, but only these 22 pathways and their corresponding characteristics exist on this planet. However, this Astronomy Aficionado pathway does sound somewhat similar to door. We seem to have strayed from the topic. Perhaps we should discuss the matter of the primordial moon believers. Of course, if you are willing to sell this astrolabe, I'd be happy to continue this conversation. Duke Full Moon Ulmer was silent for a moment, then chuckled. Most members of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom have a hobby of collecting peculiar items. It seems that you, as a clairvoyant, also share this hobby. If I can retrieve the characteristics belonging to the bloodline from those thieves who stole the authority and power of the moon, I can exchange this astrolabe with you. It is of no use to me, but its ability is quite peculiar, which is why I have kept it by my side. Thieves. In a sense, the primordial moon is the true owner of this pathway. Leyton sighed inwardly, then nodded noncommittally, agreeing to the other party's suggestion. After a brief pause, he asked curiously. Is Duke Full Moon Ulmer planning to take action personally? No, those pawns of the primordial moon have a deep connection with the Rose school of thought. If I act rashly, it might attract the interference of that abomination. I will continue to monitor this place to ensure the plan proceeds smoothly. Duke Full Moon Ulmer slowly shook his head, explaining in a hoarse voice. Leyton nodded gently and casually said. When it comes to the primordial moon, most divination and prophecy methods will be interfered with. We can only formulate plans based on known information. I need some time to gather information. How should I contact you afterwards? Soon, a bloodline will come to find you, Duke Full Moon Ulmer responded in a deep voice. As his words fell, his figure and the surrounding semi-real, semi-illusory illusion simultaneously became transparent and quickly faded away. In a moment, the surroundings returned to the original appearance of the inn. Sunlight streamed through the window, making the messy room appear somewhat dazzling. Leyton casually glanced around, then raised his hand and scattered brilliant starlight, stirring up a starlight storm in the room that rearranged all the scattered items, which had been displaced by the previous abnormal gravity, back to their original positions. Astronomer. Leyton stood by the window, looking at the street outside, and murmured softly. His eyes suddenly became profound, like the sea before a storm. Vague images quickly surfaced in his mind. He saw a brilliant cluster of stars, moving along their respective trajectories in the deep, dark universe. Starlight shimmered, and ethereal whispers echoed in his ears. The image in his mind shattered almost as soon as it formed, as if looking further would provoke a terrifying existence. Leyton exhaled a long breath, his gaze clear once more, with faint, fragmented starlight still lingering in his eyes, making them appear profound and deep. The power is related to the stars, capable of influencing and manipulating physical laws to a certain extent. At a certain level, they can even become black holes. It fits the paragon, capable of devouring and accommodating corresponding high-level characteristics, uniqueness, and original materials. It seems to be targeting the knowledge more. It must become a demon of knowledge, otherwise, at the end of days, it will become a delicious meal on the other side's table. Leyton struggled to digest the information that had just been poured into his mind, an indescribable longing and urgency growing in his heart. Adjusting his emotions, he looked up at the white clouds and blue sky, his gaze seemingly able to penetrate layers of obstruction to see the brilliant cosmos. Is this not an infusion of knowledge from the hidden sage, but a reminder from the knowledge more? It seems the seal left by the celestial worthy is gradually having less effect on it. It can now freely transmit information to me. If this continues, it might not even need to wait for the Lord of the Mysteries to appear, it could break through the seal in some way and descend upon the northern and southern continents. After a moment of silence, he walked to the desk placed against the wall and sat down. He casually tore a blank sheet of paper from a notebook, took out the Demonist Sect card, which had been partially sealed, and examined it carefully. A hint of mischievous smile on his lips, he began writing a letter to Bernadette. Respected Miss Bernadette. There's something I need to apologize for. The Wheel of Fortune card I borrowed from you last time was damaged due to an accident. As compensation, I found the card of blasphemy of the Demonist Sect. I hope it can make up for the Wheel of Fortune card you lost. Recently, the primordial moon believers in the Paz River Valley area of West Balam have been very active. I plan to clear them out, along with the cultist's concealment here. Do you have any suggestions for this? Also, there's something I feel it's necessary to inform you about. I've uncovered some information regarding the lone royal family's previous machinations with the Demonist Sect, and I've formed some conjectures about it. Someone in the lone royal family is preparing to advance to Black Emperor, most likely the current King George III. As for how he managed to hide it from the Evernight and Storm churches, I suspect other forces might also be involved, or even pushing this matter. I've seen the Black Emperor card, and it has this description regarding the Black Emperor's ability to resurrect from death. Only when a new Black Emperor is born will the previous Black Emperor truly die. Leyton chuckled as he put down the round-bellied fountain pen, then folded the letter and tucked the Demonist Sect card in the middle of the letter. He then rose from his chair, quickly found ritual materials in the room, and set up a simple ritual to summon a messenger. After lighting the candle and dripping in essential oil and floral water, he stepped back and softly chanted the incantation to summon the messenger. I summon in my name. Invisible creatures that roam the upper realm, strange spirits friendly to humans, Bernadette Gustave's exclusive messenger. A cold wind suddenly swept through the room. This time, Leyton's vision clearly captured Bernadette's speedster messenger. The strange centaur-like creature appeared at an incredible speed, its 6 legs creating rings of silver-gray afterimages as it moved. It ran 2 circles around Leyton before reaching out to pick up the letter with the Demoness Sect card on the table, and returned to the spirit world through the passage created by the ritual. After all this happened, Leyton saw that the flickering flame on the candle in front of him hadn't even had time to waver. As expected of a speedster. If it launched an attack at this speed, even a demigod would find it difficult to react. As thoughts flickered, Leyton used a secret art to imprint the image he had just recorded through the eyes of mystery prying. Then, he summoned a knowledge rabbit and had it deliver the imprinted image to his the Prophet clone, to try and develop some convenient speed-related secret arts. Caw, bang. A crow's cry came from outside the window, followed by the crisp sound of it hitting the window. Leyton tilted his head to look at Crow Anu, who was sliding down the window, and gently rubbed his fingers, creating a door connecting to the hotel room beneath it. Crow Anu's figure fell directly from the ceiling, landing with a thump on the small round table by the window. For a moment, it was so dazed it saw stars and couldn't get up. Chapter 441, New Fix. Bleach, Quincy in one piece. In The Walking Dead as an 11-year-old wizard. Chapter 442, KWM Chapter 440 Misfortune. Leyton watched Crow Anu's unfortunate encounter, his lips twitching slightly, and he turned his head to look at Bugs Bunny beside him, asking in confusion. Did you roll the die of probability? No, it wasn't me. Bugs Bunny shook his head repeatedly, waving his hands. Leyton didn't pay attention to Bugs Bunny's reaction. His gaze fell on Crow Anu, his eyes suddenly becoming deep, seeing the interfered fate on Anu's body. He frowned unconsciously and mused. Then spin it once now. Anu has a lot of bad luck entanglement around him, to the point where he'd choke even drinking water. Bad luck. Bugs Bunny mumbled, then took out the small square iron box Leyton had given him. After taking out the die of probability from inside, he casually tossed the dice towards Crow Anu. The milky white dice landed on the floor, bounced a few times, and quickly stopped after hitting Anu's wing. 6 dots facing up. Bugs Bunny is truly the lucky one, the die of probability always lands on 6 in his hand. Leyton's gaze swept over Bugs Bunny, then landed on Crow Anu. His eyes appeared calm and profound, as if he could peer into the river of fate. In Leyton's sight, the bad luck entanglement around Crow Anu rapidly disintegrated and dissipated after the die of probability showed 6 dots, like small ice cubes thrown into a raging fire, leaving not even a trace of water vapor. As the bad luck on his body was dispelled, Crow Anu felt his body instantly lighten. He quickly flapped his wings, stood up from the small round table, and a human-like fear appeared in his dark eyes, saying, "Boss, I just met a strange person and he shot me with a revolver." Bugs Bunny carefully examined Crow Anu and then spoke. "You don't have any wounds or injuries on your body. Bumping into the window just now doesn't count. The bullet might not have caused real damage, but rather the intense bad luck that was on its body just now." Leyton said thoughtfully, then reached out and retrieved the eyes of mystery prying placed on Anu's body. A cold, indifferent, eyelashless eye, seemingly condensed from countless brilliant starlight, rapidly reflected out of Crow Anu's eye, then quickly materialized and appeared in Leyton's hand. As he clenched his right hand into a fist, this eye, condensed from starlight, rapidly shattered, turning into specks of starlight that surged into Leyton's body. He then closed his eyes, receiving the information from this eyes of mystery prying. Images appeared in his mind. There were strange mushrooms spread throughout the Paws River Valley area, and people picking and eating mushrooms in 2s and 3s, as well as members of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom and Numinous Episcopate collecting and processing these mushrooms. Leyton manipulated the floating images in his mind, quickly skipping over unimportant ones. Soon, he saw some terminally ill vagrants lying haphazardly in the street corners of Pace, having lost their ability to move and speak, with only their occasionally opening and closing lips proving they were still alive. Similar scenes quickly passed until the last segment of the image, where Leyton saw several vagrants who should have died from illness mysteriously recover. Their bodies even became much healthier than before, their complexions rosy, and their spirits more vibrant. They were proclaiming something to others who had similar experiences, but the eyes of mystery prying did not have the ability to record sound. Leyton could only roughly deduce from their opening and closing lips and body movements. Great Mother. Second Life. Gracious Mother of all spirituality. Truly benevolent and caring for every follower. Great Mother. The image recorded by the eyes of mystery prying quickly shook, as if Crow Anu had encountered an emergency. As the image stabilized again, he saw the previously revived vagrant suddenly transform, staring at the sky with gloomy and crazed eyes, staring at Crow Anu circling in the air. His lips moved slightly, and although there was no sound, Leyton immediately understood the meaning he conveyed. "I've been seeing this crow's figure lately. Are you looking for me through it? Or monitoring me? It's him, the blessed of the primordial moon. Will all those who ate the mushrooms eventually become his puppets? No, impossible. Such a widespread dispersion of one's spirituality would only lead to loss of control and madness. Are those just potential puppets? As the thought surfaced, he saw the vagrant in the image pull out an ancient-looking revolver from his ragged coat and pull the trigger at him. A dull-colored bullet clearly entered Crow Anu's eye. It quickly flapped its wings to gain altitude, but the bullet bizarrely distorted in midair, striking Crow Anu directly. The image recorded by the eyes of mystery prying seemed completely unaffected, rapidly rising and moving away from the area. The eyes of mystery prying's image stumbled for a long time. Apparently, Crow Anu's journey back was not peaceful due to bad luck, until it hit the hotel's glass window, and the image then abruptly stopped. Reopening his eyes, Leyton realized what he had overlooked before. Among the followers of the primordial moon, there were some beyonders of the fate pathway who had defected from the life school of thought. How could he have overlooked them before? With fate's favoritism, no wonder the blessed of the primordial moon dared to cause trouble so brazenly. As thoughts swirled, his gaze fell on the die of probability still standing quietly on the floor. He approached, bent down, picked up the die of probability, and examined it carefully in his hand for a while, muttering to himself. I always feel like all of this is inseparable from you. What do you want to do? Are you the die of probability or the incarnation of the key of light now? The milky white die of probability lay quietly in his hand. It had no mouth and couldn't speak, but even if it could, Leyton didn't think it would bother with him. People of the fate pathway are all charlatans. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Leyton, without any clues, turned and returned to his desk, beginning to write a new letter. He planned to ask Klein to help him inquire a Rhodes about the whereabouts of 3 knowledge emperor characteristics. He casually tore off a blank piece of paper, wrote 2 sentences on it, and then, using the still-lit candle, dripped essential oil and hydrosol into it again, summoning Klein's messenger. I summon in my name. Spirit wandering in emptiness, a friendly creature that can be commanded, the exclusive messenger of Gehrman Sparrow. Soon, a translucent woman emerged from the passage created by the ritual. First to emerge was a body wearing a complex, luxurious, dark, and gloomy black long dress. As Bugs Bunny curiously observed the messenger, Rionette Tinker's headless body fully emerged. Her drooping hands held 4 golden-haired, red-eyed, brightly beautiful, identical heads. Bugs Bunny's expression instantly froze, changing from curiosity to terror. He seemed to recall his fear of vengeful spirits and immediately pounced at Leyton's feet, burying that bag deep into his trouser leg. Rionette Tinker's 4 golden-haired, blue-eyed heads curiously observed Leyton, speaking word by word. You summoned me to do what? Leyton handed the newly written letter to the other party, chuckling. Please help me deliver a letter to Gehrman Sparrow, cash on delivery. That is, the gold coins will be given to you by him after the letter is delivered. Rionette Tinker extended her right hand a short distance forward. One of the heads she was holding directly opened its mouth and bit the letter Leyton handed over, holding it tightly in its mouth, while the remaining 3 heads spoke in turn. Cash on delivery. No problem. With that, Miss Messenger turned and walked back into the passage created by the ritual. Her figure quickly disappeared from Leyton's sight, and the passage created by the ritual closed with her. All right, she's gone now. Leyton shifted his right foot, reminding Bugs Bunny. Bugs Bunny cautiously raised its head, looked around, and, confirming that the terrifying woman had left, it breathed a sigh of relief and said, Boss, why not let that book or the dumb rabbits deliver messages? Why summon Klein's cold messenger? You're not with Klein, I can't locate him, so I can only have his messenger deliver the letter. Leyton explained calmly, pulling Bugs Bunny up to stand properly, and then said, I'm going to the new church to find Leo Master. Are you staying at the hotel or coming with me? Stay at the hotel. Bugs Bunny and Crow Anu said in unison. Leyton nodded, not caring about these 2 who didn't want to go out. As he turned, his figure instantly became transparent, then transformed into brilliant starlight, surging and entering the spirit world. On the Gargas archipelago, east of the Rorstad archipelago, Klein, maintaining the appearance of Gehrman Sparrow, disembarked from the passenger ship. He planned to find an opportunity here to act as a faceless while also trying to hunt some pirates to replace the souls pastured in the creeping hunger. Soon after disembarking, he felt his spiritual perception stir. He subtly scanned his surroundings with a casual gaze, discreetly activating his spirit vision. As soon as he activated spirit vision, he saw Miss Messenger, dressed in a complex black court gown and carrying 4 heads, appear before him. One of the heads held in her right hand was tightly biting a white piece of paper. My letter. With this casual style, I don't even need to think to know who it is. He muttered inwardly, then extended his free left hand to take the paper from Miss Messenger's mouth, casually shaking it open to reveal the letter. Please ask a Rhodes for the whereabouts of 3 knowledge emperor characteristics for me, the more detailed the better. Knowledge Emperor. Is that the name of the Hermit Pathway Sequence 1? The Emperor of Knowledge? As thoughts floated, he saw Miss Messenger still standing quietly beside him, her 4 heads all staring at him. A strange chill crept up his spine. Klein, feeling a bit uncomfortable, took 2 steps forward and lowered his voice, asking, "Is there anything else?" "Strange guy, with very bright eyes," he said. "Cash on delivery, 1 gold coin." The 4 heads held in Miss Messenger's hand spoke in segmented phrases. Klein's expression froze for a moment. Cash on delivery? Did this guy treat Miss Messenger as a delivery service? "I never bought cash on delivery products when I shopped online before." Klein complained inwardly, then expressionlessly pulled out the gold coin he occasionally used for divination from his pocket and handed it to his messenger. One of Rionette Tinker's heads opened its mouth and bit the gold coin Klein handed over. Then, her figure quickly became transparent and disappeared into the bustling street. On the south bank of the Paz River Valley, this area is occupied by the Intis military forces, and the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery also preaches here. In a coffee bean processing factory, brilliant starlight surged and emerged from the spirit world, recondensing into Leyton's figure. As his figure solidified, the shadow in front of him suddenly writhed, surging like water, quickly twisting into a male figure. His forehead, eye corners, and mouth had deep wrinkles, but his hair was dark and shiny, without a single silver strand. It was Leo Master, the Saint of Darkness, the person in charge of the Aurora Order's missionary affairs in the southern continent. His brows and eyes appeared quite weathered. After a slight nod towards Leyton, he said nothing more, directly leading the way and bringing Leyton to his office in the factory. After placing the brewed coffee in front of Leyton, he sighed and said, "You arrived earlier than I expected. What new actions have the Primordial Moon's pawns taken?" Chapter 443, KWM Chapter 441 Preaching. Leyton gently tapped the coffee cup with his right index finger and said calmly, "He's still using those mushrooms to infect the struggling lower-class citizens, spreading the faith of the Great Mother to them, but his movements seem to have accelerated. As expected. With the power of my lord, we have destroyed many mushrooms growing along the riverbanks. He might have sensed some issues, so he chose to speed up his actions." Leo Master nodded slightly, looking as if he had anticipated it. After a brief silence, Leyton changed the subject. "The weapons acquired from Fasak will take a few more days to reach West Balam. The Golden Dream will be sailing outside the safe channels of the Berserk Sea, so its speed will be somewhat affected. Once the weapons arrive, we can make our move." A rare smile appeared on Leo Master's face, making the already deep wrinkles on his face even more pronounced. He lowered his gaze to the true creator's holy emblem, consisting of a scarlet cross and blooming roses, placed on the table. He prayed softly for a moment, then chuckled as he responded. "The Saint of Secrets and I will lead a group of church members to hold back the Beyonders of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery and the Intis military, but we will need some additional support to end the battle quickly. Accompanying the Golden Dream is also a saint who believes in the erudite. It will assist you in ending the battle as quickly as possible. Moreover, we also have the favor of destiny." Leyton leaned back comfortably in the wooden chair and responded with a light chuckle. He picked up his coffee and took a sip. Afterwards, Leo Master suggested gathering the citizens who were willing to learn about the erudite, so Leyton could preach to them. Under the large expanse of shade behind the factory, Leyton, without much regard for his image, leaned against a large tree that required 2 people to encircle, feigning sleep. Under the shade of the trees around him, or on the long benches provided, workers in uniform gathered in small groups, quietly discussing something. While feigning sleep, Leyton listened to the discussions of the surrounding crowd and idly thought, "I'm really not good at preaching. If Ethan were here, it would be great. He seems to be very apprentice at this kind of thing." As his thoughts churned, Leyton felt someone approaching him. He slowly opened his eyes and turned his head to look at the person. It was a man in a mysterious black robe, around 30 years old, with slightly curly, stiff brown hair and deep eyes that seemed to contain countless stars. He held a dark brown cane in his right hand, a faint smile on his lips, and undisguised curiosity in his eyes. When he saw Leyton notice him, he bowed slightly and said, "Good afternoon, envoy of God. I didn't expect that besides being an envoy of my lord, you are also an envoy of the erudite. When you're out and about, your identity is what you make it." Leyton replied lazily, ignoring the other party's startled expression and showing no intention of getting up from the ground. A faint, deep blue glow emanated from his eyes. The other person's figure transformed into a complex aggregate of information in his sight. He meticulously distinguished the unique aspects of the other person. Leyton saw layers upon layers of illusory doors on the other person, as well as an invisible and vast curtain of shadow completely enveloping him. Among the complex information, he saw a silver-black 3-layered jewelry box, possessing a very high sequence. Even his eyes of mystery prying couldn't see all the information contained within, or rather, it couldn't allow him to see clearly, otherwise he would directly face the terrifying corruption sealed within. Corruption from the cosmos. Is that the box of the great old ones the Abraham family once possessed? Is he Bodhi's, the Saint of Secrets who defected to the Aurora Order? Mystery priors are really not easy. The eyes of mystery prying finally became controllable after becoming a demigod, but it also became more powerful, able to see more and more terrifying things through faint connections. The dangers of other pathways either come from adjacent pathways or from the top of the sequence. Only mystery priors often cause their own demise. Leyton's gaze made Bodhi's pause uncomfortably. He felt that the envoy of God's gaze saw through him exceptionally clearly, as if no secret could be hidden under his gaze. Leyton quickly retracted his gaze, looked up at Bodhi's, and said with a light chuckle, "Saint of secrets, Bodhi's. Appearing here at this time, are you also curious about the erudite?" Feeling the gaze that seemed to be able to pry into everything disappear, Bodhi stiffly twitched the corner of his mouth, forcing out a smile and saying, "It is I. For a hidden existence never heard of before, anyone would be curious to learn more, and I am also very curious about the doctrines of that agnostos theos." Noticing Bodhi's expression, Leyton smiled without much emotion and said, "My apologies. Observing surrounding things is an instinct of a mystery prior. If my gaze made you uncomfortable, please forgive me. I will try my best to restrain myself." The eyes of mystery prying of a mystery prior. I've always known that the eyes of mystery prying can see more than most beyonders, but I didn't expect your eyes of mystery prying to be so powerful. Under that gaze, it seems nothing can be hidden. Bodhi's quickly composed himself and spoke casually, looking full of curiosity and surprise. Leyton nodded noncommittally and sighed softly. In the world of beyonders, seeing too much and knowing too much is often not a good thing. Half of the reasons for a mystery prior's loss of control and death are because of their eyes. While Leyton and Bodhi's were chatting, the factory workers, and even some nearby residents, had already gathered. Guided by the factory managers, they formed a semicircle and sat down, placing leaves or wooden boards beneath them. Bodhi's glanced around, then grabbed at the void with his right hand. The surrounding space instantly distorted and was enveloped in shadow. He combined the secret sorcerer's concealment and spatial concealment abilities, applying a concealment effect to this space, isolating any potential or existing prying and probing. Having done all this, he nodded slightly to Leyton, then walked to the side, standing quietly beside a palm tree, waiting with the surrounding workers and nearby residents for Leyton's sermon. Taking a deep breath, Leyton stood up, propping himself on a protruding tree root. His figure instantly became transparent, transforming into shimmering specks of starlight, then quickly rematerialized in the center of the semicircle formed by the crowd not far away. He emerged from the sparkling starlight, a faint smile on his lips. His gaze swept around, taking in the surprised, curious, or eager looks of those around him. He slightly lowered his voice, making it sound more solemn and steady, and said, "Good afternoon, everyone. I am an envoy of the erudite, scattering the seeds of knowledge for it, spreading the light of civilization, and guiding the direction for every explorer of mysteries. You can call me Altines." After a brief introduction, he chuckled as he looked at the quiet crowd. A pure, deep blue glow flowed in his eyes, giving him an exceptionally sacred and wise feeling, yet also appearing quite indifferent due to its excessive rationality. In this state, he resembled a wise sage. His words and actions exuded an inexplicable persuasiveness. "My Lord is an unknown deity, it has never existed, because no one truly knows it, yet it exists eternally, because it is incarnated in all things, present in every tiny thing around us, present in every thought we have. Erudite is my Lord's self-effacement. It believes that as long as one continues to explore, knowledge is infinite, so it only considers itself an erudite. It is the essence of knowledge, the light of civilization, and the ultimate answer to all mysteries. All knowledge, both what we know and what we don't know, originates from it. We give birth to civilization through knowledge, so it is also the light of civilization. We explore mysteries because we thirst for knowledge, and my Lord is the source of all mysteries." As everyone was immersed in Leyton's words, he magically flicked his wrist and produced a burning match. The faint yellow flame flickered gently, as if it could be extinguished at any moment. "I think what you see with your own eyes should be more profound and more credible than my narration. So, please join me in witnessing this knowledge of civilization and the light of civilization." Leyton narrated in a calm, low voice. His words seemed to possess an attraction, causing everyone to instinctively focus their gaze on the burning match in his hand. The flickering flame grew enormous and hazy in their gaze, as if countless scenes were appearing before their eyes, too many for their brains to process, only seeing constantly shifting light and shadow. The blurry and hazy images gradually became clear, and they saw many figures appear and then disappear. Among them were giants as tall as small mountains with gray-blue skin, huge dragons with vast membranous wings soaring in the sky, phoenix, covered in pale flames and feathers woven with mysterious patterns, like messengers of death, and most conspicuously, devils with their bodies wrapped in crimson and blue-white flames, and humans who were vassals of these races. In unknowable ancient times, this world was ruled by legendary creatures such as dragons, giants, and phoenix, while we humans, as their vassal race, barely survived. Leyton's voice was low and hoarse, as if carrying the vicissitudes of a long history. The hazy and blurry scenes around them changed again, as if spanning a long period of time. At this point, humans were relatively independent. They had different faiths, developed a complete beyonder system, and became the true ruling race of the world. The scene continued to change. The first human empire appeared, the Solomon First Empire, which ruled the entire northern continent, followed by continuous conflicts, and kingdoms constantly rising and falling. It was not until the fifth epoch, until the appearance of the man named Roselle, that the scene suddenly became much clearer. Under the leadership of Roselle, the son of steam, the world's technological level exploded. They saw the emergence of various machines, the social progress brought by the Industrial Revolution, and the various changes in daily life. The meaning of civilization appeared clearly and heavily in everyone's hearts. They had never seen the development of society and the progress of the era so clearly, so intuitively. We give birth to civilization through the inheritance of knowledge, and we explore mysteries because we thirst for knowledge, stirring up the tides of the era and driving social development. Roselle was the best and most successful. He was once a blessed of knowledge and civilization, and now he has already walked to my lord's side, becoming a truly great one. Leyton narrated in a calm tone, as if telling a legend, a story. Chapter 444, KWM Chapter 442 Questions and Answers. The blessed of the god of steam and machinery can indeed be called the blessed of knowledge and civilization. Although Roselle is almost becoming the mother goddess now, as long as a demon of knowledge or lord of the mysteries appears, he can still be saved. This life-saving grace should be repaid by working for them. Leyton subtly curved his lips, then quickly reined in his thoughts. He looked up, sensing something, and saw Bodhi's gazing at him with a serious expression, his right index finger on his cane twitching slightly, as if he was carefully choosing his words. After a moment of contemplation, Bodhi's asked in a deep voice. Is Emperor Roselle still alive? And has he reached that stage? If the other party is Emperor Roselle, then it's not surprising, is it? Leyton chuckled in response, while sighing inwardly that he had been killed by the eternal blazing sun right after becoming a god. Bodhi's expression changed from confusion to sudden realization, then he nodded gently. Indeed, that is Emperor Roselle. He achieving such a feat is not surprising at all. So, Roselle's appearance was part of the erudite's plan from the very beginning. To promote the development of the era. No. Leyton gently shook his head, and facing the curious gazes of the surrounding crowd, he chuckled and said. The erudite never actively interferes with the world's development and operation. He merely exists objectively, observing and recording everything in the world. Whenever a life sparks with wisdom through thought, he casts his gaze. True wise men can, by this, glimpse a trace of his figure from the boundless knowledge and mysteries, becoming his fellow travelers. Fellow travelers. Bodhi's narrowed his eyes slightly and said without much fluctuation in his tone. The Saint of Darkness occasionally mentions the Creator and the erudite together. Since you are their divine messenger, who do you think is greater? Leyton casually surveyed the surroundings, seeing the curious expressions of everyone, and probably understood the reason for Bodhi's question. He chuckled and said. Their greatness is not something you or I can judge. Everyone has their own standards of measurement. But if we must force a comparison, it can be understood like this. The Creator is the Lord who created everything. Whether it's the land beneath our feet, the vast cosmos above our heads, or you and I, along with all life on this land, all originate from the Creator. His greatness needs no further explanation. The erudite is the embodiment of knowledge and civilization. This is the biggest difference between us and ordinary animals, because we have developed our own civilization and are constantly progressing. Knowledge and civilization have no end, so we can never see the full picture of the erudite and cannot truly know his greatness. If you believe that the existence of the world itself, is more important, then you can consider the Creator to be greater. If you believe that the misty, unpredictable future is more important, then you can consider the erudite to be greater. Of course, from my personal point of view, there is no distinction of who is greater between them. What truly influences our judgment is the path we choose to walk. Bodhi's nodded gently while taking 2 steps forward, and mused aloud. So that's how it is. If I hadn't already determined my path, I might have considered walking with knowledge and mysteries. Meeting Leyton's slightly puzzled and incredulous gaze, he chuckled and explained. My original intention for becoming a beyonder was not just for extraordinary power. More than that, I wanted to change myself and change how others viewed me. As my loved ones passed away one by one, I gradually forgot this initial goal. Bodhi's eyes became much deeper, as if complex emotions were flowing within. With a soft sigh, he moved past this topic and said. As the messenger of the erudite, what do you think of our future? Will the southern continent prosper like the northern continent currently does? Bodhi's question was met with approval and anticipation from everyone around. As native southern continent people, they had lived on colonized land since childhood. While a small portion might be content with the status quo, most hoped to establish a new country belonging to the southern continent people themselves, a country as prosperous as those in the northern continent. Leyton's gaze swept around, taking in the expressions of everyone present. Then he once again conjured a burning matchstick, and chuckled as he said. The future is uncertain, but I can show you a future I can foresee, a future recognized by the erudite. Under everyone's expectant gazes, the flickering flame on the matchstick became hazy and indistinct. Colorful lights flashed everywhere. As their vision zoomed in, they realized that all those lights of various colors were indeed streetlights. This was a city with strangely shaped tall buildings, and colorful lights illuminated every part of the city, revealing a unique sight where machinery and architecture perfectly combined, possessing a strange beauty that did not belong to this era. Roads, complexly interwoven like a spiderweb, connected every part of the city. Steam cars of various designs stopped and started on the streets, and many strangely shaped airships circled above the city. Are those lights? Why are there so many colors? And so many lights are shaped like words, just like those shop signs. The buildings here are so tall. Are those coffin-like cars powered by steam? The discussions around them rose and fell, and even the Saint of Secrets, Bodhis, gazed at this illusory scene with astonishment. Even an illusion needs a true existence to appear so realistic, but does such a unique and magnificent city truly exist? Even Backlund, known as the capital of capitals, is far inferior to this city. An incredible city, completely beyond my imagination. Is this the future? Bodhis did not deliberately lower his voice. He was not only asking for himself but also guiding the people around him. Leyton chuckled and nodded, responding leisurely. The future is never fixed. It will diverge differently with each choice we make. This is the most suitable future, chosen by the erudite. The fifth epoch is nearing its end. Before the true apocalypse arrives, the erudite will truly appear to lead the tide of the era, pushing its development towards the best possible future and opening up the sixth epoch. This is a struggle between civilization and the apocalypse. Bodhis nodded gently towards Leyton, then stopped asking questions and turned his gaze to the surrounding crowd, seeing the emotions flickering in their eyes. Although it didn't reach the point of them believing in the erudite right now, they acknowledged his teachings. Under the guidance of the Lord, the new church is striving to change people's current situation, helping them live better in this world full of suffering, giving them a glimmer of hope. The erudite's teachings, however, are telling them that they should improve themselves and create a better future for themselves. No wonder they would unite. Besides uniting against the 7 deities and many evil gods, their philosophies also complement each other to a certain extent, so there won't be overly strong conflicts among their followers. Your Excellency Divine Messenger, how far away is such a future? Bodhis's thoughts were interrupted by a somewhat abrupt voice. He turned his head curiously to look at Leyton, waiting for his answer, as he was also very curious about this question. The matchstick Leyton was holding also burned out at this moment, and the dreamlike scene around them quickly disappeared. The midday sun shone down again, pulling the still somewhat dazed crowd back to reality. He turned slightly to face the worker who had just asked the question. Under the gaze of his eyes of mystery prying, Leyton could easily discern his true age, under 30, yet his face appeared somewhat aged, as if weathered by hardships. Wrinkles already creased his forehead, but his eyes were very bright, full of confidence in his life. Leyton chuckled and nodded at him. It won't be too long. When the tide of the era reaches its peak, when the erudite personally descends, and this will not exceed 10 years. Not exceeding 10 years. That's great, that's great. Yes, I can still live for another 10 years without a problem. There was a winding river in that miraculous city just now. Is that the future Paz River Valley? Your Excellency Divine Messenger, can such a city truly be built in less than 10 years? Various voices rose one after another. Leyton chuckled, and said in a leisurely and mystic tone. This world is not only inhabited by ordinary people but also various machines, beyonders, and even deities. The surroundings instantly fell silent, so quiet that Leyton seemed to hear the sound of people swallowing their saliva. After a long while, someone murmured. Was that a city created by a deity? No wonder, I always felt it was like a miracle. Leyton stood silently to the side, quietly listening to the discussions of the surrounding crowd, not attempting to explain more to them. Given the current technological level of this world, it would indeed be very difficult to build such a cyberpunk-like city. Even with the abilities of Beyonders, it would be challenging, but the Paragon is an exception. If he personally takes action, even if it cannot be fully recreated, it won't be too far off. After waiting for a moment, until the sounds of discussion around him quieted down, Leyton finally spoke with a smile. Today's sermon ends here. I will be back at the same time next week. If you are interested, you can come here at the same time to wait. As soon as he finished speaking, the brilliance in his eyes suddenly surged, and a brilliant galaxy was reflected from his eyes, scattering specks of starlight around him. These starlights had no warmth, yet they were exceptionally sacred. Everyone illuminated by the starlight clearly felt their minds clear significantly, and the discomfort in their bodies from sitting cross-legged for a long time also vanished. The scattered starlight did not last too long, only a few breaths. They dissipated along with the receding brilliance in Leyton's eyes. The soreness in my body actually disappeared directly. How magical. Is this the ability of a beyonder? The crowd started discussing again, but this time they quickly stopped because a bolder person asked the question that concerned all of them. Your Excellency Divine Messenger, can we become beyonders? Bodhi's looked at Leyton curiously, wondering how he would answer. According to the Aurora Order's theory, it was possible, but the number of beyonder characteristic was constant, so it was impossible to prepare a potion for everyone, even for Sequence 9. Leyton curved his lips. He casually displayed his beyonder abilities precisely to wait for this question. He turned his head to look at the young worker who asked the question, and chuckled as he said. Yes, any creature can become a beyonder. Currently, there are 2 known methods in this world to become a beyonder. One is the current mainstream potion system, where one advances by consuming the corresponding potion. However, the number of potions is limited, so only a minority can become beyonders by consuming potions. At this point, he gradually slowed his tone, lowering his voice slightly. The second method is Spirit World Sorcerer, who gain power through knowledge. This is a system belonging to the erudite, and any intelligent creature can embark on it, even a rabbit, a kitten. As long as they possess sufficient wisdom, they qualify to become a Spirit World Sorcerer. Unlike the potion system, the Spirit World Sorcerer system has no quantity restrictions, but it has high demands on knowledge. It requires gaining power by exploring mysteries and mastering knowledge, and manifesting substantial beyonder abilities through the spirit world. Chapter 445, KWM Chapter 443 The Arrival of the Sanguine. Leyton paused slightly, then continued in a deeper tone. These 2 systems don't conflict, in fact, they can positively influence each other and bring about improvements. As he spoke, he closed his eyes, quickly entered a meditative state, outlined the brass-colored ring in his mind, and rhythmically vibrated his spirituality. With a wave of light blue, water-like radiance, a somewhat incomplete ring appeared behind him. In the middle of the ring, a pattern of an open book, outlined by several distorted lines, seemed to rapidly turn its pages as if it were real. As long as they master the corresponding knowledge, a Spirit World Sorcerer can draw upon the power of the spirit world through their connection to it, completing the corresponding spellcasting. After a brief explanation, Leyton murmured in Dragonese, "Ice." A brilliant, crystal-clear blue light instantly burst from beneath his feet, and a thin layer of white frost immediately condensed on the ground, rapidly spreading outwards. In a moment, the entire area, which Bodhi's had made hidden, turned silvery white. Before the surrounding people could react to the sudden drop in temperature, Leyton had already softly chanted the second Dragonese word, "Sun." As he spread his hands, a magnificent, pure, and blazing sunlight descended from the sky, enveloping the surroundings. The newly formed frost instantly melted, and the temperature, which had dropped, rapidly rose. In just a moment, it felt like the heat of summer. The suddenly appearing blazing sunlight lasted for about 10 seconds before gradually fading away. After demonstrating the abilities of a Spirit World Sorcerer, Leyton turned and walked towards Bodhi's, nodding slightly to him. Bodhi slowly nodded, then slowly raised his right hand and pulled it. The surrounding darkness suddenly vanished, and the sunlight, which had been distorted by shadows, became bright again. A chilling wind suddenly blew, bringing the people, who had been engrossed in the wonders of beyonders, back to their senses. After doing all this, Bodhi turned his gaze back to Leyton and asked with some curiosity. The Spirit World Sorcerer system, centered on knowledge, must have a considerable entry requirement. How do you plan to spread this new system? Hearing Bodhi's question, the workers who were preparing to return to the factory for their afternoon shift also unconsciously slowed their steps, lowered their voices, and all leaned in to listen to Leyton's answer. Leyton saw all this and then deliberately raised his voice as he replied. I plan to establish a relatively loose school where anyone interested in Spirit World Sorcerers can come to learn. Once the Paz River Valley area stabilizes, this plan will begin to be promoted. Before that, I will explain some knowledge to those who come to listen after each sermon. It seems I also need to frequently come and listen to your sermons. Bodhi said with a light chuckle. After receiving their answer, the surrounding workers also quickened their steps. There was still some time before the afternoon work, and they could rest for a while in the workshop before starting. Only after all the workers around him had left did Bodhi speak again. That city just now, have you seen it? In a sense, I have, but it doesn't truly exist, at least not yet. Leyton mused as he replied. He couldn't help but want to laugh at Bodhi's, just as I thought, expression. Although he didn't know what Bodhi was thinking, he definitely overthought it. It was just a 3D rendered cyberpunk city image from the internet. The scene was silent for a moment before Bodhi sighed and whispered. As a secret sorcerer, I pride myself on having visited countless places and witnessed various local customs, but upon seeing that city, I still found it incredible. It was a scene beyond my imagination. Even though I am already a demigod, I still have some expectations for the future you speak of. The future will inevitably arrive, propelled by everyone and everything, but what kind of future it will be is determined by our efforts. Leyton mused with emotion. Bodhi nodded noncommittally and quickly moved past the topic. Compared to the future, he was now more curious about the beyonder system that was independent of potions. In the evening, Leyton returned to the inn on the opposite bank of the Paws River Valley. He was sitting by the fireplace, enjoying the dinner delivered by the inn's waiter, a fried rice mixed with roasted meat, and a glass of fresh fruit juice mixed with alcohol. As he was savoring his dinner, his spiritual perception was suddenly triggered. A crimson, hazy moonlight streamed in through the window and rapidly reassembled in front of it, revealing two figures dressed in long black tailcoats. Leyton chewed on the roasted meat in his mouth while curiously sizing up the two unexpected intruders. The one leading was a good-looking mixed-race individual, estimated to be over 1.8 meters tall, with long, dark golden hair falling to his shoulders. His eyes were blood-red, and his lips curved slightly, but a slight tilt of his chin made him appear somewhat cold and aloof. He wore a long black tailcoat with a dark red lining, and his posture and demeanor exuded a hint of pride. Beside him, slightly behind, was another gentleman also dressed in a long black tailcoat. His clothes and hair were meticulously groomed, and faint crow's feet were visible around his eyes. He appeared to be in his late 30s, approaching 40, and his casual gestures were elegant and refined. He had a sturdy build, looking like a robust and healthy middle-aged gentleman, and held a black cane inlaid with a dark green gem. Both the moonlit transformation ability they had just displayed and their two pairs of blood-red eyes indicated their identity, sanguine. And sanguine of no low sequence. Swallowing the food in his mouth, Leyton picked up a napkin from beside him and wiped his lips. Only then did he rise from his seat, looked at the two sanguine who were observing him, and said, "Good evening, gentlemen. How should I address you?" "Bears." The young man at the front replied curtly, with a rather arrogant expression. "Matthew Quince." The middle-aged gentleman, standing slightly behind Bears, replied with a smile. Leyton nodded slightly, not expressing any opinion on their attitude. After all, the sanguine had pride ingrained in their bones. He recalled the information he had obtained from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom in his mind, and indeed, there was information about these two sanguine. Bears, a sanguine count around 100 years old, known as Scarlet Eye, is very skilled in dark and bizarre spells. He can cast curses on any creature he sees, and his fighting style is very bloody. Matthew Quince, a sanguine who has lived for over 200 years. He seemed to have been a viscount a long time ago but has never been able to advance to count. He has a deep study of the moon and seems to have a close relationship with the Church of the Earth Mother. Leyton quickly reined in his thoughts and said in a deep voice to the two sanguine before him. "Are the sanguine only planning to send the two of you? That primordial moon's blessed is preparing for a sequence 3 advancement ritual." Scarlet-eyed Bears snorted, his tone disdainful as he said. "Of course not. We are merely here to negotiate the subsequent cooperation plan with you, as well as the final division of spoils. That primordial moon's minion is merely a classical alchemist not yet at sequence 3. The round moon Duke will personally oversee the battlefield. Under her gaze, no accidents can happen." Leyton nodded slightly, not intending to argue with the other party. He directly stated, "The spoils from individual battles belong to the individual. Items obtained through cooperation and subsequent seized gains will be uniformly distributed by the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom after everything is concluded." To his surprise, this sanguine count, who appeared quite arrogant, did not object when he said that the spoils would be uniformly distributed by the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Instead, he waited calmly for his next words. Indeed, although he looked young, this guy was actually an old man who had lived for over 100 years. He was no longer as impulsive as Emlyn. He then collected his thoughts and continued. "The Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom doesn't have a particular demand for these characteristics. The moon pathway characteristics can be prioritized for your sanguine to choose. Similarly, the planter characteristics will be prioritized for the Church of the Earth Mother. Surely none of you sanguine would want to switch pathways to advance, right? Of course not. That would be a betrayal of the moon. Any sanguine who switches pathways will no longer be sanguine." Bears frowned slightly, his tone much lower, as if expressing his displeasure. Leyton acted as if he hadn't seen his expression and continued on his own. "The approximate time of action is within the next few days. To prevent any possible accidents, we still need to make some preparations. You sanguine can also use this time to make more arrangements, but it's best to keep them sufficiently hidden and not expose yourselves. That primordial moon's blessed has many puppets in the Paws River Valley area. It would be bad if he detected a problem beforehand." Puppets? That lunatic really developed such a technique? Matthew Quince frowned slightly and mused. Leyton looked at him with some curiosity. This sanguine viscount seemed very familiar with that primordial moon's blessed. Before he could ask, Matthew Quince explained on his own, his tone like he was telling a story. "That was more than 20 years ago. It happened to be the night of the blood moon, and I accidentally stumbled upon a few fools who were performing a ritual to the primordial moon, seeking blessings. They were already corrupted at the time, so I dealt with them. He was born then, under the blood moon, crawling out of his mother's already mutated body. He attracted the primordial moon's gaze as soon as he was born, or perhaps, it was precisely because of the primordial moon's influence that he crawled out of his mother's womb at that time. I originally intended to deal with him directly, but the people from the Church of the Earth Mother arrived too quickly. I figured they would handle the aftermath, so I left directly. He paused here, his tone becoming solemn. But events clearly unfolded beyond my imagination. In less than a year, the bishop responsible for local affairs in the Church of the Earth Mother defected. The church didn't provide a specific explanation, only publicly announcing his dismissal from his position and clergy status. Heh. But the true story is obvious, isn't it? It wasn't until 2 years ago, in Litport, that I met a primordial moon believer who called himself Sorik. My spiritual intuition and that special scent on him both told me that he was the baby I had seen back then. At that time, he was just a druid, seeking an opportunity to advance to classical alchemist. I had brief contact with him. He always gave me a very dangerous feeling, and coupled with the fact that he was not a beyonder of the moon pathway, I gave up on the idea of hunting him. Bear's expression gradually turned astonished and solemn as Matthew narrated. He looked at Matthew in surprise and said, "Why didn't I hear you mention this before?" Chapter 446, KWM Chapter 444 The Messenger. Matthew shook his head slightly and said calmly, "I didn't take this matter too seriously. After I met that primordial moon believer again, I rarely attended sanguine gatherings. If it weren't for the possibility of obtaining an additional Shaman King characteristic this time, I wouldn't have participated." Bears nodded gently, not dwelling on the question. He then asked, "He could make you feel danger even when he was just a druid?" Matthew was a sanguine who had lived for over 200 years and had remained at the Sequence 5 level for a sufficiently long time. Whether it was his combat experience or the mystical items he possessed, they were all quite rich after a long period of accumulation. Under such circumstances, Matthew still felt danger from the other party. Either the other party had a very powerful mystical item, or the other party was a terrifying beyonder. Matthew pondered for a moment, then chuckled softly, his expression unchanged, and said, "Although it sounds a bit ridiculous, even shameful, it's true. I always felt a faint sense of danger from him, as if I would fall into the abyss if I wasn't careful. Perhaps it's because the primordial moon's influence and corruption on our two pathways are more severe. He was born on a blood moon night, under the gaze of the primordial moon. He must have a deeper connection with the primordial moon, which might also be the source of the danger I felt. Blood moon and primordial moon. Perhaps it's because of that thing." Bears narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered to himself in a low voice. While they were conversing, Leyton had already sat back in his chair. Hearing Bears's murmur, he turned his head and glanced at him, saying in a calm voice, "That thing. Are you referring to the beauty goddess characteristic that the Rose School of Thought possesses? It has no direct connection with the primordial moon. How do you know about this?" Regarding the beauty goddess characteristic, even within the sanguine, only a few high-ranking members are aware of it. Bears's gaze towards Leyton suddenly became dangerous, as if he was ready to fight if there was any disagreement. Leyton chuckled indifferently, tapping his left index finger lightly on the table a few times, summoning 2 invisible hands to drag the wooden chairs in the room behind Bears and Matthew, saying, "Sit down. It looks like we'll be talking for a long time." Bears sat down unceremoniously, crossing his right leg, exuding a genuine sense of nonchalance and arrogance. He spoke with a hint of eagerness. "What do you mean that beauty goddess characteristic has no direct connection with the primordial moon?" "The blood moon is an effect caused by the primordial moon's release of power and has no relation to the mother tree of desire. However, the latter, through the Rose School of Thought, has gained control of a beauty goddess characteristic, so it occasionally replaces the primordial moon in responding to believers and delivering divine oracles, just as the primordial moon interferes with the Earth Mother's divine oracles." Leyton briefly explained the relationship between the primordial moon and the mother tree of desire, then looked at Matthew and asked, "How much do you know about that primordial moon believer named Sorik?" Matthew lowered his head slightly, as if he had fallen into some unpleasant memory, his face growing paler and paler. After a long while, he finally said in a deep voice, "He is a complete lunatic, exuding madness from inside out. He likes to study all kinds of organisms, whether animals, plants, or even bacteria. He has always been trying to crossbreed these completely different organisms to create a perfect creature. I once saw him crossbreed lizards, bats, sea fish, and some strange fungi in an attempt to cultivate a giant dragon, but in the end, he only got an indescribably hideous lump of flesh. While introducing those strangely shaped, disgusting tumors to me, he also asked me for blood, saying he wanted to use sanguine blood to strengthen the genetic factors of bats, thereby improving his experimental subjects." At this point, Matthew's face looked very bad, as if he was recalling some terrible scenes. "When we clean up those primordial moon believers in a few days, you can ask Count Bears here to help you get revenge." Leyton interrupted the other party's narration in a timely manner. He felt that if he let the other party finish, he might not be able to eat dinner tonight. Judging from the reaction of this sanguine viscount, he must have been forced by that Sorek, and what he lost was not just blood. I can't think about it anymore, or inappropriate images will pop into my mind. However, the fact that he was able to leave the other party's laboratory intact and did not lose control or get affected by the primordial moon afterward, to some extent, indicates that his strength should still be quite good, otherwise he would have become one of the other party's experimental subjects long ago. Backlund, Empress Burrow. Audrey summoned a knowledge rabbit through a ritual, handing over the letter she had written and a brooch belonging to Alfred. After the knowledge rabbit took the items from her hand, Audrey smiled and said, "Can you locate his owner with this brooch?" The knowledge rabbit stared blankly at Audrey for a while before slowly nodding, then prepared to return to the spirit world through the passage it came from. "Wait, would you like to become a messenger? I have many books in my home, and the knowledge recorded in those books can be used as payment." Audrey suddenly called out to the knowledge rabbit, who was about to leave, and suggested signing a messenger contract. This ritual for summoning a knowledge rabbit was taught to the Tarot Club members by Mr. Tower. It's better not to teach it to others without his permission. If I had my own messenger, I could contact Alfred at any time. The knowledge rabbit looked at Audrey blankly, then nodded slowly and said, "Yes." The knowledge rabbit's voice was very childlike, like a child who hadn't fully grown. Audrey was slightly stunned. This was the first time she had heard a knowledge rabbit speak. "Audrey, it can talk. Is it also a beyonder animal?" Susie, who was pretending to be an ordinary large dog nearby, looked at the blank-looking knowledge rabbit in disbelief. Audrey chuckled and explained to the golden retriever beside her, "No, to be precise, it should be a spirit world creature, belonging to the more friendly, human-friendly type." As she spoke, the knowledge rabbit reached into its translucent body and pulled out a rolled-up yellowish-brown parchment, then handed the parchment over. Audrey curiously reached out and took the rolled parchment, unfolding it before her eyes. After seeing the content, she exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, this is a pre-drafted messenger contract, witnessed by the Hidden Sage." "The Hidden Sage? Who is that?" The golden retriever beside her asked in confusion. Audrey chuckled and patted Susie's head, comforting her slightly anxious mood before saying, "The Hidden Sage is a hidden existence outside of the 7 deities. It seems there's a group called the Moses Ascetic Order that believes in him. It should be that these knowledge rabbits themselves have some connection with him, which is why they use him as a witness for the contract." After explaining a few words to Susie, Audrey picked up the round-bellied steel pen on the table beside her, preparing to write her name on the contract. Just as she was about to start, she suddenly paused. "I can't use my own name. If I need to tell the messenger's incantation to others later, such as someone in the Tarot Club, wouldn't that directly expose my identity? Justice won't work either. This codename is not suitable for Alfred to know. He is now a colonel in the military and may come into contact with previous cases related to Backlund and the Tarot Club, as well as possible future cases." As various thoughts floated through her mind, she looked at the golden retriever Susie beside her and nodded thoughtfully. "Audrey, why are you looking at me?" Susie asked in confusion. Audrey half-squatted down and placed the messenger contract in her hand in front of Susie, saying, "Susie, do you want to have your own messenger?" "Huh? A messenger?" The golden retriever tilted its head and looked at Audrey, its furry face full of human-like confusion. Audrey nodded gently and said with great certainty, "Yes, a messenger. If I sign the contract with my own name, I might expose my beyonder identity. But you are different, you are just a dog. Even if someone knows the messenger's summoning incantation, they will only think it's someone named Susie." That makes sense. Then, okay. Susie hesitated for a moment, then nodded its fluffy big head. Audrey smiled and placed the messenger contract in her hand in front of it. Susie hesitated for a moment, looking at its paw, and said, "But I can't hold a pen to write. How could I forget this? It's all Susie's fault for acting so much like a human that I subconsciously overlooked these issues." Audrey awkwardly shifted her gaze to the knowledge rabbit waiting nearby and asked, "Do you have a way for Susie to sign her name on the contract?" The knowledge rabbit turned blankly, examining Susie up and down for a while before slowly saying, "Blood, paw print. It can be done like that." Audrey murmured softly, then looked at Susie's chubby paw. The golden retriever instinctively retracted its paw. Since becoming Audrey's pet, it had never been injured, and suddenly having to make a wound on itself made it a little scared. Audrey reached out and stroked the golden retriever, gently comforting it, "Don't worry, it's just a small wound. You're a beyonder dog, that little wound will heal itself very quickly. But it will hurt a lot." Susie reluctantly extended one paw. Audrey took out the ritual silver dagger and made a shallow cut on its left front leg's lower leg, watching the crimson blood slowly seep out, staining the surrounding fur. Susie pressed on the wound with its other paw. Once enough blood had stained it, it pressed its paw print onto the messenger contract. Seeing that the contract issue was resolved, Audrey immediately got up and rummaged for the spare first aid kit in the room, giving Susie's leg wound a simple bandage. While she was bandaging Susie's wound, the knowledge rabbit walked to the contract on the ground, took out a gray quill from its translucent body, and wrote its name on the parchment. Then it slowly looked up at Audrey, who was bandaging Susie's wound, and said, "What incantation should I use?" Incantation. Let me think. After thinking seriously for a while, Audrey modified Leyton's messenger summoning incantation that she knew and said, "Spirit wandering in the void, rabbit-shaped spirit favored by knowledge, Susie's exclusive messenger." The knowledge rabbit immediately wrote this summoning incantation on the contract. Then, the grayish-brown parchment was covered with a layer of brilliant golden light, dissolving and quickly disappearing, leaving only two faint golden traces that merged into the bodies of the knowledge rabbit and the golden retriever Susie. How amazing, Audrey. I feel like I have some connection with this strange rabbit. Susie suddenly stood up from the ground and said in surprise, looking at the knowledge rabbit walking towards the spirit world passage created by the ritual. Congratulations, Susie. From now on, you officially have your own messenger. This is a privilege that most Beyonders don't even have. Audrey stood up from the ground, looking at the place where the knowledge rabbit had left, her chin slightly raised, speaking with a sense of accomplishment. Even Susie has a messenger, but I don't. When I have the chance, I will go to the spirit world myself to recruit my own messenger. Chapter 447, KWM Chapter 445 Golden Dream. West Balam, on the coast of the Berserk Sea, a huge sailboat reflecting golden light emerged from the storm under the morning sun. The surging waves and howling winds around it did not affect it in the slightest, the waves and winds strangely turned and dissipated as they approached it. In front of the Golden Dream's captain's cabin, Edwina held a bronze monocular telescope, gazing at the coastline that had already come into view. A moment later, she put down the monocular telescope, her expression slightly relaxed, and she said in a calm voice. Maintain speed. We'll try to dock by noon today. The Golden Dream will stay here for a week. During this week, you can move freely, and it will be counted outside your regular vacation. Her voice, amplified by mysticism, clearly reached every crew member on the Golden Dream. Hooray! Haha! Praise the captain. The cheers and praises for Edwina on the ship were incessant for a while. Edwina continued speaking after the cheers had subsided somewhat. West Balam is quite chaotic. During your vacation, there must be enough personnel on the Golden Dream to take turns on duty. Blue, you arrange this. Understood, Captain. The first mate, Blue Walls, who wore a monocle and had short gray curly hair, responded to Edwina with a serious expression. Then his expression softened, and he opened his mouth, wanting to ask something with a look of flattery and expectation, but the moment he spoke, he forgot what he wanted to say. Captain, are you planning to go ashore? How about we go together? The third mate, Flower Tie Jodson, had approached at some point. He naturally spoke to Edwina. As he spoke, he also turned his head and raised an eyebrow, looking at the bewildered Blue, and smiled at him provocatively. Edwina gave Jodson a deep look. She knew very well why Blue's words had suddenly faltered, but Jodson was only occasionally playing pranks with his marauder ability, which helped him digest and master the Beyonder potion, so she didn't bother with it. Captain, where are you going? Paws River Valley or Harvest Plain? Or are you going to adventure in the ancient forest? Danitz also walked to the captain's cabin at this time, seemingly walking casually, but his gaze remained on Edwina. Seeing more and more crew members approaching her, Edwina shook her head slightly, then said in a calm tone. I plan to stay at the Knowledge Church in Paws River Valley for a while. I intend to ask the bishop there for the Prophet Beyonder potion formula. Prophet. Captain, are you going to advance to a demigod? Jodson was the first to react. He looked at Edwina with surprise, his tone very complex, with both happiness for the captain's power increase and helplessness that he still couldn't catch up to her. It was hard enough to collect the Dream Stealer Beyonder potion materials in the Berserk Sea and become a Sequence 5 like the captain, but the captain was already planning to advance to a demigod, alas. Demigod. Then captain, aren't you about to become a pirate king? Danitz was so surprised his mouth couldn't close, and he had already begun to fantasize about the future. Wouldn't this mean he could stably suppress that lunatic Gehrman Sparrow? Once the captain successfully advances, I'll find a reason to trick that Gehrman Sparrow onto the Golden Dream and have the captain beat him up. Edwina's gaze swept around, and after shaking her head slightly, she said in a calm voice. Not so fast. Beyonder potions after Sequence 4 can no longer be bought with money, and the further one goes, the more troublesome and difficult the rituals required for advancement become. Without a suitable opportunity, it's very common to stay at Sequence 5 for decades. You can ask Altines. If he has already separated the prophet characteristics from his body, you can trade with him. A deep, hoarse voice suddenly echoed around. Along with the voice, shadows as dark as flowing water surged from all directions, wriggling on the deck and condensing into a dark humanoid figure. It moved its body quite uncomfortably and muttered with emotion. No matter how many times I use this human form, I just can't get used to it. Something is happening in Pa's River Valley recently. If you are lucky enough, you might be able to take this opportunity to directly advance to a demigod. Edwina calmly nodded at the dark humanoid figure and said, "Thank you for the reminder. I will inquire. Adamantine Veer, what's going to happen in Pa's River Valley? Is it dangerous?" Jodson, who was beside them, frowned slightly and asked. He had just received a letter from Leyton a few days ago, asking him to help evangelize in Pa's River Valley, and the dark humanoid's words made him a little worried about his safety. Adamantine Veer clumsily manipulated the dark humanoid to walk 2 steps, then it disintegrated into a viscous black substance, flowing freely among the surrounding shadows. Its voice echoed from every shadow around. "It's not too dangerous for a Sequence 5 marauder. Running away and preserving your life are what you are best at." "Haha, Jodson, I didn't expect you to be a coward who's good at running away." Danitz didn't miss this opportunity to mock. The other crew members around him were surprisingly unified in targeting Jodson. Ever since Jodson advanced to Sequence 5 Dream Stealer, besides playing pranks on the ship to embarrass everyone, he had also been more assiduously performing in front of Edwina, which firmly drew the hatred of the entire Golden Dream, making him the target of everyone. Jodson chuckled indifferently and said, "It should be said that as a Sequence 5, I can easily toy with weak beyonders like you." Danitz's face alternated between red and white. He recalled the embarrassing situation after his thoughts were stolen by the other party. Damn it. This hateful thief, his beyonder abilities became even more bizarre after advancing to Sequence 5. It wasn't until close to noon that the Golden Dream docked at a private port near the mouth of the Pa's River in Pa's River Valley. All the personnel at this private port had been replaced by the men of the local warlord, Mazanias. His army, disguised as ordinary laborers, loaded and unloaded the cargo from the Golden Dream in trips. On the second floor of a simply decorated tavern outside the port, Jodson quietly left the Golden Dream with Edwina and came here. Edwina unhurriedly knocked on the closed door, 3 heavy and 2 light knocks, very rhythmic. As she withdrew her hand, a deep Dudanese voice came from inside the room, "Enter." As the words fell, the red-painted wooden door opened automatically, as if an invisible spirit was attached to it. Jodson narrowed his eyes slightly, as if sensing something. A moment later, he turned his head and whispered to Edwina. "Captain, there are 3 people inside. One of them is very skilled at manipulating spirits, likely a beyonder of the corpse collector pathway. Another is very calm and rational, giving me a similar feeling to you, likely a beyonder of the reader pathway. The last person, I can't sense any thoughts or ideas from him, he seems to know how to restrain marauders." Let's go in." Edwina nodded gently, stepping into the room with no expression on her face. Jodson followed closely behind her. This was the first time he had encountered someone who knew how to restrain marauders, which made him feel not so good. As soon as he entered the room, he heard the creaking sound of the door closing behind him. Invisible spirits were quite convenient, even saving on servants, though it was quite eerie. As thoughts floated through his mind, he carefully observed the 3 people in the room. Sitting on the far left was an old man in a plain white robe with brass threads woven into it. His hair was completely white and neatly combed, and he had a pair of impressive gray-green eyes. The moment Jodson saw him, he felt as if he was looking at Edwina during morning classes on the deck every day. He must be from the Knowledge Church. To be here, he must be at least a bishop or a deacon. As thoughts drifted, he shifted his gaze to the middle, where a tall, straight middle-aged man sat. He wore a black military uniform with golden shimmering buttons and blood-red medals. His skin was light brown, and his features were soft, clearly characteristic of South Continent people. As for the middle-aged gentleman to his right, Jodson didn't even dare to look up at him. He always felt that making eye contact with the other party was an extremely dangerous thing. He also knew how to restrain the marauder's ability. He should be a corpse collector of no low sequence, a member of the Numinous Episcopate's royal faction. "Good afternoon, Iceberg General. You are even more radiant than the rumors say. Of course, your strength and character are equally so." Mazanias, tall and straight in his black military uniform, stepped forward 2 paces with a gentle expression, nodding naturally in greeting. Edwina's expression didn't change much as she nodded, then said calmly, "Good afternoon, General Mazanias, and Bishop Luca, Mr. Paluk." Then she turned her head to look at Jodson, who was a step behind her, and introduced him to the 3. "This is my 3rd mate on the ship, Flower Tie Jodson." A flash of silver-white passed through Luca's eyes. His gaze towards Edwina held more approval, like a teacher looking at an excellent student, and then he said in a calm voice, "Edwina, the beyonder potion on you seems to be mostly digested. Once this matter is over, you can begin preparing to advance to Sequence 4. Edwina nodded gently. "Yes, one of my purposes for coming this time is to ask you for the corresponding beyonder potion formula. I will submit the relevant application to the church headquarters." Luca responded with a light smile. "Congratulations, it seems the Knowledge Church will soon have another saint." Mazanya sincerely congratulated Luca, then turned his head to look at Puluk, who had been silent all this time. Mr. Puluk, when do you think our plan should begin? Prophets are more skilled at finding opportunities, but it must be fast. More and more people are getting infected by those strange mushrooms recently. Puluk, who had remained silent, responded in a deep voice, then fell silent again. He tilted his head slightly, seemingly constantly listening to sounds that ordinary people could not hear. Luca's gaze leisurely swept over the clear sky outside the window, his eyes becoming extremely profound, covered with a layer of silver white, as if able to penetrate fate. He said in a voice so calm it betrayed no emotion. The Church of the Earth Mother and the Sanguine have already arrived. Those followers of the primal moon won't wait much longer. Their actions will be in these 2 days, and this is also our best opportunity to move and clear out those cultists hidden in Pa's River Valley. Jodson, standing behind Edwina, widened his eyes. He looked at his captain with great surprise, as if saying with his eyes, "Captain, are we also getting involved in this? Won't this be too dangerous?" Edwina didn't understand the message Jodson was trying to convey with his eyes, only responding with an expressionless nod. Chapter 448, KWM Chapter 446 Letter. Outside the private port, Letitia and the members of her adventure team walked unsteadily on the gravel road. Except for Letitia, the rest were ordinary people. Although they were adventurers, they mostly explored on land. Such a long time at sea, crossing the dangerous Berserk Sea, the constant bumps and bad weather had a considerable impact on their bodies and minds. The youngest boy in the adventure team said with a pale face and a sigh. "Phew, we finally left the Golden Dream. Captain Edwina's daily morning lessons, rain or shine, were really tormenting. I feel like she's trying to build a university for pirates." When he mentioned Edwina, his words paused, as if his feelings about this captain were very complex, like a student in school who dislikes a certain class but likes the beautiful teacher who teaches it. The middle-aged man supporting him from the side chuckled and teased. "You were more active in Captain Edwina's morning lessons than most of the crew." I was passionate about knowledge. Wasn't Letitia just as active in class?" The young man retorted, blushing slightly. Hearing her team members discussing her, Letitia sighed softly. "Edwina is a very knowledgeable lady, and also a good teacher." Edwina. The Vice Admiral Iceberg of the Sea. She came to the South Continent. A clear female voice suddenly rang out. Before Letitia and the others could react, the surrounding light suddenly dimmed. One eye after another emerged from the surrounding air, cold and indifferent, as if the surrounding temperature had dropped considerably because of them. A phantom light composed of complex information suddenly appeared, condensing in midair to form the figure of a beautiful female warlock in a classical robe. She had a pair of impressive grayish-brown eyes, and thick brown hair was casually draped, looking a bit messy. "Her Excellence Glenn." Letitia almost gasped, looking at the person who appeared before her with an incredulous expression. Her extremely distinctive eyes allowed Letitia to recognize her at a glance, one of the 10 pillars of the Moses ascetic order, a true angel. "I didn't expect the assistant that little fellow mentioned would be you. I thought you had already died under the Storm Church's investigation. Your courage is much greater than I imagined. You actually dared to steal the Book of Calamities as an ordinary person. Even if the Storm Church didn't act, that book itself would be enough to kill you countless times." Glenn's words were very impolite, like mockery, and also like a warning. Letitia smiled bitterly and shook her head, not knowing what to say for a moment. "You all should follow me and be teachers here for now. It's both a period of self-reflection and a waiting period for the great sage's next plan." Glenn's gaze suddenly became distant, looking through the river of fate to the blurry and hazy future. After handing over the transported goods, Edwina and Jodson went to the pub downstairs. While eating fresh fruit to replenish necessary nutrients for their bodies, they waited for Bishop Luca, who was still upstairs discussing other matters. In the room on the 3rd floor, Bishop Luca, Puluk, and Mazanyas continued to discuss personnel arrangements and other issues. By the time they finished discussing all the issues, it was already evening without them noticing. Bishop Luca's figure flickered and he appeared directly beside Jodson, who was leaning lazily on a chair. He looked at Edwina with a smile and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting. I talked with them for too long. Let's go back to the Knowledge Church first. After drifting at sea for so long, I think you also need a good rest. And this Mr. Dream Stealer, the honored one, is already waiting for you. He seems to have many things that need to be arranged for people to do. If the Golden Dream wasn't about to dock, he would have directly used Spirit World Shuttle to pick you up a few days ago. Damn it, I haven't even arrived yet, and tasks are already arranged for me, huh?" Jodson's expression twisted slightly, his eyes shifted, and then he spoke righteously. "No, I want to follow the captain. The Pa's River Valley will be too dangerous afterward. As the 3rd mate of the Golden Dream, I need to be responsible for the captain's safety. I will stay at the Knowledge Church these few days, there will be no safety hazards." Edwina calmly rejected Jodson's excuse. Ah. Jodson opened his mouth but couldn't speak. Luca looked at the two with gentle eyes and chuckled, saying, "Don't resist, I'll take you through Spirit World Shuttle." After speaking, he directly reached out and placed his hands on Jodson's and Edwina's shoulders respectively. A bright, light blue glow burst from his eyes, and the figures of the three instantly faded and became transparent, disappearing into the pub. On the north bank of the Paz River Valley, in the area where the Rune military forces were stationed, the architectural style here was very different from the surrounding city, still built entirely in the lone style. In a three-story detached villa guarded by military officers, a young man in a black trench coat, who was quite handsome, sat upright at a desk. He had golden hair and eyes as blue as a lake. He was tall and exuded an indescribable aura of authority in his every move. He was Audrey's elder brother, Alfred Hall, and also a colonel stationed in the West Paz River Valley region for the Rune military. On the desk in front of him lay a stack of neatly arranged documents. He sat upright, but his hand movements while flipping through them were very casual, and he quickly set the documents aside. His hand movements suddenly paused, and he turned his head to look at the bay window to his left. A seemingly dazed and translucent rabbit walked out from the reflection of the window glass, holding a dark gold brooch in its hand. At a glance, his beyonder intuition confirmed that it was his own item. Spirit world creature. Not the powerful or malicious kind. Why would it have my item? If I remember correctly, this brooch should be in Backlund. While thinking, he saw the rabbit-like spirit world creature take a letter from its translucent body and hand it to him along with the brooch. Messenger? Who wrote me a letter? And can even get my item to locate me? Alfred reached out with some doubt to take the letter and the brooch. He already had a guess he was reluctant to believe. Audrey has always been very interested in mysticism. She even asked me to help her find a colorful lizard dragon before. Although the reason she gave was enough to convince me, thinking about it carefully, it wasn't that reasonable. So, was that actually the beyonder ingredient she needed? With a mix of apprehension and annoyance, he unfolded the letter in his hand. Dear Alfred, please don't act too surprised when you see this letter, as it wouldn't fit your usual demeanor. As you might have guessed, I am now a beyonder, a true spectator. Regarding how I became a beyonder, we can discuss that later. I am writing to you to warn you because there is something very important, which is why I chose to risk exposing my beyonder identity. I participated in a relatively hidden beyonder gathering, and I received some news during the last gathering. Something big will happen in the Paz River Valley area of the South Continent. This could very likely escalate into a chaotic battle among beyonders. I know that due to your position as a colonel, you cannot easily leave the military zone. I am writing this letter to remind you that if a battle occurs, do not be reluctant to disengage. Retreat when you should. If someone directly expels you from the battlefield, do not try to return. Due to some confidentiality factors, I cannot reveal too much information to you, but please, you must believe me. I will slowly explain your doubts to you later. You don't need to return to Backlund. I found a messenger, which is the knowledge rabbit that just delivered the letter to you. Its summoning incantation is, Spirit Wandering in the Void, Rabbit-Shaped Spirit Blessed by Knowledge, Susie's exclusive messenger. One more thing, please keep my beyonder identity a secret. Currently, only you and Susie know that I am a beyonder. You wouldn't be worse than Susie, would you? Your sister, Audrey, who misses you. She actually secretly became a beyonder. This is too dangerous. Without proper guidance, it's easy to lose control. Alfred frowned and muttered. What he was concerned about now was not the big event and danger his sister mentioned, but that she had secretly become a beyonder without their family's knowledge. I must have a good talk with her. Sigh. He muttered to himself, then suddenly sighed, abandoning his plan to send a telegram to inform his father about this matter right away. He knew that with Audrey's personality, if he didn't keep her secret, she would definitely not tell him things as she did now in the future. This would only be more dangerous, and she has already become a beyonder, so telling father and mother won't change anything. Perhaps father already knows. Audrey's search for beyonder ingredients would likely target the family's treasury. Even if she paid for the materials herself, the large flow of funds in her bank account would make father discover the problem. After pondering for a while, Alfred immediately took out several pieces of paper and a fountain pen from a nearby desk, and began to write down the issues beyonders need to pay attention to, as well as some basic knowledge of mysticism. In the clergy lounge behind the Knowledge Church prayer hall, Leyton had slightly remodeled the place. The original tables and chairs had been removed and replaced with rows of neatly arranged long tables. Only at the very back, near the bookshelf, were a few wooden chairs placed side by side. Leyton leaned against the wall on a wooden chair. On the desk in front of him, 2 stacks of books, organized and copied by knowledge rabbits, were already piled up. In addition to the knowledge rabbits, he himself was also organizing some spell knowledge similar to tricks, compiling them into an introductory Spirit World Sorcerer spellcasting manual. As he leaned against the wall and relaxed his mind, his spiritual sense suddenly stirred. As he looked up, Three figures suddenly outlined themselves in front of the lounge. Luca Brewster, with his graying hair, had one hand on each person's shoulder. As their figures quickly solidified, Bishop Luca withdrew his hands this time. His gaze fell on the knowledge rabbits diligently organizing and copying books around him, then he looked at Leyton. You're still having them help. Even spirit world creatures get tired under such high-intensity pressure. Don't worry, this isn't the previous batch anymore. I specifically assigned a work number to each knowledge rabbit, so I definitely won't repeatedly exploit the same rabbit. Leyton explained with a light chuckle, even pointing to a piece of paper affixed to the translucent body of a knowledge rabbit's abdomen, on which strange symbols from the Roselle diary were written. Jodson, standing to Bishop Luca's right, suddenly looked very bad. He seemed to see his own exploited future in these knowledge rabbits. Leyton's gaze lingered on the three for a moment. Not sensing the aura of the three-headed sea serpent, he asked with some curiosity. Is Adamantine Veer not with you? It said it was going to find an important figure, and it separated from us after arriving at the port. Jodson shrugged, looking indifferent. After a pause, he asked again, feigning curiosity. Do you know who that important figure it mentioned is? I know. Leyton nodded lightly, meeting Jodson's curious gaze, but said nothing more. Jodson twitched his lips, then quickly focused his mind. A moment later, his brows furrowed slightly. What's wrong with these guys? How come I can't steal their inner thoughts and ideas, one after another? Chapter 449, KWM Chapter 447, Headless Knight. The Marauder's stealing is probabilistic, you can use it with a sealed artifact from the fate pathway. Leyton said with a light chuckle, offering a suggestion. Jodson rolled his eyes, a hint of exasperation in his tone as he said, things from the fate pathway are already rare. Even if I stumble upon one, there will surely be a crowd fighting over it. I don't have the capital to bid, nor can I rely on my Beyonder abilities to steal them. They are too restrictive for a Marauder's abilities. Leyton tapped the table in front of him with his right index finger, a seductive chuckle escaping him as he began. The life school of thought experienced a split some time ago. Many of their Beyonders from the fate pathway, either themselves or through Beyonder characteristics and mystical items, joined the Primordial Moon's faction. Bringing up the Primordial Moon suddenly, are you trying to drag me into this? Are you targeting the Primordial Moon believers in the Paws River Valley area? It must be more than that. Jodson crossed his arms, muttering softly as he appeared to be deep in thought. Martina, the bishop of the Church of the Earth Mother in the East Balam region and the person in charge of Southern Continent affairs, secretly arrived in the Paws River Valley with two high-ranking deacons from the church. They did not appear directly in the city or in densely populated areas. Instead, they traveled along the river, continuously clearing away the strange mushrooms that were proliferating. Two Church of the Earth Mother deacons, wearing robes embroidered with symbols of wheat, flowers, and springs, flanked a headless knight clad in black armor, his body and the warhorse beneath him almost fused into one. Martina trailed far behind, like soldiers under the command of this headless knight, stepping forward silently, rhythmically following the knight's pace. Where they walked, black ink-like patches spread, silently enveloping everything around them, obscuring all color, as if pulling the real world into a black and white painting. Among these black and white areas, there were many strange mushrooms glowing with a faint blue light. They seemed extremely unsuited to this desaturated world, withering at a visible rate. With a mournful gust of wind, they crumbled directly into powder. As the headless knight traversed more ground, thick, black, viscous liquid suddenly began to flow from his empty neck, like blood, gushing out in bursts. The black, gleaming armor on his chest and abdomen began to emit a grating creaking sound. On both sides of his chest, and at the navel of his lower abdomen, the armor showed varying degrees of tearing and distortion, as if something was struggling to emerge. It's almost at its limit. Martina, who was trailing at the very back, softly murmured. Her words seemed to trigger a reaction mechanism in the headless knight. He immediately stopped moving forward, his upper body on the warhorse twisting 180 degrees to quietly gaze at Martina, who had just spoken. The grating metallic creaking from his chest and abdomen grew louder, and soon three openings, one large and two small, appeared, emitting a faint glow, like a hideous and terrifying face growing from his chest and abdomen. Before it could utter a sound, Martina reached into her embrace and pulled out a somewhat worn cloth doll, throwing it onto the distorted and grotesque headless knight. A peaceful and tranquil black curtain suddenly fell, completely covering the headless knight. His movements instantly became shaky, like someone who had been up all night and was in a state of extreme exhaustion and drowsiness, ready to collapse and fall into a deep sleep at any moment. Suddenly, thick vines burst from the surrounding ground, coiling around and engulfing the worn cloth doll and the headless knight, forming a verdant green cocoon. Martina nodded to the two church deacons guarding the verdant green cocoon, then turned and headed back the way they came. As she stepped, specks of verdant green light emanated from her, and a majestic aura of life cleansed the surrounding black and white area. Soon, the black and white receded, returning to its original colors, though without the countless mushrooms, both large and small. It took a considerable amount of time to release the vibrant life force light and restore the vitality of the nearby area. After completing all this, Martina reached up to wipe away the non-existent sweat from her forehead. This was not the first time she had done this. Even for a demigod, such a significant expenditure of spirituality inevitably led to some weakness and discomfort. A taller deacon with a prominent giant bloodline, carrying an exaggerated greatsword on his back, spoke while looking at the thick, verdant green vine-wrapped cocoon beside him. Your Grace Martina, although 2 to 373 can suppress the awakening of 1 to 92 to a certain extent, this is not a long-term solution. Moreover, we are unable to create the conditions necessary to seal him. How will we bring him back to the Church of Nature? I don't know either, but since the Mother Goddess hinted that we could use him, there must be something in the Paz River Valley that can seal him. We just need to wait quietly. Martina answered the deacon's question in a low voice while recalling information about 1 to 92 in her mind. Number 1 to 92, name, Headless Knight. He is a living creature, extremely chaotic, extremely insane, and unable to communicate. First discovered in the early 5th epoch, he is suspected to have evolved from a runaway Black Knight or Trinity Templar, and was jointly sealed by the God of Knowledge and Wisdom Church and us. Before the Battle of the Violated Oath, personnel from the God of Knowledge and Wisdom Church had studied him and concluded, his mind and soul are a patchwork, his own thoughts constantly warring with each other. Whichever thought gains the upper hand, he will exhibit the corresponding characteristic. Ortons Nicholas, the former Archbishop of the Fanapotter City Diocese of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, once evaluated him. All his thoughts and ideas are insane, because only sufficiently strong and insane thoughts can survive in a long-term struggle. Everything in his vicinity will inevitably fall into darkness and gradually be assimilated into a pool of black, viscous matter. He can merge and twist this matter with surrounding shadows, animating them into monsters to form his own army. At the same time, he also possesses beyonder abilities in many domains such as death, shadow, fallen, flame, and life. His abilities will continuously strengthen as his awakening level increases. At most, he can completely cover a large city like Backlund. At that time, he will be fully awake, and even angels would find it difficult to seal him again. He simultaneously possesses abilities from the Secret Supplicant, Corpse Collector, Hunter, Planter, and Reader pathways. The latter two originated from the casualties of the two great churches when sealing him, which further strengthened his power and deepened his madness. The sealing method is to make him fall into eternal slumber in an environment filled with purification power and devoid of darkness. Note, each use of him will weaken the sealing effect until it eventually becomes completely ineffective. Confidentiality level, Bishop, Danger level, Tier 1, after full awakening, the danger level is no less than some Tier 0 sealed artifacts, can be exploited to a limited extent, but there must be at least one Archbishop, 2 high-ranking deacons, and corresponding sealed artifacts present. Martina's gaze was solemn as she looked at the rippling river surface, feeling a faint worry that at the current pace, before the special mushrooms in the Paz River Valley area were completely cleared, the temporary seal of 2 to 373 on him would fail. Soon, she collected her thoughts and closed her eyes, recovering her spirituality through meditation. After about 20 minutes, Martina reopened her eyes. She nodded slightly to the 2 church deacons quietly standing by and said, "Let's continue." As she spoke, she walked directly towards the Headless Knight, who was wrapped in a thick cocoon of verdant green vines. The verdant green vines seemed to come alive, quickly loosening and retracting back into the ground. The quietly slumbering Headless Knight had returned to normal. His upper body had turned back at some unknown point, the cracks in the armor on his chest and abdomen had disappeared, and there was no longer any gushing black liquid from his smoothly severed neck. The deacon with a thick greenish beard and metal-glowing gloves on his hands reached out and took down the worn cloth doll hanging on the Headless Knight. He carefully examined the doll in his hand. Although somewhat abstract, he could vaguely make out a plump little girl in a floral print dress. The floral dress on the doll was already stained with black spots. He tried to wipe them off with his hand, but they wouldn't come off, just like the floral patterns on the dress, they were originally printed on the fabric. He frowned deeply, his voice filled with worry as he said, 2 to 373 is also corrupted. Once it mutates, we won't be able to reduce his awakening level through temporarily sealing 1 to 92. Tuck, pay constant attention to the degree of 2-373's corruption. Within 1-92's sphere of influence, even if we don't use it, we cannot avoid the occurrence of corruption. Dennis, stay alert. When the sealed artifact has problems, that's also when we are most vulnerable. Those hidden primordial moon believers are waiting for this moment. Martina said calmly and unhurriedly. Yes, Bishop Martina. The deacon called Tuck responded in a deep voice, then placed the worn cloth doll 2 to 373 into his embrace. Dennis reached back and took down the silver greatsword from his back, saying with a hint of arrogance, "I will make those filthy things perish in the storm of dawn." The Headless Knight, mounted on his black-armored warhorse, also began to change at this moment. He started to step forward as if sleepwalking, his movements not fast, but each stride was large, so his speed of advance was not slow. Tuck and Dennis maintained their previous formation, closely following the headless knight on his left and right, while Martina lagged slightly behind. In the evening, in the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, Leyton stood by the window of the clergy's lounge, looking at the faintly visible crimson moon in the sky, and a strange premonition arose within him. Is it starting? It's almost time for the sanguine to appear. He whispered to himself, then turned his head to Jodson, who was organizing the books copied by the knowledge rabbit for him, and said in a low voice, "Tonight won't be too peaceful. You'd best follow Edwina. She has enough ability to protect you. You marauders are too weak before sequence 4. Jodson's lips had just begun to curve into a smile when he heard Leyton tell him to follow the captain, but his face fell at the words that followed. He muttered discontentedly, "I'm already a sequence 5 dream stealer, the same sequence as the captain. And what do you mean we marauders are too weak before sequence 4? Does that mean after sequence 4, a marauder can suddenly become the strongest sequence? Hey, after sequence 4, a marauder can change their name to Amon. Naturally, they'll be stronger than most beyonders of the same sequence." Leyton chuckled mockingly, ignoring Jodson's somewhat stiff face. He casually tossed a milky white die of probability into the air, then caught it again. Then he opened his palm, and the die of probability lay quietly in his palm, with 6 dots facing up. "Heh, looks like luck is good today," Leyton murmured with a sigh. His body suddenly turned transparent, instantly transforming into points of brilliant starlight, surging and entering the spirit world. Chapter 450, KWM Chapter 448 Primal Moon in Action. On the north bank of the Paz River Valley, near the Inpay City waterway. Tucker stared blankly at the somewhat worn cloth doll in his hand. The doll's original floral dress had turned gray and black at some point. He murmured in confusion, how could it be so fast? This shouldn't be happening. He could even feel that the cloth doll in his hand was damp, as if a pool of dark liquid could be squeezed out with a slight press. In his ears, the constant, teeth-grinding creaking sound, like metal friction, echoed. In just a few breaths, the headless knight, which had only been oozing thick black liquid from its severed neck, underwent more bizarre changes. A large and 2 smaller gap opened up again in its chest and abdomen, as if a distorted, ferocious face had grown there. Martina frowned slightly and quickly reacted, reminding them, this area has a problem. Some unknown influence has accelerated the awakening of 1 to 92. You all retreat further, he's about to lose control. As she spoke, she pulled out a handful of black seeds, the size of fingernails, from her clerical robe, which was embroidered with wheat, flowers, and clear springs, and scattered them around the headless knight. The seeds immediately took root and sprouted upon landing, growing rapidly upwards. Thick, dark green vines with strange patterns sprang up from all directions, carrying a hazy, dreamlike sensation. They quickly bloomed into palm-sized pale yellow flowers that exhaled pollen capable of inducing sleep. The patterns on these vines shimmered with dim yet strange light, intertwining to create an atmosphere of peace and tranquility in the surroundings. Clap clap. Crisp clapping echoed in the quiet environment, and Tucker and Dennis immediately looked warily towards the river. A figure in a dark robe stepped onto the river surface under the gradually darkening sunset and the already visible crimson moon. Beneath his feet, the river water seemed to come alive, intimately supporting him, and waves tinged with red brushed against his insteps. Martina, standing on the bank, exchanged a calm gaze with the other party, then mused aloud. Sorek the lunatic, who claims to be a blessed of the primordial moon, leads a group of half-human, half-monsters towards so-called glorious evolution, creating countless tragedies. Hundreds of people have died, either directly or indirectly, because of you. Heh, this isn't a claim, it's a fact. Sorek chuckled, correcting Martina's words, then continued on his own. A total of 2,031 people have died because of me over the years, but their sacrifices are great. The death of a small number of people can be exchanged for the benefit of the majority. Isn't that a concept also recognized by the major churches? Humans are flawed creatures. Only through continuous evolution can we perfect ourselves, for example, by becoming beyonders. But the quantity of potions is limited, and most potion pathways are controlled by those false gods. For this, I must research an evolutionary path different from potions, to make humans perfect beings. All sacrifices before this are necessary. What an incomprehensible lunatic, Tucker muttered under his breath, glaring at the figure that had appeared on the river, somewhat gritting his teeth. Martina watched Sorek slowly approaching on the river surface and said in a heavy tone. Be prepared for battle. If necessary, we can abandon 1 to 92. Abandon. But this is an extremely dangerous Tier 1 sealed artifact. It doesn't even need to be fully awakened to easily wipe out all life in this vicinity. Dennis's tone sounded somewhat anxious, and the veins on his hands, gripping the greatsword, bulged. For us, a fully awakened 1 to 92 is also a combat force. Although uncontrollable, he can completely tie down a combat force close to an angel. As she spoke, Martina's tied-up hair fell like a waterfall, shimmering with a greenish luster, full of vitality. Sorek's figure, slowly stepping on the river surface, suddenly paused, and even the surging river water around him became still, as if a scene had been frozen. Hey, that was fast. Sorek mused expressionlessly. His body instantly exploded, completely destroyed, scattering crimson pieces across the river surface, splashing waves. This. Tucker looked at this sudden scene, somewhat stunned, then turned his head to Martina behind him. The Sanguine have arrived. Martina murmured softly, and at her feet, emerald green vines sprang up, swarming and reaching into the river water. The twilight, not yet fully vanished, was suddenly replaced by a full moon. The crimson moonlight enveloped the entire Paz River Valley, and a series of changes occurred around them. Spirituality proliferated, intuition strengthened, and death became more potent. Under a tree shade on the opposite bank, Leyton and Bears, who had lost his left eye, quietly appeared. He turned his head to look at Bears beside him, who was called Crimson Eye. And probably understood how he got that title. Bears squinted at Leyton with his remaining right eye, his tone somewhat suspicious. You seem to be thinking something very rude. Leyton chuckled, not taking his bait, and instead said, the area covered by the full moon is very wide. Has Duke Round Moon made a move? Of course not. Grand Duke Round Moon would not easily make a move. This is an effect created by a very important mystical item within our Sanguine, temporarily wielded by Matthew. The appearance of the full moon means they have already engaged with the primordial moon's minions. Bears tilted his chin slightly, speaking calmly yet with a hint of pride. Leyton nodded gently, no longer speaking. The full moon only provided positive benefits to the followers of the primordial moon, with no negative effects, so this could not be a method the Sanguine used to deal with them. Was it covering something? Or was it conveying information? As thoughts flickered, his intuition was suddenly touched. His figure flickered, instantly appearing above the river, dragging a handful of ancient-style long spears, from tip to hilt, burning with clusters and specks of blood-red darkness. Below the river surface, a giant red flesh orb, sewn together from countless limbs, chunks of flesh, and souls, was dragged out of the water by thick, emerald green vines. On the flesh orb, many hands, feet, and heads of various sizes and skin tones distorted, like the legs of a millipede, dense and numerous. Even without trypophobia, Leyton felt a psychological discomfort looking at this scene. Without hesitation, he directly threw the dark red long spear in his hand. It transformed into a dark red stream of light in the air, falling directly and sinking into the giant flesh orb. A gaping, deep hole appeared on the flesh orb. The twisting, writhing limbs and heads on the giant flesh orb all froze for an instant, then splayed out like boneless minced meat, flowing and swaying freely with the river water. Even those thick vines could no longer restrain it. With a clang, a bright white light burst forth from where Leyton had just been, as if even the void was being cut by this light, emitting a grating, piercing sound. Leyton's figure, however, seemed non-existent, completely unaffected. He chuckled as he looked to the side of the opposite bank, his lips moving silently, saying, I see you. The next moment, his figure instantly became transparent, like a statue formed from countless starlight. The statue immediately shattered into specks of starlight, surging and rushing into the spirit world. Hey, he left quickly. Bears, who remained in place, scoffed. The flesh around his left eye had already begun to squirm, recovering. Whoosh. 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 The sounds of several slender objects cutting through the air rang out. Almost simultaneously, 3 blood-red long arrows pierced his heart, forehead, and neck respectively. The long arrows sank into Bears's body. His body instantly flew backward, without a single drop of blood spilling. His figure rapidly thinned and became brittle in midair, finally transforming into a paper doll, as if condensed from crimson moonlight, and quickly shattered. The next moment, his body solidified in another direction. A swarm of vampiric bats, between true and illusory, surged from all directions, leaping towards him. Humph. A boring trick. With a soft snort, Bears took a step forward. A dense black mist surged from behind him, and at the same time, the surrounding shadows and darkness rapidly wriggled, condensing into illusory but solid dark shackles, weaving into an exaggerated black giant net in midair, trapping all the bats. Then he took out a bottle of pale gold potion from his coat pocket, infused it with a bit of spirituality, and threw it into the air. Crash. The sound of glass shattering instantly rang out. The pale gold liquid rapidly ignited, emitting a strong but not irritating golden light. This light flowed like water, spreading in all directions. As soon as the trapped vampiric bats touched this light, they let out piercing screeches, and a puff of green smoke rose from their bodies, gradually disappearing. Bears's movements did not stop at all. A dense black mist condensed into a pair of illusory bat wings behind him, briefly granting him the ability to fly. With a flap of the giant bat wings, his body instantly turned into an afterimage and vanished from its original spot. The next moment, his figure abruptly appeared on a treetop, his hands forming claws. His fingernails grew an extra section with mysterious symbols and patterns. Two vampiric bats hidden on the treetop tried to flap their wings and escape, but he tore them apart, one with each claw. On the opposite bank of the river, after seeing Leyton's figure disappear, Martina decisively controlled the emerald green vines that had surrounded the headless knight, throwing the temporarily controlled headless knight into the river. Having done all this, she turned her head to Tucker and Dennis, who were intently on guard, and said, "You two go and assist the Sanguine in clearing out those primordial moon believers who are showing themselves. I will stay here to monitor 1 to 92, prevent it from attacking indiscriminately, and incidentally resolve the problem here." "Yes, Your Excellency Martina." "No problem." Tucker and Dennis responded simultaneously, then turned and headed towards the place where the crimson moonlight was most intense. Martina glanced in the direction they left, then stepped directly towards the opposite bank of the river. Beneath her feet, thick, emerald green vines emerged from the ground, like a verdant long bridge, effortlessly supporting her body as she moved towards the opposite bank. Hoo hoo hoo. Beneath her feet, the vast expanse of flesh, composed of various limbs and heads, emitted chaotic, hoarse, meaningless syllables. These sounds were like a constantly tuning radio, searching for the correct rhythm, attempting to establish contact with an unknown existence. Without the restraint of the vines, the flattened mass of flesh began to occupy the entire river surface, constantly spreading upstream and downstream. This situation did not last long. The river water suddenly turned into a bottomless, abyssal black, as if it could swallow even light. The chunks of flesh floating on the river surface also became distorted, gradually losing their color. The heads growing on the flesh became listless, and the constantly swaying limbs gradually stiffened, like rusted machinery. At the same time, thick, dark liquid began to secrete from the folds of the flesh. Fallen, madness, and mutation filled the entire river. Martina ignored the changes in the river surface beneath her feet. After controlling the emerald green vines to transport her to the opposite bank, her body suddenly swelled. Her fur constantly thickened, and coarse, stiff brown short hairs grew on her previously smooth skin. In an instant, her body had expanded into a terrifying giant bear, easily 5 or 6 meters tall. Chapter 451, KWM Chapter 449, Sleeping Street. Roar. An exaggerated roar erupted from the giant bear's mouth, as if it could pierce eardrums, shaking the surrounding ground with terrifying power, making the originally solid earth undulate like a sea, stirring up waves of soil. The once dense forest on the riverbank instantly swayed, and some trees were even thrown into the air. Corpses that had been buried underground were unearthed, only to be quickly reburied. Streaks of crimson, hazy moonlight flowed through the swaying forest, and several indistinct figures leaped among the fallen trees, quickly moving away from the area. The constantly undulating ground quickly settled down, and a hazy moonlight swiftly appeared beside the giant bear, recondensing into Bear's body. He turned his head to look at Martina, the Church of the Earth Mother Bishop, who maintained her giant bear form beside him, and then slightly tilted his head to gaze at the giant bear's head, saying impolitely, "You scared away all those guys hiding around here." Martina didn't mind Bear's tone, merely stating calmly, "Scarlet-eyed bears. It seems your Sanguine highly value this operation." Bears forced a polite smile, his gaze fixed and wary of his surroundings as he said, "Not only do we value it, but those lunatics who believe in the primordial moon on the other side also value it. Even those from the Rose School of Thought were tricked into coming over. I wonder what price they paid for it." "Heh, no price needed. How could those who indulge in desire miss out on such a thing?" A hoarse, low voice interrupted Bear's words. Fragments of broken red scales, formed from hazy moonlight, instantly converged, reconstituting into a thin figure draped in a black robe. Snap. He lightly snapped his fingers, casting down crimson moonlight. With sounds of a hiss, grotesque arms emerged from the ground, followed by heads and bodies. All the corpses buried by the soil waves Martina had stirred up earlier came back to life, and underwent significant mutations. The pallor and lividity of the dead bodies quickly faded, and patterns of crimson and light blue intertwined faintly appeared on the corpses. The air instantly filled with a pungent sulfurous smell. Although these corpses are just some failed experiments from the Venerable's research into the path of evolution, they are not entirely useless. The primordial moon believer in the black robe spoke with mockery, his body instantly becoming transparent and vanishing under the crimson moonlight. Bear's figure simultaneously blurred and disappeared. The two once again transformed into crimson moonlight, intertwining. Martina, in her giant bear form, directly took exaggerated strides forward, swinging her brown bear claws, tearing apart the modified corpses. In Pace Upper River District, near the river, is the most concentrated area for local natives. Their lives are not easy, they can barely survive by exerting all their efforts. Not only is the environment harsh here, but public order is also extremely chaotic. The people here are stubborn and xenophobic, making it the most difficult place for the spread of faith. Neither the overt Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom nor the clandestine New Church has managed to establish faith here. Most of them still believe in the fallen death, at least on the surface. This is also the place most affected by the primordial moon. Over half of the residents have consumed the glowing mushrooms, becoming preparatory puppets or even experimental subjects of that primordial moon venerable. The populace here has already formed a small-scale belief in the primordial moon, even if most people are not particularly devout. Under the crimson moonlight, in an inconspicuous corner, brilliant starlight suddenly surged forth from the void. Fragments of starlight quickly reassembled internally, revealing Leyton's figure. His eyes were filled with deep blue, almost purple, radiance, his gaze easily penetrating the surrounding houses and walls, taking in the entire situation of this area. Most of the people here were in a trance, falling in strange postures where they had been, continuously uttering intermittent, meaningless syllables, their voices chaotic and layered. They had more or less consumed the fluorescent mushrooms, accumulating a certain amount of toxins and corruption in their bodies, which were now triggered. The remaining ordinary people who had not consumed the mushrooms were almost all in a deep sleep, their expressions somewhat distorted, as if they were in a dream that was both painful and joyful, with various emotions arising in their hearts. I've also become despicable. For my own goals, I deliberately allowed the actions of those primordial moon believers. Leyton lowered his eyes, muttering to himself with a complex tone. The full moon in the sky suddenly turned blood red. Spirituality rapidly arose, and inspiration became stronger. Even ordinary people could easily see things they normally couldn't and hear sounds they normally couldn't at this time. The surrounding, rising, and falling, chaotic and layered, meaningless syllables quickly became rhythmic. The chaotic sounds became unified, and a strange atmosphere spread, even the surrounding air seemed to become viscous. Great Mother. Life. Does it not require the devout faith and prayers of the believers, but rather cause a qualitative change through large-scale prayer resonance? Leyton's gaze solidified for a moment, then he magically took a pea from his hand and threw it on the ground. The pea instantly grew, transforming into thick, green vines that covered the entire city like a downpour. They entwined and intertwined, quickly forming a forest, layer upon layer upwards, with no end in sight, yet cleverly isolated from reality, no longer affected by the blood moon. The previously unifying unconscious murmurs became chaotic again, and the strange atmosphere that had been brewing dissipated completely. The people who had been lying on the ground woven from emerald vines, uttering unconscious murmurs, suddenly woke up. They quickly got up and surrounded Leyton from all directions. Your puppets are more numerous than I imagined. Leyton sighed lightly, expressionless. He glanced around at these controlled puppets, unable to find the original body hidden among them. Had the original body already left the city? Or had he hidden himself? Useless. People who consumed that special mushroom covered the entire Paz River Valley. Missing the people of this one city. It's not too big of an impact. The surrounding controlled puppets spoke intermittently, words in different voices and tones, yet forming a continuous stream. Consciousness drifted among these puppets, seemingly without primary or secondary distinctions. Indeed, neither a marionettist nor a parasite, multi-threading operations would inevitably lead to problems in this area. Muttering to himself, Leyton slightly spread his hands, and instantly, one star after another fell, swirling around him. As the eyes of Mystery Prying's gaze locked onto the figures that had become puppets, the brilliant starlight swirling around him flew off one after another, descending upon the scattered puppets. These stars instantly condensed, creating giant translucent ambers that imprisoned and isolated the puppets. Leyton's movements did not stop. Then, one star after another appeared in midair, densely packed and dazzling. These shining stars cast down rays of brilliance, as if attracted, converging on each transparent amber, forming a bright cocoon of light. Bang. 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 Seemingly sensing danger, the manipulated puppets struggled violently. Their bodies began to mutate. Some grew coarse, stiff, dark brown fur, their bodies swelling into distorted brown bears standing upright. Some had their arms suddenly swell, their fingernails becoming long, sharp, and hard, their backs bending, and tufts of gray fur growing on their bodies, transforming into monsters resembling werewolves. Others had their blood vessels violently protrude, partly light blue and partly crimson, constantly coughing out black smoke with a pungent sulfurous smell from their mouths. These mutated puppets attacked the translucent ambers, trapping them like lunatics, as if they felt no pain. Their sharp fingernails broke, and their arms fractured, yet they did not stop. In terms of physical strength alone, these puppets had already reached the level of a Sequence 7 Beyonder, known for their physical prowess. Coupled with some abilities that came with their modified bodies, even a Sequence 6 Beyonder could potentially be overturned when facing them. This fellow is indeed a talent, but unfortunately, he's a lunatic. Leyton sighed slightly in his heart. He had already gathered enough information through the eyes of Mystery Prying. The bright rays of starlight, like finding a breakthrough, quickly destroyed the more fragile structures on the bodies of these mutated puppets, gradually dissolving them. They seemed to have no normal senses, their actions of slapping and biting the transparent amber showed no pause, even as their bodies fell off in pieces. First, some small and large chunks of flesh, then a finger, an arm, a thigh, until they completely collapsed and dissipated. Having dealt with all the exposed puppets, Leyton lightly poked his finger. The surrounding swirling starlight quickly disappeared, and the translucent ambers also turned into specks of starlight and vanished. Only some emerald, crimson, light blue, or pale light spots remained, undulating, gradually forming a vortex, beginning to slowly converge. After just one glance, Leyton withdrew his gaze. He reached out and dragged a layer of tranquil night from nothingness, covering everyone affected by the primordial moon. Then, the surrounding layers of green vines began to retract, and the peculiar space isolated from reality dissipated. Dazzling sunlight fell from the sky, and Leyton squinted uncomfortably. It seems the clone has already found Sorik's original body. I can go help the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom clear out the Lone and Intis military forces first, and then the Rose School of Thought and the Numinous Episcopate royal faction still hidden in the dark. As the thought arose, his figure transformed into brilliant starlight and disappeared from his original spot. North bank of the Paz River, where the lone army was stationed. A figure quickly materialized in midair. He quietly observed the area below for 2 seconds. His loose black fur coat swayed in the cold wind, and his half-black, half-white hair had a sense of vicissitude from enduring long years. Puluk lightly rubbed the ring with the dark green gemstone on his right index finger with his thumb twice. An invisible wave instantly spread. The previously very bright crimson moonlight instantly dimmed, replaced by a layer of tranquil night. A feeling of peace and serenity descended along with specks of starlight. Silently, a deep, thick sleepiness engulfed everything. Whether they were already sleeping or on duty, the soldiers, without exception, fell into a deep slumber. Only some beyonders of the mid-sequence level could barely resist the sudden onset of drowsiness and quickly react. Enemy attack. A harsh, unpleasant voice, carrying spiritual disturbance, instantly covered the entire military zone. As soon as the sound appeared, it was intercepted by several strange, jellyfish-like spiritual bodies that suddenly appeared. The invisible sound waves seemed to gain substance before them, easily blocking and devouring these sounds. The spiritual disturbance carried by this sound seemed to cause them indigestion. Their translucent tentacles wrapped themselves into a ball, bumping around, as if they had stomach problems. This place is forbidden too. A voice with an indescribable sense of majesty came from another direction. He was using ancient Hermes to initiate a forbidden. Before this forbidden could fully form, his words suddenly got stuck, as if he had suddenly lost the ability to speak. The next moment, thick, green vines descended from high in the sky like a downpour, covering the surrounding area, intertwining to form a lush green forest, layer upon layer, with no visible boundary. Leyton's figure reformed amidst brilliant starlight. All the beyonders in this area who were still conscious were pulled by him into this marvelous forest, isolated from the outside world. Chapter 452, KWM Chapter 450, Lone Military. In the layers of emerald green forest, 3 figures, looking somewhat anxious and uneasy, were moving quickly. They seemed to have a way of locating each other, able to quickly find a meeting point even after being deliberately separated by Leyton. The one with the strongest aura and most imposing presence was a middle-aged military officer who looked to be in his 40s. He had brown hair and eyes, prominent cheekbones, and deep-set features. His clothes were a bit disheveled, and he was simply holding a military overcoat covered in medals, as if he had just gotten out of bed. To Leyton's right, hidden by drooping green vines, a young man in a black trench coat was sprinting. He was quite handsome, with a tall and well-proportioned physique, and he also carried an indescribable sense of authority. A little further away was a slender, delicate, and scholarly-looking young man. His steps were not fast, yet they caused the surrounding standards of distance to become confused. Although he had only taken 7 or 8 steps, his figure had already arrived at a very distant place. The beyonders of the lone military were naturally not just these 3, but only they could resist the slumber and quickly react to it. That ring is at least a sealed artifact of the demigod level, otherwise it wouldn't have such a strong effect. Leyton muttered to himself, then withdrew his gaze from the ring Puluk was wearing on his hand. He turned to look at the 3 lone military beyonders he had pulled into this green pea forest, and chuckled as he stated their sequence, as if greeting them. Heh, an imperative mage, a judge, and a mentor of disorder. As he spoke, a black doll-like chess piece materialized between his right index and middle fingers. He casually tossed the piece, and the mentor of disorder's movement suddenly became jerky, like a frame-skipping animation, unable to move a single step for a long time. The extremely imposing middle-aged military officer quickly locked onto Leyton's position through spiritual fluctuations. He stared ahead, his eyes deep, as if many emotions were brewing. Immediately, he spoke in a low voice in ancient Hermes, exile. An invisible, immense power suddenly erupted, shattering and blowing away all the green vines that obstructed the view. Instantly, everyone's figures were clearly exposed before them. Deprive. Another low voice in ancient Hermes sounded. Leyton was momentarily stunned. He felt his ability to turn into starlight being deprived. Although he resisted some of the opponent's deprivation due to his unique status, he felt that he could now only transform part of his body into a starlight state for about 1 second at most. After depriving Leyton of his most proficient and practical beyonder ability, this extremely imposing middle-aged military officer floated into the air, defying physical laws. A strong sense of authority emanated from him, pressing down on his surroundings like a small mountain. Leyton met his gaze with an unperturbed expression, his deep blue, almost purple, brilliance in his eyes suddenly brightening, as if countless stars were reflected within them. As the two exchanged glances, he clearly saw lightning forming in the eyes of the middle-aged military officer opposite him, seemingly originating from the depths of consciousness, directly affecting the spirit body. The middle-aged military officer floating in midair concentrated his spirit, and the light in his eyes surged fiercely, launching an attack that could pierce the target's spirit body, a sequence 4-level psychic pierce. Ah! A painful scream suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. The middle-aged military officer, who had been floating in midair, fell painfully, his body collapsing onto the ground woven from green vines, his hands clutching his head forcefully, his expression pained and distorted. Crimson blood flowed from his nose, ears, and eyes, and his body surface was torn with bloody, indistinct fissures, as if something was trying to grow out from within. Psychic Pierce attacks the target's spirit body. If used against someone whose spirit body is stronger than one's own, a corresponding backlash will occur. The spirit body happens to be the area where the mystery prior pathway excels the most, not to mention Leyton himself is one sequence higher than him. Just now, when the opponent used Psychic Pierce and met Leyton's gaze, he directly projected some information of the hidden sage into the opponent's mind, allowing the opponent to briefly establish a connection with a malevolent great existence. Leyton merely glanced at him before directly withdrawing his gaze, his figure instantly distorting and disappearing from the spot. A cold, indifferent eye formed from brilliant stars appeared beside the mentor of disorder, whose time had been slowed down. The next moment, this eye distorted for an instant, transforming into Leyton's figure. In prison. A solemn and majestic ancient Hermes echoed not far away. Leyton turned his head to look, and saw that a sticky, extremely viscous transparent liquid suddenly flowed around him. These liquids quickly enveloped him, forming a giant amber. Based on his appearance, it should be Alfred, Miss Audrey's brother. As thoughts flickered, Leyton gently raised his hand, touching the giant amber that enveloped him. Brilliant starlight rapidly spread from his palm, assimilating the entire amber, which was created by an imperative, at an extremely fast speed. Crash! With a crisp shattering sound, the giant amber that had trapped him dissolved into specks of light and vanished. Then he turned his right hand, palm facing upwards, and a slowly rotating ball of stardust quickly formed in his palm. One by one, stars also quickly emerged, dense and dazzling. As he made a forward-throwing motion, the slowly rotating ball of stardust rapidly expanded, engulfing the slender mentor of disorder in front of him and Alfred not far behind him. Confinement. Exile. Alfred, with a somewhat anxious expression, consecutively uttered 2 judgments, but to little avail. Whether it was the invisible barrier created by confinement or the immense power unleashed by exile. Both were rapidly assimilated and then swallowed by the expanding stardust. The figure of the previously slow-moving mentor of disorder suddenly distorted for an instant. With just 1 step back, his body abruptly appeared next to Alfred. He then directly distorted the distance between the slowly rotating stardust and himself, enlarging the original distance of only 5 or 6 meters by dozens of times. Hoo. A series of dry, meaningless syllables came from not far away, like the last struggles of an aged life before death. Leyton turned his head to look, only to see Pulak half crouching, his eyes calmly meeting the gaze of the middle-aged military officer who lay on the ground, twisting in pain. The middle-aged military officer's body was like it was constantly moving forward in a river called death. His aura rapidly decayed and withered, his hair turned gray and began to fall out. The bloody, indistinct fissures on his body quickly became pale, dry, and developed large areas of cracking. The flesh on his body was like shattered meat forcibly stuck together, falling off in pieces, turning into withered yellow powder as if weathered. Soon, the middle-aged military officer couldn't even make a gasping sound, and the flesh on his neck also began to fall off. In less than a minute, a sequence 4 demigod, who was still considered in his prime, completed his life and turned into a pile of withered yellow bones. Specks of light, a mixture of light blue and silver white, slowly emerged and began to converge on the withered yellow skull. The originally withered yellow skull gradually became crystalline and transparent. Leyton quickly withdrew his gaze. He reached forward, tearing apart the ball of stardust that had expanded to the size of a 3-story building. The brilliant starlight transformed into streaks of azure flowing light, attacking the mentor of disorder and Alfred beside him from various angles. The slender, delicate young man frowned tightly. Every streak of azure flowing light that attacked him made him feel a fatal danger. Even if I distort the concept of myself and the target, making myself and the attacker bear half the damage, these azure flowing lights are still fatal to me. A demigod. And the opponent is one of the extremely powerful ones among demigods. As thoughts flickered, he decisively used his disorder ability to create chaos in the surrounding area, making it difficult for attacks to land on him. At the same time, he continuously used his distortion ability to deflect attacks that broke through the chaos. Careful. Alfred's voice, as if slowed down countless times, suddenly reached his ears. He didn't have time to slowly listen to what the other party was saying, but the tone, full of surprise and panic, was enough to explain the problem. He quickly took another step back, while simultaneously using his disorder ability, attempting to cause confusion in the standard of distance measurement. As soon as the ability was activated, before he could even distort his position, he suddenly felt a tearing pain in his chest. He looked down in disbelief and saw a miniature, ethereal blue door 1 inch in front of his chest. An arm formed from brilliant starlight extended from the door, easily assimilating and dissolving his flesh, and piercing through his chest. Oh. The words in his mouth couldn't be uttered. A sudden, intense pain came from his heart. As his consciousness gradually blurred, he turned his head to look at Alfred, opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately couldn't say anything. The arm, formed from brilliant starlight, retracted from the ethereal blue door and solidified back into flesh and blood. Leyton lightly raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. The surrounding layers of intertwined green vines rapidly retracted, and the surrounding space and reality re-overlapped. After the green vines descended from the sky, Mazanias quickly led his army over. The military zone that originally belonged to the lone military had already been occupied by the local army led by Mazanias. With most ordinary people and low-sequence beyonders in slumber, Mazanias' army hardly had to exert any effort. Those military beyonders who awakened from their slumber were dealt with almost without resistance, either becoming captives or corpses. Chapter 453, KWM Chapter 451 The Adventures of Rabbit and Cat. Alfred stared heavily around him, seeing the subordinates he had been laughing and greeting earlier that day now lying haphazardly on the ground. He closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, the emotions in his gaze were already restrained. Without showing any emotion, he turned his head to look at Mazanias, who had been waiting there for a long time. He was wearing a black military uniform, its buttons gleaming golden under the moonlight, and his medals were as red as blood. You had already chosen your side. Was this attack premeditated? Mazanias chuckled as he looked at Alfred and said, "The southern continent only needs one voice, and you foreign colonizers will inevitably be expelled." Streaks of brilliant starlight suddenly fell around Alfred. These star streaks instantly condensed, creating a giant transparent amber that completely enveloped him, restricting him to his original position. Alfred hadn't reacted yet when an extreme sense of fatigue and drowsiness suddenly surged into his mind. After resisting for 2 seconds, he couldn't help but fall into a deep sleep. Leyton's figure distorted, instantly appearing beside Mazanias. He looked at the colonel, who was filled with a murderous aura, and reminded him, "Don't kill people casually, they are all bargaining chips for negotiations with Lone." Haha, of course. I wouldn't do anything that would damage my image, especially at this time. I will leave matters here to my adjutant. Although there are still some troops carrying out missions wandering outside, after losing a demigod, the Intis military no longer has the means to continue controlling this area. Next are the Intis military on the south bank. Those primordial moon believers and Rose School of Thought members who have surfaced here will need you and Bishop Luca to clear them out. Mazanias nodded gently towards Leyton, responding a few words in a good mood, then turned his head to look at Plark, who had materialized beside him. Leyton also shifted his gaze, seeing 2 items in Plark's hand. In his right hand was a transparent crystal skull, carrying an indescribable sense of majesty. Just looking at it made one feel its oppressive force. In his left hand was a tightly clenched, translucent, pitch-black fist. This fist directly conveyed a sense of power and strangeness, with patterns, light spots, and nails that seemed to follow normal rules yet were full of contradictory implications, seemingly harboring a great deal of madness and chaos. Plark summoned 2 nature spirits, handed them the 2 spoils of war for safekeeping, and then took Mazanias to the south bank of the Paz River Valley via spirit world travel. Watching the 2 leave, Leyton looked down at the palm of his left hand. The milky white die of probability lay quietly in his palm, but the number on it had unknowingly changed to 4. Can't use it anymore. He muttered in a low voice, then extended his right hand and opened a deep blue door in midair, stepping directly into it. At a bend in the Paz River Valley, a plantation, one of the important strongholds of the followers of the primordial moon in the Paz River Valley area, was currently facing an encirclement and slaughter led personally by Luca Brewster, the executor, and the Sanguine. All the coffee trees originally planted here had mutated into monsters. Some pulled themselves out of the ground, becoming ugly and grotesque tree ants. Others grew thorns like cacti that could be shot out. Some wildly stretched their roots and branches, tightly entwining everything they touched. Some tree branches and leaves developed a metallic luster, like sharp blades, wantonly striking any living creature that approached them. Besides these trees, there were also many modified creatures, similar to the previous puppets, covered in signs of splicing, making it impossible to tell what their original species had been. Mixed among these monsters were a group of agile artificial vampires, and some beyonders of the planter pathway hidden in the shadows, occasionally intervening in the battle. It feels like plants versus zombies. No, it should be plants and zombies versus humans. Leyton grumbled, his figure quickly outlining itself beside Bugs Bunny. Feeling the spiritual fluctuations beside him, Bugs Bunny, dragging Bree and Ritz, instantly darted over 10 meters away, then looked back at its previous position. Upon seeing that the person who appeared was Leyton, a human-like expression of relief appeared on its furry face as it said, "Oh boss, why are you here?" Leyton glanced at the die of probability in his hand, which had already turned to 3, and impatiently threw it out, saying at the same time, "Take this die of probability, you can use it when you encounter danger." Bugs Bunny quickly reached out to catch the dice falling towards him, but because he was holding a branch staff in one hand, it was inconvenient. The die of probability hit his paw, then fell directly to the ground, still showing 3 dots facing up. "I reasonably suspect this damn dice is intentional." Leyton stared intently at the die of probability on the ground with 3 dots facing up, grumbling in his heart. 3 dots. Such bad luck. Bugs Bunny muttered in a low voice, then went to pick up the die of probability that had fallen to the ground, and then threw it again, 6 dots facing up. Leyton was completely speechless at this die of probability, which was suspected of racial discrimination. He turned his head to look at Bree and Ritz, asking in confusion, "Why did you two come too? Shouldn't you be building robots right now?" Bree and Ritz looked at each other, then one meowed and the other said, "Glenn said we could come out and earn some funds. It's safer to follow the rabbit, we're not good at fighting." Leyton nodded gently, not caring about their words about it being safer to follow Bugs Bunny. Not to mention the mystical items hanging from their heads to their tails, even if they encountered a demigod interception, as long as they could still meow a few times, Glenn could instantly respond within that not too far distance. After handing the die of probability to Bugs Bunny, Leyton flashed away again, leaving Bugs Bunny, Bree, and Ritz, the 2 cats, looking at each other for a while. Ritz moved its body uncomfortably. It was covered in pieces of mechanical armor, cobbled together from brass-colored mechanical parts. Although it was a Sequence 6 Beyonder cat, the Savant pathway had no strengthening effect on the body, so this pieced-together mechanical armor was a considerable burden on its body. Bree, on the other hand, only had 1 piece of mechanical equipment on each of its 4 legs, and 1 on its neck and tail. On the left and right sides of its 2 front legs, there were also 2 cloth bags, seemingly filled with small, fragmented items. The 2 cats stared curiously at the die of probability in Bugs Bunny's hand for a long time, only reluctantly withdrawing their gaze when Bugs Bunny put the dice back into its pocket. Ritz exclaimed with some curiosity, "This is a very powerful mystical item. Although I can't see it clearly, I feel it's even more powerful than Glenn's 2 mystical items. I wonder when I'll be able to create a mystical item of this level." Bree, with 2 cloth bags hanging from its body, agilely darted up a nearby tree. After looking around for a while, it lightly jumped down and, looking towards the depths of the manor, suggested, "Let's go further inside. We can't even find a single person here." Ritz nodded its somewhat heavy head in agreement, saying, "That's right. Although our sequence is not high, we have enough mystical items, and now we even have such a powerful mystical item. Even if we encounter someone we can't beat, we can still run away." Bugs Bunny rubbed his furry chin with his free paw, looking as if he was deep in thought. Before he could think for 2 seconds, violent explosions successively rang out in the distance, quickly approaching their location. In the layers of firelight not far away, a long spear, seemingly composed of pure sunlight, drew a blazing white trail in the air, shattering a patch of hazy crimson moonlight, turning it into flakes of red light, and quickly reassembling into a lean figure in midair. It was a pale-faced man, about 30 years old, with a very pointed chin and somewhat sunken eye sockets, giving him a sinister and fierce feeling. The moment that figure appeared, the metal ring hanging around Bree's neck suddenly lit up with a rapid red light. Feeling the sudden flashing warning light on its neck, Bree shouted loudly, "He is a follower of the primeval moon." The figure in midair was attracted by Bree's voice. He looked down at the ground with cold eyes, a hint of surprise flashing in his gloomy gaze, and blurted out in a somewhat astonished voice, "A cat and a rabbit, and a robot dog." He looked around cautiously. With Beyonder animals, there was a high probability of Beyonders who raised them. "Stupid vampire, I'm clearly a cat." Ritz, completely covered in mechanical devices, grumbled loudly in dissatisfaction. The figure in midair scanned the surroundings, detecting no other hidden Beyonders, and his cautious mood instantly relaxed. He looked at Ritz, who was tightly encased in mechanical devices, and an undisguised greedy look appeared in his eyes. "Hey, how bold. Didn't your master tell you that the sequence before vampire is beast tamer? But now your new master is telling you." His figure blurred for a moment under the crimson moonlight. When he became clear again, he had already teleported over 10 meters away, and his voice was full of pleasure as he said, "What good luck. I didn't expect to pick up an artisan cat today. Also, those aren't inferior vampires, but devout believers of the great Crimson Moon, her envoys, scholars from the Crimson." Bang. A blazing fireball suddenly exploded at the location of this primordial moon believers, raising a burst of hot air that interrupted his rambling words. On the ground, Ritz's open mouth slowly closed, and specks of crimson light dissipated with it. In front of it, the air seemed to twist, and the scarlet moonlight suddenly materialized, reforming into the figure that had been in midair just now. Chapter 454, KWM Chapter 453 Action in the Shadows. At the military zone where the Intis military was stationed, a thick curtain of shadows silently enveloped the area. The darkness and shadows here instantly became viscous and deep, causing those within its range to unconsciously conjure various fallen thoughts. As soon as the fallen thoughts emerged, they were quickly separated, transforming into drops of black, viscous liquid that fell, instantly merging with the surrounding shadows, forming strange, uncontrollable creatures. As soon as they appeared, they launched a frenzied attack on the people around them. A bright, blazing spear of flame instantly fell from midair, piercing a monster 3 to 4 meters tall that had merged with a large number of fallen thoughts. Boom. A huge explosion instantly resounded throughout the entire military zone, and the blazing red light rapidly spread, incinerating the strange, mutated, and fallen creatures one by one. After being killed, the monsters did not directly disappear. Instead, they disintegrated into a dark black puddle and quickly merged into the surrounding shadows, making the power of the fallen and defiled even more concentrated for a time. The surrounding shadows and darkness continuously wriggled, surging like a flood, and soon formed 3 giant snake-like heads. They were covered in black, cold scales, with only 2 clusters of deep red light flickering in their eyes, as if condensing infinite malice. The aura of the fallen and defiled domain instantly permeated, causing the Intis military, already eroded by various fallen thoughts, to completely lose any will to resist. The surrounding blazing flames instantly condensed and reorganized, forming a figure with flowing red hair. He stared coldly at the 3-headed great snake in front of him, his throat wriggling, and he let out a cold snort by exhaling through his nostrils. Humph. A strange power spread with the sound. The surrounding Intis soldiers seemed to have their courage ignited, and the constantly lingering fallen thoughts in their minds were instantly suppressed. The aura of the entire army instantly became cohesive, forming a continuous whole. They seemed to have transformed into a single entity, with invisible flames flowing among them, stirring courage and connecting their wills. The next moment, the shadows beneath them came alive, surging like a flood, tightly entangling every soldier around them. These shadows, separated from them, seemed to be a part of them. As the shadows came alive, their spirits lost their integrity, and the close connection and blazing aura that had united the entire army uncontrollably slipped away. In midair, specks of starlight flew out from the void and quickly condensed into a mysterious, dark blue gate covered in enigmatic patterns. The other side of the gate appeared dim and dark, deep and hollow, with no clear view of the specific scene. The Saint of Secrets, Bodhis, dressed in a mysterious black robe, walked out of the gate. A constantly flipping book was reflected in his deep eyes, and he chanted in a low voice. I come, I witness, I record. The book in his eyes flipped faster and faster, and starlight continuously sprinkled around him, quickly condensing and taking shape, becoming a dark, ancient horn, imbued with an extremely heavy and powerful essence. This was a mystical reenactment he had recorded from Leyton, the miraculous horn, also known as the Horn of Destruction. He gently brought the horn to his lips, then blew it forcefully. A hollow, low hum instantly echoed around, and with the superposition of sound waves, everything around began to collapse and shatter, and even space itself showed black cracks. Fireballs instantly appeared from all directions, smashing towards Bodhis in midair. These fireballs converged in midair, turning into a gigantic, blazing white fireball. The enormous fireball whistled past Bodhis, scorching the scattered, slightly curly brown hair on his forehead to a withered yellow, and making his exposed skin somewhat dry and red. The huge fireball went straight into the sky, disappearing from sight, and layers of dark clouds quickly emerged and gathered in midair. Rumble. 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 Streaks of silvery white lightning then fell, splashing patches of silvery white electric arcs with strong numbing effects on the ground. Under the gaze of 6 deep red eyes, the figure shrouded in flames clenched his right fist and pounded his chest. A layer of bright dawn instantly permeated the surroundings, quickly converging into a thick wall that blocked the silvery white electric arcs striking down from the sky. The 3 giant snake-like heads covered in black, cold scales hissed rhythmically, one after another. With their movements, the surrounding wind became disturbed. Violent wind collided with the air, creating explosive sounds. Terrifying, visible hurricanes appeared, swirling and coiling, and uncontrollable tornadoes suddenly rose from the ground, sweeping all people and objects into midair. The army, which had maintained a silent formation, instantly fell into disarray. The thick wall formed by the bright dawn was also torn apart by the tornado, and the Intis soldiers swept into midair were like helpless leaves blown away, liable to be torn to shreds at any moment. In midair, Bodhis gave up blowing the horn of destruction. His figure constantly flickered in the howling tornado, dodging the attacks of the iron-blooded knight from the Intis military while searching for an opportunity. Exile. In the gaps between the flying fireballs and flame spears, Bodhi's finally seized the opportunity to use his Beyonder ability. With the creation of an illusory door, the iron-blooded knight, unable to control his body well in the tornado, was dragged by several solidified shadows and thrown into the chaotic flow of time and space behind the door. As the iron-blooded knight, who was the center of the army, was exiled, the cohesive momentum that had united the army instantly vanished. Bodhi's figure rapidly flickered in the tornado, leaving behind a series of afterimages, each releasing completely different magical abilities. For a time, frost, flames, and lightning intertwined in the strong winds. Although there were many Beyonders in the Intis army, under the combined attack of two demigods, they were simply unable to put up effective resistance. Outside the Axis Cathedral, located in Loth City on the south bank of the Paz River Valley, the headquarters of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery for Proselytizing in West Balam, Leo Master stood with a gentle expression at the main entrance of the cathedral. He had deep wrinkles on his forehead, at the corners of his eyes, and around his mouth, but his hair was dark and shiny, without a single silver strand, and his eyes were deep, showing no obvious emotion. Behind him, the ascetic snowman, dressed in an extremely simple white robe, quietly followed, holding a picture frame covered with black cloth in his clasped hands. He had almost no presence, yet he gave off an extremely dangerous, unignorable feeling. Inside the Axis Cathedral, an elder wearing a light brown robe embroidered with gears and bearings slowly walked out. His short, silver hair was meticulously neat, his features were gentle, his face was gaunt, his skin was full and lustrous, and there was no beard around his lips, making him look more like a well-preserved nobleman than a church bishop. He was Kadir Muster, a high deacon of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery responsible for Southern Continent affairs, and also the Archbishop of the Axis Cathedral. Kadir calmly surveyed Leo Master and Snowman, who were blocking the entrance of the Axis Cathedral, and spoke in a calm and composed tone. "The new church? You've been very active among the common people lately. What do you intend to do? Expel the Intis military and establish a new regime in the Paz River Valley?" Leo Master slightly curved his lips, speaking like an old friend he hadn't seen in a long time. "I am the person in charge of the new church's affairs in West Balam, the Black Saint, Leo Master. I have no particular opinion of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, nor do I mind you continuing to proselytize here, but our allies bear some hostility towards you, so I'm here to ask you to leave the Paz River Valley area." The Black Saint. "You are indeed members of the Aurora Order." Kadir, standing at the cathedral entrance, murmured thoughtfully, his gaze directed towards the encampment of the Intis military. The storm and firelight there had been ongoing for a while, and it seemed the Intis military was at a disadvantage. His gaze quickly retracted, turning instead to Snowman, who stood quietly behind Leo Master, and to the picture frame covered with black cloth that he held in his hands. He pulled a cold smile onto his face and said in an icy voice, "This is the Axis Cathedral. Under the gaze of my lord, do you think you can force us to abandon this place with just one saint and one unique sealed artifact? This is indeed a church of the God of Steam and Machinery, but his gaze cannot reach here. You can stop me, but this sealed artifact can also cleanse all life from the entire Axis Cathedral within that time." Leo Master stated calmly, without a hint of emotion. Kadir's gaze became solemn. He slightly tilted his head and distorted a gold-cased pocket watch-like object hanging around his neck, revealing the monocle embedded in a golden circular frame in the center. Like an old professor with presbyopia, he unhurriedly placed the monocle over his right eye. The surrounding scene suddenly changed in his eyes. The originally somewhat bright crimson moonlight was obscured by a thick, invisible curtain of shadows. This curtain of shadows isolated the cosmos, blocked the astral world, and segmented the spirit world, severing the connection between the Paz River Valley and reality in both a physical and mystical sense. Kadir's eyes showed surprise and disbelief, mixed with some fear, as he exclaimed, "True Creator! How could he unleash such a degree of power? Do you Aurora Order members intend to sacrifice the entire Paz River Valley?" Leo Master calmly gazed at the somewhat flustered Kadir, chuckling as he spoke. "My lord is benevolent, he loves every life equally. Do not use your narrow perspectives and thoughts to speculate on the great lord, this is a great disrespect. If it weren't for the concern that the battle between us would affect the innocent lives around, the shadows would have already submerged this Axis Cathedral before you even reacted." Chapter 455, KWM Chapter 452, Tacit Cooperation. Whoosh. Whoosh. Thick, verdant vines shot out from the ground, some encircling rits, others sprouting sharp barbs and violently striking the figure in front. The figure, which had just solidified, once again transformed into a blurry, crimson moonlight, scattering into crimson scales under the vine's assault, only to quickly reassemble not far away. Under the blood moon, the abilities of Beyonders on the moon pathway received a significant boost, especially since the opponent was a follower of the primordial moon. The slender figure continuously vanished and reassembled in the crimson moonlight, easily approaching Bugs Bunny, who was manipulating the vines. A crimson moonlight flashed, and behind Bugs Bunny, a hand with long, sharp nails fiercely swung down. Bang. With the help of its spiritual intuition and luck, Bugs Bunny just happened to swing its branch staff to block the attack. The immense force sent it flying backward. Meow. A sharp, ear-piercing sound rang out simultaneously, coming from Ritz, who had emerged from the gaps in the vines. The armor-like mechanism on its head erupted in a pale white glow, transforming its roar into a wailing spirit's shriek that could pierce eardrums and harm spirits. The spiritual pain made the primordial moon believer's pause his forward movement. His head throbbed, and his thoughts became muddled. Bree, who wasn't too far away, was unaffected by the wailing spirit's shriek. The metal ring around its neck shone with a dawn-like radiance, completely isolating its interaction with the outside world and circumventing the shriek's influence. The next moment, Bree, who had been waiting for the opportunity, swiftly darted forward, then leaped high. The metal devices on its two front paws suddenly glowed with a dazzling blue light, with silvery electric arcs jumping on them. After it got close to the figure, who was momentarily rigid, its two front paws fiercely clawed at the opponent's face. A thick, silvery electric current appeared out of nowhere, directly striking the opponent's body, even causing dense electric snakes to surge from the surrounding ground. The paralyzing effect carried by the lightning plunged the primordial moon believers, who had just recovered from the wailing spirit's shriek, back into paralysis. Whoosh! Whoosh! Thick, wide vines quickly shot out from the ground, intertwining in mid-air and growing dark green, broad leaves that completely blocked out the moonlight cast by the blood moon in the sky. Looking at the suddenly darkened surroundings, the primordial moon believers, still in a state of paralysis, suddenly felt a premonition of ill omen. Bree landed lightly. The previous electric current had caused some paralysis in its body, but with the aid of mystical items on it, it wasn't affected much. Ritz, covered in mechanical devices, scurried forward. The mechanical devices on its legs and sides sprayed scorching steam, and the immense thrust made it instantly leap from the ground, closing in on the paralyzed primordial moon believer's face. Meow. Another mournful shriek rang out, piercing directly into the soul. The paralyzed primordial moon believers momentarily lost his focus. Crimson blood flowed from his eyes, nose, and ears. His mind inevitably fell into a daze, and the thoughts that had just surfaced in his mind vanished in an instant. The surrounding ground suddenly grew thorns as thick as a thumb, covered in fine barbs. These thorns tightly wrapped around the primordial moon believer's body. Specks of dark red blood seeped from where the thorns bound him, and toxins with paralyzing and weakening effects invaded his body through the wounds. Bree took out a brilliant golden talisman from the cloth bag hanging on itself and softly chanted in ancient Hermes. Sun. Suddenly, golden illusory flames ignited out of nowhere all around. These flames emitted a powerful sun aura, densely forming a continuous ocean that completely enveloped the primordial moon believers, instantly setting him ablaze like a man on fire. Under the pure and sacred flames, the primordial moon believer's body showed signs of melting. Ho ho ho. The intense pain that swept through his entire body made the paralyzed primordial moon believers let out a hoarse, unpleasant sound. Meow. Ritz timely supplemented with a wailing spirit's shriek, preventing the follower of the primordial moon from making any effective resistance. Seeing that Bree and Ritz had the situation under control, Bugs Bunny casually picked up a handful of leaves mixed with weeds from the ground, infused them with spirituality, and threw them forward. The leaves rapidly grew and mutated in midair, turning into sharp, dark wooden thorns that rubbed against the air at extreme speed, piercing into the figure being scorched by the golden yellow flames. After penetrating the flesh, these wooden thorns did not stop. Instead, they began to take root and sprout, drawing life force from the flesh as if it were soil. Meow. Ritz let out another wailing spirit's shriek, causing the primordial moon believers, whose thoughts had just begun to clear, to fall back into a dazed state. His body rapidly distorted and deformed under the scorching light of the fire, turning into a crimson paper figure, and then quickly dissipated into ashes. Bugs Bunny swiftly threw out the die of probability it had in its pocket, then its body rapidly expanded, transforming into a gray-furred lop-eared rabbit the size of a brown bear. The branch staff, which had been just right in its hand, now looked like a small twig. It threw the staff with all its might without even looking. Whoosh! Plop! A whooshing sound cut through the air, followed by the sound of a sharp object piercing flesh. Ugh! A charred human figure, just beginning to emerge, looked incredulously at the position of its left chest. A staff, like a branch freshly torn from a tree, was obliquely embedded there. It had neatly avoided the ribs, piercing directly into the heart from its weakest point. Meow. Another mournful, ear-piercing cat's cry rang out. His head became dizzy and heavy, no thoughts could stir, only an overwhelming discomfort. This damned cat, its cry is so unpleasant. Boom. A thick, silvery electric current descended from thin air. The charred figure of the primordial moon believers instantly collapsed, and chunks of blackened flesh fell from him. Tiny, blood-red light spots separated from the charred corpse, floating up and down around it. Bugs Bunny saw the gradually separating beyonder characteristics and only then confirmed that this primordial moon believers was truly dead. Its brown bear-sized body rapidly shrunk back to the size of a normal rabbit, then it stepped forward and pulled its staff from the corpse's chest. Finally, it didn't forget to add, "This Scarlet Scholar is so weak. He was already injured before he met us, and his luck was really bad." Bree followed up with a supplement. It skillfully searched the body of the primordial moon believers, now a corpse, for spoils of war. In the end, it only found a somewhat melted golden pocket watch. It kicked the corpse twice in dissatisfaction, saying, "So poor, not even a mystical item. Let's not look for Beyonders of the Moon pathway anymore. Most of them used to be beast tamers, and fighting them always makes me feel uneasy." On the south bank of the Paz River Valley, a figure covered entirely in metal parts rapidly approached the Intis military under the crimson blood moon. Wah! A sound like an infant's cry suddenly echoed in the air, as if with layers of reverberation, disturbing the surrounding crimson moonlight. Strange, indifferent eyes grew from the void, staring with infinite malice at the figure surrounded in the center. The surrounding light rapidly dimmed, and even the spiritual growth and enhancement in inspiration and death brought by the blood moon were isolated. "Moses' ascetic order? You've cooperated with those lunatics from the Aurora Order?" The figure, entirely covered in precise metal parts, questioned in a low but robust voice. No figures appeared around, nor did anyone answer his question, only more and more eyes extended from the shadows, from the dust floating in the air. After a moment of silence, the figure, covered entirely in metal, extended both hands forward. His arms rapidly deformed and reassembled. His right hand became a honeycomb-shaped cannon barrel composed of many gun barrels, while his left hand transformed into something resembling a single-tube rocket launcher. Boom. 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 Countless projectiles instantly poured out from his right hand, forming a continuous barrage, and exploding in midair, creating a dazzling blaze. As soon as these blazes appeared, they were quickly covered with a brilliant color, and continuously thinned, eventually transforming into a splendid and true painting. The figure covered in metal slowly raised his left hand, aiming it at his front side. Violent spirituality and crimson radiance began to emerge on his cannon-like arm. The next moment, a clear and brilliant light descended from midair, covering his hands and rapidly disintegrating the metal on his body. In just a moment, his hands, which had transformed into cannon barrels, were completely dissolved and disintegrated. A figure draped in a classical warlock's robe quietly appeared beside him. She had a pair of highly distinctive brown eyes, and her light brown hair was thick and fluffy, cascading down. She looked at the puppet in front of her with a slight smile and said, "Just enjoy the show. This puppet of yours was quite expensive to make. What a pity if I break it." The metal puppet in front of her spoke in a voice as hoarse as an old machine. "Glenn Pallas? Former senior deacon of the Steam Church's Trier Diocese, who later defected to join the Moses Ascetic Order. I didn't expect you to have already become an angel. I don't really want to hear you talk. It's better if you stay silent, otherwise, I don't mind preparing an alchemist's Beyonder characteristics for my artisan cat in advance. Even if your main body stays in the Steam Cathedral, it wouldn't be difficult for me to kill you and retreat safely. Don't have too much faith in your god, after all, even the storm can have the Cathedral of Waves stolen right under its nose." Glenn brushed a strand of hair that had fallen onto her shoulder, threatening with a hint of nonchalance and teasing in her voice. The mechanical puppet in front of her fell silent for a moment, then lowered its head to look at the ground. The mechanical parts where its eyes were deformed and reassembled, as if it had temporarily assembled a telescope for itself. Chapter 456, KWM Chapter 454 Happy New Year to everyone. He ignored Kadir's look of a lunatic and continued to speak to himself. Under the gaze of my lord, all resistance you can offer is futile. For example, right now, the machinery hive mind high summoner you are waiting for will not have the chance to appear in Paz River Valley. If you lead the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery away now, perhaps you still have a chance to see him before he turns into a Beyonder characteristic. Do you still have spare manpower to intercept the reinforcements coming over? Kadir muttered, his words exceptionally firm, his eyebrows almost furrowed together. Given Moa's speed, he still hadn't appeared by now, most likely something unexpected had happened. As a sage, as long as he wasn't pulled into a hidden space and lost the gaze of my lord, the danger shouldn't be too great. But in that case, he might not be able to arrive in time for support. He could only hope that the Eternal Blazing Sun Church people would react quickly. They were always the most active in striking the Aurora Order's forces. As various thoughts floated, he saw the silent Beyonder following Leo Master make a move. He removed the black cloth covering the frame, revealing the distinctive portrait inside. "Aman!" Kadir exclaimed in surprise. Several furrows appeared on his smooth forehead, and the expression on his face was somewhat unpredictable. Leo Master silently shifted his position. He walked to a shaded spot against the light and said in a hoarse voice, "I suggest you make a choice as soon as possible. Right now, you can still leave with those believers who have been converted. If the Intis military people are dealt with, you'll even find it difficult to preserve this church." Kadir's chest heaved violently. This was the first time he had been threatened like this by a cultist. Taking a deep breath, he looked up slightly at the crimson blood moon in the sky, his gaze appearing somewhat solemn. The influence brought by the blood moon was not isolated much. Were the followers of the primordial moon also acting? Pa's River Valley was truly lively tonight. Slowly retracting his gaze, Kadir's eyes swept over the portrait of Amon in Snowman's hand, then fixed on Leo Master, who had merged into the shadows, and said with an even tone. Before the true outcome is decided, I will remain in the church, and you will not have the chance to pull yourselves away to participate in conflicts elsewhere. Heh, I trust our allies. Leo Master chuckled. On the river channel where the scarlet moonlight was most intense, milky white tentacles emerged from the river water. Each tentacle had a mouth filled with sharp teeth at its tip. They all let out a low, piercing hiss. In midair, a giant pure orb of light entanglement with countless sacred flames continuously scattered golden red flames downwards, like a scorching hot rain of fire, pouring onto each tentacle, making a sizzling sound like fat being ignited. A yellowish-green smoke quickly drifted from the burnt areas of these tentacles, carried by the night wind in all directions. Wherever this smoke passed, it instantly filled with vitality. Whether plants or animals, they all grew vigorously and reproduced rapidly. The prophet clone, floating quietly in midair, frowned immediately upon seeing this scene. Although he didn't know what these yellowish-green mists were, he restrained his spirit, causing the blazing and dazzling miniature sun in midair to disappear. Puff. 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 As the blazing flames that incinerated everything disappeared, the tentacles in the river seemed to catch their breath, rapidly surging out of the water and attacking the prophet clone, who was suspended in midair, from all directions. The prophet clone expressionlessly raised his figure. His eyes turned silvery white, as if he was peering into the long river representing fate. A moment later, the silver white in his eyes receded, replaced by a slowly flowing light blue. Specks of light blue glow converged beneath his feet, quickly outlining a dark blue door engraved with countless mysterious patterns. The other side of the door was dark and deep, like a pitch-black ocean. The next moment, several thick emerald vines stretched out from within, intertwining with the tentacles below, pulling and tugging at each other. The emerald vines quickly became disadvantaged, being torn and pulled out of the dark blue door by the tentacles. A large number of vines drooped limply, and finally, a headless knight, covered in black armor and riding a warhorse, fell out. The headless knight's chest and abdomen were split by 3 cracks emitting a faint green light, 2 small and 1 large, resembling a distorted and hideous face. Wah! Wah! The large crack on the headless knight's lower abdomen, which resembled a mouth, opened wide, emitting a low, piercing sound that could directly penetrate the soul and incite emotions. The prophet clone in midair, upon hearing this sound, sealed his perception of the outside world with his spirit, while continuously raising his figure. The tentacles extending from the river seemed to be in extreme pain, intertwining with each other, their sharp-toothed mouths opening and closing as if gasping for air. The river water gradually turned pitch black, unable to emit any scarlet moonlight. This blackness began to spread outwards, and black spots of varying sizes also appeared on the original milky white tentacles. An aura of fallen distortion instantly permeated the area. The tentacles with black spots rapidly underwent mutations. Dark fleshy growths sprouted from their sides, intertwining to form large or small pitch-black limbs, tearing at the surrounding tentacles that were still in their normal state. A subtle spiritual fluctuation rapidly spread along the river, and all surrounding creatures began to undergo uncontrollable mutations. Yellowish pustules grew on the milky white tentacles, rapidly rupturing and oozing disgusting pus. The entire tentacles began to melt into a repulsive liquid. These highly infectious liquids, in turn, corrupted the now black river surface and the mutated tentacles. The headless knight, covered in black armor, stood quietly on the river surface. His warhorse, integrated with his body, reared up and let out a neigh that was closer to a roar. The surrounding pitch-black river water instantly surged, and a dense, dark blackness rapidly welled up, merging with the fallen mutated tentacles, transforming into grotesque pitch-black creatures that charged recklessly in all directions. From the surrounding pools of yellowish liquid, giants with only upper bodies quickly condensed, like bizarre golems made of rotting flesh and disgusting pus. Black and light yellow intertwined, contaminating and assimilating each other. In midair, the prophet clone raised his hand and materialized a eyes of mystery prying symbol in the air. His spirit flowed like water, leaving behind sparkling stars, outlining a cold eye that reflected layers upon layers of doors. The surrounding space quickly swapped with another location. The prophet clone's figure distorted for a moment, then transformed into Leyton, wearing a sage's robe. A dazzling golden yellow sun abruptly rose in another direction, its bright, piercing light momentarily overshadowing the blood moon in the sky. A figure enveloped in scarlet moonlight appeared out of thin air near the golden yellow sun, enduring the burning sensation as if his body was ignited. He extended his hands forward, pulling out a illusory and hazy door inscribed with numerous mysterious symbols from thin air. The summoning gate, which should have established a connection with the spirit world, underwent a bizarre mutation. A strange creature emerged from it. It had a highly captivating human female face, but the rest of its body resembled a locust magnified many times over. The moment this figure appeared, it let out a terrified scream. Being extremely close to the miniature sun, its body inevitably ignited, sending up illusory golden-yellow flames and greenish-black smoke. Ah! Ah! Wah! It screamed in terror, but the sound it made was not any known language on the northern and southern continents. A blood-red arrow suddenly pierced its chest from behind, coming from the high summoner who had summoned it through the summoning gate. The golden-yellow flames surged more fiercely. The strange creature's body exploded abruptly before it even had a chance to fall, its flesh directly pulverizing into dust. Deep red light separated from these flesh and blood, rapidly covering the golden-yellow miniature sun, strangely invading it. The scorching sun strangely distorted and squirmed, as if something was about to break out of its shell. Screech! Sizzle! The golden-yellow sun peeled off in pieces like an eggshell, and a tall humanoid figure composed purely of brilliant golden light emerged from within. 2 cracks opened at the position of its head, emitting a glow like the blood moon in the sky, appearing bizarre and distorted. Did the primordial moon manage to send in some fallen influence through the summoning gate? It's impossible for the 7 gods not to have noticed this method of crossing the primordial one's barrier. Leyton, observing this scene, withdrew his gaze. He had a premonition that tonight's major movements were not just on the ground, but also in the cosmos above. The deep blue, almost purple, radiance in his eyes flowed, quickly suppressing the surging thoughts in his mind, allowing himself to remain in a state of absolute rationality. The eyes of mystery prying searched around but did not find the true body of the hidden primordial moon's blessed, or rather, the other party was everywhere. This guy is everywhere, could it be that he dismembered himself at the cellular level? As thoughts floated, his eyes suddenly deepened, resembling the sea before a storm. This situation did not last long, perhaps 1 or 2 breaths, and his eyes became clear again. Leyton gazed at the dark and light yellow intermingling and invading river below, sighing almost imperceptibly. Then, he stretched his hands forward and pulled out a dense, unmelting, thick shadow from the void, which he directly threw into the river below. The dense shadow, carrying the power of the fallen, defilement, and aberration domains, rapidly corrupted the river water, also breaking the balance between the 2 sides that had been in a stalemate. Chapter 457, KWM Chapter 455 I wish you all a happy new year. Behind the headless night, layers of unreal spirit bodies emerged, like a well-trained army, charging upstream against the river, intent on destroying everything. The aura of slaughter, coldness, death, and degeneration instantly surged, the blood moon brought forth the growth of spiritual energy, and the strengthening of death at this moment became an aid for the headless night to clear the pollution created by the primordial moon believers. In the ink-black river, the power belonging to degeneration and filth quickly took dominance, and the pale yellow pus, the milky white tentacles growing within it, and the giant-like golems were rapidly being corroded. An anomaly also occurred at this time. As the melee continued, more and more ordinary people, beyonders, and mutated monsters that had been created died, and their life force, guided by an unknown power, nourished this land. Under the blood moon's influence on the domains of life and spirituality, all creatures displayed vigorous vitality and underwent anomalies at the same time. Even ordinary plants grew gaping, crimson mouths, and the mutated monsters and long-dead corpses all split open with crimson mouths and vaguely similar facial outlines. They all gazed up at the crimson blood moon in the sky, staring as if in pilgrimage, uttering obscure syllables. The one and only blood moon, symbol of life and beauty, mother of all spirituality. The one and only blood moon, symbol of life and beauty, mother of all spirituality. Fragmented, overlapping prayers echoed all around, again and again, gradually becoming coherent and clear. The blood moon, hanging high in the sky, seemed to be strongly attracted, its deep red light growing richer, as if rippling outwards in circles of deep red. The river water, which was almost completely covered in darkness, also began to change. The crimson blood moon was clearly reflected on the surface, and deep red light quickly bloomed in the eyes of the monsters formed by degeneration and mutation. They underwent deeper levels of mutation, transforming towards flesh and blood life. Vigorous vitality instantly covered the entire land, on the ground, and even in wall cracks, emerald green sprouts continuously grew, and animals and insects also awoke from their slumber, beginning a frenzy of reproduction. No wonder I haven't been able to find his true form. He doesn't have a true form anymore. He's a complete lunatic. Leyton watched everything happening around him with a less than pleasant expression. He hadn't expected that the primordial moon's blessed, for this moment, had long ago abandoned his own body, making himself part of this grand ritual, even its main component. This is no longer a problem I can solve on my own. He took a deep breath and began to softly chant the hidden sage's honorific name. Sage who perceives the world, eye that peers into truth, embodiment of endless knowledge and spiritual numbers. As his words fell, a light, invisible to most beyonders, surged from an unknown place, like an unseen river, obscuring the sky and blocking the deep red moonlight that had broken through the shadow curtain. At the same time the hidden sage appeared, streaks of hazy faint light, not brilliant, not clear, without any color, as if composed of a vast amount of illusory things, descended from the astral world, like a waterfall falling from an infinitely high place, forcefully impacting the barrier created by the hidden sage. After breaking through the hidden sage's barrier, the waterfall-like hazy faint light split into several streams, some falling towards the direction of the Axis Cathedral, some towards the severely polluted river, and some towards the mutated monsters. Guard your astral world, your interference is not needed here. A low, indifferent, cold voice resounded in the deep night, as if echoing in everyone's ears. The surrounding shadows instantly came alive, transforming into a dark ocean that swallowed all the hazy faint light descending from the astral world, without raising a single ripple. Roar. In the depths of the sky, an extremely sinister roar, piercing directly into the spirit body, suddenly sounded. The hidden sage's light, which had obscured the sky, gradually became stiff and heavy, as if bound by an invisible force. Through the opening created by the hazy faint light that had just descended from the astral world, Leyton could see a rather blurry space where desire had almost solidified. There, a figure, hung upside down on a tree, was struggling in pain, and that almost wailing roar had come from him. Then, a black, viscous arm, seemingly flowing with sinister liquid, reached out from the spirit world depths, spanning a long distance. With the appearance of this arm, an extremely evil and extremely mad sensation rapidly permeated the air. The surrounding creatures, who were frantically reproducing and performing strange prayers, all paused for a moment, then became even more frenzied. A crimson light flashed, and a figure, hazy like moonlight, instantly appeared before this extremely sinister and mad arm. Dense black mist surged from around him, transforming into countless vampiric bats, existing between true and illusory. These bats flew in the air with extreme regularity, forming deep red shackles that tightly bound the exaggerated arm before them. The moment these vampiric bats came into contact with this arm, full of sinisterness and madness, they were instantly tainted with madness, either dying directly, mutating, or attacking their own kind. Likewise, each attack from the vampiric bats could absorb the life force from this arm, using it to replenish themselves and split into new vampiric bats. From a distance, the deep red shackles binding the extremely mad and sinister arm continuously shed crimson scales. These scales rapidly dissipated as soon as they fell, but the deep red shackles seemed to grow automatically, always maintaining their quantity and length just right. The chained god and his degenerate child have also appeared. Who knows what deal those two on the moon made in private? This battlefield is getting more and more chaotic. Who knows what other changes will occur? The Sanguine's round moon duke seems able to temporarily entangle Sua, but under the primordial moon's influence, his state will inevitably decline. This melee needs to end quickly. After sighing inwardly, Leyton withdrew his gaze from the sky, took a deep breath, quickly composed himself, and then slightly raised his right hand, moving it through the air. As he moved, a deep, dark, illusory long river flowed from an unknown place, peaceful and serene, without causing a single ripple. If one didn't deliberately look up, anyone would subconsciously ignore it. The deep, dark, illusory long river quietly descended from high in the sky, even the air seemed to be experiencing withering, decay, and death. Under Leyton's deliberate control and guidance, the illusory river water gradually connected with the real river below, and all the monsters in the river began to move towards decay, towards death. The flesh and blood that had mutated due to the primordial moon's influence rapidly decayed and withered, weathering into powder. The headless knight, who had been galloping on the river surface, suddenly slowed down. The overlapping illusory figures behind him melted away into the air. His black armor rapidly became covered in rust spots, which continuously expanded, soon leaving only an empty, connected horse armor and knight armor, as if it had undergone countless years of baptism, full of reddish-brown rust and holes of varying sizes. Silent decay and death rapidly spread outwards. All the mutated creatures on both sides of the river, who had been frantically whispering prayers to the primordial moon, stopped and moved towards an unstoppable, inevitable death. Leyton murmured the hidden sage's honorific name while trying to restrain his spiritual energy and end this mystical reenactment. How could this mystical reenactment suddenly go out of control? The Blood Moon Night causes spiritual energy to grow, spiritual perception to strengthen, and death to strengthen. Death strengthens. The river of eternal darkness is trying to exert influence through this mystical reenactment. Does it want to open another tributary? The thought had just surfaced when his perception of everything external suddenly vanished. His entire being fell into a hallucinatory state, as if he had arrived in a boundless wilderness, surrounded by countless blurry light and shadow figures swaying. Some were young people in strange attire, some were ignorant children, some were alluring women, some were hunched old men, and there were also cats and dogs on all fours, birds gliding at low altitudes, fish treating the wilderness grass as an ocean, roaring steam trains, and airships with indistinct paintwork. I belong here. A strange insight flashed through his mind. Before he could ponder it further, Leyton suddenly felt a throbbing pain in his head, as if countless pieces of information were violently forcing their way into his mind. Unlike the hidden sage's knowledge, which came person by person, Leyton felt that all these pieces of knowledge, swarming and trying to enter his mind, were alive. They relentlessly whispered in his ears, wanting to burrow into his mind. "All of you, shut up." The intense pain made Leyton roar out in a fit of rage. His ears suddenly quieted, and the throbbing in his mind ceased. He felt that the living knowledge had not left. They still surrounded him, wanting to enter his mind, but they had suddenly become much more obedient, like well-behaved children, lining up and orderly entering his mind, settling into their designated memory partitions. Leyton was stunned for a moment, unable to recover. Are these pieces of knowledge really so obedient? After a brief daze, he quickly composed himself. Now was not the time to ponder these questions. As his senses gradually returned, he realized that the previously out-of-control mystical reenactment had disappeared. The river below was free of mutation and degeneration, and also devoid of any vitality. The sounds of prayer to the primordial moon around him had also weakened considerably. It seemed that under the suddenly intensified influence of death, the short lives of those mutated monsters had directly come to an end. "Thank you for letting me experience true death. New life and death are so beautiful. I feel I am one step closer to the Great Mother." Layers of voices, whose origin and details were hard to discern, echoed around, like in convergence of countless subtle murmurs, cold and indifferent, yet utterly mad. Chapter 458, KWM Chapter 456, Dividing the Battlefield. Leyton narrowed his eyes. He was very familiar with this voice. It came from Sorik, a dependent of the mad primordial moon. He was still alive, and it was even possible that he had achieved the conditions required for his advancement ritual thanks to the recent anomaly. The deep blue, almost purple, glow in Leyton's eyes expanded for a moment, then quickly receded. He restrained the urge to use his eyes of mystery prying. Even a casual glance here could lead to seeing the sisters on the moon due to mystical connections, which was too dangerous. His gaze swept coldly around, and specks of starlight appeared around him. He then quickly ascended into the sky. The deep blue, almost purple, glow in his eyes receded, reflecting a brilliant cosmos. Dazzling stars emerged one after another, densely packed and resplendent. Beneath a light curtain that was difficult for ordinary people and beyonders to perceive, a brilliant cosmos emerged. The azure stars quickly transformed into golden and pure, bright sunlight scattered from the sky, turning night into day in an instant. Leyton's eyes shimmered with pure light, giving him an exceptionally sacred and wise feeling, yet also appearing quite cold and devoid of warmth. The hidden sage was connected to Leyton in some unknown way. It was somewhat like the war bishop's mind link. I could easily leverage the hidden sage's knowledge, power, and authority, but I would also be oppressed by his madness, affecting my own spirit and will. Leyton didn't ponder too much. The pressure on his spiritual level in this state was quite significant. The stars scattering bright sunlight from the sky descended one by one. Resplendent, pure, and blazing specks of light fell from above, trailing long, faint golden tails in the air, as if even the air was tinged with gold. These specks of light seemed to be conscious, accurately landing on every mutated creature. The plants that had grown grotesque and crimson mouths, constantly praying to the primordial moon, let out screams. As wisps of dark green smoke rose from them, their life signs returned to normal, and the pollution they suffered was purified. However, their appearance did not completely revert, still looking somewhat grotesque and distorted. The mutated monsters and already dead corpses truly and completely died. Although their appearance remained strange, there was no longer any pollution. The faint golden light rain lasted for nearly half a minute, until the last golden star floating in the sky also fell, and the vast, pervasive aura of the sun was gradually replaced by the deep crimson moonlight. Leyton looked up in a daze. The light curtain that had previously obscured the sky had disappeared, and with it, the illusory figure of the chained god, hanging upside down from a tree, which had projected through the spirit world, also vanished. Feeling that the connection between the hidden sage and himself had been severed, Leyton quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that if the duration had been a little longer, his mental state would have suffered irreversible damage. Although I experience the power and authority of a Sequence 1 Archangel through the hidden sage, this half-minute trial card will take me at least 1 or 2 months to fully adjust my mental state. Muttering to himself, Leyton looked down with profound eyes, attempting to find the primordial moon's dependent who was advancing through divination, to stop him, and preferably to eliminate this unstable factor directly. Whoosh! 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 A continuous whooshing sound came, and several blood-red long arrows pierced through Leyton's forehead, heart, and lower abdomen at extreme speed. Amidst a crackling sound, Leyton's figure transformed into sparkling starlight, surging rapidly towards the primordial moon believer who had just attacked him. A translucent figure abruptly detached from the spirit world, appearing directly in front of the surging starlight. He wore a black clerical robe and his left hand, gloved in black, slightly clenched into a fist towards Leyton, as if grasping something, repeating the action twice. The brilliant starlight seemed difficult to maintain, contracting, and Leyton's figure reformed amidst the floating specks of starlight. Marauder? It should be a mystical item. How unlucky, my starlight transformation ability was just stolen. Thoughts floated one after another. Leyton's eyes sparkled with pure, cold light, suppressing his emotional fluctuations to the lowest. He indifferently scrutinized the beyonder who had suddenly appeared in front of him. His face was gaunt, his skin brownish, his eyes sunken as if mummified, and the roots of his beard on his chin were black, extending outwards and white, from the corners of his mouth to his ears. However, they were not thick and quite short, appearing sparse. His eyes were similar in color to his skin, a light brown. Although he had the demeanor of a priest, he gave off a sinister and terrifying impression, as if he would become perverse in silence. Zatwin, a saint of the Rose school of thought, I remember you should be in Lone right now. Leyton spoke without much change in tone, raising his right palm upwards, rapidly forming a slowly rotating ball of stardust. Zatwin said nothing. He raised his right hand, thumb and index finger at a 90-degree angle, the other fingers slightly curled. The next moment, a phantom skull shrouded in black mist suddenly appeared, carrying a heavy aura of death, like an envoy dispatched from the underworld, heading straight for Leyton. Leyton unhurriedly tossed the slowly rotating stardust in his hand, and one star after another emerged, densely packed and dazzling. These stars scattered rays of light, converging into magnificent pillars of light around them. The phantom skull shrouded in black mist plunged into it without even a ripple. The clear, brilliant light, carrying flickering stars, rapidly expanded outwards, enveloping Leyton and Zatwin at an unavoidable speed. As the specks of starlight flickered, the continuously expanding light carried both figures and disappeared from visible sight. A hazy crimson moonlight streaked across, condensing a blurry figure in midair. He tried to reach out and grasp something, but touched nothing. They have been temporarily concealed. This way, no one can interfere with their battlefield, and similarly, no one will have the chance to interfere with us. Puluk's figure quickly outlined itself beside him. He strolled leisurely in the air, a dull glow passing over the ring on his right hand. The crimson moonlight suddenly dimmed, and at some unknown point, a hazy, dark mist permeated the surroundings. All scenery became indistinct, seemingly right before one's eyes, yet as distant as if separated by a world. The concealed world, you. Wah, wah. The primordial moon believer's words were directly interrupted by the echoing whispers of the dead. The sharp, piercing sounds were layered and indescribable, as if countless deceased souls were whispering, roaring, and shouting in his ears. This sound directly affected the spirit body, and even sealing one's spirituality and all senses could not completely block it. The primordial moon believer, shrouded in crimson moonlight that made him indistinct, frowned slightly, looking annoyed at Puluk, who was continuously chanting the language of the dead. The language of the dead constantly echoed in his ears, which was an unbearable torment for a beyonder of the moon pathway with sensitive smell and hearing. The language of the dead would gradually turn living creatures into undead, slowly leading them to death. He could even smell the scent of decaying flesh appearing on himself. He attempted to create a full moon in this concealed world, but each time he was interrupted by the opponent. Without a moonlit environment, he couldn't maneuver by rapidly flickering his position to contend with the opponent. The concealed world was isolated from the spirit world, so the High Summoner's most powerful abilities could not be exploited here. He tried to project Puluk's image into his eyes to attack the opponent with a curse, but his spiritual intuition kept warning him, as if doing so would most likely lead to a mutual destruction. Damn it, the concealed world is too restrictive for a High Summoner, and even if a beyonder of the death pathway dies, as long as they make certain preparations beforehand, they can still return from the underworld. Even if it's a mutual destruction, in the end, only I will die. Thoughts floated in his mind, making his mood increasingly irritable, but the desire to perish with the opponent grew stronger. Just a little longer, as soon as the concealed world's duration ends, I can return under the blood moon, back under the gaze of the Great Mother. Across from him, Puluk, who had maintained a not too far, not too close distance, slightly curved his lips. His pupils were vertical and golden, as if they could reflect the deepest parts of the soul, but the primordial moon believer, who had been constantly disturbed by him, did not notice this anomaly. On the other side, Leyton and Zatwin, engulfed by pure light, simultaneously arrived on an island, a dreamy, fairy tale-like island, with a bright white moon suspended above, like an isolated utopia. Cold, indifferent eyes without eyelashes sprouted from various places. Their cold and indifferent gazes all fell upon Zatwin, as if wanting to see through every cell in his body. Leyton slightly raised his hand, but his movement suddenly paused, he had forgotten what he wanted to do. The next moment, several thin ice crystal arrows suddenly shot over, carrying a strong aura of death, leaving a layer of white frost in the air and causing the surrounding vegetation to wither. Brilliant starlight appeared one after another in front of Leyton. They instantly condensed, forming a somewhat transparent starlight barrier, blocking all the thin ice crystal arrows. The ice crystal arrows shattered the moment they hit the starlight barrier. Pale ice crystals rapidly spread outwards. As the howling wind picked up, the surrounding temperature instantly dropped, and the speed of frost spreading also sharply accelerated. Bang! A violent sound of ice breaking rang out. Zatwin's body was like a runaway steam train, trailing a long afterimage behind him. His fist smashed through the thick ice crystals, landing on the starlight barrier. Bang. Bang. 2 more punches landed on the starlight barrier, and Leyton's starlight barrier, not deliberately maintained, shattered in response. Amidst the falling starlight, like shattered glass, Zatwin's arm suddenly swelled, and, shrouded in illusory black mist, he smashed towards Leyton's face. The instant his fist touched Leyton, his body suddenly became transparent and ethereal, turning into a pile of scattered foam. These bubbles quickly froze in the cold wind, then shattered, fleeting in an instant. Leyton's figure appeared from the other side. He held an milky white chess piece in his left hand and pressed it in the air. Zatwin and the cold wind around him seemed to have been put on a slow-motion button, their movement so slow they appeared to be jumping frame by frame. Without hesitation, Leyton dragged and condensed with his right hand an ancient-styled long spear, from tip to hilt burning with clusters and specks of blood-red dark light. The long spear was swiftly thrown forward by him, turning into a dark red streak of light that pierced into Zatwin's left chest. The second before it was about to pierce his heart, Zatwin's body suddenly became transparent, like a statue aggregated from countless starlight. As the dark red long spear passed through his chest, the transparent statue instantly shattered, turning into brilliant starlight surging in specks, and his body reformed in another direction. Damn it. Marauders are truly annoying. Unable to help but curse under his breath, Leyton raised his hand and pointed forward. A beautifully dressed, illusory female figure appeared in midair. An intense feeling of drowsiness immediately swept over. Even as a Sequence 3 saint, Zatwin still found it difficult to resist this drowsiness. His eyelids continuously drooped, as if he would fall asleep the next second. Ah! A sharp, piercing shriek that directly struck the soul suddenly erupted from his mouth, causing damage to the spirit body while carrying an extremely evil and distorted curse. Leyton's figure thinned and became brittle in that instant, finally transforming into a folded, pale yellow paper figure. As soon as the pale yellow paper figure appeared, it distorted. Pale white curly hairs grew on the paper figure's body, and its body continuously expanded. Just as it was about to transform into a goat, the paper figure seemed unable to withstand the curse and directly exploded into a pile of fluttering paper scraps. It was not until the echoing shriek ended that Leyton's figure emerged from a dim night sky, completely unharmed, without the slightest influence of the curse. While using the paper figure substitute to evade the shriek's damage, he also used a mystical reenactment, Nation of the Evernight, to shift himself into a concealed state, thereby avoiding the Disciple of Silence's transformation curse. Snap. Leyton raised his right hand and lightly snapped his fingers. Brilliant stars appeared one by one in midair, simultaneously scattering pure rays of light downwards. These rays intertwined, disintegrating and melting the howling cold wind and the thick frost that had covered the ground, transforming the surroundings into a pure white world. In this environment, Zatwin's mirror jump and ability to possess inanimate objects could no longer function. Even if the glove on his hand can steal my thoughts and Beyonder abilities, it's not easy to steal the most crucial and practical ones from the many Beyonder abilities I possess. Similarly, as long as enough thoughts float, he can accurately steal my next course of action. After all, he is not a true marauder. Chapter 459, KWM Chapter 457, Gate of Summoning. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Leyton had no intention of reining them in. Instead, he continuously released them, disrupting the opponent's attempts to steal. He had never used the Beyonder power, Source of Curses, because the negative effect of that mystical item was that for every Beyonder power stolen, he would also lose one. And he just so happened to be unlucky enough to lose one of his most core Beyonder abilities. Because he had mastered enough death and curse-type spells, he didn't care about losing a few in battle, and if he lost his own negative curses, he could even become stronger. Thoughts constantly appeared and disappeared in his mind. Even without looking at Zatwin's expression, Leyton could feel that the other party was very displeased right now. The next second, the clairvoyant's intuition produced some vague premonitions. He reflexively reached out and grasped at the void, consuming his spirituality, but received no feedback from mystical reenactment. Without the slightest hesitation, he reached out a second time. An invisible substance instantly covered his body, transforming him into a non-existent state. The next moment, a terrifyingly evil, silent shriek echoed, and extreme curses erupted all around. The stars in the air, scattering rays of light, all trembled, flickering between bright and dim. Once the breakout of curses passed, Leyton immediately took out a black doll-like chess piece from the void and threw it towards Zatwin. The chess piece dissipated as soon as it touched his body. His body instantly seemed to be slowed down countless times, making it impossible to even perform a simple action. Leyton narrowed his eyes slightly, and thoughts flashed through his mind. His figure suddenly flickered, instantly appearing in the air where the stars trembled. He then extended his spirituality to stabilize these brilliant, flickering stars. The surrounding brilliant stars instantly turned golden and began to slowly converge towards the center, casting down magnificent, pure, and blazing light. The vast, blazing solar aura dyed the surroundings golden. Zatwin's body was like a crab placed in boiling water, quickly turning a fiery red, with wisps of black mist constantly rising from him. With his movements slowed, even his expression became sluggish, showing no sign of the stinging pain from being scorched by the power of the sun domain. Leyton pushed his hands downwards, and the continuously converging golden stars instantly accelerated, swirling downwards. At the very center of the golden light, a pure to the extreme, blindingly white, enormous pure orb of light, entwined with countless sacred flames, directly smashed down. Terrifying light and heat instantly swept across the ground. The enormous pure orb of light instantly expanded into a blindingly white, miniaturized sun bright enough to illuminate a city, illuminating the entire space in pure white, making nothing visible. Leyton once again reached out, pulling out an invisible substance to cover himself, transforming into a non-existent state, then approached the direction where he remembered Zatwin to be. He clearly remembered that a mystical reenactment had just been stolen from him. This miniaturized sun could not harm the opponent at all, it was merely to make the opponent consume that mystical reenactment and simultaneously hide his own figure. Without Leyton's spiritual maintenance, the blinding white light quickly receded, leaving only the residual light and heat in the air, and the ground, which had turned grayish-white and deeply sunken. Leyton was surrounded by solidifying starlight, which blocked most of the light and heat. He looked at Zatwin, whose skin had turned sallow and cracked, and whose sparse beard had completely disappeared. Before Zatwin could react, Leyton placed his hand on the other's shoulder. A thick, inky darkness suddenly appeared, carrying an extremely strong degenerate aura, spreading into his body along Leyton's palm. Zatwin let out a difficult, almost howling scream. This sound seemed capable of shattering all objects and even spiritual bodies. It was a sequence 3-level wraith scream, carrying extreme pain and curses. Leyton's body shattered inch by inch under this terrifying sound wave, turning into a pile of foam. These foams reflected dreamlike colors under the light, then were torn apart by the shrieking sound waves, vanishing in an instant. As these foams dissipated, the already disfigured island space slid away like a heavy curtain, revealing the night sky with the red light hanging high in the real world. Zatwin felt the ground give way beneath him, and his body fell straight down as if losing support. Leyton's figure appeared on the other side of the night sky. In his hand, he held a uniquely shaped long spear with a strong aura of destruction. The spearhead was engraved with mysterious symbols, and the shaft resembled a tree branch. The next moment, the long spear left his hand, like a blazing white meteor, piercing through Zatwin's left chest with an unavoidable, unstoppable force, leaving a bowl-sized hole. The powerful vitality of the mutant pathway did not let him die immediately. Instead, he regained some of his reason, which had been corrupted by the fallen, through the intense pain in his chest. His figure gradually became transparent and illusory, like a true wraith. The moment he fell into the river, he disappeared, constantly traversing the mirror world, fleeing from there. Leyton gazed intently in the direction Zatwin had fled. Under the gaze of the eyes of mystery prying, even with the obstruction of the mirror world, he could still see the other's figure relatively clearly. But this seemed to make Zatwin mistakenly believe that Leyton was going to pursue him. He traversed the mirror world even faster, even forgetting to clear the constantly invading degenerate aura from himself. Leyton curled his lips. His eyes flickered, instantly becoming extremely deep, like the sea before a storm, losing clear focus and becoming vast and boundless. By peeking into the river of fate, he saw the future Zatwin was heading towards, and a blurry image, he would encounter someone he shouldn't due to some accident, leading him to the end of his destiny. It's a pity about that disciple of silence's characteristics. Even if I don't need it, I could hire Miss Sharon and her teacher with it later. Leyton sighed softly, then turned his head to look at a spot less than 100 meters ahead of him. A layer of dim night passed, and two figures fell out of a concealed world. Mr. Pulluck, still elegant and with a slight smile on his lips, and a humanoid figure indistinguishable from a dried corpse. On him, faint crimson light points were already appearing. Leyton looked at Mr. Pulluck, who was standing quietly in midair, with some surprise. Aside from some unstable aura and excessive spiritual consumption, he did not detect any signs of injury on the other party. Sensing Leyton's gaze, Pulluck turned his head and looked back, then said with a smile. "Heh, I know Beyonders of the Moon pathway quite well, and I know how to restrain them. Moreover, as a descendant of the Death, even if only a distant collateral descendant, I always have some special methods and relatively rich collections." As he spoke, he bent his left hand, revealing a dark golden cufflink, and used his right hand to take it off, placing it casually into the inner pocket of his coat. After doing all this, his entire spirit seemed to relax. He reached out to wipe the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, then looked at the corpse still suspended in the air, which looked as if it had been dead for a long time. Leyton followed Pulluck's gaze, and his eyes deepened. The precipitated Beyonder characteristic were reconverging, and the corpse was coming back to life at a visible speed. Leyton frowned and looked at Pulluck, saying with some confusion, "Resurrection." Pulluck nodded and shook his head thoughtfully. "He is indeed dead. What is being restored is only the body, lacking the necessary soul. It's hard to call it a person, it's more like half a corpse, half a monster, perhaps retaining some memories." This process seems irreversible. Even if we pulverize his body now, he, or rather, it, will reassemble under the influence of the Beyonder characteristic, unless the corpse is completely destroyed when he is killed initially. This bizarre resurrection ability has already exceeded the moon pathway. It's somewhat similar to the demoness of unaging. Upon hearing this, Leyton looked at the crimson light points recoalescing into the corpse in midair with some vigilance. His intuition was preventing him from using the eyes of mystery prying to examine it closely, as if he might see something he shouldn't. Is it because this fellow died, triggering the contingency left by the primordial moon on him? Or was the ritual on the ground destroyed, forcing the primordial moon to act through a nearby primordial moon believers to achieve its original goal? As thoughts floated, he looked up at the red light above his head. He wondered if it was just his imagination, but he felt that tonight's blood moon seemed even more crimson than usual. Click-clack. A sound of body twisting and deforming resonated. Leyton looked up. The revived primordial moon believers had changed, becoming more like a out-of-control monster. It ignored Palak and Leyton, who were standing by, ready to kill it again. Its body turned faint red before the sun and death domain attacks arrived, transforming into a hazy moonlight. This moonlight instantly shattered under the attack, turning into crimson scales that dissipated in place, and quickly reassembled into a monstrous body at a higher position. It gazed madly and obsessively at the blood-crimson moon above its head. Crimson flames rose from its body as if it were sacrificing itself, its spirituality surged, expanding into a large area of deep red around it, like another red light, seemingly establishing a mysterious connection with the red light in the sky. A faint hum seemed to echo in Leyton's mind, and the clairvoyant's intuition seemed to tremble. He took a deep breath, suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and raised his hand, condensing a deep, viscous darkness in his palm, like a materialization of the degenerate aura. He then threw this ball of darkness. The degenerate aura instantly expanded, forming a pitch-black, viscous ocean filled with degenerate aura. This ocean trembled slightly when it touched the illusory red light formed by the crimson light, then seemed to develop some self-awareness and fell into self-contradiction, remaining in a stalemate in midair for a moment before dissipating into nothingness. Ripples spread through the crimson moonlight, as if an invisible hand was wantonly disturbing the moonlight within. With a faint creaking sound, a hazy, illusory summoning gate, inscribed with numerous mysterious symbols, suddenly opened. The other side of the gate was not the spirit world, which should have been connected, but an endless, deep darkness, a vast, lonely, boundless, and dark universe. In the depths of the dark universe, colorful lights suddenly flickered, growing closer and brighter. Specks of brass-colored light emerged from the void, swiftly moving through the crimson moonlight, outlining one mysterious symbol after another, forming a pair of illusory eyes that could see everything. Under the gaze of these eyes, a portion of the brass-colored light outlined an identical summoning gate, inscribed with numerous mysterious symbols. The remaining brass-colored light attached itself to the hazy, illusory, summoning gate, constantly transforming itself and merging into it, until it strangely replaced a part of it. The two summoning gates overlapped, and relying on that peculiar and subtle connection, the dazzling lights that should have rushed out of the gate returned to their origin, back to the deep, lonely depths of the universe. The summoning gate, created by the primordial moon believer's self-sacrifice, quickly became precarious under the erosion of the brass-colored light. Bang! A pair of illusory, crimson-burning, gigantic bat wings, large enough to cover a city, appeared. They directly crashed into the two closely aligned, summoning gates, attempting to separate them by brute force. A light, difficult to see with the naked eye, formed by illusory and complex knowledge, shot out from the spirit world depths, reforming in midair into a beautiful female figure, Bernadette, who had just sensed the anomaly in the spirit world and rushed to this location. She wore an olive-green long dress and a soft hat with a fine black veil hanging down. She looked up at the two hazy, illusory gates, embraced by the crimson moonlight and pressed together, as well as the somewhat illusory and transparent, seemingly about to disappear gigantic bat wings. She raised her hand and condensed an ancient-styled, dark red long spear, burning with clusters and specks of blood-colored light, and threw it into the sky without hesitation. The dark red meteor streaked across the sky, piercing through the figure that had summoned the gigantic bat wings in an instant, leaving a fist-sized hole, and rapidly began to collapse from the inside out, heading towards death. The almost completely out-of-control monster's body swayed and turned to ashes in the crimson flames, as if it had sacrificed its last bit of spirituality. The creaking, swaying, and slowly disappearing hazy, illusory, summoning gate, stabilized as if experiencing a final burst of life. A pitch-black, sticky arm, seemingly oozing evil liquid, suddenly elongated, instantly crossing a long distance and crashing with a bang onto the two conjoined, summoning gates. Chapter 460, KWM Chapter 458 Flowing Light. Immense power, accompanied by an extremely evil and utterly insane aura, rapidly permeated the surroundings, causing everything to crack and the two tightly closed summoning gates to split open with a gap. Several streams of blood-red and dark red light instantly merged into the colossal arm, which was oozing with an evil liquid, swiftly annihilating the grotesque objects growing from the dark, viscous fluid, then transforming into crimson shackles that pulled apart the arm of the abomination, Sua. As the gap between the two summoning gates formed, as if pushed by an enormous force from behind, several streams of light of varying colors and complex auras forcefully surged out from the other side of the gate, transforming into shooting stars that scattered and fell. Leyton, who had been observing the situation, instantly flickered, relying on the keen intuition of a clairvoyant. He locked onto the trajectory of a cerulean stream of light, his figure continuously flickering across the sky, appearing directly in front of the cerulean stream of light. Brilliant starlight continuously emerged before him, swirling in layers, then instantly retracting, condensing into a solid mass. Boom. The immense impact force momentarily distorted Leyton's expression, and at the same time, he felt a subtle, extremely high-level mental pollution. This pollution could even affect him by distorting the starlight he created. This feeling was somewhat similar to the round moon duke's astrolabe, but stronger, approaching the level of a demigod, and carried a subtle yet strong corruption. As thoughts flickered, Leyton extended more of his spirituality, and one by one, pale blue stars appeared around him, densely packed and dazzling. The starlight continuously retracted, forming a constantly rotating and compressing mass of stardust in front of him. Until all the peculiar power was contained, the continuously rotating stardust condensed into a transparent crystal ball the size of an adult's fist. Inside the crystal ball, flecks of starlight occasionally floated by, as if with enough concentration and careful observation, one could see the brilliant cosmos hidden within. In another direction, Puluk, who reacted almost simultaneously with Leyton, also intercepted a grayish-white stream of light. He had originally intended to directly open the underworld gate within his body to capture the scattered stream of light, but as soon as this thought arose, his spirituality experienced a tremor, indescribable, but seemingly with a great impact on himself. Out of caution, he directly communicated with the true underworld, summoning a group of translucent phantoms. He manipulated these phantoms to construct a translucent wall in midair, floating with countless pale, distorted faces, with a dense aura of death solidifying into a thin mist, floating up and down the wall. Boom. With a somewhat illusory crashing sound, the translucent wall rapidly shattered, then immediately retracted under Puluk's control, solidifying into a somewhat illusory translucent large net. The intercepted grayish-white light struggled for a moment, then subsided as if unable to continue. Puluk noticed that the grayish-white light was gradually fading, faintly showing a tendency to return to nature. He frowned slightly, tore off a button from his overcoat, and threw it into the translucent net. The scattered grayish-white light seemed to find a reliance, rapidly converging into the bronze-colored button. Not far from the now dissipated summoning gate, a beam of light composed of complex knowledge streaked across, directly enveloping and intercepting a stream of light. Within the light formed by complex knowledge, Bernadette's figure rapidly reformed. In her right palm, there was a mass of mist the size of a baby's arm, continuously flowing and deforming. The next moment, dense, brilliant starlight flickered forth, obscuring even the blood moon's radiance. The dazzling, flickering starlight outlined cold, indifferent eyes in the sky, and space itself seemed to distort at that moment. The streams of light that had originally shot off into the distance drew strange arcs in the sky, like cars suddenly losing control and careening wildly on a muddy, steep mountain road. Although the process was quite distorted, those streams of light seemed to carry a subtle and profound will, breaking through the blockade she had imposed and flying further away. Seeing her obstruction was ineffective, Bernadette no longer continued to act. She frowned slightly, looking at the mass of mist she had imprisoned in her hand. She felt a chaotic power from this mist, a chaos similar to but not entirely the same as the Black Emperor pathway, which inexplicably reminded her of the wishing lamp. This is very similar to the aura I felt from the genie when I made a wish to him. Is the genie also not from this world? As thoughts floated, she looked up at the still crimson blood moon, her gaze seemingly wanting to penetrate the sky and see the abstract astral world. Before her gaze could glimpse the astral world, she shifted her sight, turning instead to look at the abomination, Sua, and the vampire, Duke, who were pulling at each other in the distance. One wanted to intercept a stream of light whose aura was very close to their own, while the other wanted to obstruct the first, and they began to pull at each other in the sky again. A silvery white stream of light, influenced by the round moon Duke and Sua, changed direction and fell towards the manor where the primordial moon believers were gathered. Bernadette gazed intently in that direction. She saw the river of fate, almost solidified, manifesting there, as if a node of fate had appeared, converging countless tributaries of fate. Is a high-level entity or beyonder of the fate pathway exerting influence there, a convergence effect? Does this also apply to things outside the 22 pathways? As thoughts floated, Bernadette's figure once again transformed into a beam of light condensed from complex knowledge, surging towards the location of that manor. In a corner of the manor where the primordial moon believers gathered, Bugs Bunny, Bree, and Ritz were hiding together in a large tree it had transformed from vines, their eyes unblinking as they watched their surroundings. Ritz's full-body mechanical device was already half damaged. He lay on the greenish branch like a salted fish, muttering, "I can't move. This pile of iron is too heavy," and all the mechanical parts that could generate propulsion were broken by those vampires. Bree sat on a branch on the other side, elegantly licking his milky white paws. Upon hearing Ritz's words, he glanced at him, saying calmly, "If you can't move, then take them off for now, otherwise, with your restricted movement, you'll be a living target. No. What if I can't find them again? Crafting these machines cost me a lot of materials. Ritz pouted, somewhat reluctantly retorting. His posture on the branch allowed him to look up at the sky, and then he saw a silvery white meteor streaking across the sky, getting closer and closer to him. Wait, it looks like a meteor is falling. Ritz stood up from the branch in a panic, but due to the excessive weight on his body, he lost his balance and stumbled, falling from the branch. Whoa! Thud. A scream and the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground followed. Bree, squatting on the branch, lightly leaped down. His landing point seemed to be off. As he stepped on Ritz, who was lying on the ground, his foot slipped, and he fell directly onto Ritz. MMMPH. Bugs Bunny looked down at the two cats who had suddenly become unlucky, and somewhat hesitantly reached for the die of probability in his pocket. He suspected that he might have accidentally touched the dice while running earlier, causing the numbers on it to change. The silvery white meteor fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed, its silvery glow filling Bugs Bunny's vision. There was no scorching heat or flames, no rumbling sound, it just appeared silently before him. Bugs Bunny flusteredly waved the staff in his hand, trying to block the meteor hurtling towards him. To his surprise, he did not feel the impact force that a meteor should have. The silvery light was as light as nothing, as if attracted by the staff in his hand, it quickly merged into it, twisting and stretching the staff's shape. Whoa! Bugs Bunny was stunned for a moment, accidentally stepping into the air, he fell directly to the ground, landing right on Bree, who had just gotten up from Ritz. Bang! Bugs Bunny, Bree, and Ritz piled up like a human pyramid. Such bad luck. Bugs Bunny shook his head, climbed off Bree, and with a push of his legs, landed on the ground beside them. Oof! Ow! My back is broken. Stinky rabbit. You need to lose weight. Bree and Ritz felt as if they had been hit hard, their entire feline bodies felt dizzy, and for a moment they didn't even have the strength to get up from the ground. Bugs Bunny patted himself all over with both paws, but didn't feel the presence of the die of probability. He frantically looked around, even lifting Bree and Ritz, who were lying on the ground, and shaking them twice, to confirm whether the die of probability had fallen on them. MMPH, let go. My bones are broken, you fat rabbit, don't touch me. After Bugs Bunny threw him down, Ritz wobbled unsteadily for a moment before lying back down, grimacing and glaring angrily at Bugs Bunny. Bree lay weakly on the ground, rubbing his belly. He felt his internal organs had shifted slightly under the heavy pressure just now. This rabbit's weight is abnormal. When I become an alchemist in the future, I must transform myself into a mechanical cat. The body of a mechanical master is too fragile. With two clatters, a dark brown baton and a milky white dice fell from the tree one after another. Bree looked at the objects that had fallen in front of him, and somewhat confusedly called out to Bugs Bunny. Hey, rabbit, are you looking for this dice? Bugs Bunny glanced over, and then shot over quickly, even leaving a slight afterimage behind him. Chapter 461, KWM Chapter 459 Similar Authority. It looked at the constantly spinning die of probability on the ground and the deep brown baton obliquely stuck in the muddy soil, hesitating for a moment. He felt that this die of probability seemed to have undergone some changes, it seemed to be more alive. After spinning in place for nearly a minute, the die of probability finally stopped as if it had run out of strength, with 4 dots facing up. Bugs Bunny hesitated for a moment before picking up the die of probability from the ground and putting it into his pocket. Then he tilted his head to look at the baton stuck obliquely in the ground. He was not quite sure if it was his cane. Illusory light composed of complex knowledge surged closer, and as it approached Bugs Bunny, this complex knowledge recondensed into Bernadette's figure. Bree and Ritz looked at the suddenly appearing Bernadette in a daze. They had only seen this ability to transform into an information creature on Glenn. This was a beyonder as terrifying as Glenn. The two cats exchanged a silent glance, then, as if reaching some tacit understanding, turned their heads away, restrained their own characteristics, and tried their best to disguise themselves as ordinary cats. Bernadette did not pay attention to the expressive Bugs Bunny and the two cats. Her eyes were deep as she looked at the baton stuck obliquely in the ground. After observing it carefully for a while, she withdrew her gaze and looked at Bugs Bunny, saying, "This mystical item of yours has been integrated with some kind of peculiar external power and has undergone some mutation. It now possesses some destiny-related characteristics. If you want to continue using it, it's best to seal it to some extent. That peculiar power will affect the user's destiny and even bring some subtle corruption." After warning Bugs Bunny, Bernadette's figure once again transformed into an illusory light composed of complex knowledge, surging away from there. Bugs Bunny looked at the spot where Bernadette disappeared, nodding blankly, then turned to look at Bree and Ritz, asking with some hesitation. Can I still keep this section of my cane? Will just touching it have negative effects?" Upon hearing this, Bree stared at the baton for a long time, then shook his head with some hesitation, saying, "I don't know. Let's just wait here for Glenn or your boss to come. They can definitely seal this hand, baton. Rabbit, your previous sequence was doctor. Quickly treat me. I feel like my bones are broken. Ritz, lying on the ground, weakly interrupted the conversation between Bugs Bunny and Bree. The prophet clone, who was chasing primordial moon believers in Pei City, paused. His eyes suddenly lost focus and became blank. A slightly blurred image surfaced in his mind. A vague, hazy gate stood under a crimson moon, and several streams of light of various colors, with complex and strange auras, surged out of it. The image in his mind quickly dissipated, but his spiritual intuition guided him to look at the sky, at where the meteor had streaked across. He didn't have time to ponder whose influence this sudden prophecy was. Pale blue radiance instantly flowed from his eyes. Pale blue light spots continuously appeared in front of him, quickly outlining a blurry, insubstantial gate. A faint blue light flashed, and the prophet clone and the blurry gate simultaneously disappeared on the silent street. Following his spiritual intuition, the prophet clone arrived at a library in the city. In the dim, deserted depths of the library, scattered faint blue lights shot out from the spirit world, quickly outlining an illusory gate. As soon as the prophet clone stepped out from the other side of the gate, his spiritual perception was triggered. He immediately simulated the ability of the eyes of mystery prying, allowing his vision to easily penetrate layers of obstruction and see a colorful, dazzling stream of light streaking across the sky, getting closer and closer to him. This beam of light seemed to be in a different dimension from the real world, silently penetrating the roof and walls, landing in the library. The dazzling radiance quickly dispersed, as if to merge with the entire library, saturating every bookshelf and every book with rich colors. Amidst the rustling of turning pages, the prophet clone saw the words on the books begin to twist. The knowledge recorded in these books was becoming alive, they were intertwining, constructing a strange world within the books. A high-level authority similar to the creator. He murmured to himself, and a pale blue radiance instantly filled the prophet clone's eyes. Silver-white dots appeared around him, wandering freely, outlining one omniscient eye after another, searching for the strange power that was merging into the library. Involving dimensions, mysteries, and the domain of creation. Most likely similar to the authority of the knowledge Moor, and also somewhat similar to the omnipotent and omniscient creator. Relying on the special nature of his reader pathway, the prophet clone quickly analyzed the strange power in his surroundings. He slightly curled the corners of his lips, and the pale blue radiance in his eyes became even more intense. His entire body continuously emitted circles of warm, purifying radiance. Relying on his mastery of knowledge related to the sun pathway, the purification power he simulated would not be too far from the beyonder abilities wielded by Unshadowed himself. The strange power that was originally merging with the library was instantly repelled, and the merging process was forcibly interrupted. The strange power, just like beyonder characteristics, was precipitating out little by little. Ink-like, rich colors seeped from the books, continuously dripping down and converging on the floor into a puddle of liquid paint. Specks of brass-colored glimmer shot out from an unknown communication, constantly wandering in midair, outlining a blank scroll, purposefully covering the puddle of paint on the ground. The blank scroll was stained with rich and complex colors, like an abstract oil painting, outlining a distorted pattern. As soon as this distorted cosmos scroll appeared, it was grabbed by an invisible hand and disappeared directly from the prophet clone's sight. As soon as those wandering brass-colored glimmers appeared, the prophet clone knew what was happening. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but complain. So, what was the point of me coming here? To be a locator. Paws River Valley, above the sky near East Balam. Glenn leaned leisurely on a high-backed chair formed from starlight, as if observing something interesting, with a slight curl of her lips, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on the mechanical puppet that was guarding against her nearby. Did you see? Your god has been stopped. Although the development of this matter was somewhat beyond my expectation, it seems that your Church of the God of Steam and Machinery and the Intis military still couldn't reverse the situation. The Paws River Valley area will welcome its new ruler. No expression could be seen on the mechanical puppet's cold face. He casually glanced around, then spoke in a deep, hoarse voice. Even if Mazanias truly unifies the Paws River Valley, can a local armed force alone withstand the retaliation from Intis and lone two countries that follows? Under the suppression of the northern continent nations, can he truly lead these southern continent natives to develop? Glenn chuckled indifferently twice, saying, Time will witness everything. Perhaps, it won't be long before all your Church of the God of Steam and Machinery's churches in the southern continent are cleared out. Heretic. The mechanical puppet's words were directly interrupted. Glenn's figure transformed into a surging light composed of complex knowledge and disappeared before him. The pale purple eyes that had appeared around him also vanished, isolated, and the hidden space also returned to normal. In the air not far away, a light imperceptible to the naked eye floated by, carrying a light that streaked across the sky like a meteor and landed on the ground. Complex knowledge instantly reassembled Glenn's figure. She looked down at a light gray amber held in her right palm. Inside, Wisps of mist floated, as if the deepest, darkest desires of the human heart had materialized. Just looking at it made one feel a great deal of discomfort. A demon. But without that extremely strong degenerate aura. She murmured in a low voice, her figure instantly became transparent, transforming once again into a light composed of complex knowledge, surging into the spirit world and flowing away into the distance. In the glass lampshades of gas streetlights, in puddles formed by accumulated water on the ground, and on the bay windows of rows of houses, a pale figure occasionally flashed by. He wore a black clergyman's robe, his face gaunt, his eyes sunken like a mummified corpse, his skin brownish and sickly pale, not like a living person, but more like a malicious wraith. Gurgling crimson blood still flowed from his body, dripping into the dark and deep mirror world. Hoo-hoo. Zatwin gasped for air, making hoarse sounds of pain. Although he was already a great distance from the battlefield in the Paz River Valley, he still dared not stop. There was always a sense of urgent crisis in his heart, as if danger was approaching. Damn it, the scattered blood I didn't have time to clean up will definitely be used. That guy is a clairvoyant, divination and tracking are his strengths. Is this the special nature of a blessed? Last time, when he fought Momosi, he was just a beyonder who had recently advanced to Sequence 4. As the thought surfaced, the dim mirror world around him suddenly brightened. The scarlet moonlight illuminated the surroundings, making the originally illusory and unreal scenes clear and transparent again. Zatwin stopped in surprise. He looked around cautiously, trying to find the presence that was secretly influencing him. Zzzzz. The sound of glass constantly cracking and shattering continued to ring out. Zatwin turned back in astonishment. Amidst a clattering sound, the glass windows, originally adorned with colorful patterns, shattered and fell, hitting the floor, disintegrating and melting into a puddle of silver-white liquid, completely losing their mirror-like properties. Chapter 462, KWM Chapter 460 Amon passing by. Zatwin's expression instantly froze, his spiritual intuition screamed wildly, as if something bad had already happened. Taking a deep breath, he looked around with a solemn expression for a while, but found nothing, only the silver-white liquid on the floor slowly flowing, gradually gathering into a closed circle. Something's wrong. Something dangerous seems to have happened, but everything here shows no abnormality, except for... He muttered to himself, lowering his eyes to look at the circle formed by the silver-white liquid on the ground. This was the only anomaly in the room. He took a step back, his figure suddenly becoming transparent and ethereal, like a true vengeful spirit. He didn't sense any mirrors he could attach to nearby, so he planned to enter the spirit world and leave this place by wandering through it. His transparent and ethereal figure rapidly thinned, and just as he was about to disappear, he seemed to trigger something. The scene in the room suddenly blurred for an instant. When everything became clear again, he was back in his original position, back to the second before he left the mirror world. Damn it, the scattered blood I didn't have time to clean up will definitely be used. That guy is a clairvoyant, divination and tracking are his strengths. Is this the specialty of a god's chosen? He was only a newly promoted Sequence 4 when he fought Momosi last time. As soon as the thought flickered, the dimly lit mirror world around him suddenly brightened. Scarlet moonlight illuminated the surroundings, making the originally ethereal and unreal scene clear and transparent again. Zatwin stopped in surprise and suspicion. He looked around cautiously, trying to find the presence secretly exerting influence. The next moment, he suddenly turned around and looked at the stained glass window behind him. There was nothing there, only a puddle of silver-white liquid on the ground, which just outlined a closed circle. Why didn't the glass window break? No, why do I feel like the glass window should break at this moment? And how did I escape the mirror world and appear here? Zatwin ignored the wound still wriggling and healing on his chest and tried to establish contact with certain things. His spiritual intuition had been warning him, as if he had fallen into some bizarre situation. You seem to be in a hurry. Why don't you tell me? Perhaps I can help you. A voice, as if deliberately lowered, sounded behind him without any incongruity. Zatwin felt his heart, which had only half recovered, instantly thump violently twice. The pain of tearing flesh brought his thoughts back, and he turned around in surprise to look behind him, at where the voice had come from. He saw a crow with glossy black feathers and a circle of white eyeshadow around its right eye. It had appeared in the room at some unknown time and was standing on the wooden chair against the wall. His vision blurred for a moment, and the crow suddenly transformed into a figure wearing a black classical robe and a matching pointed soft hat. With black curly hair and black eyes, he sat leisurely on the wooden chair, toying with a monocle that looked like it was ground from crystal. Amon. Zatwin only paused for a moment before quickly recognizing the other party. As he exclaimed in surprise, he couldn't help but take half a step back. Heh, I didn't expect someone from the Rose School of Thought to know me. It seems my reputation is quite high. Amon tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing an insincere smile. He twirled the monocle by its edge, then placed it over his right eye. Ignoring Zatwin's gaze, which was full of suspicion and wariness, he chuckled and said, I happened to be passing by and was attracted by the unusual fluctuations of fate here. I didn't expect to see such a magnificent drama. A chaotic battlefield, even those so-called true gods and the guys from the cosmos have gotten involved. It's a pity the crimson moon's light is too bright, plus some guys are deliberately concealing things, otherwise, we could have seen the true colors of the stars tonight. I haven't seen such a magnificent drama in a long time, so I couldn't help but want to participate too. After all, even my paranoid elder brother secretly joined this carnival. What? Zatwin looked at Amon in astonishment. As he stepped back, his figure suddenly became ethereal and transparent. With his movement, the scene in the room instantly shattered, rewinding as if time were flowing backward. Damn it, the scattered blood I didn't have time to clean up will definitely be used. That guy is a clairvoyant, divination and tracking are his strengths. Is this the specialty of a god's chosen? He was only a newly promoted sequence 4 when he fought Mamosi last time. Zatwin only felt his mind waver for a moment. The dimly lit mirror world around him suddenly brightened. Scarlet moonlight illuminated the surroundings, making the originally ethereal and unreal scene clear and transparent again. Amon leaned back on the wooden chair by the wall, raised an eyebrow slightly as he looked at Zatwin, who had reappeared, and spoke leisurely. Why are you in such a hurry? I hadn't even finished speaking before you triggered the reset. I have no habit of repeating what I've already said. As he spoke, he took a black glove with his right hand and put it on his left hand. Zatwin hadn't even had time to digest Amon's sudden appearance and his words when he saw the black glove he was putting on his left hand. He instinctively looked down at his own left hand. It was empty. The glove that should have been on his hand had disappeared. When? Zatwin's pupils dilated slightly, his voice filled with disbelief and astonishment. Amon chuckled and looked up at him, saying, Just now, when I was speaking, you were listening too intently, and you accidentally triggered the special property here, entering a loop. I had to temporarily put away this glove for you. The black glove was worn on Amon's left hand. He casually clenched his fist, and the glove, which was originally tight against his skin, instantly emitted faint gray-white specks of light. These specks of light continuously moved around Amon's palm, outlining worms of time with 12 transparent segments. The transparent and ethereal worms of time distorted and wriggled freely in midair, then slowly merged into Amon's body, which instantly solidified Amon's aura considerably. Zatwin's expression was momentarily stunned as he felt the change in Amon's aura, and his deeply sunken eyes were filled with anger. Humph. He slightly opened his mouth, and his throat wriggled, emitting a cold snort that could pierce eardrums and harm spiritual bodies. As soon as the sound left his mouth, it abruptly disappeared. Quiet down. Why do you mutant always like to yell and scream at the slightest provocation? Does only screaming give you a sense of security? Amon frowned slightly, his tone a bit impatient, as if he had encountered a child who kept hitting high notes next to his ear. Zatwin's face was cold, with an unconcealed malice flowing in his eyes, giving a sense of gradually becoming deranged in silence. His gaze was fixed on Amon in front of him, as if once he confirmed the other party's true nature, he would rush forward and deliver a fatal blow. The thoughts in your mind are mixed with a stench, as foul as the smell of the abyss. Have you, perhaps, already been marinated by the mother tree of desire? Did you have a child for her? Besides dismembering, do you have no other methods of torture? Amon sat leisurely on the wooden chair, a faint smile on his lips, his voice gentle, his tone calm, yet always able to stir emotions in people's hearts. Zatwin's somewhat cracked lips parted, his expression looking somewhat ferocious, as if he were letting out a silent shriek. Intense cursing power surged out around him as he opened his mouth. Amon's figure instantly distorted. A layer of greasy, viscous liquid secreted from his skin, which gradually turned dark green, and his body continuously distorted and retracted, deforming into the shape of a frog. As his figure changed, Amon lost most of his characteristics and beyonder abilities, he became a true frog. Zatwin watched the scene and slowly curled his lips. He knew he was right, the Amon here was just a Sequence 4 level clone. He stuck out his dark red tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, the malice flowing in his eyes becoming even more apparent, as if he had already thought about how to deal with this frog. Zatwin looked down at the somewhat bewildered frog lying on the ground, tugged at the corner of his mouth, and said playfully, "Croak. Croak. Croak. What's going on? Why am I making frog noises?" Zatwin discovered with horror that everything around him had magnified several times, and even the colors had become paler. No, it wasn't that the surrounding objects had magnified, but that his body had shrunk. Anxious thoughts flooded Zatwin's mind one after another. He vaguely had some understanding, but he couldn't believe it. How interesting. Amon half-crouched, chuckling as he looked down at the frog with only half a heart at his feet, and muttered to himself. This ability to exchange fates is very interesting, don't you think? I almost forgot, strong-willed mutant can still survive without a heart, but ordinary frogs don't have that ability. Amon continued speaking to himself. On the floor by his feet, a frog with dry, cracked skin and half its heart missing lay motionless, its legs stretched out straight, revealing a pale yellow-white belly. This frog's eyes were somewhat sunken, staring fixedly at the ceiling, as if glaring at someone who had been in front of it earlier. Specks of gray-white light began to precipitate from the frog's corpse, gradually speeding up. In just a moment, the constantly floating light specks engulfed the entire room, then began to slowly flow and converge, forming an inwardly collapsing vortex. Those precipitated characteristics re-merged into the frog's corpse on the ground, and a faint white light illuminated the surroundings. Chapter 463, KWM Chapter 461, Gift from Nature. Hey, today's harvest is quite good. After a pause, Amon spoke in ancient Fasak, a phrase forcibly translated. This kind of thing seems to have a specific saying to describe it, called the gift of nature. That guy is indeed very interesting, but unfortunately, that betrayal dragon is watching too closely, and my avatars cannot frequently appear by his side. Amon's expression curled into a strange smile, as if he recalled something amusing. He stood up somewhat lazily, waved his hand gently, and then, as if by magic, produced a palm-sized circular ring made of mercury, inscribed with strange, mystical symbols representing fate and destiny. Predetermined fate, destiny, the ring, it seems someone wants to join the great serpent's cat and mouse game. The 7 deities are a bit useless. The barrier left by the primal still exists, yet they can't stop those guys from the cosmos from infiltrating power into this world. As he spoke, Amon raised a hand and pinched the monocle over his right eye, and the mercury ring in his right hand instantly vanished. Then he turned his gaze to the frog corpse at his feet. Time around it seemed to accelerate several times. In the blink of an eye, the swirling, converging gray-white light particles were all absorbed into the frog's corpse. As the last speck of silvery white light disappeared, the frog's corpse finally revealed its current appearance. A dark green frog puppet, its body covered in strange, distorted tree-like patterns. Its mouth was tightly stitched shut with shiny, silvery metallic wires, and its 2 hands were pressed firmly over its exaggerated large eyes, as if it were afraid of something and dared not open them to look. Amon raised an eyebrow slightly, then bent down and picked up the puppet from the ground. He casually examined the frog puppet in his hand for a moment, then chuckled, pulling at the corner of his mouth, and said, "An interesting thing, very suitable for that game called red light, green light. As he spoke, his figure distorted and blurred for a moment. When it became clear again, he had transformed into a black crow flapping its wings and flying towards the window. Its right eye had a distinctive white eye ring. As the crow left, the light in the room suddenly brightened, as if much of the dust in the air had vanished. The crimson moonlight shone into the room through the glassless window, casting a deep red veil over everything within. In the central part of the Paz River Valley, on the dead silent river surface, thick shadows surged like water, sweeping the headless night, now only a rust-covered armor, to the riverbank. Specks of deep red, greenish-blue, brass, and pale light continuously peeled off the headless knight's armor like layers of rust, gathering into luminous clusters on the surrounding ground. The next moment, an invisible light, formed by complex knowledge, suddenly emerged, rapidly contracting and reforming Bernadette's figure. Bernadette's gaze swept over the headless knight and the clusters of beyonder characteristics scattered around him, then she directly withdrew her gaze and looked forward. Shining starlight poured out from the spirit world depths, gathering around to construct numerous dark blue gates covered with various concealment symbols. A dark blue light flashed, and Leyton and Polluk's figures then appeared here. "Long time no see, Lady Bernadette. Thank you very much for your help just now." Leyton chuckled and nodded to Bernadette in greeting, thanking her for her assistance earlier. "Queen Mystic of the 5 Seas. You've already advanced to Angel. Tonight's events will surely attract the attention of the major churches, and news of your advancement to Angel might spread throughout the 5 Seas by tomorrow." Polluk looked at Bernadette with some surprise. He had not expected that the lady who had acted just now was Queen Mystic of the 5 Seas, and she had clearly already advanced to Angel, becoming a true existence at the peak of this world. "This has no impact. The news of my advancement could not have been concealed for long anyway." Bernadette responded softly, then turned her head to look at Leyton, her gaze slightly solemn, and said in an exceptionally calm voice, "I received the letter, and also that Demonis card." She deliberately emphasized the word Demonis, staring unblinkingly at Leyton, as if trying to discern if he had intentionally given her that card of blasphemy. The only Wheel of Fortune card she possessed was the only one of the 22 blasphemy cards that had no character image. Before this, she did not know that the face of each card of blasphemy was an image of her father in a different disguise. Unexpectedly seeing Emperor Roselle on the Demonis card made her feel somewhat complex. After a moment of pause, she continued to speak. "Originally, I did not intend to come, but not long ago I received some kind of revelation and a prophecy. I am very curious why the hidden sage would actively influence beyonders of this pathway. He usually has little presence, except when knowledge pursues people. So, did you gain anything?" Leyton tried his best to control his expression, asking in a calm, collected, and slightly curious tone. Bernadette calmly gazed at Leyton, then shifted her gaze to the crimson moon high in the sky, saying leisurely. Yes, and no. Ever since becoming an angel, I have always been able to feel the hidden sage's changes, those concealment, subtle changes. When I understood these changes, what I gained was even more confusion. Her words paused slightly, then she continued. Just now, through some subtle changes, I detected some movements in the astral world. The 7 deities are far less united than the major churches portray, and of course, they are not that hostile to each other. They are tolerant and restrained, like a delicate game of chess, maintaining a subtle and fragile balance. Tonight's events should be deeply related to you, right? But the subsequent developments clearly exceeded your expectations, especially those things that rushed out of the mutated, summoning gate, at the end. What do you know about it? As she spoke, Bernadette slightly raised her left hand, a transparent amber shimmering with brilliant points of light quietly floated in her palm. At the center of the amber, gray-black mist continuously flowed. It was like order, yet also like shadow, indescribable and indefinable. Uncertain mist. Upon seeing the object in Bernadette's palm, a name uncontrollably popped into Leyton's mind. It feels very similar to the genie. With the knowledge you've displayed, you should have some understanding of the wishing lamp, even if this knowledge is considered concealment. Perhaps this is the privilege of those favored by knowledge. Bernadette murmured to herself as if in reflection, but her gaze did not linger on Leyton, as if she didn't care about his reaction. She had already formed her own conjectures about this. After a brief silence, Leyton curved his lips, ready to answer Bernadette's question, but before he could speak, he heard Bernadette suddenly change the subject. You deliberately gave me the Demonis card, didn't you? Why? Is it related to the primordial Demonis? Or is it simply, a mischievous prank? My father used to have this habit too, before he became unfamiliar. You two have many commonalities. Is this his, or rather, your common secret? Leyton swallowed the words he was about to say, not knowing what expression to use to face Bernadette's question. I feel like she's investigated a lot of things recently. I thought she would be eager to find the original island where Roselle's last mausoleum is located. Bernadette withdrew her distant gaze, looking at Leyton with a playful and inquisitive expression, and said, You seem to prefer that I find the answers to these questions myself, or wait until the appropriate time to ask him directly. It's more appropriate for him to tell you these things himself. Although I don't mind telling you, if I really did, your old father would probably crawl out of his grave in a fit of rage and beat me up. Leyton chuckled, responding in a joking tone, then he turned his gaze to the gray-black mist sealed within the transparent amber in Bernadette's hand. Heh. Feeling Leyton's gaze, Bernadette chuckled softly. Around them, cold, indifferent eyes formed from starlight emerged from the air. They were large and small, dense and numerous, forming a brilliant yet eerie sea of stars. The deep red moonlight instantly dimmed, and the previously gentle cold wind also vanished. Dim, profound mist permeated the surroundings, appearing exceptionally quiet and serene, like a frozen scene. Leyton gazed around with a solemn expression, realizing that all connections of this space to the astral world, the spirit world, and even reality had been severed. This level of hiddenness, she must have analyzed high sequence beyond her abilities of the spectator pathway. He sighed inwardly, then turned his head to look at the object in Bernadette's hand, saying in a deep voice. It comes from the cosmos. It should be the power belonging to the uncertain mist, which is the remaining part of the genie. Those streams of light that rushed out of the summoning gate should all be powers projected into this world by outer deities from the cosmos. They are different from the existing 22 divine pathways, so they should be relatively easy to identify. My intuition tells me that they haven't been completely intercepted. If possible, please help keep an eye out for unusual powers and events afterwards. If these guys are allowed to run rampant, the destined apocalypse might arrive earlier. Understood. Bernadette nodded gently in response. The brilliant and indifferent eyes around them suddenly retracted. The previously dim deep red moonlight became clear again, and the halted cold wind resumed blowing. Are you two done talking? Pulluck looked at Leyton and Bernadette, who had reappeared, and asked with a light chuckle, not at all bothered by having been isolated just moments before. Leyton turned his head and nodded slightly to Pulluck, then looked back at Bernadette, only to see her eyes become extremely deep and vast, clearly losing focus. Prophecy. An active prophecy. Or did she sense something? As thoughts flickered, he heard Bernadette's calm voice. Change will begin here. Light and shadow will shroud the northern and southern continents. This is a transformation of an era, history inscribed in the future. Chapter 464, KWM Chapter 462 Mr. Hughes Information. What does this mean? Leyton frowned slightly, looking at Bernadette, whose eyes had regained clarity. Bernadette slowly shook her head, saying calmly. It's some future I saw through what happened tonight. I can't interpret much of it either. I can only vaguely foresee that a certain possibility of the future has been fixed, like a ship anchored on the sea, its heavy anchor deeply buried in the mud and sand at the bottom of the sea, fixing it. In the countless tributaries of the long river of fate flowing towards the future, some force has connected history, forming a heavy and stable anchor, firmly fixing a certain possibility of the future. This change is not enough to make the future directly lead to a fixed outcome, but it does, to a certain extent, narrow the future. No matter how the future of this world develops, the fixed event will inevitably occur. If the future is likened to a turbulent ocean, then the fixed possibility is an anchored ship. No matter how the waves rise and fall, it will always remain anchored there. I'm not sure if this is a manifestation of the long river of fate on reality, or if some unknown, powerful force has directly acted upon the long river of fate. After all, the wheel of fortune has not yet appeared. A certain possibility being anchored. It sounds a bit like the circle of inevitability, but the barrier left by the original creator still exists, and it's impossible for him to have such an impact on this world. The Era's tide pushed by Amon's brother. Or the key of light. It looks like you have some guesses. Bernadette's voice interrupted Leyton's contemplation. Ah, just a little touch. Compared to the future, I still think the present, which is within reach, is more important. The sudden interruption made Leyton pause for a moment, then he chuckled and replied. The present, which is within reach, is more important, is it? Bernadette nodded lightly, noncommittally. Her figure disintegrated the next instant, transforming into a blurry, invisible light composed of complex knowledge, surging away from here. The somewhat cold night wind rustled the surrounding trees, which had been purified but still retained their strange forms. Puluk took 2 steps forward to stand beside Leyton, looking at the spot where Queen Mystic had disappeared, and said with a sigh. I originally thought that the most likely person on the 5 seas to advance to an angel would be the King of the 5 seas. He has already established his own rules on the sea, and he is not far from Sequence 2. Duke of Entropy. Indeed, his ritual is basically complete. He's probably stuck on the potion. After all, the main ingredient for an angel-level potion is a mythical creature itself, not that easy to hunt. Leyton nodded slightly with a sigh, then turned his gaze to the river surface ahead. The still river surface didn't even ripple under the cold wind. His eyes sank, and he sighed inwardly, then said. This river is dead. I don't know if the Church of the Earth Mother can solve this problem. As soon as his voice fell, a warm breeze suddenly blew around, unlike the cold wind of winter, more like a spring breeze from under the gentle sun, carrying the scent of grass and earth, like a mother's warm hand, gently caressing this land. The rich vitality condensed the water vapor in the air into rain, falling on the streets, in the jungle, and on the still river surface, carrying a power that soothed the heart. Ripples spread across the still river surface, shattering the deep crimson moon reflected in the water, and tiny bits of vitality appeared in the river water. This is a miracle. Puluk looked at everything happening around him in astonishment. Only the Earth Mother, who held the authority over life among the 7 gods, could achieve such a degree of life revival. Leyton also watched everything happening around him. The eyes of mystery prying allowed him to see more. Even if he didn't actively peek, he could feel the gentle gaze falling upon him. When everything returned to calm and the gaze lingering on him disappeared, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned his head to Puluk beside him, saying, I thought we'd at least have to wait for the Church of the Earth Mother to hold a grand ceremony before that one would respond. After all, displaying a miracle at this time can easily improve the attitude of the local people towards the Church of the Earth Mother's faith. Perhaps this is just expressing her attitude. As long as the Church of the Earth Mother doesn't interfere in the internal disputes of the southern continent, whether it's me or Mazanias, we'd be very happy for them to preach here. Puluk looked at the scene that had recovered some vitality, his expression rarely softening a bit. The vitality in this area will be difficult to restore to its previous state in a short time. The help of the Church of the Earth Mother is very necessary. Puluk sighed inwardly, then turned and stepped into the spirit world. Before his figure completely disappeared transparently, he muttered in a low voice. I'll go find Mazanias. This place needs to be dealt with. Perhaps before tomorrow, the news of all colonial forces in the Paz River Valley being expelled will spread throughout the northern and southern continents. After a moment of silence and place, Leyton glanced at the crimson moon above his head. His figure then became transparent, like a statue cast from countless starlight, then transformed into specks of brilliant starlight, surging into the spirit world. In the library deep within the spirit world, specks of brilliant starlight emerged from every corner and quickly converged, reforming Leyton's figure amidst the starlight. As soon as his figure solidified, a very abstract and distorted cosmos oil painting was thrown in front of him. Leyton subconsciously reached out to take it. His gaze lingered on the oil painting for a long time, and deep blue light flowed quietly in his eyes, giving off an exceptionally sacred and wise feeling. After observing for a moment, he rolled up the painting in his hand and placed it on the table to the right of Mr. Hughes, while carefully observing the other party's state. In Mr. Hughes's eyes, there seemed to be specks of silver white flowing, appearing exceptionally cold and sacred. Even though he was sitting right in front, he gave off an extremely distant and unreal feeling. Mr. Hughes seems to have some subtle changes, completely different from how he usually feels to me. After deliberating for a moment, he softly said, "This painting contains a unique, incomplete world. Is it also something that rushed out of the summoning gate?" Mr. Hughes nodded slowly, speaking calmly. "That's right. You should be able to feel some instinctive attraction from this painting. From the information I've gathered, it has many similarities with the demon of knowledge and several pathways included in the creator, possessing authority that can devour and accommodate each other. And similar to some of the authority of the demon of knowledge and the creator, they are completely different systems. Will this act of cross-system devouring authority really not cause them to lose control directly?" Leyton asked back in surprise. Mr. Hughes, sitting leisurely in the high-backed chair, reached out and hovered over the rolled-up Cosmos oil painting, his gaze deep and unclear as he spoke clearly. The essence of what is called loss of control is the mental imprint contained in the beyonder characteristic, and the pressure of primitive instinctual madness on one's own sanity. Those existences in the cosmos are not the same as us. They are mythical creatures completely dominated by divinity. Aggregating similar authority and characteristics is their instinct. You can understand it as their essence is madness. A little more or a little less madness makes no difference to them. On the basis of the authority they already possess, accommodating close and absorbable original substances and high-level characteristics will not cause them to directly split due to conflicts between characteristics. As long as it is within a certain limit, they can still maintain themselves and prevent the original from awakening within their bodies. Leyton nodded thoughtfully. He probably understood why the outer deities, whose original substances and characteristics were not torn apart by the awakening of the original creator, would also gather around Earth. Earth, which aggregated most of the characteristics in the universe, was a delicious cake to them, and everyone wanted a bite. After a brief moment of contemplation, he pointed to the very abstract and distorted oil painting and said, "Which great old one is it from?" "He has many titles in the cosmos. The most suitable and representative one should be High-Dimensional Overseer. There are also some titles that represent some of his characteristics, such as First Philosophy and Supreme Mystery. The high-dimensional overseer should be able to observe all dimensions of the world, such as fate, time, space, the astral world, the spirit world, the material world, and the mind world. Perhaps it is this concept of world multidimensionality that gave him the title, First Philosophy. Compared to him, the demon of knowledge, who is also good at observing the world and has mastered endless mysteries, is more like knowledge itself. This also aligns well with the Moses ascetic order's philosophy of all things being numbers. From this painting, he also has the ability to turn ordinary paintings into true worlds, or rather, the ability to interact with different dimensions. Mr. Hughes was like a professor dedicated to explaining knowledge to his students, carefully considering his words to make his descriptions as simple and understandable as possible. No wonder every reader is a good teacher. Leyton silently sighed in his heart, then quickly collected his thoughts and said thoughtfully, "Philosophy. Mystery. It's not quite what I imagined. Is he after the authority of the creator and knowledge?" Mr. Hughes nodded gently and said, "Most likely, yes. Of course, it's not ruled out that he has reservations and hidden intentions. The roles of prey and hunter can reverse at any time. He can accommodate the authority of the creator and knowledge. Similarly, the demon of knowledge and the creator can also accommodate some of his authority." As he spoke, Mr. Hughes raised his hand and handed the distorted Cosmos oil painting to Leyton, saying, "Keep this painting. I've made some adjustments to it. Consider it bait for fishing." Before Leyton could respond, the oil painting had already been handed to Leyton, and the surrounding scenery also changed at that instant, like constantly fading paint, rapidly becoming illusory and transparent. In a moment, the library, originally deep within the spirit world, completely disappeared, and Leyton returned to the riverbank. He looked around in astonishment, then lowered his head to look at the oil painting in his hand. Is this the use of dimensions? The mysticism magister's abilities are truly nostalgic. He sighed softly, his figure instantly becoming transparent, transforming into specks of brilliant starlight surging into the spirit world, darting into the distance. Deep within the spirit world, brilliant starlight, like a vast river of stars, surged purposefully forward. Following his spiritual intuition, he found Bugs Bunny's location with almost no effort. Specks of starlight, shining with brilliant stellar light, detached from the spirit world, and Leyton's figure recondensed beside Bugs Bunny. Bugs Bunny, quietly lying on the single sofa in the hotel, suddenly felt his spirituality stirred. He sprang up from the sofa with a whoosh, looking at Leyton, who had already appeared, and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, boss." Leyton's gaze was fixed as he scrutinized Bugs Bunny from head to toe. Aside from some spiritual exhaustion, he found no wounds on him. The smooth, natural spirituality on his body, as if integrated with himself, all indicated that he had already digested the Harvest Priest's potion. What did he encounter? Before he went out, his potion was almost undigested. Leyton frowned, staring intently at Bugs Bunny. Deep blue, almost purple, light flowed in his eyes, as if he could see through everything, appearing exceptionally sacred, yet quite cold and devoid of warmth. The gaze of the eyes of mystery prying made Bugs Bunny feel as if he was being stripped bare little by little, every single hair on his body being pulled apart. He squirmed uncomfortably, shrinking himself into the corner of the single sofa. Chapter 465, KWM Chapter 463 Mystical Items. Bugs Bunny felt a bit unnerved under the gaze, shifting uncomfortably as he mumbled, "Boss, what's wrong?" After scrutinizing him for a while, Leyton slowly withdrew his gaze only after confirming there was nothing unusual about Bugs Bunny, then mused, "What did you encounter tonight?" Feeling the gaze that seemed to peel him open bit by bit disappear, Bugs Bunny finally exhaled in relief, reaching up to straighten the black top hat on his head. "I caught a lot of cultists with those 2 cats and hunted many mutated monsters. We harvested many materials and beyonder characteristics, but they still need some processing, so we left them with the cats for now. Also, my staff merged with something strange and mutated, turning into a dark brown baton. MS. Glenn sealed it to some extent, and it's usable now, but its beyonder abilities have completely changed. It no longer has the ability to accelerate plant growth." As he spoke, Bugs Bunny pointed to the small round table by the window. Leyton glanced over. Indeed, there was a dark brown baton there, its spirituality very restrained, revealing nothing special from a mere glance. He lightly tapped his fingers twice, summoning an invisible hand to grasp the baton from the table and bring it into his own hand. After infusing a bit of spirituality into the baton, a faint circle of silvery white symbols lit up on the dark brown baton. Leyton only felt his vision blur for a moment, then a vast, exaggerated net formed by countless silvery white rivers appeared before his eyes, like some manifestation of fate. "Fate, huh," he murmured softly. Leyton used the ability of the Eyes of Mystery prying to perform a simple divination on the mutated staff. Soon, information about the dark brown baton surfaced in his mind. Whoever holds it will gain the ability to perceive changes in fate. By expending a certain amount of spirituality, one can directly see or hear revelations of fate, which is no different from the divinations of seers, except it requires no medium. Through extensive preparation and sufficient time spent playing, it can cause changes in fate within a certain range. The more thorough the preparation and the more immersed the performance, the better the effect. Similarly, the more the listener resonates with the music, the greater the influence they experience. Each interference with fate will cause changes in the user's own fate, which could be good or bad. As these changes accumulate, the user will eventually lose themselves and become a puppet of fate. At the same time, whoever holds this baton will develop a desire to perform, constantly feeling an uncontrollable urge to show off and attract the attention of spectators, becoming the focus on stage. The characteristics originally belonging to a biologist have been completely suppressed, showing no manifestation at all. It seems this power from the fate pathway is of a higher sequence. However, the part about one's own fate changing with each use is a bit tricky. I wonder if this change can be reset by the die of probability. If so, then it would be a mystical item with virtually no negative effects. As thoughts spun in his mind, Leyton set the baton aside and refocused his gaze on Bugs Bunny, asking in a low voice, "Have you used it?" "What about the die of probability?" Bugs Bunny shook his head, quickly explaining, "No, Glenn said it's best not to use it, or I might gradually become a devout follower of that goddess of fate under the influence of fate." Then he took the die of probability out of his pocket and carefully placed it on the sofa in front of him, seemingly very worried that his movements would make it roll. 4 pips facing up. Has Bugs Bunny's luck worsened? Or has something happened that I don't know about? After a brief moment of contemplation, Leyton picked up the milky white die of probability, brought it close to his eyes to examine it, then chuckled to himself, "Can you reset the changes in fate brought about by that baton?" With that, he directly tossed the die of probability from his hand. Clatter. The milky white dice bounced a few times on the floor, then wobbled and slowly came to a stop, still with 4 pips facing up. It seems there's no problem. As the uniqueness of the Wheel of Fortune, the die of probability can easily suppress items from the fate pathway that are of a lower sequence. Picking up the die of probability from the floor and putting it into the small iron box filled with slips of paper, Leyton pulled Bugs Bunny aside, then lay down on the single sofa himself, asking while rubbing Bugs Bunny's soft ears, "How did the potion on you digest?" I'm not very sure either. Since the moon became very bright, the potion on me gradually showed signs of digestion. Roughly when those plants mutated wildly and grew mouths to speak, the potion on me also rapidly digested, just as if all the plants I had planted before had yielded a bountiful harvest. Bugs Bunny reached up and scratched his head, speaking somewhat confusedly about how he felt at the time. Leyton furrowed his brows slightly, pondering for a moment. A flash of inspiration suddenly struck him, and he pulled Bugs Bunny closer, asking with some surprise, "Where did you plant plants before?" "Only in Pollux Manor." I also had the crows help me throw away some unwanted seeds." "Threw away some unwanted seeds." Leyton's hand, which was stroking Bugs Bunny's fur, paused. His intuition had been touched, and then he followed his instinct to perform a divination. As his eyes flickered, they became extremely deep, resembling the sea before a storm. In this state, he could glimpse the secrets of fate. A series of extremely blurry images floated through his mind, a black crow casually tossing seeds around a river, some seeds taking root and sprouting on the spot. Under the crimson moonlight, all plants began to grow wildly, distorted and bizarre plants quickly withered and died, then were purified under a golden rain of light. The images in Leyton's mind abruptly ceased. He looked with some shock at Bugs Bunny, who was sprawled on his lap, unsure where to begin complaining. He had just happened to stumble upon the ritual of the primordial moons blessed. What kind of outrageous luck was this? After a moment of hesitation, he said in a deep voice, "No problem. The characteristic in the staff I originally prepared for you can no longer be used. You can use your harvest to exchange for something with the Church of the Earth Mother later. It's just a sequence 6 characteristic, the Church's resources won't be too strained." "Okay." Bugs Bunny nodded, yawned while lying on Leyton's lap, then simply closed his eyes and rested. Leyton, leaning back on the single sofa, raised his hand, summoned an invisible servant, and took the distorted cosmos oil painting and the fist-sized crystal ball from its hand. Supported by an invisible hand, the two items floated silently beside Leyton. He propped his head with his right hand, recalling his conversation with Mr. Hughes in the library in the spirit world depths earlier. The more he thought, the deeper his brows furrowed. Was it Mr. Hughes himself I was talking to then, or the god of knowledge and wisdom? That's not quite right either. They are very likely the same person, it's more about what identity he was using to talk to me. It was probably the god of knowledge and wisdom, but appearing as Mr. Hughes wouldn't put too much pressure on me. Hunter and prey. He wants to expand his authority. With the 5 pathways of omniscience and omnipotence already occupied, expanding into similar authorities is the best way to strengthen himself. An ordinary sequence 0 is certainly no match for an outer deity, so he needs the emergence of the demon of knowledge. Having a common enemy makes for the most suitable ally. The god of knowledge and wisdom's bet on the demon of knowledge seems to have been on me from the start. What does he know? Why would he think I am the one most likely to become the demon of knowledge? The true creator might know something. As his thoughts churned, the fist-sized crystal ball floating nearby shimmered with a dazzling starlight. Gravitational and electromagnetic disturbances appeared synchronously around it, and a semi-true, semi-false profound illusion suddenly unfolded. A brilliant galaxy slowly appeared around him, with faint traces of civilization on it. Whoosh! A long, ineffable sound echoed around, and the brilliant galaxy began to twist and sway, forming an abstract oil painting. The image continuously collapsed downwards, falling from 3 dimensions to 2. The illusion, not yet fully manifested, instantly turned into a thin, depthless sheet of paper, finally shrinking into a scroll. Leyton looked at the greatly distorted and abstract oil painting. The dark cosmos in it seemed even deeper, even more true. No wonder he gave me this painting. Not only is it bait, but it can also effectively counteract the occasional negative effects of this crystal ball. It's not easy for a bit of power to be projected over, only for it to be rendered ineffective due to mutual interference. I wonder if these two in the cosmos will be so angry they'll fight each other. After letting his thoughts wander for a while, Leyton refocused his attention on these 2 mystical items. With the help of the eyes of mystery prying and divination abilities, he figured out the effects of both items with almost no effort. The distorted cosmos oil painting will enhance the holder's inspiration, allowing them to see things normally invisible and communicate with the objects in the painting. Inside the oil painting is an almost completely true world with eerie pollution. It can overlap a certain range of space with the world in the painting, creating an area with peculiar effects, and can also transfer some attacks or objects into the world in the painting. Any marks left on the oil painting will materialize in the world within the painting, and corresponding effects can also be applied to the real world through spatial overlap. The fist-sized transparent crystal possesses the ability to manipulate gravity, capable of easily stirring up tidal waves that destroy towns, and even crushing a small mountain with immense gravity. The person holding the crystal ball will gain a certain depth of understanding of space and dimensions, able to find concealment secret passages in the void, lock onto and correct navigation paths between the stars, and also use some peculiar magical abilities related to the stars, including gravity anomaly, weakening ray, electromagnetic attraction, and cosmic void. As long as one holds this crystal ball, they will establish a wonderful and unique connection with the cosmos, hearing the whispers of the stars and seeing the colors of the stars, making them very susceptible to pollution. This crystal ball periodically constructs a semi-true, semi-false illusion. This illusion is extremely dangerous, the figure of a great existence will appear within it, and one may even establish a connection with that entity. The cycle of cosmic illusion outbreaks is related to the movement of the stars and cannot be directly predicted, only through astrology or divinations that peek into fate. What's the difference between an unpredictable pattern and no pattern at all? This crystal ball is truly a trap, and just holding it establishes a connection with the cosmos, completely leaving no way out. Is this the difference between something that has been sealed and something that hasn't? Leyton's gaze shifted between the oil painting and the crystal ball, and he sighed helplessly in his heart. He reached out and pulled Bugs Bunny, who had fallen asleep on his lap, aside. Then he rummaged through the hotel room for ritual materials. He planned to use ritual magic to borrow the power of the hidden sage to seal the crystal ball to some extent. He quickly set up the ritual, then stepped back and chanted softly in ancient Hermes. Sage who perceives the world, I who peeks into truth, embodiment of endless knowledge and numerology. Your loyal follower implores you. As the prayer incantation was completed, an invisible force surged from an unknown place. The herbs and star crystals arranged in a specific order around him instantly shattered, transforming into specks of light that converged on the crystal ball in the center of the ritual. Lasting less than 10 seconds, all the light dissipated, and the originally clear and transparent crystal ball was tinged with a haze, no longer having the occasional starlight glimmers passing through its interior. Leyton curled the corner of his lips, his gaze lingering between the oil painting and the hazy crystal ball for a moment, then he chuckled and said, "Phew, the sealing is complete. As long as you don't use its related Beyonder abilities, it won't actively connect with the cosmos. Only when used on a night with brilliant stars will that cosmos illusion erupt as it did just now. Let's just call them Van Gogh's Starry Night and the Out-of-Control Crystal Ball. Chapter 466, KWM Chapter 464. 2 weeks later. The ringing of a bell echoed on the not-so-sparse street as Jodson rode a peculiarly designed bicycle through the crowd, attracting the attention of everyone around him. He had a faint smile on his lips, and his dark golden hair, neatly swept to both sides, swayed slightly in the wind, making him seem to thoroughly enjoy being the center of attention. A wire-woven basket hung from the front of the bicycle, with a small blanket laid inside. Bugs Bunny, looking leisurely, wrapped himself in the blanket, enjoying the breeze from the bicycle's rapid forward movement, while unceremoniously shouting, "Hurry up, hurry up. You're not riding as fast as the kids at school. Shut up. There are so many people on the street. If I accidentally hit someone or throw you off, I won't be responsible." Jodson snorted with some displeasure, slightly increasing the speed at which he pedaled. Ding-a-ling. Ding-a-ling. Jodson pressed the bell on the handlebar while frantically adjusting the bicycle's direction. Whoa. Faster, faster. This is so comfortable. Bugs Bunny sprawled in the basket hanging from the front of the bicycle, shouting excitedly and bouncing around in the basket. Jodson released his left hand from the handlebar and patted Bugs Bunny's head, reminding him, "Fat rabbit, calm down. The bicycle is going to tip over because of you. This is a prototype. Before the mechanical factory is ready, only those 2 artisan cats can manually build it." Humph. Given my relationship with the cats, if I just tell them, they can build a new bicycle very quickly. Bugs Bunny said with a slightly raised head and a proud expression. Jodson, sitting on the seat behind, couldn't see Bugs Bunny's expression, but he could sense it from his tone. He pursed his lips slightly and tooted softly, saying, "Then why don't you ask them to build you a rabbit version bicycle? Then I'd still have to ride it myself, and it's not as comfortable as sitting in a basket." As Bugs Bunny spoke, he turned his head and gave Jodson a disdainful look. The man and the rabbit bickered all the way, riding the bicycle through the streets of Pace. The previously ubiquitous vagrants were gone, replaced by groups of workers in uniform clothing. Their expressions were no longer numb, their faces showed more anticipation for the future. Ever since Mazanias fully took over the Paws River Valley area, the city has been changing at a visible rate almost every day. In just 2 weeks, all traces of the previous conflicts had completely disappeared, and even the overly distorted street trees had been cut down and replaced. Bugs Bunny seemed to have had enough mumbling and became unusually quiet, carefully observing the pedestrians and shops on the surrounding streets. After a good while of observation, he suddenly spoke with a sigh. "The changes here recently are really big. I kind of understand what the boss meant by civilization. As a native of the southern continent, Mazanias can easily gain the support of the local populace. Plus, with various factions still in their honeymoon period of cooperation, as long as there are no overly strong external influences, the Paws River Valley will enter a period of rapid development, perhaps even becoming the economic center of the southern continent." Jodson looked at Bugs Bunny, who was lazily sitting in the basket, in surprise. For a moment, he wondered if this rabbit was possessed by some cultured vengeful spirit. His lake green eyes deepened. Taking advantage of the lack of pedestrians ahead, he held the bicycle's handlebar with one hand and made a slight grasping motion towards Bugs Bunny with the other. Then, he subconsciously voiced the thought that had appeared in his mind. Although the boss's words were a bit difficult for a rabbit to understand, it's still easy to fool this silly marauder. Bugs Bunny's soft ears twitched twice, as if illusory steam was rising from them. Jodson felt his gray fur seemed to be turning red from holding his breath. "Hey, as a rabbit, you should just stick to gnawing on carrots. Political issues aren't something you should be thinking about." Jodson teased Bugs Bunny, then said with a serious expression. "Also, I'm not the marauder you're talking about, but a marauder, a deceiver. My dream is to maraud hearts, steal spells, deceive rules, and trick fate. I know. Isn't it just about joining 'em on?" You don't need to say so many confusing words to a rabbit. Bugs Bunny shook his head twice, adjusted his emotions, then tilted his head back, interrupting Jodson's words. Seeing the other party's constantly changing expression, he felt his terrible mood instantly improve a lot. The boss was right, smiles don't disappear, they just transfer from one face to another. Haha. Whoa. Slow down, slow down. I'm going to fall out. The smile on Bugs Bunny's face hadn't stayed for long before it froze. His two paws gripped the edge of the basket tightly, causing the wire-woven basket to deform slightly under his grip. Jodson, riding the bicycle, kept accelerating, specifically heading towards uneven road surfaces. He rode shakily all the way to their destination, Paws Valley First Technical University, jointly promoted by various forces. Jodson steadily parked the bicycle next to a street tree at the school gate. His eyes curved, and with an undisguised smile, he dismounted the bicycle and walked into the school. As he walked, he didn't forget to look back at Bugs Bunny, who was sprawled in the basket, daring not to move, and said with a light chuckle. Your boss was right, smiles only transfer, they don't disappear. Now the smile has transferred from your face to mine. Scattered, brilliant starlight suddenly fell from the sky, reforming Leyton's figure on the ground. He casually picked Bugs Bunny out of the basket at the front of the bicycle and, looking at Jodson, said, It looks like you two are getting along very well. Jodson's expression stiffened, and he somewhat guiltily changed the subject, saying, When did you get here? Bugs Bunny has eyes of mystery prying I left on him. I noticed when he started shouting earlier. Leyton explained with a light laugh. Seeing the sudden disappearance of Jodson's smile, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. After a moment, he continued, You don't need to teach the students here today. There's something else I need you to do. Leyton's words made Jodson's eyes light up. He asked eagerly. What is it? As long as I don't have to teach those guys, I'll do anything. Only after experiencing teaching others did I truly understand the captain's greatness. She is so selfless, so beautiful, so kind. That's enough. Edwina already sailed back on the Golden Dream last week. She can't hear any of this now. Save it to tell her next time you meet. Leyton raised his hand forward, interrupting Jodson's increasingly emotional exclamations. After a slight pause, he continued. It's about the bicycles. Mr. Polluck has already contacted the manufacturing factory. You and Ethan will go to confirm some details and inspect the finished products. As long as there are no issues, bicycles will quickly become popular in the Paws River Valley. Jodson nodded thoughtfully, then couldn't help but ask curiously. Who invented the bicycle? Large-scale production requires the inventor's permission. The Church of the God of Steam and Machinery has strong patent protection. An inventor from Backlund named Leopard. I am his investor. To speed up his development of the bicycle, I even had someone give him a savant potion. In return for the investment, the rights to manufacture and sell all his inventions in the southern continent belong to me. Leyton explained with a light laugh, then waved his hand, signaling him to find Ethan himself. Then, his figure instantly became transparent, transforming into points of swirling starlight, enveloping Bugs Bunny and darting into the school. On the second floor of the leftmost three-story building, in the staff lounge, Leyton's figure recoalesced amidst scattered starlight. As soon as his figure solidified, Bugs Bunny broke free from him, hopping and darting towards Bree and Ritz. Leyton's gaze casually swept around the lounge. After nodding to Glenn, he sat down in his own seat. Soon, three small figures wearing identical black top hats appeared on the desk in front of him. Bree and Ritz, mimicking Bugs Bunny's movements, adjusted the top hats on their heads, then walked across the desk with their chins slightly raised and chests puffed out. Leyton looked at them. In the eyes of Mystery Prying's vision, the top hats on their heads emitted a brilliant, deep blue glow, and there was a peculiar connection between each hat, as if they were a single entity. Watching Bree and Ritz pace on the desk, looking as if they were waiting for praise and showing off, Leyton chuckled and said, Heh, what do your hats do? Bree and Ritz exchanged glances, then simultaneously took off their hats, placing them steadily upside down on the desk. Ritz made a movement like diving into water, plunging directly into the hat. Its overly plump waist and hind legs vigorously wiggled twice in the air, then it poked its head out of the inverted top hat in front of Bree. Its two paws vigorously pulled at the brim, pulling itself out of the top hat. As soon as Ritz crawled out of the top hat, its two gray hind legs followed, flipping vigorously in midair, directly riding the inverted top hat. Its two legs, wearing the black top hat, nimbly hopped between several desks. Leyton's mouth twitched slightly. He turned his head and, rather speechlessly, pulled Bugs Bunny, whose half-body was stuck in his own hat, out. Then he turned to Bree and Ritz and said, When you make mystical items for yourselves, don't you compare them to your overly plump bodies? Bree scratched its head, then put its top hat back on, sighing as it said, Of course we know, but this is a hat worn on the head, it at least needs to fit stably, right? Although it's a bit small, we can squeeze through it. Exactly. Although we're a little bit fat, cats are very agile. Ritz, beside it, nodded in agreement. Leyton twitched his mouth and said with a light chuckle. Okay, agile fat cats, what's the maximum range your hats can transfer positions? Within 500 meters, these 3 top hats can locate each other and shuttle. Once they exceed this limit, they can only be used as individual mystical items. My and Ritz's hats don't contain as many features. When used alone, they can only perform some low-intensity tricks. Bree adjusted the black top hat on its head and, mimicking Bugs Bunny's posture of standing upright with hands on hips, seriously explained the function of their hats. After maintaining the upright standing posture for a while, it felt its hind legs getting sore and reverted to a four-legged stance. Chapter 467, KWM Chapter 465 A Sudden Meeting. Thump. Thump. 2 quick, light taps on the table sounded, and a deep, eye-shaped slit instantly opened beneath Bugs Bunny, Bree, and Ritz. Ugh. Wah. Before they could react, their bodies had already fallen into the slit, and then space seemed to fold, dropping them directly onto the carpeted wooden chair opposite Glenn, where they piled up in a heap. All right, I know you're all happy after digesting your potions, but please be quiet for a moment, Glenn said with a light chuckle, leaning leisurely back in her chair without lifting her head. As she flipped through the Norik Journal, a publication of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom in the Paws River Valley, she remarked with a slight sigh. I heard the bounty for Queen Mystic in Intis has risen to 100 million. She seems more like the king of the 5 seas than Nast now. Oravi Island has always been fighting your Moses ascetic order, so why do you sound so happy? Leyton raised an eyebrow, looking at Glenn. Her tone surprised him. Glenn casually turned a page of the journal in her hand, saying with an unclear meaning. She's fighting the Moses ascetic order, not me. As an old auntie, isn't it a happy thing to see her junior advance? Without waiting for Leyton's reply, she changed the subject and continued, how long do you think Mazania's reforms in the Paws River Valley can last? Leyton leaned back against the chair, gently rubbing his chin with his right thumb, and after a moment of thought, said in a deep voice. Such large-scale reforms require continuous input of external funds and materials to maintain social order and stability before achieving certain results. Both Mr. Pulluck and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom were prepared for this. By the end of this month, the development of the Paws River Valley should be on the right track. After that, it will be a gradual push for the improvement of social order and the advancement of mechanical technology. As he spoke, Leyton reached for the Pace Daily on the table in front of him. This was also a newspaper founded by the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, published daily. Besides important information, most of its content consisted of organized common life knowledge and basic knowledge. Under Mazania's advancement, the Pace Daily was also the most popular newspaper in the Paws River Valley. People here could not only learn the latest news but also acquire useful knowledge. He quickly flipped through a couple of pages and saw in the most prominent position that Mazania's was about to sign a treaty on behalf of the Paws River Valley with Lone and Intis, acknowledging the independence of the Paws River Valley, establishing new commercial channels, and engaging in friendly, mutually beneficial cooperation. Leyton chuckled as he flipped through the newspaper. Heh, I didn't expect Intis to agree to the independence of the Paws River Valley so quickly, instead of uniting the northern continent nations to isolate the Paws River Valley. Glenn flipped through the journal on the table with one hand and tidied her overly voluminous hair with the other, saying calmly. The northern continent nations are not as united as you think. Moreover, this region has the support of 2 major Orthodox churches, so the remaining churches won't want to interfere too much in the conflicts here. There's also the Berserk Sea as a natural barrier between the northern and southern continents. The possibility of Intis and Lone regaining their colonies by force is low. Of course, the most important thing is the sufficiently powerful strength we displayed in the previous battle. Although there were factors of multi-party cooperation, it is a given fact that an angel is stationed in the Paws River Valley. In this era where the gods reside in the astral world, angels are the top-tier power that can be mobilized in this world. Leyton suddenly thought of something and turned his head to Glenn, asking curiously. So, you need to stay in the Paws River Valley for a long time. That's right, I have already received an oracle from the hidden sage in the identity of the Agnostos Theos. As she spoke, Glenn's eyes flickered slightly, her gaze becoming distant and profound, as if peering through the long river of fate. The hidden sage delivered an oracle as the Agnostos Theos. It should be the knowledge Moor borrowing the identity of the hidden sage. The Agnostos Theos originally refers to it. After a moment of contemplation, Leyton turned to Glenn and said, will other members of the Moses ascetic order come here? Glenn sighed softly and said wistfully. You should ask who isn't coming here. The oracle has already been delivered. As long as they don't have urgent missions, all members of the Moses ascetic order will migrate to the Paws River Valley. This will be our new headquarters. New headquarters. Such a big move. Leyton sat up straight, looking at Glenn with disbelief. The knowledge Moor is going to empty out the hidden sage's possessions. Thump. 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 3 quick knocks on the door sounded. Leyton slightly turned his head and glimpsed Bugs Bunny and 2 cats, lined up, wearing black top hats. They stood in front of the wall on the right side of the lounge, where an old, dark wooden door with strange patterns had appeared at some point. The orange cat Ritz stood at the very front, gracefully reaching out and tapping the dark wooden door 3 times. A strange fluctuation emanated from the wooden door. With a creak, the wooden door was easily pushed open by Ritz, revealing a somewhat messy, laboratory-like space behind it. Bugs Bunny and the 2 cats quickly rushed to the other side of the door. Bugs Bunny, trailing behind, didn't forget to lift his leg and kick the door shut. With the special ability of Eyes of Mystery prying, Leyton easily saw that this door, still on the wall, was a mystical item for a traveler. He turned to Glenn curiously and asked, "They harvested so many apprentice pathway characteristics?" Glenn, flipping through the journal in her hand, replied without looking up. "Who told you the apprentice pathway is a useful mystical item? Perhaps to make it easier to steal blood bottles from the hospital, those primordial moon believers are always very fond of mystical items that can paces through walls." Leyton nodded in agreement. Glenn's words reminded him of Emlyn, that unlucky fellow who could walk through walls and end up in the Harvest Church. Come to think of it, there seemed to be door pathway sealed artifacts everywhere. In the days when Mr. Door was absent, the adepts' lives were miserable. As soon as the thought flickered, Leyton's mind suddenly blurred. He felt a flash before his eyes, and the environment he was in suddenly changed. The originally simply furnished lounge transformed into a richly layered spirit world. Around him, many tiny brass-colored specks of light moved up and down. Beneath these brass-colored specks of light, concealment illusory bookshelves appeared, each book with a barely visible eye. They constantly stacked, like an illusory, seemingly endless tall tower. Do not pry too much. The concealment knowledge is not something you can bear right now. A gentle voice echoed in his ears, pulling his thoughts back. As the voice reverberated, the constantly moving brass-colored specks of light around him suddenly burst into bright light, obscuring all the illusory bookshelves. Leyton instinctively turned his head and saw faint brass-colored specks of light rapidly outlining Mr. Hughes's figure in the air. He leaned on a staff that looked like a withered branch, his gaze fixed on Leyton as he said, "I foresaw some future events related to you, so I directly pulled you over." "Future events related to me?" Leyton asked, puzzled. Mr. Hughes gently nodded, walked 2 steps forward, leaning on his staff, and casually took out an illusory book from the light that enveloped the surroundings. The book's pages turned by themselves, tiny specks of light floating between the pages, outlining a brass-colored eye. After a moment of silence, Mr. Hughes said with a smile, "If you plan to advance to Cognizer, you'd best go to the Forsaken Land of the Gods. With the special nature of that place, you can isolate yourself from the hidden sage, so you won't be affected by his accumulated madness during your advancement. Moreover, it's very close to the Western continent. After your advancement, you might be able to try and retrieve something from the knowledge Moor." "Retrieve?" Leyton slightly lowered his eyes, then quickly collected his thoughts, listening to Mr. Hughes's subsequent words. "Although you can skip the advancement ritual based on your unique circumstances, this is not without consequences. The madness of the primitive instincts contained in the potion has been accumulating. Once it exceeds a certain limit, it will directly overwhelm your will and obliterate your hard-won humanity." "I understand." Leyton nodded gravely in response. "In the Forsaken Land of the Gods, you need to be careful of Amon. His true body is always wandering there. Try not to seek help from the true creator. He is still mad and cannot control his instincts. Before you stabilize your own state, there's no need to rush back to the southern continent. You can leave that prophet clone here, or find a Cognizer characteristic to help him complete his advancement." After a slight nod, Leyton asked, "Do you know the whereabouts of the Hermit card among the blasphemy cards?" He had a premonition that if he wanted to advance to Cognizer, this card of blasphemy would be very useful to him. Mr. Hughes pondered for a moment, his eyes quickly turning silver, reflecting a hazy profundity, as if directly gazing at the long river representing fate. A moment later, the silver in his eyes quickly receded, and he said in a steady, gentle voice, "The anti-divination and anti-prophecy characteristics of that card of blasphemy have not been completely lifted, but I have made some predictions about your fate. You should have already encountered that card of blasphemy. At the appropriate time, it will naturally appear in your hands." As soon as Mr. Hughes finished speaking, before Leyton could press further, the surrounding environment suddenly became illusory, shattering like a bubble. Leyton, as if suddenly startled awake from a dream, let out a sound of air friction in his throat, and his body suddenly bent forward, almost hitting the desk in front of him. Awake now. Glenn leaned lazily on the carpeted wooden chair, her gaze assessing Leyton with amusement for a moment, then she curled her lips and said, "Who was looking for you just now? I couldn't even follow the connection through my eyes of mystery prying to see the other party. Besides angels of the darkness and door pathways, no one should be able to block my gaze so easily. If it was the former, it doesn't seem likely. they prefer to pull people directly into dreams or the concealed world. As for the latter, there haven't been any planeswalkers in this world for a long time. You can guess higher, Leyton said calmly, rubbing his forehead. Then he looked at the wall clock and, after a brief calculation, found that it was almost 3 o'clock in Backlund time. Today's tarot club was about to begin. Based on Klein's potion digestion progress, he should be asking Katlia to travel out to sea on the future today. No wonder he came to me at this time, not letting me seek help from the true creator. More likely, he was worried I would help him get the first blasphemy slate. As a true god of the tower pathway, he could also use the first blasphemy slate himself. Why wouldn't he let me take it out of the giant king's court? Does he think I don't have the ability to take the first blasphemy slate out of the forsaken land of the gods under the watchful eyes of Amon and the true creator? Or does he think he can't hold on to it? When Mr. Hughes mentioned the knowledge more just now, he used the word retrieve. Is there something that should belong to me left in the knowledge more? One thought after another floated through his mind. Leyton sighed, stood up somewhat lazily from his seat, stretched, and walked to the door on the right wall. Imitating Ritz's earlier actions, he tapped the wooden door 3 times in quick succession. Chapter 468, KWM Chapter 466 Tarot Club begins. Thump thump thump. Short, continuous knocking sounds echoed. Before Leyton could push the door open, the wooden door creaked open from the other side. Bugs Bunny poked his small, tiger-like head out from behind the door, peering over. Leyton raised a hand and lightly tapped his forehead, then tugged his ear, pulling him out. Whoa. Boss, let go, my ear's going to break. Bugs Bunny kicked his legs, struggling free from Leyton's grip. His red eyes instantly welled up with a misty layer, looking pitifully at Leyton. Leyton's mouth twitched slightly. He casually tossed the black top hat he had just pulled off back onto Bugs Bunny's head, saying, Ritz acts cute because he's genuinely cute. You're just a fat rabbit, don't try to imitate him. Bugs Bunny froze, a human-like expression of embarrassment appearing on his fluffy face. He glared at Leyton, gritting his teeth somewhat, and said, That's too much. That's a rabbit body shaming. Glenn propped her chin on her hands, her eyes slightly curved, looking at Bugs Bunny with a faint smile and saying, Haha, your little rabbit is really interesting. Are you interested in trading him for a cat with me? Not interested, not interested. I don't want to sleep in a nest made of a pile of mechanical parts. Bugs Bunny shook his head in a panic, answering before Leyton could speak. Leyton took 2 steps forward, ruffled his head, and said, Then you go teach my class this morning and teach them some knowledge of mysticism. If you really can't handle it, find your knowledge rabbit junior to help you. No problem. After the topic of trading a rabbit for an artisan cat, Bugs Bunny's answer was especially firm. Leyton chuckled, rubbing his head. His body instantly became transparent, like a statue formed from countless starlight, then shattered in an instant, turning into sparkling starlight that surged and drilled into the spirit world. Bugs Bunny scratched his head somewhat blankly, looking at where Leyton had left, unsure of what he should do next. Glenn leaned back slightly, resting lazily against the chair back, her gaze still on Bugs Bunny. She chuckled and said, Little rabbit, are you sure you don't want to come to my house? I can build you a separate little nest. No, for a smart rabbit like you, you deserve your own bedroom. No. Bugs Bunny took a step back, then shook his head repeatedly. Backlund time, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Above the gray fog, within that magnificent and ancient palace, crimson light surged like waves, then rapidly receded, revealing blurry figures. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Audrey bowed slightly to the figure at the head of the mottled long table, greeting him in a light-hearted voice. After a slight pause, she greeted the other members in turn. Good afternoon, Mr. Hangman. Good afternoon, Mr. Sunday. Good afternoon, Mr. Tower. The rest of the Tarot Club members also bowed and greeted Mr. Fool at the head of the table, then nodded to each other before taking their seats. From the sound of it, Miss Justice is in a good mood today. It seems her brother in the military should be fine, and he has likely returned to Backlund. This also indicates that the matter of Paws River Valley has concluded. As thoughts churned, Klein's gaze subconsciously fell upon Leyton, who was leaning back in his high-backed chair. Respected Mr. Fool, I have collected 2 pages of Roselle's diary this week. The hangman Alger's voice interrupted Klein's thoughts. He maintained his relaxed sitting posture, nodding slightly, and spoke in a leisurely tone. Very good. Moon Emlyn glanced at the hangman Alger, whose expression was unreadable, then looked at the figure shrouded in gray fog at the head of the mottled long table and said, Respected Mr. Fool, I also collected 2 pages of Roselle's diary this week. I also collected 1 page of Roselle's diary. Magician Furs spoke next. This Roselle's diary was bought by her at a Beyonder gathering she attended last week. Very good. Klein curled his lips, nodding slightly in a rather good mood. He leaned back slightly, resting against the chair back, his gaze leisurely sweeping over everyone. Then he heard Hermit Catlia say that she had also collected 3 pages of Roselle diary. His right index finger lightly tapped the edge of the table in front of him twice, helping the Tarot Club members materialize the Roselle diary they had collected. Then, he raised his hand slightly, and the materialized yellowish-brown parchment pages automatically flew into his hand. Everyone sat quietly in their seats, waiting for Mr. Fool to read today's Roselle diary, while their gazes, whether curious or expectant, scrutinized the expressions of the other Tarot Club members. Leyton leaned back in his high-backed chair, closing his eyes to rest for a while. After some time, a tapping sound suddenly reached his ears. At the head of the mottled long table, the figure shrouded in grey fog, indistinct, withdrew his right hand that had been tapping the table edge, and chuckled. "You may begin your discussions." Magician Furs looked around for a moment. Seeing that no one was speaking, she straightened up slightly, and at the same time raised her right hand, saying, "Everyone, I need a complete Asmon's brain, and also a cursed item from an ancient resentful spirit. I wonder if any of you have these 2 materials, or even relevant clues would be fine." After stating her needs, she took a deep breath, leaned back against the chair, and waited for everyone's answers. Is Miss Magician going to be promoted to scribe? Her progress is much faster than in the original. As thoughts floated, Leyton raised his left hand, pondering, and said, "I know where there is a cursed item from an ancient resentful spirit. If you need it, 1,800 pounds. As for Asmon's brain, this material is quite rare. You can look for the Abraham family, their family treasury definitely still has stock. 1,800 pounds. With my current financial situation, I can only afford 800 pounds at most. Even with Zio's savings, it's only 1,000 pounds at most. There's still a difference of 800 pounds. Furs silently calculated all the gold pounds she could gather in her heart. The excitement that had just ignited was instantly extinguished. Her gaze shifted awkwardly for a moment. She cleared her throat twice, feeling a bit guilty, and said, I'll consider it and give you an answer in the next 2 days." "No problem." Leyton nodded slightly in response. He had originally thought Furs would at least bargain, which was why he had quoted 300 pounds more. It seems that transactions at the Tarot Club don't have a habit of bargaining. Is it because Mr. Fool is here, and everyone is mindful of their image? I always feel that Miss Justice, by herself, has established the tradition of not bargaining when buying things at the Tarot Club. The world, seated at the very end of the mottled long table, suddenly spoke in a low, hoarse voice. "I have a cursed item from an ancient resentful spirit, 1,600 pounds. "Oh. You have one too." Furs hesitated. She subconsciously turned her head to look at Leyton, who was leaning back in his high-backed chair. Seeing that his expression hadn't changed, she then turned to the somber and reserved the world and said, "Okay, I'll need some time to raise the funds." "No problem." Klein, manipulating his alternate account the world, responded in a hoarse voice. After Furs and Klein reached a deal, Leyton's gaze swept around. Seeing that no one else was speaking, he raised his left hand and said, "Does anyone need the beyonder characteristic of a Scarlet Scholar?" Although it was a question, his gaze went directly to Moon Emlyn, who was seated 1 seat away from him. Scarlet Scholar. This corresponds to the beyonder characteristic of a sanguine viscount. Emlyn's spirits lifted, and his eyes brightened as he looked at Leyton and said, "How much?" 8,000 pounds. Leyton responded with a light chuckle. Moon Emlyn's face suddenly fell, his mouth twitching slightly. 8,000 pounds, even if I sold all the dolls I've collected, it wouldn't be enough. No, I would never sell them. The gold pounds Lord Nib sponsored me with last time have all been used on that Baron's inheritance. It's impossible for the sanguine higher-ups to give me such a large sum of money again in a short period." Emlyn opened his mouth, his expression somewhat troubled, and said, "Can it be cheaper? Or, do you need any help?" 8,000 pounds, even if this vampire sold himself, he wouldn't be able to gather it. Klein leaned back casually in his high-backed chair. He suddenly felt a sense of relief, seeing that everyone else was just as poor as him. What is this? Believe in the fool, get poverty. Klein scoffed at himself inwardly, his gaze turning to Leyton. He was curious how the other party would handle it, as Emlyn's poverty was well known. Leyton rested his right hand on the armrest of the high-backed chair, tapping it twice lightly, then pondered. "I accept work for debt. Pa's River Valley is very short on manpower right now. Given that you are too far away, you can also choose to work from home." "Work from home?" Emlyn repeated the words from Leyton's mouth, somewhat confused. Sure enough, this guy was aiming for Emlyn himself from the start. Work for debt is even on the table. Klein leaned back slightly against the chair, his mouth twitching a little. "The general work content is to organize the knowledge of herbs and simple potion concoction that you know, describe them in easy-to-understand language, and publish them in newspapers." You'll need to use the Dutanese. If you haven't mastered this language and its corresponding script, I can find you a channel to learn it yourself. Leyton sat up a bit straighter, simply reiterating the work he had prepared for Emlyn. That's it. Emlyn was a little surprised. This was much simpler than what he had been imagining in his head just now. I thought I would need to help explore some dangerous ruins, or hunt some dangerous creatures or something like that. Leyton nodded, chuckling. That's it. This is a formal job, but you won't get a salary until you pay off your debt. If you were in the southern continent, I might even arrange some bounty missions for you, but Backland is too far away, so no. Employing noble sanguine is much more expensive than employing ordinary adventurers. Emlyn raised his chin, emphasizing the phrase, noble sanguine. Can he even be proud of this? Below the grey fog, Klein's expression froze for a moment. Is this something to be proud of? None of us here seem to be adventurers. Magician Furs subtly glanced at Mr. Moon opposite her. She always felt that the sanguine's way of thinking was somewhat different from humans. Leyton saw that Emlyn had no objection to his proposal. He nodded lightly and then spoke again. I also have some surplus beyonder characteristics here. If you're interested, you can buy them from me, or directly order mystical items. Of course, that would cost extra. Planter, doctor, and harvest priest from the planter pathway, apothecary and beast tamer from the moon pathway, prisoner and lunatic from the mutant pathway. These are what I can get directly. I also have some higher sequence characteristics, but they require negotiation with various forces, and I might not be able to get them, especially from the sanguine. They guard their characteristics very closely. Every beyonder characteristic of sequence 7 from the moon pathway represents a newborn, which is of course very important to the sanguine. Emlyn raised his hand and tapped the bronze long table in front of him, speaking in a serious tone. I wonder how the sanguine reproduce. Do they directly separate a part of their flesh and blood and the corresponding beyonder characteristic from their own body? Or is it like humans, but they must separate a beyonder characteristic of a sequence 7 vampire for the embryo to form? Klein shook his head slightly, shaking off the increasingly absurd images in his mind. Then he manipulated his alternate account, the world, and spoke in a hoarse voice. If a mystical item is crafted using a doctor's beyonder characteristic, to what extent can its healing ability be retained? Chapter 469, KWM Chapter 467 Private Communication. The other members of the Tarot Club also turned to look at Leyton after hearing the world's question. Mystical items with healing abilities were always very popular. Leyton leaned back slightly against the chair, tapped the armrest of the high-backed chair next to him twice with his right hand, and then said, reattaching severed limbs, treating serious illnesses, mending souls, these abilities can basically be retained. However, the latter requires very high technical support. Unless you are a beyonder skilled in the soul domain, it is not recommended to try. Mending souls. That sounds so evil. Justice Audrey was slightly surprised. She hadn't expected a sequence 8 doctor to have the beyonder ability to mend souls. The hermit, Catlia, turned her head to glance at Audrey and Furs, who looked somewhat pensive, and spoke in a calm voice. Evil or not is not determined by beyonder abilities. The key is the person using the ability, not the ability itself. Of course, pathways like the devil, which directly affect the beyonder themselves, are an exception. From the perspective of beyonder abilities alone, many pathways can be called evil, such as the seer and marauder pathways, the sleepless pathway mastered by the Church of the Evernight Goddess, and even the savant pathway mastered by the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. The advancement ritual for a certain sequence in these pathways requires extracting all life force from a specific area, which can turn soil into desert and dry up lakes. Such actions can certainly be called evil. That's right. Just like our sanguine, although the moon pathway also includes some darkness and strange authority, under the influence of our ancestor, we are still a noble and elegant race. Moon Emlyn tilted his chin slightly and continued Catlia's words with a pleased tone. No, those vampires outside the City of Silver are disgusting. Son Derek silently retorted in his heart. He didn't want to argue with the other party again in Mr. Fool's divine kingdom, so he quietly lowered his head and ignored the other party's words. Artificial vampires also belong to the moon pathway. They are neither noble nor elegant. However, this also indirectly proves Lilith's influence on the sanguine and on this pathway. Klein pondered for a moment, then manipulated his alternate account, the world, to exclaim. Perhaps, the essence of the beyonder world is madness. Leyton leaned back lazily in the high-backed chair, sighing after the world's words. Whether something is evil or not has a lot to do with the top existence of a sequence pathway. Just like Evernight Goddess and Primordial Demoness, the former single-handedly raised the overall quality of the entire sleepless pathway, while the latter single-handedly ruined the entire pathway. Demonesses, under her influence, are more or less psychologically distorted. The goddess is indeed a benevolent and kind deity. Praise the goddess. Audrey looked up at Mr. Fool at the head of the mottled long table, feeling a little ashamed. Seeing that he had no reaction, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. My thought of praising the goddess here was a bit disrespectful to Mr. Fool. I need to be more careful in the future. Audrey lowered her head slightly, admonishing herself in her heart, her gaze irresistibly curious as she looked towards the figure at the head of the table. I wonder which pathway Mr. Fool controls. Well, judging from Mr. Fool's style, it should be one of the more mysterious and miraculous sequence pathways, like the seer or mystery prior pathways. Leyton's gaze swept around the crowd, he chuckled twice, then brought the topic back to the transaction he had just proposed. So, does anyone here need a mystical item with healing abilities? How much? Klein, controlling his alternate account, the world, asked in a hoarse voice. Leyton pondered for 2 seconds before saying. 800 pounds. You can choose what item to craft it into, but for easier use of some beyonder abilities, a medical instrument shape would be better. Okay, make it into needle and thread for stitching wounds. Klein thought for a moment, then controlled the world at the very end to reply. The ability to heal external injuries, combined with my own beyonder ability to transfer injuries, means that as long as it's not a directly fatal blow, I can recover quickly. Justice Audrey, sitting on the other side of the mottled long table, raised her right hand slightly and pondered, then said. I also want to custom order one of these mystical items. For the appearance, can it be made into a bandage? Yes. Leyton nodded slightly in response. After a brief silence, seeing that no one continued the previous transaction, Hangman Alger cleared his throat and spoke in a lowered voice. I need the Ocean Songster Potion formula. Does anyone have it, or know where to find it? Leyton looked at Hangman Alger without surprise. This was the 3rd time the other party had sought the Ocean Songster Potion formula at the Tarot Club. After a moment of thought, he leaned forward, resting his hands on the table, and turned to Alger, saying. You haven't found it yet. 7,000 pounds. If you accept this price, I can help you get the Ocean Songster Potion formula. 7,000 pounds. Are you in dire need of money? Hangman Alger looked at Leyton with some hesitation. Sequence 5 potion formulas are usually around 5,000 pounds, but because they are hard to come by, price gouging often occurs, but 7,000 pounds is a bit too expensive. Coupled with the Tower's recent large-scale sale of low-sequence beyonder characteristics and mystical items, and making Moon work to pay off debt, he's either very short on money or very short on manpower recently. If he were at sea, I could help him by accepting a commission to offset some of the pounds. Hangman Alger lowered his eyes and pondered for a moment. He turned his head to Leyton and said with a solemn expression. I can't raise that much cash in a short time, but I know the coordinates of an unexplored island. There are many beyonder creatures there that have long disappeared from the outside world. The value of these coordinates is definitely no less than a sequence 5 potion formula. I can swear to Mr. Fool to guarantee the authenticity of that island's coordinates. Currently, I am the only one who knows the coordinates of that island. An island with many beyonder creatures. It should be the island Adam conjured. What if I really set foot on that island and Adam pulls me into the Church of the Bones for a chat? That's in front of the best psychiatrist in this world. I can't keep any secrets from him, not to mention I have the aura of true creator and god of knowledge and wisdom on me. It would be hard for him not to notice me. Leyton lowered his eyes slightly, thoughts floating in his mind. He felt that if he really went to that island, Adam would most likely come for him. After a moment of silence, Leyton shook his head slightly at Alger. I don't need the coordinates of that island. Don't need it. Why? Alger frowned slightly, looking at Leyton with confusion, then he pursed his lips and said. I can guarantee that there are far more than just one beyonder creature at the sequence 5 level on that island, and there might even be beyonder creatures with divinity. I once accidentally visited that island due to an incident and conducted a simple exploration in the marginal areas of the island. Leyton raised his hand slightly, interrupting Hanged Man's words. I don't plan to explore that island, so I don't need its coordinates. However, since you are short on pounds, you can completely go there and hunt some beyonder creatures. You can exchange the materials from them with me for the Ocean Songster Potion formula. Our Tarot Club now has some members. You can totally invite some people to explore that island with you. As for the confidentiality of the island's information, you can sign some agreements under Mr. Fool's witness. Hangman Alger was silent for a moment before slowly saying, I will consider your suggestion. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Leyton, his azure eyes holding restrained emotions, making it impossible to discern his true thoughts at the moment. Not planning to explore that island. Is there something wrong there? Impossible. No one should know about that island except me and Kalangos, and I only gave some information. Even if he accidentally went to that island, he couldn't be sure. On the mysterious and vast sea, there is definitely more than one such island. Is it a premonition from spiritual intuition? The sequence 4 of the reader pathway seems to be called prophet. Did my words just now make him foresee something, or cause some kind of reaction, which is why he refused my condition? Alger's thoughts flashed one after another. After pondering for a while, he leaned back in a relaxed posture, resting slightly against the back of the chair, appearing as if he didn't care about the failed transaction. As Hangman Alger fell silent, the members of the Tarot Club became quiet again. Klein sat leisurely in the high-backed chair, waiting for a moment. After confirming that no one else was initiating a transaction, he split his attention to control his alternate account, the world, and spoke. "Madam Hermit, I would like to speak with you privately." The hermit, Katlia, turned her head to look at the world at the very end of the mottled long table with a puzzled expression. She narrowed her eyes slightly. She instinctively wanted to reach out and adjust her glasses, but her right hand met empty air at her nose bridge. She withdrew her right hand, feeling a bit unnatural, and then nodded slightly in response. "You may." As she spoke, she kept observing the world, who rarely expressed opinions or emotions. His emotions were very restrained, and his clothing was also somewhat disguised. Besides being able to tell that he was an experienced beyonder, she couldn't directly observe any effective information. While Katlia was observing the world, Klein also controlled the world to make a request for a private conversation with himself. "Respected Mr. Fool, may I have a private conversation with Madam Hermit?" After controlling the world to speak, Klein switched back to his main account and chuckled. "You may." As he spoke, he tapped the edge of the table in front of him with his index finger, then spoke again. "You may converse now." After doing all this, he switched back to his alternate account, the world, his gaze calm and his voice hoarse as he said. "Admiral of Stars. I need to go to the ruins of God's Deep in the Sonia Sea for some matters. May I board your future? If so, what kind of remuneration would be required?" The hermit, Katlia, was slightly stunned. She hadn't expected the other party to call out her identity right away. Although the world used a questioning tone, his voice was very certain. After a brief silence, Katlia nodded slightly. "You may, but you need to go to Nas, the White Tower, in the Galgas Islands and wait for a few days. The future is currently in the northern Sonia Sea and needs some time to dock. As for remuneration, you can directly pay in pounds, or you can offer some equivalent mystical knowledge or items." "Equivalent knowledge? Isn't that just letting me freeload? Although I'm not rich in pounds, I possess a lot of high-end mystical knowledge that ordinary beyonders can't easily access. However, I have a more suitable bargaining chip for Admiral of Stars." As thoughts floated through his mind, Klein manipulated his alternate account, the world, and spoke in a low, hoarse voice. "I know a snake of fate. I will contact him at an appropriate time to inquire about the blood of a mythical creature." "Snake of fate. All right, I hope this appropriate time you speak of won't be too long." Katlia's eyes flickered slightly. The terms of the transaction offered by the other party gave her no reason to refuse. The gloomy and reserved the world let out two dry chuckles and said, "I will give you an answer before leaving the future." Chapter 470, KWM Chapter 468 Scammer. After the world and the hermit finished their private discussion, at the full Klein's signal, everyone entered the free discussion segment. Cough cough, Moon Emlyn lightly coughed twice, and after attracting everyone's attention, he chuckled and said, "Everyone, I recently heard an interesting piece of news at a sanguine internal gathering." "What news?" Magician first pressed, and as she spoke, she had already conjured a mental image of a pure human girl and an arrogant young sanguine's romantic entanglement, or perhaps a sanguine girl and a human boy. A strong female, weak male dynamic seemed more appealing. Emlyn tilted his head to look at Furs. He always felt that this Miss Magician seemed to be thinking some strange things. After a brief moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. "I don't know when or where it started, but rumors about a shameless marauder have begun circulating across the northern and southern continents and the vast 5 seas. It could be a mirror, a book, a crow flying in the sky, a sea bird, or even a doll placed on a cabinet. They exhibit enough intelligence to communicate with people, and they love to lie, excelling at deceiving creatures around them. Besides swindling some inconsequential items, each of its deceptions also extracts some gold pounds, at least 1 gold pound, and the maximum is unknown. Perhaps it's the victim's entire assets. Currently, no one has been swindled that badly, at least not that is known. The most bizarre thing is that once deceived by it, the corresponding scam will coincidentally play out in reality. Also, after completing a deception, it sometimes maliciously reveals its deception process, as if enjoying the victim's distorted, broken, angry, but helpless expressions. However, those who have such encounters are almost all ordinary people or weaker beyonders. It seems to pick on the weak." As Emlyn described, Furz's expression grew increasingly strange. She inexplicably thought of the mirror she and Zio had encountered earlier. Thinking about it now, it was abnormal that I so easily believed the words on that mirror at the time. Did its words possess a quality that made people believe them? Wait. I was deceived. A whole gold pound, and my emotions at the time, I genuinely felt sad for that lady. That's too much. Justice Audrey turned her body, looking curiously at Emlyn and asking, is it a runaway sealed artifact? Or a Beyonder playing pranks? I don't know. If it weren't for the Sanguine's recent actions in the southern continent, which recovered enough Beyonder characteristics and strengthened our internal connections, we wouldn't have been able to integrate the information and discover its existence so quickly. Emlyn shook his head slightly, briefly explaining how he knew this news. Hanged Man Alger frowned slightly. He recalled the information he had recently gathered and quickly concluded that the marauder, who loved to deceive and prank, truly existed. Where did this fellow come from? Its range of activity is too wide, it doesn't seem like the work of a runaway sealed artifact. But if it's a Beyonder, what would be their motive? After pondering for a moment, he spoke in a low, hoarse voice. There are indeed some related rumors on the 5 seas, but there are too many illogical rumors on the 5 seas. I hadn't paid too much attention to these matters before, as deceiving people is something every pirate does. Hermit Catlia sat with her hands clasped, and after a brief thought, she mused, this sounds somewhat like something a Beyonder of Marauder Pathway would do. Deceiving others has always been their pleasure. Leyton, who had been sitting silently, felt an urge to cover his face. He had a vague premonition ever since Emlyn began talking about that marauder. Have some people already noticed the actions of that scam manual? There's nothing that can be done about it, as more and more people are deceived, it will eventually be noticed. Speaking of which, after I threw it to the knowledge rabbit, it has been wandering around. I wonder how it's doing now. I hope it hasn't attracted the attention of those wandering Amon avatars, otherwise I'll lose a mystical item. Klein leaned back leisurely in the high-back chair, his eyes narrowed slightly, appearing exceptionally deep, thoughts constantly swirling in his mind. Marauder, Amon. Amon shouldn't be this bored. Is someone deliberately using this method to attract Amon's attention? Wouldn't that be a bit too bold? Regardless of whether this idea is correct or not, it's better to warn them. Thinking of this, Klein quickly reined in his thoughts and once again manipulated his alternate account, the world, speaking in a hoarse voice. Hey, whether it is truly a marauder or not, this behavior will most likely attract the attention of Amon, that top marauder. Or, perhaps this was originally meant to attract him. If any of you are curious about this matter and wish to investigate, I suggest you make out your will first. Furs, who had originally been wondering if she could claim compensation, instantly calmed down, her lips twitching slightly as she silently complained in her mind, make out your will first. Isn't that a bit too much? Are Mr. World's jokes always this chilling? To attract Amon. This Amon once parasitized Sun, but was dealt with by Mr. Fool. But this also indirectly shows that Mr. Fool and Amon are in an antagonistic relationship. The world is Mr. Fool's blessed, so was this statement a reminder from him on behalf of Mr. Fool to us Tarot Club members? If it truly is a reminder, then this trap targeting Amon was likely set by Mr. Fool or one of his favored. Hanged Man Alger's expression shifted from hesitation to shock, and finally settled back into calm. He sat silently in the high-back chair, his peripheral vision unconsciously glancing towards the figure at the head of the mottled long table. Audrey, who had been observing the reactions of the Tarot Club members, quickly noticed Hanged Man Alger's unusual reaction. She subtly swept her gaze over him, analyzing his micro-expressions and certain body movements in her mind. Mr. Hanged Man's emotions are fluctuating greatly. What did he think of? He's looking at Mr. Fool. Is this matter related to Mr. Fool? Mr. World said that the marauder active in the northern and southern continents and the 5 seas might attract Amon's attention, and Amon happens to be Mr. Fool's enemy. This matter is very much related to Mr. Fool. The purpose is to lure out Amon, who is hidden in the shadows. Hermit Catlia's gaze was calm and subtly surveyed everyone, taking in all their reactions. True danger often hides in the details of daily life. Hanged Man and Justice both looked towards Mr. Fool. Do they know something, and thus believe this matter is related to Mr. Fool? Moon Emlyn and Sun Derek sat somewhat blankly in their seats. One didn't quite understand how this matter became related to Amon, while the other was far away in the forsaken land of the gods and wasn't that concerned about such external affairs. Leyton tilted his head slightly, glancing at the world at the very end, then looked towards the fool at the head of the mottled long table, his eyes filled with speechless emotion. Don't casually set me up. It doesn't matter if I lose that scam manual, but if it falls into Amon's hands, it will become a tracker for me. Feeling the gazes directed at him, Klein's lips twitched slightly. Sometimes, the members' imaginative abilities are not a good thing. Forget it, let them think what they want. As long as I don't respond, this matter has nothing to do with me. The members of the Tarot Club seemed to share a unique tacit understanding, simultaneously choosing to skip this topic. After a brief silence, Justice Audrey looked towards Leyton and spoke with a tone full of emotion. The lone royal family and the Intis government have both chosen to sign a treaty today with Mazanias, the warlord who controls the Paz River Valley. They will recognize the independence of the Paz River Valley in exchange for the troops detained there. However, that Mazanias doesn't seem to have any intention of establishing a kingdom, At least he hasn't claimed the title of founder, nor has he announced the establishment of a new regime in the Paws River Valley. Everyone is speculating that what he truly wants to do is unify the entire West Balam, or even the entire southern continent. That quickly. Don't Intis and Lone intend to reclaim their colonies by force? Hangman Alger asked with some confusion. As he spoke, he glanced at Justice Audrey, re-evaluating her identity and status among the Lone nobility in his mind. Leyton leaned back against the chair, his hands resting on the edge of the table, and said leisurely, Mazanias has already received overt support from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom and the Church of the Earth Mother. Even if Lone and Intis wanted to reclaim their lost colonies by force, they would need to consider the attitudes of the various churches. In terms of the number and strength of Beyonders, they do not have an advantage, especially high-sequence Beyonders, who are the key to changing the battlefield. Moreover, with the Berserk Sea as a barrier, ordinary armed forces are not so easy to transport to the southern continent. On a battlefield involving Beyonder powers, it is difficult to form effective suppressive fire. Furthermore, there are many conflicts between the northern continent nations. If the struggle for colonies escalates into war, the final winner will likely be Fasak. Everything was premeditated. This style of action is very much like a reader's, decisive enough, detailed enough, thorough, with a feeling of arranging things with absolute rationality and coldness. Klein, shrouded in the calm grey fog, muttered to himself for a moment, then manipulated his alternate account, the world, to voice his opinion. The northern continent nations, besides their homelands, have many colonies on the 5 seas and the southern continent. This stretches their front lines too long, making it difficult to concentrate their military and Beyonder forces, far inferior to the Paws River Valley, which holds a single fortified position. Recently, the bounties on the 5 seas have changed somewhat. The bounty for Queen Mystic in Intis has risen to 100 million Vril. Lone, the Church of the Lord of Storms, and other factions have also greatly increased their bounties for her, exceeding £1 million. 100 million. Magician Furs and Moon Emlyn simultaneously exclaimed, their throats bobbing. This was a number they usually wouldn't even dare to imagine. After exclaiming, Furs awkwardly lowered her head, mentally converting 100 million Vril into gold pounds. The exchange rate between Vril and gold pounds seemed to be 24 to 1, even so, it would be several million pounds. So much money. If I had that much money, I could buy all the dolls in Backlund and give each of them their own exclusive walk-in closet. Why would I need to work for someone for a Viscount's Beyonder characteristic like I do now? Thinking of how he still had to work for Leyton, Emlyn's expression immediately drooped. He even felt an urge to become a hunter on the 5 seas and earn bounties. 100 million Vril, this bounty already exceeds that of the King of the 5 seas. But what does this have to do with the struggle for colonies in the southern continent? Also, Mr. World seems to be talking more today. Justice Audrey subtly tilted her head, looking at the world at the very end, trying to observe something from him. His emotions are completely contained, and his expression is very somber. It's impossible to observe any useful information from Mr. World. This ability is truly too restraining for a spectator. Chapter 471, KWM Chapter 469 Letter. After a moment of internal lament, Audrey straightened herself and began to ponder the recent question. The bounty, to a certain extent, also represented the official level of importance. Could it be that Queen Mystic had advanced? Was she now a Sequence 3 saint? Or an angel walking upon the land? Most likely the latter. Mr. World brought up the change in Queen Mystic's bounty at this time because she was also involved in the struggle for the Paws River Valley colony. And she stood on the opposite side of Lone and Intis. The situation in the Paws River Valley is so complicated. I previously thought it was just an event promoted by the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom for better spreading their faith. Thankfully, Alfred is fine. Once the lone high-ranking officials sign the treaty with the warlord Mazanias today, he can return to Backlund. The hermit Catlia showed no particular reaction when the world mentioned Queen Mystic. She sat in her seat, eyes downcast, seemingly lost in thought. In the Paws River Valley matter, the Queen seems to have reached some kind of tacit understanding with the Moses ascetic order. Recently, the Hidden Sage has also undergone some changes. Among the knowledge it releases, there is a lot more living knowledge, but it is less dangerous than before, and that knowledge is no longer as chaotic and disorganized as it used to be. Son Derek had been in a state of wandering. When Amon was mentioned just now, he listened a little more seriously, but now, regarding the topic of the Paws River Valley colony, he couldn't understand it at all and could only sit in his seat, slightly dazed. Seeing that everyone in the Tarot Club had fallen silent again, Leyton smiled thoughtfully and said, "By the way, bicycles in the Paws River Valley have already started production. Is anyone interested? I can help you purchase a few." In Backlund, Leopard's collaborator seems to still be setting up the factory. It will take at least 1 or 2 more months before finished products appear. Bicycle. What's that? A special kind of carriage? Furs asked in surprise. Leyton shook his head slightly and said, a portable mode of transportation. It doesn't require horses, you just need to pedal with your feet to move forward. Then he suggested to the fool Klein to materialize a bicycle. With Klein's help, a bicycle crafted by the artisan cats Brie and Ritz appeared on the modeled long table in front of everyone. What a strange design. Can it really move? And it only has 2 wheels. Are you sure the person sitting on it won't fall? Moon Emlyn and Magician Furs expressed their opinions one after another. I should have materialized the scene of Jodson and them riding bikes, not an actual bicycle. Leyton awkwardly turned to look at Klein, who was shrouded in grey fog at the head of the table. With his help, he rematerialized the scene of Jodson riding a bicycle with Bugs Bunny through the streets. Seeing Bugs Bunny sitting in the basket at the front of the bicycle, Audrey's eyes lit up. You can hang a basket in the front. Susie probably wouldn't work. She's too big. If she sat in the front basket, she'd probably tip the whole bicycle over. After imagining Susie in the front basket of the bicycle, Audrey almost burst out laughing. She quickly composed herself and turned to Leyton, asking, how much is this bicycle? I need 3. Since it's just entered production, the price is £3. If you need a customized style or want to add some parts, there will be an extra charge. Leyton responded with a light chuckle, then looked at the others. Aside from Furs and Emlyn, who seemed eager to try, the others didn't show much interest. Leyton leaned back slightly in his chair, taking in everyone's reactions. Indeed, Hangman and Katlia are at sea, they spend most of their time on ships, so there's nowhere for them to ride. As for Little Sun, a dreadful place like City of Silver is even less suitable for bicycle travel. Furs and Emlyn hesitated for a moment, but in the end, they couldn't resist their curiosity and each ordered a bicycle. Afterward, the members of the Tarot Club shared some more information until the fool at the head of the modeled long table announced the end of today's Tarot Club. After everyone stood up and bowed, crimson light surged from the boundless grey fog, instantly enveloping everyone in the palace. When the crimson light receded, only the figure hidden in the grey fog at the head of the magnificent ancient palace remained. Klein's gaze swept around. He extended his spirituality to envelop himself, simulating the sensation of falling. His figure quickly faded and disappeared into the space above the grey fog. Southern continent, Paws River Valley. The deep red light receded from his vision. Leyton only felt a brief moment of mental disorientation. When he regained his senses, he was already back in his hotel room. He rose from the armchair near the window, stretched a bit, and walked directly to the desk by the wall. A light yellow letter lay quietly there. Approaching it, Leyton reached out and picked up the light yellow paper, examining it briefly. Trissy, this letter arrived a bit later than I expected. With a slight sigh, he then concentrated on reading the letter. Ever since I advanced to Sequence 5 Demoness of Afflictions, I've been able to faintly sense a great existence. No matter how I try to avoid it, it's useless. It appears in my dreams, in my occasional bursts of inspiration, and even in my inadvertent words. I don't even know where I'll wake up next time. It could be in some sewer, or on some gentleman's or lady's bed. Do you have a way to eliminate this influence? Although this pain has, to some extent, accelerated my potion digestion progress, I have a vague premonition that if I let things continue like this, I will lose the chance to become an iron-blooded knight and turn back into a man. My subconscious is refusing to let me seek your help. This letter was only written after I risked finding a psychiatrist to hypnotize myself. If possible, I probably need you to come to Backlund. I'm worried that this plea for help will make my situation even worse. The final signature was, Trissy Cheek. Trissy Cheek, chick. It seems her condition is worse than she anticipated. Could this be a trap? Leyton murmured softly, walking slowly around the room. At the same time, his eyes flashed, becoming extremely deep, like the sea before a storm. In this state, he clearly lost focus, and his eyes were blank. This state lasted for a while before his eyes regained clarity. No danger, no abnormality. This is just an ordinary request for help, but if it's related to the primordial demoness, she could easily interfere with divination. After a moment of thought, he decided to go to Backlund. As the capital of Lone, even if there was danger, it was highly unlikely for something like the primordial demoness descending to occur. As long as a true god didn't descend, there would be no danger that couldn't be resisted. Having made his decision, he casually flicked the paper with his fingers twice. The text on it quickly faded and dissolved, turning into a brand new sheet of paper. Then he picked up the fountain pen on the desk and left a letter for Bugs Bunny, explaining the reason for his temporary departure and telling him to take Crow Anu to Brie and Ritz, the 2 cats, to freeload food and drink for a while. After pressing the written paper down on the desk with the fountain pen, Leyton turned and looked around the room. He lightly rubbed his fingers, summoning 2 invisible servants to take away Van Gogh's Starry Night and out-of-control crystal ball, which were sealed by a wall of spirituality. Having done all that, his figure instantly became transparent, like a statue forged from countless brilliant starlight. This statue instantly shattered, turning into specks of surging starlight that scattered and darted into the spirit world depths. In the Sonia Middle Sea, on Tejana Island near the Rothschild Sea, Klein simply packed his luggage. Anything unnecessary to carry with him was discarded into the clutter pile above the grey fog by sacrificing it to himself and then responding to his own sacrifice. Finally, he carried only a single suitcase and went to the first floor of the hotel to check out. Then he took a hired carriage to the port and bought a ticket for the soonest ship departing for Nas, the White City in the Galgas Islands. The passenger ship will depart around 8 p.m. tonight. I still have some time, so I can go to a nearby bar for a while. Since I'm leaving anyway, I can hunt some suitable pirates to replace the pastured souls for creeping hunger. Having made up his mind, Klein carried his suitcase directly to a nearby bar with the most foot traffic, named White Wave. As soon as he entered the bar, he heard a cacophony of overlapping conversations. Son of a bitch. Yesterday I was actually conned by a talking fish and threw a whopping 12 pounds, 5 solidi, and 3 pence in banknotes at it. That was all the cash I had on me. My head must have been stuck in a ship's plank at the time, otherwise I wouldn't have missed its full of holes lies. Was that really all your money? Then where did you get money to drink today? My drinks today are on the benevolent Captain Nall. If it weren't for the captain's generosity, I would have been sleeping on the streets last night. Don't mention it. If you hadn't thrown the money so quickly, I would have been a victim of that fish too. Ha ha ha, unlucky Solier, remember to catch a few more fish next time you go out to sea. Even if it's not the one that cheated you, it'll help you let off some steam, ha ha. Listening to the words reaching his ears from around him, Klein's mouth twitched slightly. Precise to 3 pence, indicating that it was indeed all the money he had on him at the time. From the reactions of these sailors and pirates, they hadn't noticed the problem with the wandering trickster. Buying a ship ticket to leave Tejana today was the correct decision. Regardless of whether it's a mystical item or a beyonder behind this, it most likely belongs to Marauder Pathway, and the sequence won't be too low. Under the influence of the convergence effect, an Amon's avatar could appear here at any time. As thoughts flickered, Klein had already reached the bar counter. He casually tossed out 4 pence in banknotes and said, 1 Tejana malt beer. Chapter 472, KWM Chapter 470 The Primordial Demoness. In the evening, in Empress Borough, Backlund, inside the Hall family's villa, Audrey sat on the right side of the long dining table, enjoying a small piece of cake adorned with fruit on her plate, which was her favorite dessert after a meal. After she had eaten enough, she took a small sip of Ormer red wine from her glass, observing the expressions of her father and mother. After confirming that they were both in a good mood today, she controlled her tone, asking with a hint of curiosity and concern. Father, how did the contact between the royal family and the warlord occupying Paws River Valley in the southern continent go today? When will Alfred return to Backlund? Will his position in the lone military be affected by this incident? Earl Hall, who was seated at the head of the table, sighed softly, put down his knife and fork, and said with a tone of emotion. Mazanias has released the person. Alfred should be able to return to Backlund next week. The lone military will temporarily suspend him, but this is not a bad thing, it's just to let him rest at home for a period of time. The lone military's troops stationed in Paws River Valley didn't suffer heavy losses, but many high-ranking officers stationed there sacrificed their lives. If it weren't for the subsequent negotiations, Alfred might have. At this point, Earl Hall stopped speaking. He looked at his wife, who was sitting beside him, and gave her a comforting smile. The family around the dining table fell silent, no one spoke. Audrey pursed her lips, glanced around, then curved her lips slightly and whispered. May the Evernight goddess bless Alfred. It's good for him to come back and rest for a while. Experiencing so many things suddenly will definitely leave some impact on his heart. It's good to come back and recuperate and relax for a while. Audrey was subtly worried, but her feigned composure and cheerful tone were very obvious. Earl Hall looked at his daughter with gentle eyes, chuckled, and nodded. Haha, my dear Audrey, you've grown up, but I haven't grown old yet. You don't need to worry about these issues. Your brother and I will handle these matters. Audrey's elder brother, Hibbert Hall, also nodded slightly after his father spoke and said to Audrey. Father is right. As your elder brother, I have the duty and responsibility to protect your innocence. Audrey looked at her brother, who had a stern and serious expression, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Hibbert always spoke in such a businesslike manner, no matter the occasion. No wonder no women had ever shown admiration for him. She had to admit, in terms of interpersonal skills, he was far inferior to Alfred. Amidst her sigh, Audrey took another sip of the red wine in her glass, then turned to her father and asked with some curiosity. Dear Earl, what do you think about what happened in Paws River Valley? Can they really succeed? Currently, Lone and Intis both seem to have no intention of pursuing the matter further. Hibbert Hall, who was sitting opposite her, looked at Audrey with some surprise and chuckled. Audrey, are you also interested in such political issues? However, I don't think it's possible for either Arlone or Intis to simply give up Paws River Valley. Not only is it the most prosperous area in all of West Balam, but it's also where the safe shipping lane connecting the northern and southern continents is located. It's a necessary passage for entering and exiting the southern continent, and it's very important both politically and economically. Audrey frowned slightly, looking at her father with a somewhat heavy expression and said, "So, there's still a possibility of war breaking out in Paws River Valley?" Earl Hall picked up the handkerchief placed beside him to wipe his hands, and following his daughter's gaze, he nodded gently. "Not for now, but war will inevitably break out later, whether for colonies or to suppress resistance forces in the southern continent. However, this might wait for a long time. The outbreak of war requires mature conditions and irreconcilable conflicts. This is not something we need to worry about, ladies and gentlemen. We should adjust our state and welcome Alfred's return home next week. Is war inevitable? I wonder how Mr. Tower and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom plan to deal with the subsequent issues. Will they ease relations between all parties to avoid war as much as possible, or will they choose to directly ignite conflict and repel the enemy head-on?" Audrey's thoughts drifted for a moment, and after a while, she came back to her senses amidst the conversation between Hibbert and Earl Hall. She tilted her head and said with a light chuckle, "All right, esteemed Earl and Countess, and my beloved brother, I wish you a pleasant meal. I'm going to prepare a small gift for Alfred." After speaking, Audrey rose from her seat, curtsied slightly towards her father, and then walked happily out of the dining room. Hibbert called out to the departing Audrey. "Audrey, what gift are you planning to prepare for Alfred? Let me take a look too." "That's a secret. I can't tell you yet. The most important thing about a gift is the thought, not the gift itself. As long as you prepare one, Alfred will be happy." Audrey half turned her body, gently placed her right index finger on her lips, making a shushing gesture, and then walked happily out of the dining room. In a somewhat old and cheap hotel room in Eastborough, Backlund. The bow window with stained glass was tightly closed, and the faint yellow light from the gas street lamps outside vaguely filtered in, preventing the room, which had no lit candles or gas wall lamps, from being completely dark. A woman dressed in men's clothing was sitting hunched over a dressing table, her black hair smoothly draped over her shoulders. Her face was round, her eyes long and narrow, and her features, when viewed separately, were not outstanding, but combined, they gave off a gentle and sweet feeling. It was Trissy Cheek, the demoness of afflictions, who had written the letter seeking help to Leyton that afternoon. She looked as if she was having a refreshing dream, her eyes somewhat hazy, and her lips slightly parted, as if she was murmuring in her sleep. In the dim room, specks of starlight suddenly appeared, gradually becoming denser and emitting a hazy glow. As these lights continuously spread, they also gradually became clearer. In just a moment, the originally dim and old cheap hotel transformed into a luxurious and understated manor. The room was filled with ornate decorations, and the bow window had become a transparent floor-to-ceiling window, perfectly overlooking the lush green racecourse outside. "You are not Edisac. You conjured Red Rose Manor, but without its master. Is your intelligence gathering incomplete, or are your beyonder abilities not yet proficient?" Trissy Cheek, who had been hunched over the dressing table, had woken up at some point. She leaned lazily in the shadowy area beside the dressing table, her eyes lowered as she looked towards the floor-to-ceiling window, showing no discernible emotion. A low-pressure aura enveloped her entire being, both wary and vigilant, yet also bewildered and nostalgic. Specks of brilliant starlight flickered and appeared in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, the starlight converging in midair to outline Leyton's figure. A fist-sized, translucent crystal ball containing brilliant starlight was gently held in his left hand. The starlight inside the crystal ball subtly echoed the surrounding illusion. Leyton looked at Trissy with some curiosity and said, "You can find my concealed location." "No, but for an excellent assassin, grasping the enemy's psychology and finding where they might be hidden in a flawless environment is a basic quality. Every demoness is the most excellent assassin." Trissy responded with a somewhat hoarse voice, seemingly not yet fully emerged from the hazy dream she had just experienced. Leyton tilted his head slightly, shifting his gaze away from her. In this state, Trissy was more alluring than usual, making one irresistibly want to understand her more deeply. A deep blue radiance subtly emerged in his eyes, and rationality instantly gained the upper hand, suppressing various complex thoughts. Red Rose Manor in the illusion suddenly dimmed, the almost real background noises abruptly fell silent, and outside the clear floor-to-ceiling window, sparse, scattered stars twinkled. After using concealment to conceal this illusion, Leyton then looked at Trissy with some curiosity and said, "What did you dream about just now? You seemed very engrossed." Trissy turned her head away unnaturally, saying in a somewhat hoarse voice, "Nothing, just some past memories. Why does the primordial demoness keep bothering me? I'm just a sequence 5 demoness of afflictions. In the demoness sect, that's not considered powerful. Perhaps you have many similarities with her, both in mindset and experiences, resembling her at a certain point in the past." These similar characteristics attracted her attention, making her unable to resist wanting to make you into a temporary vessel for her descent. Leyton walked to the single sofa next to the floor-to-ceiling window and sat down, his eyes slightly lowered as he pondered. Trissy leaned further into the shadows, as if only that could give her enough sense of security. The thick, impenetrable shadows obscured her face, allowing only faint breaths and a restrained, hoarse voice to be heard. Similar characteristics, huh? Could it be that the primordial demoness was also once tricked into drinking the assassin potion? She doesn't reside in the astral world like the seven deities, why does she still need a temporary vessel for descent? Leyton shrugged, leaning casually on the sofa, and said with a regretful expression. I don't understand that question either. Perhaps you should inquire with those old antiques from her era. As for needing a temporary vessel for descent, of course, it's because her state isn't good. The injury she sustained during the Pale disaster haven't healed even now, and the conditions for creating a divine descent vessel are very difficult. It's not just about finding a saint of the same pathway casually. Trissy didn't care about the primordial demoness wanting to make her into a divine descent vessel. One hand held her loosely draped men's overcoat across her chest, while the other played with a strand of hair falling over her forehead, saying, The old antiques you mentioned, who can live to this day, are you sure they haven't already become gods or are close to becoming gods? Evidently, only by becoming an angel can one possess a long lifespan. If you are curious about this, you can try to communicate with Mr. Dor, who was banished by the Evernight goddess and stormed to the depths of the cosmos. He is in existence from the same era as the primordial demoness. Perhaps you can inquire about some hidden information regarding the primordial demoness from him. Leyton had a faint smile on his lips as he told her how to communicate with Mr. Dor. Trissy frowned slightly and murmured. Gibberish during a full moon. That would require at least a demigod, otherwise, just hearing the voice of that Abraham family ancestor would make me lose control. That's too far off for me right now. Do you have any way to shield me from the primordial demoness influence? Leyton said with a relaxed, smiling expression, That's very simple, I just don't know if you're willing. Trissy took a deep breath, her face somewhat solemn. The other party's tone made her suspect something. After a moment of hesitation, she lowered her voice and asked. What method? Leyton curled his lips and said with a light chuckle. Seek the protection of concealment. The power of concealment can easily shield your connection with the primordial demoness. The protection of concealment. The Evernight goddess. Are you sure you're not trying to get me locked behind Cheney's gate? Trissy was slightly stunned for a moment, and quickly associated it with the phrase, Mother of Concealment, in the Church of the Evernight Goddess's proclaimed title for the Evernight Goddess, her expression becoming a bit strange. Leyton gently shook his head and said. Although the Evernight Goddess is the Mother of Concealment, she is not the only one who possesses the authority of concealment. To avoid the influence of the primordial demoness by contacting another hidden existence, what's the difference between that and jumping from one fire pit into another? As long as I can achieve my revenge, I don't mind selling myself to a hidden existence. After a brief silence, Trissy hesitantly asked again. Who else? Or, which other hidden existences possess authority related to concealment? Leyton's gaze shifted to the scattered twinkling stars outside the floor-to-ceiling window, and he spoke calmly. As I mentioned just now, that ancestor of the Abraham family, the sequence 4 of the door pathway is called Secret Sorcerer. This secrets itself contains the meaning of concealment and concealment. And also the Fool that the Aurora Order previously promoted, as well as the Erudite that is now being promoted in the southern continent. As the highest position of the Mystery Prior pathway, he also possesses the authority of concealment. Chapter 473, KWM Chapter 471 Secret Shelter. Trissy frowned slightly. As a former instigator, she was very sensitive to language and could sense that Leyton leaned more towards having her choose that Erudite. An unknown hidden existence, was it an identity created by a true god or an evil god to corrupt the authority of concealment? The god of knowledge and wisdom? Or the hidden sage? After a moment of contemplation, she collected her thoughts and asked with some curiosity. Isn't the highest position of the Mystery Prior pathway the hidden sage worshipped by the Moses ascetic order? Or is that Erudite his avatar? It should be said that he is the avatar of the Erudite. Would you like to listen to my lord's sermon? Leyton smiled and shook his head, calmly correcting Trissy's words. Trissy gazed at Leyton, slightly stunned, and took a small step back, a hint of wariness rising in her eyes as she said. Aren't you from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom? These two identities do not conflict, Leyton responded with a light chuckle. As he spoke, the starlight outside the French window suddenly became dazzling, with specks of starlight scattering into the room, illuminating a brilliant cosmos. The crystal ball he held in his left hand instantly became radiant, and the gravity in the room became abnormal, beginning to pull towards the cosmos. Troublesome. Muttering softly, Leyton gently rubbed his right hand, summoning an invisible servant, and took the colorful and distorted oil painting from its hand. As spiritual energy was continuously infused, the vortex-like light clusters on the painting seemed to suddenly come alive, constantly enlarging and overlapping with the surrounding space. The dazzling cosmos that had been reflected in the room instantly became distorted, stretching into azure lines, twisting and contracting into thread balls of varying sizes. The surrounding space rapidly thinned, gradually losing its height, and turning into a two-dimensional watercolor painting without thickness. The brilliant, distorted cosmos and red rose manor vanished in an instant, and the hotel room became dim once more, with only some faint yellow light filtering through the stained glass bay window, preventing the room from being completely dark. The impact at night is greater than I expected. Is it a coincidence, or because of some special quality about me? Leyton looked at the crystal ball in his hand, which had lost its luster and become hazy, and murmured to himself, then handed it to the invisible servant behind him. Clap. A crisp snap echoed in the room, and a clear, brilliant, and pure light emerged from the void, illuminating the cheap hotel room brightly. The sudden light made Trissy squint uncomfortably. After she had recovered slightly, her gaze instinctively fell upon the abstract, distorted cosmos oil painting in Leyton's hand. She felt a subtle yet intense danger from this painting. Noticing Trissy's gaze, Leyton chuckled and raised the oil painting in his hand, saying with a smile, "Sorry, the mystical item was a bit out of control just now, but it's been resolved. It's called Van Gogh's Starry Night, a somewhat special mystical item, possessing beyonder abilities different from the 22 pathways of the gods. If classified by sequence pathway, it's roughly equivalent to a sequence 4 mystical item." "Who is Van Gogh?" Trissy asked casually after a slight nod. "Ah, a painter. A long, long time ago, he was a famous painter." Leyton was stunned. He had not expected Trissy's focus to be on Van Gogh, rather than the painting itself. Trissy nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping around the old room. The only wooden chair was already occupied by Leyton, and she completely disregarded her image as a lady, casually sitting on the simple dressing table that only had a mirror and a two-tiered wooden box. She wore no jewelry or makeup, loosely clad in a men's shirt over her upper body, paired with somewhat faded brownish-yellow linen trousers, exuding an indescribable visual impact and allure. Leyton suddenly felt his throat go dry. He subtly turned his head, shifting his gaze to the stained glass bay window, silently admonishing himself repeatedly, "The other person is a man, I cannot advance towards a man." "Hey," Trissy chuckled with an unclear meaning. She merely glanced at Leyton and then withdrew her gaze. Leaning back against the wall, she pulled at the corner of her mouth, forming a smile, and said, "Before I was interrupted, what were you going to say?" Leyton leaned lazily on the wooden chair, rolling up the oil painting in his hand as he spoke. "Which existence do you plan to seek protection from? The help of any of them is not without cost. The primordial demoness wants your body, your mind, your soul. The Evernight goddess may not care about you, it's more likely she'll throw you directly behind Mr. Door. Mr. Door's condition is only one, help him return to this world. The fool follows the principle of equivalent exchange, but your past actions are not among the people he redeems." Trissy listened calmly to Leyton's narration, her face expressionless as she said, "What about that erudite? What price must be paid?" Rotating the rolled-up oil painting a few times, Leyton stood up from the wooden chair, speaking with the demeanor of a fervent, devout follower. "To spread knowledge to the beings of this world, to guide them on the path of exploring mysteries, and, secretly, to proclaim his name. This is what you are already doing, just to a different degree. You will need to do these things more thoroughly in the future, and the protection is the reward paid to you in advance." Trissy hesitated for a moment, then quickly connected it to the things Leyton had asked her to do in Backlund. She looked at Leyton with a hint of confusion, saying, "Finding, recruiting, and investing in those inventors. You didn't have to give so many choices just now. The only one I could truly choose was this one." Listing all options for people to choose from as basic courtesy, Leyton calmly defended his previous actions. "Hey," Trissy chuckled with a hint of mockery, then leaped down from the dressing table and walked to the bay window, pushing open the tightly closed window. Whoosh! Whoosh! The cold wind instantly poured into the room, making her hair and men's shirt flutter. Her calm face held a hint of unconcealed sadness. After a long silence by the window, she finally spoke in a hoarse voice. "What is the honorific name pointing to that erudite? Also, how should I pray to him and spread his name? The essence of knowledge, the root of mystery, the radiance of civilization, the guardian of truth. You can pick any 3 of those. As for praying and spreading his name, you can do it as you see fit, he doesn't really care about those things." As he spoke, brilliant starlight continuously flickered around Leyton. By the time his words faded, he had already transformed into a statue made of countless stars. This statue instantly shattered, turning into specks of brilliant starlight that surged and dispersed, drilling into tiny cracks in the walls and floor, rapidly disappearing. Trissy, standing by the open window, slightly tilted her head to look at the surging starlight leaving. Only when there was no trace of starlight left in the room did she close the window again, leaning her body against the window frame, and sighed in a low, deep voice. Demonesses are the best at observing human hearts. Significant changes have occurred in him. Is he balancing his humanity and divinity through rationality? A person walking on a tightrope, a slight misstep will send them plunging into the abyss. It seems that from the moment one drinks the potion, the Beyonder's fate is no longer entirely their own. On the surface of the northern Sonia Sea, a massive sailing ship had just changed course, heading towards Naz, the capital of the Gargas Islands, the White City. On the dark sea, faint crimson moonlight illuminated the tall sails raised on the ship. On them were 10 white stars of equal size, encircling a cold, indifferent eye without eyelashes. On the deck of the Future, Frank, dressed in overalls and a white shirt, was pouring sticky black liquid mixed with unknown substances into the sea, barrel after barrel. A black cat wearing a tricorn pirate hat and an eye patch over its right eye squatted upwind, far from the scene. It watched the unknown substances being poured into the sea by Frank, barrel after barrel, and asked in confusion. "Frank, did your experiment fail again?" "Yes, but I've found a new direction. I'll ask Al to write a letter later to get another batch of new monster corpses. Soon, I'll be able to cultivate plants that grow by feeding on monster corpses." Frank nodded slightly, his tone not discouraged but rather a little excited. Pace, the black cat, adjusted the tricorn hat that was almost covering his eyes, then lightly leaped onto the ship's rail, gazing at the dark sea, trying to find traces of fresh small dried fish. After watching from the ship's rail for a long time, it didn't see a single fish leap out of the sea. Disappointed, it jumped off the rail, and after landing on the deck, it turned to Frank and asked, "Frank, why aren't there any small dried fish coming out to eat the experimental residue you're pouring this time? This is different from the previous experimental residue. Although I've treated these residues, they still carry a certain degree of toxicity and pollution. Those marine creatures will instinctively stay away from these things, so of course, they won't gather here." Frank tried to explain in simple terms to Pace, the black cat. Pace's cat face showed a human-like look of shock, and its expression stiffened as it confirmed with Frank. "So, not only will there be no small dried fish, but they will also stay away from the surrounding sea due to these strange things you're pouring in." "That's right," Frank nodded lightly. "Meow, my poor small dried fish." Pace was like a child who had lost a beloved toy, rolling on the deck several times as if life had lost its meaning, constantly muttering. Katlia, wearing a black classical robe, walked out of the captain's cabin. She had heard Pace's mournful cries even from inside the cabin. After approaching and hearing Pace's cries clearly, she sighed helplessly and quickly walked to Pace, asking with some confusion, "Didn't Nina say she prepared special smoked small dried fish for you? Why are you still thinking of fishing in the sea yourself? You're just a cat, you're far less agile in the sea than those fish." Pace stopped rolling on the deck and looked at the captain who had approached him at some point. He lowered his head like a child who had made a mistake and explained in a low voice. "Smoked small dried fish are so hard to eat, it's like chewing on wood when I bite into them. Smoking small dried fish is disrespectful to small dried fish. I even feel that the small dried fish died unjustly." Katlia remained silent for a brief moment, then still warned. "You must go into the sea only with Nina accompanying you. The ocean is not your domain as cats, with her there, you won't drown." Chapter 474, KWM Chapter 472 Erodes. In the Sonia mid-sea, east of Oravi Island, a passenger ship sailed from the safe shipping lane in the direction of the Rorstad archipelago amidst the rolling waves. Rows of cannons were installed on both sides of the passenger ship. In front of one of the glass windows on the left side of the passenger ship, Klein, maintaining the image of Gehrman Sparrow, stood quietly by the window, silently gazing at the turbulent sea outside. A little further ahead, and we'll be in the waters controlled by the Fasak Empire. "I guess this counts as finally going abroad," Klein murmured with a sigh. He then reached out and pulled down the roll-up curtain, turning to walk towards the simply furnished single bed on the other side. As soon as he lay down on the bed, his spiritual perception was suddenly triggered, and he turned his head to look in the direction of the window. Dots of brilliant blue light flickered and poured into the cabin through the gaps in the curtain, converging into tangible starlight in midair, quickly reforming Leyton's figure. After his figure solidified, Leyton stepped forward and greeted, "Good evening, Mr. Great Adventurer." Klein sat up from the bed with a hint of helplessness, watching Leyton, who had already settled comfortably into a nearby armchair. His mouth twitched slightly as he said, "Why are you here? I'm not really a great adventurer yet. But you, not only is the Church of the Lord of Storms offering a bounty on you, but the Lone and Intis authorities have also increased their bounties, and the rewards are not low. I'm also going to the Sea of Ruins. I originally planned to wait for you on the Future, but I remembered you hadn't asked Erodes about my question yet, so I had to change my mind temporarily and come find you here first," Leyton said leisurely, leaning back in the armchair. Klein was slightly stunned. Since the other party had not been in a hurry to ask for the result, he had completely forgotten about it. After recalling the matter, he coughed twice awkwardly before saying, do we need to find a roads now? That radio transceiver has been on the gray fog for a while, which should be enough for it to pinpoint its location for a period of time. Good thing I'm still maintaining Gehrman Sparrow's persona, otherwise this awkward scene would really make my toes curl. Yes, do I need to step away? Leyton nodded lightly and pondered for a moment. No need, Klein shook his head gently. He then got out of bed with swift movements, rummaged for the materials needed for the ritual of bestowal, quickly set up a ritual, and immediately began to pray to the fool. Then, in a manner of responding to himself, he cast the radio transceiver through the door formed by the bestowal ritual. As soon as the radio transceiver was placed on the table, Klein hadn't even had time to clean up the remnants of the ritual in the room when a somewhat ethereal and illusory tapping sound echoed in his ears. A somewhat illusory piece of white paper was spat out, bearing silver loan words, "My esteemed, great, supreme master, I have felt your summons. May I ask, have I arrived in time?" Klein controlled his expression with his faceless ability and nodded gently in response, "In time." Tap, 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 another piece of illusory white paper was spat out, with a smiling emoji following the silver loan words, "All right, my esteemed master, according to the principle of equivalent exchange, you may ask me one question." Klein looked back at Leyton, who was still half reclining in the armchair. Seeing the other party nod slightly, he turned back to the radio transceiver in front of him and said, "I want to know where the sequence 1B under characteristic of the mystery prior pathway, the knowledge emperor, is located." Tap, tap, tap. The illusory white paper on the radio transceiver kept emerging, some words appearing stiff and rigid, as if Rhodes had directly copied and pasted the answers from the spirit world. "Esteemed master, there are only 3 beyonder characteristics for each pathway's sequence 1. The 3 beyonder characteristics of the knowledge emperor are located in the Moses ascetic order, the trier diocese of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, and one is currently missing. The knowledge emperor characteristic at the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery headquarters comes from Roselle's legacy. It is a sealed artifact, numbered 0 to 45, also known as the Knowledge Throne. Its appearance is a bizarre and magnificent throne made of gold. Any creature that sits on it will gain endless knowledge, master information about all things in this world, and possess a certain degree of ability to modify them, becoming an almost omnipotent and omniscient existence. Experiment 1, the vast knowledge will directly burst the brains of any creature without divinity. Experiment 2, ordinary saints will lose the ability to think under the influx of complex knowledge. Saints of pathways that excel in wisdom, such as seer, reader, savant, and spectator, can temporarily retain a certain degree of rationality. Experiment 3, it will make people cold and indifferent, gradually losing their humanity and rationality, becoming a part of knowledge. Experiment 4, it is ominous, erased. Sealing method, place it in a magnificent palace, cooperate with sealed artifact 1 to 113 to continuously record and scramble the knowledge it disseminates. There must be intelligent creatures constantly moving around it 24 hours a day. They must be good-looking, there must be females, and every 2 hours it needs to be praised comprehensively. Note, any pregnant creature cannot approach it, nor can there be overly intimate sexual acts near it. Warning, 0 to 55 carries a concealment and terrifying corruption. Any creature that has come into contact with it may become unlike their original self. This change is difficult to detect and identify. Confidentiality level, Pope, First Research Group, only God's messengers can use it to a limited extent. I have very little information on the knowledge emperor characteristic of the Moses ascetic order, only some records left by Roselle. It was most likely accommodated by the existence worshipped by the Moses ascetic order. I found no records of the third knowledge emperor characteristic in the spirit world. It may have never appeared, or it may have been deliberately concealment. Roselle once speculated that this was also the reason why the existence worshipped by the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery would switch pathways. Esteemed master, are you satisfied with this answer? Klein continued to maintain Gehrman Sparrow's persona and nodded slightly in response, satisfied. Even the sealing method of Emperor Roselle's legacy is so unique, and it must be praised comprehensively by good-looking ladies. Isn't this a bit too outrageous? Even if it's a sealed artifact, it's just a chair. Even if a beauty stands in front of it, it can't do anything. The God of Steam and Machinery switched pathways. Was he a beyonder of the mystery prior pathway before? That's certainly possible. Lady Hermit's diary mentioned that the former artisan god, now the God of Steam and Machinery, had a close relationship with the Moses ascetic order in his apotheosis. After a brief thought, Klein turned to Leyton, who was leaning back in the armchair behind him, and asked, "What do you think?" Leyton leaned against the back of the armchair, gently rubbing his chin with his right thumb, and said thoughtfully, "No records at all. It's unlikely to have never appeared. After all, enough time has passed from the first epoch until now. Beyonder characteristics should have long since converged, either vitalizing or being consumed as a potion. It should have been concealment. The ability to manipulate information allows it to easily erase the information it leaves behind. This is also a manifestation of the mystery prior pathway's concealment authority. Achieving a concealment effect by modifying and hiding information. I thought authorities were always those very abstract things. The topic of authority made Klein unable to resist asking curiously, even forgetting to maintain his Gehrman Sparrow persona. Tap-tap sounds rang out continuously, and the illusory white paper on the radio transceiver on the small round table in the cabin emerged another section. Esteemed Master, I know the answer to this question. May I ask if you need me to help you recall? Help me recall. The phrasing, it's a shame it's not a civil servant, Klein thought to himself expressionlessly, then nodded slightly, speak. Tap-tap-tap typing sounds rang out continuously, and soon, new illusory white paper emerged. All right, esteemed Master. Authority is exclusive to deities, closer to a concept, and the highest manifestation of divine power. Its very existence transcends the rules of the world and natural order. Authority itself is reasonable. The reason it is abstract is simply due to insufficient understanding of related knowledge and information. Just like the concept of death, most people and beyonders would consider it objectively existing but very difficult to deeply understand, but for corpse collector and sleepless, it is more than that. In the potion pathway, starting from sequence 2, one will come into contact with authority. However, at the angel level, they only grasp part of the pathway's authority. Only upon reaching the sequence 0 rank will one truly grasp all the authority encompassed by that pathway. It's abstract because I don't understand enough. Why does this mirror sound so much like a reader? Klein glanced suspiciously at the transceiver, which no longer produced new illusory white paper. He nodded slightly in response, well done. It is my honor, great and supreme master. Great master, I have a presumptuous question. May I ask it? Tap-tap sounds rang out continuously, and this time, the lone words ended with a tearful, finger-poking emoji. It's evolving so fast, its emojis are almost becoming sticker packs. Klein sighed inwardly. Although he wanted to say that if it felt presumptuous, then it shouldn't ask, considering the attitude displayed by this dog-licking mirror, no, magic mirror, he still nodded gently, you may. The tapping sound seemed to become much livelier. Soon, another new piece of illusory white paper emerged. Great, benevolent master, I wonder if I am worthy to follow in your footsteps and become your most loyal servant. Klein was speechless for a moment. He relied on his faceless ability to control his facial muscles to keep his mouth from twitching. Isn't this a bit too humble? It should be able to see some traces I left from Sapphira Castle, but just a few traces or auras made this magic mirror, a Rhodes, comparable to a grade 1 sealed artifact, Neil. Although speechless, Klein still maintained his current persona and gave an ambiguous answer, depends on your performance. The tap-tap-tap sound rang out without the slightest hesitation. A new white paper emerged from the telegraph machine, with a stick figure making a swearing gesture at the very end. Thank you for your generosity, great master. I will definitely follow in your footsteps and always stay by your side, becoming your most loyal servant. I think they both ignored me. Leyton looked at the master and servant engrossed in their conversation, unsure whether he should speak up and prove that there was a third person present. While Leyton was still hesitating whether to speak, the transceiver sounded again with tap-tap-tap, and a new section of illusory white paper emerged. Great master, the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery people have lifted the restrictions on my main body. They should have more questions to ask me. Klein nodded gently, you may leave first. Great master, I wish you a pleasant journey and an early return to your supreme divine throne. Your loyal servant Rhodes bids farewell. At the bottom of the words was a small figure waving with tears in its eyes. The illusory white paper only lasted for a moment before suddenly disappearing. The light in the cabin suddenly brightened a little, and the radio transceiver lay quietly on the table, its eerie, cold sensation completely gone. Chapter 475, KWM Chapter 473 City of White. In the basement of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery in Backlund, several members of the Machinery Hive Mind team sat around a round wooden table. Seated at the head was a Cancer Bernard, the captain of the Backlund Machinery Hive Mind team, whose brown hair was perpetually bushy and messy, stubbornly sticking out. His face had hard, clear lines, and his expression seemed somewhat complex. He held an ancient silver mirror with strange patterns, and on either side of the mirror were black gems shaped like eyes. Cancer's palm gently stroked the surface of the silver mirror. After a slight delay, ripples appeared on the mirror's surface, followed by bloody loan words emerging. What is your question? Captain, Rhodes seems a bit slow today. A Machinery Hive Mind member with gold-rimmed glasses, sitting to Cancer's right, mused and asked. After a ripple on the silver mirror's surface, new words appeared. Do you want to play a Q&A game with me too? The Machinery Hive Mind team member who had asked the question shrank back, saying nothing more. Cancer raised his hand, pressing it down in the air, signaling his teammates to be quiet. Then, he lowered his gaze to the magic mirror in his hand, took a deep breath, and said. Great Rhodes, I want to ask about the trickster that appeared in Backlund. Who exactly is it? Where is it now? After a ripple on the silver mirror's surface, several bloody words appeared. These are 2 questions. Ikanser nodded lightly, his voice low as he said. I understand. Please tell me the answer. As his words fell, the silver mirror's surface instantly became deep and dark, as if it were in some dim, eerie place. After a long while, faint yellow light spots began to emerge. The scene in the mirror gradually became clear, showing a dimly lit basement where several exquisitely dressed young boys and girls were gathered, performing some kind of ritual. From the dense shadows they didn't notice, a somewhat dazed, translucent rabbit emerged from the spirit world and threw a grayish-brown book into the ritual. The book transformed into pale light spots and quickly vanished. The scene rapidly flickered, as if accelerated. When the image in the mirror became clear again, the ritual performed by the group of young boys and girls had received a response. A trace of pale fire spread across the ground, outlining lone words. Who is praying to me? You have disturbed a lonely soul. You awaken me from my slumber. What do you wish to gain? Following the principle of equivalent exchange, every favor you pray for requires a corresponding price. On the ground in front of the ritual were scattered pieces of jewelry and banknotes ranging from a few pounds to a few solidi, seemingly the most valuable things the young boys and girls had managed to scrape together. The scene quickly shifted, moving into the richly colored and layered spirit world. A somewhat dazed, translucent rabbit was wandering in a certain direction. In its hand was a folded grayish-brown book. On the cover of the book was an ancient, modeled 12-section clock, surrounded by many mysterious symbols representing mind, time, and deception. The grayish-brown book quickly flipped through a few pages in the hand of the rabbit-shaped spirit world creature, revealing deep red, distorted Hermes words. Those little fellows are so easy to fool, don't you think? You, the eyes of mystery prying who casts your gaze through the spirit world, I smell a hint of omniscience on you, which is truly repugnant to the book. The scene on the silver mirror flickered a few times, then quickly dimmed as if due to a poor signal. After a brief silence, silvery white ripples appeared on the mirror's surface, outlining several silvery white loan words. That book has some peculiarities in certain aspects. It possesses some characteristics of a high-sequence audience pathway, allowing it to perceive my gaze. All right, it's my turn to ask. Ikanser took a deep breath, staring at the magic mirror in his hand with a sense of resignation, awaiting the almost pronouncement-like question. Although the surrounding machinery hive mind team members were curious about the characteristics of a high-sequence audience pathway and what that rabbit-like spirit world creature was, no one asked at that moment. Everyone looked curiously at the silver mirror's surface, but dared not show their gaze too obviously. The water light on the silver mirror's surface rippled for a while before crimson words began to form. First question, in that aspect of life, how often do you release? All the machinery hive mind team members present instinctively lowered their heads, like feigning death quails. Only Ikanser's face alternated between red and white. Gritting his teeth, he stared expressionlessly at the silver mirror in his hand and answered in a low voice. Once every 3 days. If I'm busy with missions, it might be once every 4 or 5 days. Ripples appeared on the silver mirror's surface, and soon new crimson words emerged, like flowing blood, dripping downwards. Correct answer. Now for the second question. Please tell me, when you usually release, do you fantasize about someone you know and can normally interact with? Rhodes, as if with a mischievous twist, specifically enlarged the words know and interact with. The surrounding machinery hive mind team members buried their heads even lower, their gazes fixed on their own toes. As bystanders, they were somewhat eager for their captain's answer, yet also somewhat worried about it. Ikanser's face flushed for a moment, then he lowered his head as if resigned to his fate, saying in a hoarse voice. I choose to accept the punishment. Boom. A silvery white bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere and struck Ikanser directly. When the dazzling silver white light dissipated, Ikanser, who had been sitting in his seat, was now covered in a layer of char. His hair stood on end, and wisps of white smoke rose from his body, carrying a burnt smell. On the table in front of him, crimson blood flowed across the surface of an ancient patterned silver mirror, outlining words. Q&A game over. Lasting less than half a minute, the words on the mirror's surface gradually dimmed, turning into an ordinary silver mirror with a dim, dark surface. Across the round table, a young machinery hive mind member tried hard to compose his thoughts and expression, seriously discussing the content displayed by the magic mirror Rhodes. Captain, that rabbit-like spirit world creature doesn't seem powerful. There are likely other beyonders behind them. Ikanser exhaled, blowing out a grayish-black smoke ring, and rubbed his somewhat charred face, saying, that spirit world creature can take that mystical item, which likes to deceive, through the spirit world and appear anywhere. The involved area is too vast. This incident needs to be transferred to the machinery hive mind team specializing in mobile incidents. Rep, organize the information we've collected into a file. I'll report it to church headquarters tomorrow. I need to deal with the marks on my body first. Understood, Captain. The team member with gold-rimmed glasses, sitting to a cancer's right, nodded with a serious expression. Nas, the capital of the Gargas archipelago, known as the City of White. The houses built here are primarily made of a local white rock. From a distance, the entire city appears grayish-white, which is why it's called the City of White. As the easternmost colony of the Faesak Empire, the Faesak military and the Church of the God of Combat have very limited defensive forces they can deploy here. The bishop of the Church of the God of Combat in the Gargas archipelago is only a Sequence 5 guardian, accompanied by an executioner from the tribunal, as well as a brigadier general from the Faesak military and a baron from the royal family. There is no saint presiding. The weakness of official power has also led to this place becoming a paradise for pirates. As long as the pirates don't cause too much trouble here, affecting the main whaling industry and grey amber trade, the authorities turn a blind eye to them. In the dock district, inside a relatively popular local restaurant, Leyton sat quietly by the window, enjoying the City of White's specialty whale meat and roasted whale blubber with skin. He quickly finished most of the food on his plate, then picked up a napkin to wipe the oil from the corners of his mouth. A figure wearing a double-breasted long formal suit and a semi-tall silk top hat walked directly over and sat in the chair opposite the dining table. Leyton chuckled without raising his head. "You arrived quite fast. I thought you wouldn't reach this port until at least the afternoon. Want to try the local specialty whale meat? The people here are quite skilled at processing whales, they don't waste any part." Klein, maintaining the appearance of Gehrman Sparrow, nodded lightly. Then, he picked up a piece of roasted whale blubber with skin, put it in his mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed it directly. It wasn't particularly greasy, instead, it had a fragrant taste, and the attached skin was also well processed, not too difficult to chew. The people here are indeed very skilled in processing whales. No wonder some people were protesting whaling and advocating sustainable development earlier. With the development of shipbuilding, the whales in the White Whale Sea are indeed in precarious danger. After mentally evaluating the whale blubber with skin he had just eaten, he calmly spoke. "Depart at 8 tonight." Leyton looked at the expressionless Gehrman Sparrow with some surprise and chuckled. "You've already contacted Katlia. It seems you must have already explored around here." Klein nodded without much expression, responding indifferently. The voyage was quite smooth. So much so that the passenger ship arrived in Nas, the City of White, several hours earlier than expected. Adding a mental note, Klein began to enjoy the remaining half of the food on the table. When he was almost finished eating, he opened his mouth with some doubt. "You foresaw when I would arrive, which is why you ordered a double portion of lunch." "No, it's just because I'm very curious about every food item here, so I ordered a bit more." A clairvoyant's intuition generally isn't triggered unless actively sought or when it doesn't involve oneself. Leyton leaned lazily against the back of the chair, shaking his head slightly as he explained. Klein was silent for a brief moment, resisting the urge to scold the other party for wastefulness. This didn't fit Gehrman Sparrow's persona. Taking a sip of the Southville beer that the restaurant waiter had just brought, the greasy feeling in his mouth instantly receded significantly. He then continued. "Well, at least it seems my luck isn't bad. I just arrived in Nas and got a free, rather hearty meal. I just went to a bar and met the captain of the Black Octopus, Bone Stripper Basil, who has a bounty of 150,000 pounds. "What? You want to hunt him?" Leyton looked at Klein, who was sitting opposite him and expressionlessly stating the bounty amount, with a hint of curiosity. This demeanor indeed had the style of a mad adventurer. Chapter 476, KWM Chapter 474 Hermit Card. Klein suddenly paused. He felt as if something peculiar had shattered within his body at that moment, rapidly breaking apart and dissipating. Numerous illusory stars appeared in his vision, their brilliance seemingly exerting a faint mutual attraction. At this moment, his faceless beyonder characteristic was completely digested. Taking a deep breath, Klein slightly closed his eyes, carefully sensing the changes within himself. His spirituality had increased, and the magical abilities of the faceless had been further strengthened. Why did the faceless beyonder characteristic suddenly digest? After opening his eyes, Klein's gaze fell upon Leyton opposite him, and a sudden realization dawned in his mind. He recognized my identity as Gehrman Sparrow. As a Sequence 3 clairvoyant, the feedback from him directly allowed me to finish digesting the last bit of the faceless beyonder characteristic. I had originally planned to do some in-depth acting on Admiral of Stars' future for a period of time to digest the last bit of the faceless beyonder characteristic, but I didn't expect it to be completed so suddenly today. After sighing inwardly for a while, Klein slightly curved his lips, and in a rather good mood, he answered the previous question. Roselle was once Admiral Deep Sea's subordinate. After Admiral Deep Sea disappeared, he became independent. He took over many of Admiral Deep Sea's original fleets and seems to have intentions of becoming the next pirate admiral. If possible, I certainly wouldn't mind gaining a beyonder characteristic, but I'm more curious about the disappearance of the Admiral Deep Sea. Rumors among pirates say he was trapped underwater while exploring an ancient undersea ruin, while other rumors say he has died, killed by the betrayal of his subordinates. There are even rumors that he has been secretly captured by the Church of the Lord of Storms. Leyton slightly lowered his gaze and narrowed his eyes, using this to conceal the fleeting deep blue radiance that flashed in his eyes. At that instant, Klein gave him a different feeling. Had he completely digested the faceless beyonder characteristic? A thought flashed through his mind, and he chuckled, saying, "If you wish to hunt that bone breaker, Roselle, I can perform a simple prophecy for you, guiding you to a suitable opportunity. As for the missing Admiral Deep Sea, he and his ship have become one of the many treasures of this vast sea." Klein looked at Leyton with deep eyes, not continuing the topic, and instead said, "What are your plans for the afternoon?" "I intend to find a hotel to rest and await the arrival of Admiral of Stars and her ship in the evening." Leyton leaned back lazily in his chair, his gaze falling on the street outside the window, and he softly replied, "I am waiting for an opportunity." Opportunity? Klein mused, and seeing that Leyton had no intention of explaining, he stood up and left the restaurant. After watching Klein leave, Leyton sat for a while longer before calling the restaurant waiter to settle the bill and leave. How will the hermit card appear? If I board the ship tonight, it should have most likely appeared in Nas by now. As he pondered, he had already walked to the street near the port. A group of local gangsters were clashing with a group of suspected pirates, both sides drawing weapons and clanging loudly. As expected of a place colonized by the Fasak Empire, the local customs are indeed fierce. Such open fighting between local gangs and pirates is completely unseen in the Rorstad archipelago. Leyton curiously watched the conflict between the local gang and pirates from the side, sighing inwardly at the same time. Just then, he saw two tall figures, clearly of giant descent, pull out several cans from their pockets, quickly open the lids, and then throw them into the middle of the road. An indescribably foul stench instantly permeated the entire street. Whether it was the curious passers-by hiding in the distance or the fighting pirates and local gangsters, all covered their mouths and noses and fled the street. Herring cans. Who on earth eats this kind of food, which is comparable to a biochemical weapon? As the thought emerged, Leyton's body instantly became transparent, transforming into shimmering starlight that surged away from the street. On a rocky beach behind Nas, dense, shimmering starlight surged from the void, rapidly converging on a rock, reforming Leyton's figure. The salty sea breeze entering his nose and mouth instantly made Leyton feel refreshed. Those herring cans must be special biochemical weapons. I held my breath immediately, but I still felt a wave of nausea. Great Agnostos Theos. You are the essence of knowledge, you are the source of mysteries, you are the light of civilization. Your loyal servant prays to you. Begging you to open the door to your kingdom. Begging you to accept his offering. Some intermittent, layered prayers suddenly echoed in Leyton's ears, repeating over and over, from blurry to clear. Leyton glanced around, confirming that no one else was present, then reached forward, pulling an illusory hat from the void and placing it on his head. His figure then vanished, concealing all traces. After hiding himself, Leyton immediately communicated with the sage characteristic within him through meditation, establishing a connection with the layered prayers echoing in his ears. The next moment, he felt his will infinitely ascend, crossing reality and the spirit world, looking down upon the entire world. Everything within his sight transformed into complex and profound information, as if the essence of the world was a collection of countless pieces of information. Is this the origin of the Moses ascetic order's philosophy of all things are numbers? As the thought emerged in his mind, Leyton felt a brilliant azure star suddenly burst forth with light before his eyes, engulfing everything around it. The light only lasted for a moment before it began to recede, revealing a dark and profound scene. In the scene, Ethan, dressed in a black wizard's robe, knelt devoutly on the ground. Before him were 3 candles flickering with dim yellow light. On the ground was an eye drawn with herbal powder, surrounded by 12 stars, and the pupil of the eye was a complex, layered gear in an inverted triangle. The moment Leyton saw the mysterious symbol drawn on the ground, he felt a mystical connection to it, as if it could represent him to some extent. Before Leyton could see more, the scene before him shattered, turning into a blurry, indistinct light that was difficult to perceive. These lights quickly converged, solidifying into a card before Leyton. On the front of the card was Roselle, with white hair and beard, wearing a worn-out long robe, and a pair of brand-new red shoes. He leaned on a crutch with his left hand and held a lantern in his right. In the upper left corner of the card, a line of words was written in ancient Fasak, Sequence 0, Hermit. The moment the hermit card appeared before his eyes, Leyton instinctively wanted to reach out and touch it. As he did, he suddenly felt a violent sensation of falling, and everything around him, including his own consciousness, became blurred. When he came to his senses, Leyton realized that his consciousness had returned to his body. He instinctively looked down at his right hand. A card was tightly clutched in his hand, and the image on it was indeed an elderly Roselle, dressed in rags, holding a lantern and a crutch. It came into my hand so easily. Leyton murmured, somewhat incredulously. He had thought this card of blasphemy might come coincidentally or easily, but he never expected it to appear in his hand in such a peculiar way. Was it with Ethan before? No wonder at that time. Was it also because of this card of blasphemy that he was noticed by the hidden sage and secretly developed into a believer of the knowledge Moor? Ethan's sudden sacrifice of this card must have also been instructed by the hidden sage, and it was the hidden sage who responded to the ritual. The sounds I heard and the scenes I saw just now must have been some information attached when the hidden sage gave me the hermit card. Mr. Hughes had just told me that the hermit card would come to me at the right time, and the hidden sage sent it over today. Are their relationship that good? I even suspect whether the third knowledge emperor characteristic is with the church of the god of knowledge and wisdom. Phew, he exhaled, suppressing all the surging thoughts in his mind. Leyton rubbed the hermit card twice with his right hand, creating shimmering starlight that quickly covered and concealed its special nature. Having done all this, he turned and stepped forward. With the movement, his body instantly became transparent, transforming into a statue composed of countless starlight, and then shattered, with points of brilliant starlight surging into the spirit world depths. Dong. 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 In the evening, the Church of the God of Combat's Dawn Cathedral in Naz emitted a long, ethereal bell chime. The clock on the massive bell tower had just struck 8 o'clock. The melodious bell echoed throughout the entire city, reaching the docks in the dock district. A massive sailing ship was slowly entering the dock at this very moment. Under the crimson moonlight, the huge emblem on its sail was clearly visible. It was a cold, indifferent eye with no eyelashes, surrounded by 10 white stars of equal size. Ship. Admiral of Stars has arrived. The pirates and sailors responsible for guarding the ships nearby simultaneously erupted in astonished cries. The entire port's docks were instantly filled with agitated emotions. As the ship approached, all the shore defense cannons set up by the Fasak military here were mobilized, aiming at the huge sailing ship that made no attempt to conceal itself. As the ship drew closer, the atmosphere of the entire port became tense, like a taut string. On the ship, the Black Cat Pace, wearing an ill-fitting pirate tricorn hat, lay on the ship's rail, curiously peering towards the dock district, saying, "Heath, do you know who we're picking up?" "I don't know." Beside the Black Cat Pace, the tall and thin Heath Doyle, whose facial skin was almost transparent, gently shook his head. His nose bridge was disproportionately high, and he had a sickly appearance. Pace's tricorn hat was suddenly slapped down hard by someone, directly covering half of his cat face. Pace shook his head twice, readjusted his tricorn hat, and said somewhat angrily, "Ugh, Heath. I told you not to touch my hat. It took me so long to get it on straight." The pale-faced Heath looked at Pace in confusion, reached out to help him adjust the tricorn hat on his head, and explained at the same time, "I didn't touch you." Pace eyed Heath suspiciously for a moment, and seeing the serious expression on his face, Pace nodded with some skepticism, saying, "Right, only Nina and Adilov would do something so boring." As he spoke, he turned his gaze back to the agitated and nervous pirates and sailors on the dock. Watching their anxious expressions, he once again sighed inwardly at his correct decision to stay on the ship. He watched the dock get closer and closer, and the sailors and pirates also became shorter and shorter, shorter and shorter. Pace looked down at his feet in surprise. He found that he had somehow floated into the air. He flailed his 4 paws frantically in midair, but he could never grasp the direction and force, just like he was drowning. Chapter 477, KWM Chapter 475 Boarding the Future. Wha help? Heath, quickly help me, I can't control myself. Hearing Pace's cry for help, Heath, who was beside it, finally noticed the sudden situation on its body. He wanted to reach out and pull down Pace, who was floating in the air, but he and Pace were like 2 mutually repelling magnets. As soon as he got close, Pace's body, floating in the air, was strangely pushed away. Seeing that Heath couldn't save it, Pace began to loudly call out to Katlia, who was standing in front of the captain's cabin. "Wah, Captain, help. This cat is going to die." Katlia, dressed in a black classical warlock robe, was like a powerful warlock from ancient legends. Under the crimson moonlight, brilliant stars flashed in her eyes. She glanced indifferently in Pace's direction and said with some helplessness, "Stop teasing the two of them, Pace is about to be scared silly by you. It almost drowned the day before yesterday from secretly going into the sea to catch fish. Now it's a bit afraid of environments where it can't control itself. Catch fish in the sea. Is that something a cat can do?" Leyton revealed himself from the shadows nearby, sighing with a hint of speechlessness. He looked at the black cat, still floating in midair, with a complex expression. A sapphire blue flash appeared in the translucent crystal ball in his left hand, then quickly became hazy and blurred. The distorted gravity on Pace's body quickly returned to normal, and it stiffly dropped onto the deck. Katlia withdrew her gaze. The area in front of her suddenly lit up, and points of brilliant starlight rapidly emerged, scattering down into the air, condensing into a transparent, dazzling bridge of starlight that extended all the way to the dock where Klein was. How impressive! As expected of the Admiral of Stars, who ranks among the top of the 7 pirate admirals. In the crowd on the dock, Klein silently sighed in his heart. At this moment, he had an urge to cover his face with his hand. If it weren't for the world identity being tied to Gehrman Sparrow, I would definitely change my identity to board the ship. Although I'm not socially anxious, being watched by so many people is still a bit uncomfortable. Klein let out an imperceptible sigh. He pressed the half-top silk hat on his head and then stepped out of the shadows, walking steadily onto the bridge formed by starlight. The sensation of stepping on the starlight bridge was unexpectedly solid, as stable as iron. Aside from being too transparent, allowing a clear view of the deep blue, almost black, seawater below, it constantly gave one the feeling of stepping on air. As Klein walked with a straight back on the starlight bridge, gazes of awe and curiosity from all around the dock fell upon him, making him feel as though he was currently the center of attention and perfectly suited for a magnificent performance. Amidst gazes of unclear meaning, Klein finished the last section of the starlight bridge and stepped onto the deck of the future. His gaze, filled with curiosity and scrutiny, looked forward to the front of the deck. The Admiral of Stars, Katlia, dressed in a classical warlock robe, with her black hair simply draped over her shoulders and deep black-purple eyes, stood quietly ahead, observing him with a deep and somewhat curious gaze. Behind Katlia stood a man dressed as a simple sailor, tall and thin, with a sickly aura about him. Further back, Leyton, wearing a dark brown trench coat, with his light golden hair parted diagonally, and holding a fist-sized crystal ball in his right hand, was half-crouching on the deck, conversing with a listless black cat. However, the black cat clearly didn't want to bother with him and even looked like it wanted to scratch his face a couple of times. After briefly surveying the situation on the future, Klein withdrew his gaze, took off the half-top silk hat he was wearing, and bowed slightly to Katlia, saying, "Good evening, madam." As Klein bowed and greeted her, a deep blue, almost purple, glow flickered in Katlia's eyes, making her already mysterious deep black-purple eyes even more profound and enigmatic. She saw the brilliant and dazzling azure, blood-red, silver-white, cyan-green, grayish-white, and golden light on Gehrman Sparrow's body, which made her a bit dizzy. She slightly tilted her head and withdrew her gaze without observing the state of his spirit body too closely. 5 mystical items, more than 10 spirit-imbued artifacts or charms. After briefly summarizing Klein's situation, Katlia didn't know whether to marvel at his timid caution or his bold recklessness. As a pirate admiral famous in the 5 seas, she had not seen people with even more exaggerated mystical items, but any mystical item has negative effects. Even if they were all of the lowest side effect type, the accumulation of quantity would make them terrifying. In such a situation, the existence of mystical items would instead be a burden. If he wasn't too foolish, it meant he had a way to deal with the situation, just like Beyonders of the Savant Pathway, who can intuitively grasp the abilities and problems of most mystical items and use them while avoiding danger as much as possible. His spirit body was covered by a layer of pure, lightless darkness, as if his entire being was hidden within a thick curtain of shadows. Is this why he gave me the feeling of not being alive at the Tarot Club? Katlia quickly reined in her thoughts and greeted him with a smile. "Good evening, Mr. Sparrow." Then she turned to Heath, who was behind her, and introduced him. "This is the first mate of the future, Heath Doyle. Bloodless Heath Doyle, a pirate with a bounty of 7,600 pounds. Klein recalled the information about this pirate, then nodded slightly towards him and said, "Gehrman Sparrow." After introducing Heath, Katlia led Klein to Leyton, who was comforting Pace, and continued to introduce. "This cat is called Pace, and it's a crew member of the future. A cat can also be a crew member." Klein silently activated his spirit vision and observed the cat named Pace. He saw a more intense spiritual color on it than on ordinary people. This cat is also a Beyonder. It faintly possesses a peculiar sense of inherent authority, which is very similar to the characteristics of the Arbiter pathway. Katlia didn't pay attention to Klein's subtle actions. She continued to introduce Leyton to him. "He is Altines, and like you, he is traveling to that sea area on the future." Klein maintained Gehrman Sparrow's usual cold demeanor, simply nodding and greeting him. Tower, good evening." Katlia's expression didn't change much. Some of their interactions at the Tarot Club had already led her to conclude that Leyton and Klein knew each other, and quite well. Leyton nodded lightly in response to Klein. "Good evening. I still need to comfort this frightened cat. You can follow the captain and get familiar with the future first. Was he a pet shop owner before? Why does he like small animals so much, and also like feeding them potions? You should be a beast tamer, not a mystery prior." That captain was called a bit too familiarly. Did he return to the future to be a pirate again? Klein muttered a few sentences inwardly, nodded lightly, hummed in acknowledgement, and then followed Katlia towards the cabin. The future, which had been docked near the pier, also set sail again at this time. The huge sailboat drew a large arc on the sea and sailed eastward along the whaling route. As the future departed, the tense atmosphere in Nazport gradually dissipated. The pirates, sailors, and FASAC military personnel who had been curiously observing and on guard also began to disperse. Following behind Katlia, Klein silently observed his surroundings. He noticed that the deck, mast, and other parts of the future were covered with mysterious and peculiar symbols, interwoven and subtly overlapping into a huge whole, like a strange ritual magic. A mystical sailboat, but not yet at the level of a ghost ship. However, the layout on the future seems more mysterious and complex than on the Golden Dream. As Klein curiously looked around, Katlia spoke up to give him a brief introduction. The magical markings and symbolic signs on the ship together form a huge and complex ritual magic. It is integrated with the future, transforming the ship into a massive mystical item, possessing a mystery no less than that of a ghost ship. When necessary, it can also borrow the power of a great existence. This is a ritual magic designed by Al, and I only recently completed the transformation of the future. A great existence. Klein withdrew his gaze from his surroundings and mused with a hint of admiration. This intricate and unique ritual magic was specifically designed for the future. That requires extremely rich knowledge of mysticism. Katlia nodded in agreement and said with some emotion. Beyonders of the Reader Pathway are experts in ritual magic, and they themselves enjoy learning and mastering different mystical knowledge. Once they reach a certain sequence, they can even develop various strange and effective spells. On the sea, the most representative is the Vice Admiral Iceberg. There are many rumors about the magical spells she has mastered, and while there might be some exaggeration, the fact that these rumors exist at all speaks for itself. As they conversed, Klein followed Katlia into the cabin. A man in overalls and a white shirt was walking out from below the cabin, carrying a wooden barrel full of strange mushrooms. He was robust, with thick body hair, and his exposed forearms looked like they were covered in a layer of dark brown fur. He looked at Klein, who was following behind Katlia, and showed a hearty smile. Then he bent his right leg, propping up the barrel he was carrying, and held the barrel with his right hand, extending his free left hand forward and saying, "Good evening, Mr. Sparrow. I am the first mate of the future, Frank Lee. Frank Lee, the poison expert, with a bounty of 7,000 pounds. His bounty is actually lower than that of the second mate, Heath Doyle. Is it because his danger level is lower, or because he rarely directly participates in combat?" A thought flickered in Klein's mind, and he slightly bent his back, saying, "Good evening." Frank withdrew his left hand indifferently, his smile still on his face as he said, "You seem to know me. Well, my photo is already on the Navy's wanted list. Poison expert is just a nickname those people gave me. Actually, I am a very friendly person with noble pursuits and ideals of my own. Al has already boarded the ship. Didn't you need to find him for some experimental matters before?" Katlia timely interrupted Frank's narration. The latter's eyes lit up, and he said somewhat impatiently, "He's finally back. I have so many experimental ideas that I need his help to review and give opinions on. Haha, Captain, I'll go deal with these failed experiments first. I already have new ideas in my head. I have a premonition that this time, it will definitely succeed." Frank hadn't even finished speaking when he quickly walked towards the deck, carrying the full barrel. "Experiments?" Klein maintained Gehrman's usual cold expression and calmly inquired. Katlia nodded with a somewhat helpless expression. "He is researching a type of mushroom that doesn't require sunlight, can automatically reproduce solely by relying on monster flesh and blood, can purify pollution, and can produce milk, beef, and fish meat." Klein was at a loss for words to express his astonishment and could only remain silent. Something with so many buffs has nothing to do with mushrooms anymore, right? However, these conditions seem to perfectly fit the environment of the City of Silver. Is this food prepared for Little Sun and the others? Katlia didn't explain much about Frank. She led Klein to a room diagonally opposite the captain's cabin and said, "This is your room. AL's room is next door. If you have any questions, you can ask him or come directly to the captain's cabin to find me. The ship's restaurant will always have someone, so you can go there for meals at any time, or have Frank send food to your room." Chapter 478, KWM Chapter 476 Fish planted in the soil. On the deck of the future, Leyton, with pace already appeased, walked towards the cabin, just as Frank came out from inside. Leyton glanced at the barrel of oddly shaped mushrooms in Frank's arms, his mouth twitching slightly as he said, "Good evening, Frank, what are you planning to do with those?" Frank showed a hearty smile, temporarily placing the wooden barrel he was holding aside, and then said, "Hey, Al, you're finally back. I was just about to write to you for a new batch of monster corpses. These are all failed mushroom experiments. Although they can achieve rapid reproduction by consuming the flesh and blood of monsters, they accumulate toxins and pollution internally. I'm about to dump them into the sea." Leyton looked at the strange mushrooms in the wooden barrel. Under the crimson moonlight, he could clearly see some undulations on the surface of the mushrooms, as if they were faintly breathing. Don't they need to be deactivated beforehand? What if these things become an ecological disaster in the sea? Leyton sighed inwardly, then pondered and said, "Accumulating toxins and pollution, can the pollution be concentrated by forming fruits?" If so, the parts other than the fruits would be usable. As he spoke, he raised his right hand forward, and a cluster of slowly rotating star sand quickly condensed in his palm. Star after star emerged, dense and dazzling. These stars scattered rays of light from midair, converging into a dazzling fluorescent white glow that enveloped all the mushrooms in the wooden barrel. Those strange, faintly breathing mushrooms were quickly dissolved by the starlight, collapsing and dissipating. Frank's eyes lit up when he saw this scene, and he said with some excitement, "This ability is very suitable for cleaning up experimental residues. It's so convenient." As expected of you, Leyton sighed inwardly, then suggested with a hint of question, "You could try raising something like a Venus flytrap and then feeding it those discarded experimental products. Keeping something like that on the ship is too dangerous, and the components of my experimental products are too complex. It would be troublesome if the accumulated toxins and pollution caused it to mutate and lose control." Frank shook his head, rejecting the suggestion, then looked at Pace, who was squatting nearby, and said, "I've recently developed a plant that can grow fish. As long as you put the prepared seeds into the belly of a live fish beforehand and then bury it in the soil, within a day, the seeds will grow into thick vines and produce fresh fish. And we can freely choose the type of fish, except that all fish grown from these vines taste the same, and the texture might be different from normal fish. Other than that, they are no different from normal fish." The black cat, squatting on the deck, arched its back, staring at Frank as if it had seen an archenemy. "What kind of demons are you? Why would you do this to my little dried fish? To be honest, those fish aren't little dried fish until they're dried, so I haven't done anything bad to your little dried fish." Frank sternly corrected Pace, stating that he hadn't messed with its beloved little dried fish. Plant a fish in the soil in the morning and harvest a basket of fish in the evening. Is the next step to grow a sister moon? Thoughts churned in Leyton's mind for a while, and he couldn't help but look at Frank with some curiosity, asking, "Can you grow other creatures besides fish? After all, we're at sea, various sea fish are the least scarce." "Not yet. The body structures of different species are not the same. Currently, this plant can only replicate and grow fish bodies. What do you want to eat? Beef or lamb? Or poultry? When the future restocks next time, I'll have them prepare more. By then, I should be able to develop plants that grow cattle, sheep, or even chickens and ducks." Frank spoke with some excitement, his expression visibly growing more enthusiastic. "I was just curious. These meats aren't hard to buy. I don't think it's necessary to specifically research this kind of plant. Instead of researching these novel plants, it would be better to improve some existing crops. For example, combining coffee, milk, and sugar to directly produce ready-to-brew coffee. That's a great idea. Why didn't I think of that before? Although most of the sailors on the ship don't like coffee, we could set up a production line and sell these products externally to fund research." Frank grew more and more excited as he spoke, directly putting his arm around Leyton's shoulder and saying, "Come on, let's go to the mess hall for a late-night snack. We can talk while we eat. So many inspirations are suddenly flooding my mind." The next morning, the future traveled a long distance along the whaling route, and the number of ships in the surrounding sea area significantly decreased. Leyton sat on the ship's rail at the bow of the future, enjoying the sunrise over the sea while feeling the crisp morning sea breeze. He casually pulled out a pale yellow blank sheet of paper from the void, gently rubbed his right fingers together, and created a translucent pen made of starlight, continuously sketching on the paper. The pen made of starlight miraculously left colorful lines on the paper. Pace curled up against the ship's rail, yawning sleepily and complaining disgruntledly, "Meow. Why are you up so early, not sleeping, running to the bow to feel the wind? And why did you drag me out of my nest? Do you want to eat the special little dried fish Frank prepared for you? The kind that was planted last night and just picked from the vine this morning?" Leyton said in a calm voice while sketching colorful lines on the paper. Pace stopped talking, lowered its head, and huddled into a ball. It felt that eating fish grown by Frank was the greatest insult to a cat. Klein appeared on the deck at some point. With one hand, he pressed down on his semi-tall silk top hat to prevent it from being blown away by the whistling sea wind, while hesitantly saying, "Fish that were grown." Leyton nodded without raising his head. "Frank, the first mate on this ship, you should have already met him. He is a druid, and his greatest hobby is researching all sorts of strange plants and animals. He recently achieved the feat of burying fish in the soil at night and harvesting a grapevine of fish the next morning. He is currently vigorously promoting his products to others. If you go to the mess hall now, all the fish dishes you see will be ones he grew last night. That's hard to comment on, but there shouldn't be a shortage of fish at sea, right?" Klein's mouth twitched. From his limited observations since last night, he felt that the sailors on the future were all a bit problematic. This Admiral of Stars brought a ship full of problematic children, including the person and cat in front of him. As the two spoke, two whaling ships appeared on the sea ahead. They quickly reacted as soon as they noticed the flag flying on the future. The two whaling ships swiftly adjusted their positions, turning their sides towards the future, with cannons mounted on their gunnels ready to fire. A deep blue, almost violet, glow flashed in Leyton's eyes. His gaze crossed the vast distance, clearly seeing the situation on the two whaling ships. The tall, fair-haired fisherman from the Gargas archipelago held steel forks and firearms, standing or squatting, watching the future's direction with extreme vigilance. Leading them was a tall woman, almost a small giant, whose body gave off a particularly heavy feeling, indicating she was exceptionally strong in combat. A guardian. With this strength, she should be a leader among the indigenous people of the Gargas archipelago. Leyton pondered for a few moments, then stopped thinking about the matter. The future ignored the reactions of the two whaling ships and passed by them directly, heading deeper into the whaling route. After sailing for nearly another half-hour, several pirate ships appeared in the sea ahead. They flew different flags, seemingly not belonging to the same pirate group. As the future approached, these pirate ships, like startled birds, quickly fled the area. What are they doing? Klein turned his head to Leyton, who was sitting on the ship's rail, with some confusion. A deep blue, almost violet, glow quickly swirled in Leyton's eyes. After collecting the surrounding information through eyes of mystery prying, the glow in his eyes gradually faded, and he looked at the nearby sea, saying softly, "Someone discovered a fourth epic ruin at the bottom of the sea here. Those pirates were probably preparing to send people down to investigate it." Klein recalled the news he had heard earlier in Naz's bar. So it had already spread. No wonder those pirates had so openly proclaimed the news at the time. Thinking of this, Klein looked at Leyton with some curiosity and asked, "Does that fourth epic ruin really exist?" Leyton recalled his own situation and chuckled, "It's not really a ruin, just a deep-sea drilling well that connects to things deep underground because it's so deep." Drilling well. Can the technology of this era drill wells in the deep sea? Is it relying on beyonder powers? Could it be something Roselle left behind when he was looking for oil? Thoughts raced through Klein's mind. He vaguely grasped something, but it vanished in an instant, and he couldn't truly understand. Leyton calmly glanced at Klein, then his gaze passed over him and landed on the crew members of the future who were emerging from the cabin. Before he could greet them, Frank and Nina had already approached. "Good morning, Al and Gehrman, you're both up very early. I didn't even see you in the dining room. Pace, you ungrateful little thing, you abandoned me as soon as Al came back to the ship, didn't you? Do you know I was tossing and turning in bed alone last night?" Nina, with exaggerated expressions and movements, half-squatted and, before Pace could react, scooped it into her arms, vigorously kneading it against her somewhat oversized chest. The sea breeze blew past her, carrying a pungent smell of alcohol. MMPH. Help me out. I can barely breathe. Pace struggled in Nina's arms for a long time, finally managing to get its head out, looking at Leyton with a weak and helpless gaze. Leyton subtly averted his gaze, pretending not to see Pace's pleading look. "Hey, Al, good morning. Where's that Bugs Bunny you raised, the one in the suit and tie? Where is he? Quickly, call him out to play with me." Nina kneaded Pace in her arms while briefly greeting Leyton, then immediately began asking about Bugs Bunny's whereabouts. As she spoke, she kept looking around, searching for Bugs Bunny. "I left him on the southern continent. The place I'm going is quite dangerous, and I wouldn't be able to take good care of him. Besides, you can't have your cake and eat it too, you know." As he spoke, Leyton pointed to Pace, who was being held in Nina's arms. Nina used one hand to push Pace's head back in, and said dismissively, "Isn't that normal? Aren't all you men the same, coaxing the one at home while still thinking about the ones at the Red Theater? That's a bit of friendly fire. Although I'm out at sea, I don't have a family, and I wouldn't go to a place like the Red Theater. Even if I did, it would only be to complete a mission." Klein defended himself inwardly, recalling her information. Seabed murderer Nina, bosun of the Star Pirates, bounty £3,600. He had seen too many wanted posters. Sometimes, when he saw a wanted person, he couldn't immediately recall their information. While Klein was recalling her identity, Nina had already begun to introduce herself. "Good morning, Mr. Sparrow. I am Nina, the bosun of the future and the navigator's deputy." Chapter 479, KWM Chapter 477 Undersea Drilling. As everyone conversed, Katlia emerged from the captain's cabin. She walked past the people on deck and approached Nina, asking, "Are you ready?" "Captain, I need to wait a bit longer. The bottle of Nepos I just opened isn't finished yet." As she spoke, Nina, holding Pace, walked towards another cabin. Katlia nodded to Nina, then her gaze fell on Klein. After a moment's consideration, she explained, "Someone discovered a ruin here on the seabed, said to be from the fourth epoch. We plan to take a look while we're here." Frank dragged a basket of live fish out of the cabin. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked at the people gathered on the deck and shouted, "Hey, ladies and gentlemen, does anyone need a drink? We have red wine, milk, coffee, and lanty." The crew members of the future, who had been gathered together, scattered quickly as if startled, discussing awkward topics in twos and threes, moving away from Frank. Seeing that no one was paying him any attention, Frank had no choice but to turn his gaze to Leyton and the others still by the ship's rail. He dragged the basket of live fish over. "Captain, do you need coffee?" "It's pure coffee, a bit bitter, but I also have milk here. You can mix them together." Frank enthusiastically promoted the drinks he had made to Katlia. Katlia pushed the glasses on her nose with an expressionless face and said calmly, "No need. It's still morning, I don't need coffee to wake me up." Frank took out 2 still wriggling silver-scaled fish from behind him and offered them to Katlia, saying, "There's also milk and red wine." Was he doing it on purpose, or did he genuinely not notice that everyone on this ship was resisting the things he made? Klein looked at the silver-scaled fish Frank held tightly in his hand and suddenly remembered what Leyton had said earlier about fish that could grow by being planted in the soil. Could these be the fish grown in the soil? They didn't look any different from the fish in the sea. Did planter mean that anything could be grown from the soil? Frank glanced at Klein, who was staring at the fish in his hand. As if understanding something, he smiled suddenly and brought the 2 fish closer to Klein, saying, "Gehrman, do you want to try?" Looking at the fish offered to him, Klein's lips moved stiffly as he mumbled, "No, thank you." "Are these also the fish you grew last night?" Leyton, with some curiosity, reached out and took one of the fish from Frank's hand. His right index finger glowed with starlight as he lightly scraped the fish's belly. Dark red liquid immediately flowed from the fish's body, carrying a faint scent of wine and fish. Leyton collected a bit of the dark red liquid with his finger, then put it to his lips to taste. The red wine flavor was strong, with a hint of the unique fishy smell. He smacked his lips twice, as if savoring it, then spoke, "Is it Sonia blood wine?" "That's right. This is my prized collection. All the red wine in the dining room this morning was the special Sonia blood wine I provided. Those guys really enjoyed drinking it." Frank smiled proudly and nodded, as if he had done something extraordinary. Leyton saw Klein's expression suddenly freeze, his gaze turning complicated as he looked at the fish in Leyton's hand, still dripping wine, as if he wanted to pulverize it with his eyes. Leyton tilted his head to look at Klein, who was staring intently at the fish in his hand. A faint purple color flashed in his eyes, and he directly conveyed the information he wanted to share into Klein's mind. The dining room on the future has always been managed by Frank, and it's also where he holds his tasting events. There usually aren't any problems, and even if there are, Frank himself is the best doctor on the future. Klein suddenly looked up, his gaze fixed on Leyton's eyes, as if saying, "Why didn't you tell me something so important sooner?" Leyton shrugged, threw the fish into the sea, then turned to Frank and said in a calm voice, "There's a faint fishy smell, it really affects the taste." Frank nodded gravely, taking note of Leyton's feedback, then said, "There's nothing I can do about it. I replace the blood in these fish's blood vessels, which improves their nutrition but also inevitably leaves some fishy smell. I don't have time to tackle this problem right now. I'll solve it after I've conquered the crossbreeding technology for cows, sugar, and coffee." "I think your suggestion is very meaningful. Squeezing a cup of pre-brewed hot coffee directly from a cow would save a lot of unnecessary steps." "No, I think these steps are very necessary. I feel like by the time I step off the future, I probably won't be able to look at cows and coffee directly anymore." Klein sighed inwardly, while subtly glaring at Leyton. "The future is truly blessed to have crew members like you." Leyton's mouth twitched. He could already feel Katlia's complicated gaze on him. If this continues, Frank and I are at risk of being thrown overboard at any moment. Sighing inwardly, Leyton looked at Frank, who was still narrating his ideas, and interrupted him. "Frank, don't you think using cows is very inconvenient? You could completely modify coffee trees so that they no longer bear fruit, but rather juice encased in a thick shell, juice mixed with coffee, milk, and sugar. Besides, growing trees is much simpler than raising cows." Frank thought seriously for a moment, then nodded and said, "That's a good suggestion. I've researched mushrooms that can produce milk before. With a few changes, I can graft that characteristic onto trees." Nina, dressed in black tight-fitting clothing that looked like it was made of fish skin, walked out of the cabin with a scent of alcohol and said to Katlia, "Captain, shall we start now?" The somewhat scandalous size of her chest made the pirates on the surrounding deck unable to take their eyes off her, wanting to press their eyes against her chest. Katlia gave Frank and Leyton a deep look before turning her head and nodding gently to Nina, "Start." No sooner had she spoken than Nina strode to the ship's rail, pushed off forcefully with her right hand, and leaped directly over the rail into the sea. Like an agile fish, she quickly darted into the deep sea. Leyton, as if sensing something, turned his head to look into the depths of the future's cabin, then quickly withdrew his gaze and said to Katlia and Klein, "I woke up too early today. I'm going to my room to catch up on some sleep. If you find anything, remember to wake me up." After speaking, he walked directly into the cabin, but he did not return to his own room. Instead, following his intuition, he walked deeper into the cabin. After descending several layers of cabins, thick, green vines suddenly hung down around him. They covered the surrounding area like a downpour, intertwining to form a lush green forest, layer upon layer, with no end in sight. Bernadette, with long chestnut hair and a tall figure, suddenly appeared before Leyton. She wore an Inta-style women's shirt with large lace flowers at the collar, an indigo-patterned captain's coat over it, cream-colored trousers, and knee-high boots. On her head, she wore a tricorn hat with feathers, dressed like the leader of a pirate ship. This was probably her most fitting attire for the image of Queen Mystic. Leyton sighed inwardly, then bowed slightly and greeted her, "Good morning, Lady Bernadette." Bernadette nodded politely and distantly, then asked in a calm voice, "You've returned to the future at this time. Do you intend to go to the Sea of Ruins, or do you wish to paces through there to another place?" "Perhaps both." Leyton was not curious about how she knew the Sea of Ruins might connect to somewhere else, he simply gave a brief reply. Bernadette also seemed not to care much about Leyton's answer. Her gaze, deep and profound, looked towards the ground woven from verdant vines, as if her sight penetrated layers of obstruction, seeing the dark and abyssal seabed. After a brief silence, she spoke in a deep voice, "That ruin at the bottom of the sea is very unusual. The higher the sequence, the greater the danger. That ruin has clear traces of human activity, or another civilization similar to humans, but its history is so ancient that even I cannot see through it. A very long time ago, perhaps a civilization existed here, a civilization skilled in smelting steel and manufacturing machinery. I noticed the complex and intense emotions that surfaced in your eyes when you looked at the seabed earlier. I cannot decipher those emotions, but that state is somewhat similar to my father's moments of deep thought." After Bernadette finished speaking to herself, she fell silent. She did not ask questions, nor did she make any superfluous movements. Her eyes, deep and profound, gazed downwards, seemingly observing the strange and dangerous deep-sea ruin from afar. After a period of silence, Leyton suddenly spoke, "You have never sought your father's last mausoleum. Is it because George III of Lone is about to advance to Black Emperor?" "That's part of the reason, but more importantly, I made some prophecies when I advanced to Sage earlier, including Catlia's current journey to the Sea of Ruins. Your appearance was not in my prophecy. She is too overconfident and has overlooked the influence of that sea area on Heath Doyle on her ship. This will lead to irreparable consequences for them. Apart from your friend, who holds many secrets, it will be very difficult for anyone else to survive." Bernadette calmly narrated her prophecy and a possible future that the future might encounter. "So it's a mother's worry." Leyton muttered to himself, then changed the subject. "The drilling well at the bottom of the sea goes straight to the Earth's core, connecting to the chaos sea deep within the Earth to some extent." "Drilling well. Is that a direct transliteration of a word? What does it mean?" Bernadette nodded slightly. She didn't press about the chaos sea, but instead asked about the drilling well. Because there is no oil deep underground in this world, there naturally wouldn't be drilling wells. When communicating with Bernadette, Leyton had directly pieced together an Intis word based on its pronunciation. After a moment's consideration of his words, he simply explained, "It's roughly a very, very deep well, used to extract things buried deep underground." Bernadette nodded slightly, not pressing further about the drilling well. Her gaze, condensation, lowered to look at the ground beneath her. After a moment, her right hand extended forward, grasping a brilliant, indifferent eye condensed from starlight from the void. She casually cast this eye downwards. Like an illusory object, it easily passed through the forest woven from verdant vines, through the future's cabin and the cold seawater, landing on Nina, who was exploring the seabed. At the bottom of the sea, Nina, enveloped by the cold seawater, suddenly felt her thoughts become much clearer. She looked at the wellhead ahead, which even a child couldn't paces through, and hesitated for a moment. Something in the dark, deep well seemed to be slowly calling to her, but this feeling was not strong, and she easily resisted it. Then she casually found a few stones from the surroundings and threw them down. After confirming there was no response, she picked up a metal bar, whose original appearance was completely unrecognizable, and a piece of black, hard, honeycomb-patterned soil nearby, then swam back towards the surface. At the back of her head, where she couldn't see, a clear blue, cold and indifferent eye without eyelashes blinked twice, then dissolved into specks of starlight and vanished into nothingness. Chapter 480, KWM Chapter 478 Clues to the Mind Dragon. On the deck of Future, Nina handed Catlia 2 items she had retrieved from the underwater ruins and was rewarded with a bottle of Sonia blood wine for the day. Long live the captain. Nina excitedly hugged Pace and cheered on the deck, then, ignoring Pace's resistance, took it into the cabin. Catlia glanced at Klein, who was leaning against the ship's rail, then quickly withdrew her gaze and walked towards her captain's cabin. Inside the cabin of Future, layers of emerald vines suddenly retracted, throwing Leyton out of that peculiar space. He looked deeply at the room, which had completely returned to normal, then his figure rapidly turned transparent, transforming into sparkling starlight that surged upwards to his own room. Thump thump. Klein stood in the room next to his, reaching out and gently knocking on the door, but there was no response from inside. Just as he was about to return to his own room, a picture suddenly appeared in his mind. On the other side of the door, specks of starlight reassembled inside, revealing Leyton's figure. Did he just leave future? Is it related to the feeling of being watched I just felt? Are there any other hidden secrets on future? As thoughts flickered, Klein heard a creaking sound. The door in front of him was opened from the inside by Leyton. Leyton scrutinized Klein for a moment, then chuckled and said, "The underwater ruins have been fully explored." Klein nodded and repeated Nina's description of that underwater area. At the end, he added, "The rusted iron block, whose original appearance is unrecognizable, and the seabed soil are with Katlia. If you're interested, you can go find her." Leyton nodded slightly, his gaze lingering on Klein's chest as he said, "You're sick. You can go ask Frank for some healing fruits." Although he sometimes acts a bit absurd, as the best physician on future, he is still very reliable. Healing fruits. Klein was stunned for a moment. He found it hard to associate medicine with fruit. Could these two unrelated things be crossbred? In Frank's eyes, is everything capable of pairing? The effect is quite good, Leyton shrugged, responding. Klein nodded and turned to walk towards Future's dining hall. It was almost noon, and Frank would usually be busy in the dining hall at this time, replacing some of the ship's ingredients with his experimental products. At 8 p.m., in Empress Borough, Backlund, inside the luxurious Hall family villa. Audrey sat at her desk with great interest, flipping through a very old-looking notebook. This was a notebook she had just received today, from a lone soldier during the 20-Year War, a task from the psychology alchemists. Aside from a grammatical habit similar to Dragonese, there aren't any major issues, and no traces of hidden clues can be seen. Why are the psychology alchemists looking for it? If the content of the notebook is not the problem, then what the psychology alchemists are seeking is the notebook itself. I remember Mr. Tower seems to have a good understanding of dragons. Most Beyonders prefer to use ancient Hermes, but he is accustomed to using Dragonese. This should be a habit he retained from his low sequence days, meaning he must have come into contact with a lot of dragon-related information back then. I can ask him to help me study this notebook. If there's still no discovery, then it means that psychology alchemists need the notebook itself. After muttering to herself for a moment, Audrey's eyes sparkled, and a joyful smile spread across her face. She couldn't help but turn to look at the golden retriever squatting beside her. "What's wrong, Audrey?" Susie responded with a puzzled look, barking. Audrey blinked, suppressing the emotions in her heart, and turned to the golden retriever beside her, saying, "Susie, I plan to use mystical methods to study this notebook. Please stand guard outside the door for me and don't let anyone disturb me." Mystical methods? Didn't you just use them? Susie's knowledge had increased, and she was becoming harder to fool. Audrey sighed inwardly, then said, "It's a new method. If it still doesn't work, I plan to try magic mirror divination. Don't worry, I have a safe object of prayer." "Okay." Susie hesitated, scrutinizing Audrey for a few seconds, and only after confirming she was telling the truth did she nod and get up to walk out of the room. Once Susie left the room, Audrey began to pray to the fool, expressing her thoughts. On future, Klein, hearing layers of illusory prayers, skillfully walked into the washroom. After setting up a mystical shield using Mr. Azek's copper whistle and Will Osepton's paper crane, he walked 4 steps counterclockwise and entered grey fog. Leyton, who was teasing Pace in the next room, paused. As if sensing something, he looked up at the wall to his left, his gaze easily penetrating it, seeing a mist intertwined with pale white and mercury. The mist was not dense, and he could vaguely make out Klein's figure. Soon, he withdrew his gaze and restored the gravity in the room to normal, allowing Pace to successfully retrieve the small dried fish floating in midair. Pace meowed, landing lightly, and while licking the dried fish, asked curiously, "Meow, what kind of ability is this? I've never seen a Beyonder ability that can make things weightless. This is an ability outside the 22 sequence pathways, drawing power from the stars, and it's extremely dangerous." Leyton briefly explained, his hand quickly grabbing Pace's tail. The Kuroneko's tail felt somewhat fluffy upon initial touch, but once gripped, he could feel firm muscle. Pace, who was licking the dried fish, froze for a moment, then its tail suddenly burst with power, pulling itself out of Leyton's hand. "Meow." Pace glared at Leyton in dissatisfaction, then, holding the dried fish in its mouth, quickly ran out of his room. Leyton chuckled, summoned an invisible hand to close the door, and then lay directly on the bed. Just as he closed his eyes, preparing for a short nap, a thick grey fog suddenly surged into his vision. Within the grey fog, scarlet light flowed, then instantly condensed into a somewhat blurry figure, and the voice of Justice Audrey echoed in his ears. After calmly listening to Justice Audrey's narration, Leyton pondered, casting his gaze towards the figure seated serenely on the high-backed chair, obscured and blurred by the dense grey fog, and said, "Can you materialize that notebook from the 20-Year War before me?" As soon as he finished speaking, a peculiar fluctuation accompanied by crimson water light flowed past, and Leyton instantly felt a strange and unique connection established with the great will infinitely high above. Mind connection from the War Bishop. With the establishment of mind connection, some memories not belonging to him surfaced in Leyton's mind. These were Klein's recollections about that notebook. Mind connection is indeed convenient. This way, I don't have to pull you to gray fog, and it can also help me keep an eye on my main body on future. After a moment of thought, Leyton settled his mind, recalling the notebook that Klein had presented in his mind, bit by bit. So this is how Sonia blood wine is brewed. I'll ask Frank to try it another day. Ask Frank to try. Hasn't he already cultivated fish that can produce wine? Do you want him to replace the fish with cows or mushrooms? Don't think along Frank's lines, you'll be led astray. There's a fruit in the southern continent similar to a coconut. Wouldn't it be great to have Frank cultivate a plant that replaces its juice with red wine? Freshly picked and drunk, guaranteed fresh. If Frank had your mindset, he'd already be an archbishop in the Church of the Earth Mother, not a pirate on future. I've finished reading. There's nothing wrong with the content of this notebook. The person who wrote it should have had direct contact with a mind dragon of a not low sequence, and it might have even lingered in his mind and dreams, which is why some influence was left behind. You can try divining it. Most dragons are not skilled in the domain of fate, so they can't conceal their traces very well. Divination. That's what I'll try next. The age of dragons has passed for too long. Those who can survive until now must be old-timers. Finding that dragon won't be easy. I understand. The voice belonging to Klein in his mind pondered for a moment, and then the mind connection was severed, and the dense gray fog before him quickly dissipated. Leyton, who was lying on the bed with his eyes closed for a short nap, suddenly opened his eyes. Using the crimson moonlight filtering through the window, he surveyed the room and muttered, somewhat speechless, he really does use and discard. Above gray fog, Klein sat on the fool's high-back chair, using dream divination to investigate the notebook's past. In his dream, he saw a village with a dragon-worshipping custom and a graveyard behind a church of the Evernight goddess. The scene in the dream finally froze on a tombstone in a corner, where the carved words had long become blurred and illegible. A village with dragon-worshipping customs, and that last tombstone is where the notebook's owner was buried. During the 20-year war, that soldier encountered a mind dragon for some reason, and that mind dragon hid deep within his mind, coming with him to Leyton, to his hometown, and under the influence of this mind dragon, a dragon-worshipping custom gradually emerged here. Klein pondered, organizing the story's outline, and quickly guessed the psychology alchemist's purpose in having Justice get this notebook. They wanted to use it to find the place with dragon-worshipping customs. The scene Klein obtained through dream divination appeared in the mirror before Audrey, following the ritual connection of Justice Audrey's magic mirror divination. After watching the revelation given by the fool, Audrey suppressed her excitement, politely greeted the fool, and ended the ritual. Looking at the mirror that had returned to normal, Audrey couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. The scene that appeared in the magic mirror divination just now was that place with dragon-worshipping customs. There was indeed a mind dragon there, but Mr. Tower had already found it first. It also seemed to have left that place, so the psychology alchemists would only conclude that a dragon once lived there after they arrived. However, my task is complete. As long as I hand over this notebook to the psychology alchemists, I won't miss out on any of my rewards. Audrey curved her lips with a rather good mood and began to clean up the remnants of the ritual. On the sea, where dark clouds layered, silver-white lightning continuously struck down. Dense heavy rain swayed in the strong wind, creating a heavy, oppressive, apocalypse-like atmosphere. A dark, massive object intermittently appeared and disappeared in the storm under the silver-white lightning. As the lightning from the sky became denser, the dark, massive object gradually revealed its form within the silver-white electric light. It was a huge sailboat, with its front and back raised high, resembling a crescent moon. The surface of this massive sailboat was painted a deep black, with 3 rows of neatly arranged cannons on its sides. On this extremely large ship, there was only one sail, painted with a black tombstone, as if raising this sail was not for navigation, but to declare its identity. Death Announcer. Chapter 481, KWM Chapter 479 Death Announcer. In the cabin of the future, Leyton, who had been lying quietly on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. Before various thoughts could float in his mind, he reached out his hand and pulled out a peaceful and serene night sky in midair. The crimson moonlight in the room instantly dimmed, and the sound of waves and the howling wind that had been echoing in his ears quickly subsided. Tranquility became the main melody of the room. After doing all this, Leyton slowly got up from the bed, took his coat from the nearby coat rack and put it on, and then changed into shoes convenient for movement. After doing all this, he got out of bed, stood by the window, looking at the blurry sea, appearing lost in thought. Bernadette must have also noticed the approach of the death announcer. She was already an angel, and she should have a way to conceal her malice. As long as the death announcer approached a certain distance, it would have no chance to escape. In the adjacent room, Klein, maintaining the appearance of Gehrman Sparrow, had just lain down to rest when a sudden feeling of unease came from his spirituality. He quickly got up from the bed, put his coat back on, and stood by the room's window, gazing out at the sea for a while. Soon, he saw the massive object appearing in the storm. Whoosh! A low horn sound suddenly rang out, spreading throughout the entire future, followed by the sound of running footsteps echoing everywhere. Klein took all his mystical items and talismans that were placed outside and walked out of the room with the sailors on the ship. In the captain's cabin of the future, Katlia blew a brownish-yellow horn. The sailors who had been resting in the cabin instantly sobered up. Without even bothering to put on their clothes, they picked up their personal weapons and rushed to the deck, gunports, and ship's side, instantly entering combat mode. Katlia was still wearing her black classical warlock robe. At this moment, she wasn't wearing those heavy glasses. Her deep, almost purple eyes appeared profound and mysterious. She stood by the captain's cabin window, gazing in the direction of the death announcer. The future and the death announcer, which had sailed out of the storm, were getting closer and closer, so close that Klein felt as if he could smell a pungent sulfurous odor. The moment the future was about to make contact with the death announcer, a somewhat crisp sound, like a chess piece landing, rang out. The next moment, the undulating sea surface suddenly became still. The splashes of water thrown into the air did not fall for a long time, and the howling sea wind also calmed down. The death announcer, along with the surrounding sea, turned into a still picture. Brilliant starlight suddenly erupted, dense and layered. The brilliant starlight reflected on the sea, making the two giant sailing ships look like they were sailing on a galaxy. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Shrill, hoarse, and chaotic laughter instantly erupted from the death announcer, like whispers from the abyss, full of a sense of defilement and fallen. Just hearing it caused the sailors on the future to fall one after another, wailing in pain on the deck. All kinds of negative emotions grew in their hearts, making them wish to tear themselves apart immediately. The hull of the future suddenly became transparent, then illusory, turning into a pile of foam. These foams, under the illumination of the brilliant starlight, reflected a dreamy spectrum of colors, quickly scattering and drifting in the air, vanishing in an instant. The next moment, the future directly bypassed the death announcer, appearing several thousand meters away in front. Tiny black spots oozed from the skin of the sailors on the future's deck, quickly dissipating into the air, leaving only a pungent sulfur smell. Your Majesty. Katlia's figure suddenly appeared outside the captain's cabin. Her gaze quickly swept across the entire future with some urgency, but she did not find the figure she longed for. On the deck of the future, Klein, Frank, and Heath stood together, looking at the suddenly changed sea area. They hadn't even reacted yet. Frank whispered in disbelief. Is the future so powerful after its upgrade? It can instantly teleport the entire ship several thousand meters away. There are high-sequence beyonders on board. Just now, one of them moved to restrain the death announcer, and another moved to move the future away. Klein shook his head slightly, offering a more reasonable explanation. He looked intently at the sea behind the future. The area where the death announcer was located seemed to have entered some kind of zero-gravity environment. The death announcer, along with the surrounding seawater, floated high into the sky. Relying on his strong spirituality, Klein could vaguely see that the space in that sea area seemed to be in chaos, as if it was covered by some invisible object, isolated from the outside world, turning into a still painting. On the death announcer, floating in midair, the crew members in the weightless environment had no way to effectively control the ship and cannons. They used all their strength just to keep themselves from floating out of the death announcer and being swept into the cold seawater outside. The death announcer's dark black paint suddenly dripped like melting wax. Illusory, viscous black liquid, condensed from various emotions and desires, quickly spread outwards. Leyton was about to use the power of the sun domain to perform a purification on the entire death announcer when Bernadette's calm voice suddenly came from his ear. Don't open your eyes. Leyton was stunned for a moment, then he realized what the other party was going to do. He closed his eyes decisively, and the brilliant starlight around him condensed into substance, tightly enveloping his body. The next moment, a light difficult to see with the naked eye surged onto the death announcer. The complex knowledge did not reassemble Bernadette's body, but instead transformed into a black mass covered with countless eyes. An aura of madness, coldness, divinity, and wickedness instantly permeated the surrounding sea area. The crew members on the death announcer's eyes instantly became bloodshot and bulged violently. Their heads exploded one after another, like bursting watermelons, red and white splattering everywhere, quietly floating in the weightless environment. The shattered flesh and blood continued to squirm, growing one cold and indifferent eye after another. Even the hull of the death announcer developed large and small cracks, revealing the deep black inside, and eyes drilled out from within. Black smoke with a pungent sulfurous smell emerged from every crack on the death announcer. The surrounding emotions and desires quickly expanded, with bizarre and unspeakable whispers echoing around. Those eyes that grew in the wriggling flesh and blood, and in the cracks of the death announcer, were cold and indifferent, without the slightest emotional fluctuation, completely unaffected by the death announcer, spreading wantonly across the death announcer. On the death announcer, the black mass covered with countless eyes continuously retracted, and soon resolidified into Bernadette's figure. Her gaze calmly swept around. She gently grasped forward with her right hand, condensing a dark, ancient horn, imbued with an extremely heavy and powerful meaning. This was the horn of destruction. When blown, it emitted a low hum, and the superimposed sound waves could shatter enemies in space. Bernadette placed the horn to her lips and blew hard. The death announcer, already in madness and chaos, could not offer any effective resistance. Under the destructive sound waves, the death announcer's deck shattered layer by layer, the parts of the bow and stern that were raised high constantly crumbled, and the sail with the black tombstone fluttering on the mast quickly turned into a black dust and dissipated in the air. The death announcer could not withstand the extremely destructive sound waves for even half a minute, leaving only some shattered and scattered wooden planks and fragments floating around. Rust red and deep black mixed light spots precipitated from the debris of the death announcer around, quickly forming a slowly converging dark red ocean. Leyton, surrounded by layers of starlight, opened his eyes. His gaze briefly swept around, confirming that the death announcer and all its crew members had been dealt with by Bernadette. He reached out and pulled in midair. The brilliant starlight around him flickered a few times, then quickly distorted and continuously collapsed inwards, turning into a richly colored oil painting. The translucent crystal ball he held in his right hand quickly became hazy and dim, as if it had been stained with a layer of mist from within. The surrounding weightless environment instantly returned to normal. The seawater, carrying the remnants of the death announcer, poured into the sea like a waterfall, leaving only rust red and deep black mixed light spots continuously converging in midair. On the future, Klein saw that the sea area where the death announcer was located was like a painting with its canvas torn open, revealing the true scene concealment behind it. The massive, oppressive death announcer had disappeared, leaving only a dark red, slowly squirming light, and two human figures too far away to be seen clearly. As expected, what we saw just now was just an illusion. Was the true battlefield pulled into an alternate space? High-sequence mystery priors who have mastered enough mystical knowledge are not only powerful but also quite versatile. After sighing in his heart, Klein turned his head to look at Katlia, who was standing in front of the captain's cabin. He saw complex emotions in the eyes of this admiral of stars. Katlia felt Klein's gaze, turned her head to look back, and then said, "Rest up. We'll wait here for a while." The ritual magic arranged on the future transmitted her voice to everyone on board. Amidst the dark red light, Bernadette walked lightly in midair. With each step she took, a sturdy, greenish vine appeared beneath her feet. As she approached, the greenish vines cascaded down in layers, covering the surrounding area like a downpour, quickly forming a forest. Bernadette's gaze lingered for a moment on the blurry crystal ball Leyton held in his hand and on the oil painting, then she warned. "They both carry concealment and extremely high-level corruption, especially that crystal ball. It seems to have been trying to establish a connection with the cosmos." Leyton nodded gently, his gaze calmly fixed on the dark red light spots that were suddenly accelerating their convergence. He said with a hint of lament, "It's a pity that the wealth plundered by the King of Immortality disappeared with the death announcer. Otherwise, this voyage could have been considered quite fruitful. Pirates who indulge in pleasure are not as wealthy as you think. They don't have the concept of saving money in their lives." Bernadette replied casually, then stopped speaking, quietly waiting for the convergence of the beyonder characteristic left behind by the death announcer. This process did not last too long. The light spots floating in midair gathered faster and faster, quickly forming a dark-colored mask that resembled a goat's skull. The two curved large horns on the mask were covered with countless strange and distorted patterns. Just looking at it made one feel uncomfortable and one's emotions churn. Deep blue, almost purple, radiance flowed in Leyton's eyes. His gaze went straight to the bone mask. The mask, which had been dark in his eyes, instantly turned into a deep, dark black, full of degeneration and defilement, saturated with various desires and emotions that were almost solidified. Incoherent devil language words, full of defilement and degeneration from the abyss, echoed in Leyton's mind, carrying an aura of defilement, degeneration, and curses. Chapter 482, KWM Chapter 480 Lawrence's Commission. The brilliant light flowing in Leyton's eyes instantly intensified, suppressing the emotions and desires that had been stirred within him. He looked deeply at the illusory thin line extending from the deep, dark abyss, following the line with his gaze into the distance. This was not a physically existing line, but a mystical connection. Through the eyes of mystery prying, Leyton followed the mystical connection left on this mystical item and saw the materialized essence of all filth and fallen, the abyss. It was filled with the aura of filth, corrosion, fallen, and curses. Everywhere, there were illusory, dense black mists formed from various emotions and desires. Near the ground, the black mists were so thick they condensed into viscous black liquid. Through the mystical connection on the bone mask, Leyton saw a boundless, scarlet lake. With just a fleeting glance, fear quickly grew in Leyton's heart, making him even forget to retract his gaze. A hoarse and piercing sound suddenly exploded in Leyton's mind, carrying an indescribable sensation that briefly sent his spirit into a hallucinatory state. The next moment, the emotions and desires in his heart uncontrollably and rapidly expanded, instantly detonated. Cough. Cough. Leyton's vision darkened, and he uncontrollably coughed twice. His nasal cavity was filled with the smell of rust and pungent sulfur. His body instantly exploded, shattering into specks of dim starlight, imbued with a quiet and tranquil meaning. They floated around for a while before beginning to flicker with bright light, re-aggregating into Leyton's form. Upon reappearing, Leyton was already draped in a black robe adorned with a cold, indifferent eye and numerous symbolic patterns, the sage's robe. He had always carried this mystical item from the hidden sage with him, but he usually used its characteristic of being usable as a magic scroll to add concealment effects to the robe itself. Cough. Leyton raised his hand to cover his lips and coughed again, but this time, there was no longer the smell of rust and sulfur in his nasal cavity. Bernadette held the bone mask, her gaze calmly sweeping over Leyton, then she spoke in a flat tone. Restraining your curiosity is the first rule for a mystery prior to survive in the mystical world. You, Katlia, and your friend all share the same flaw. At times, you are too confident in yourselves, or rather, you trust and rely too much on certain things. At certain times, this confidence might bring you a fatal blow. Leyton nodded with a serious expression, taking Bernadette's warning to heart. Then, his gaze fell on the bone mask in Bernadette's hand, and he spoke in a hoarse voice. I seem to have just seen the abyss, and a scarlet, bizarre lake that looked like it was formed by countless amounts of blood, and then whispers echoed in my mind. Bernadette gazed deeply at the bone mask in her hand, then, after a moment of silence, she said. The sequence 2 of the abyss pathway is called Bloody Archduke. The lake you saw might be the manifestation of a certain Archduke of the abyss. The death announcer is most likely their tentacle extending into the real world. Agalito frequently visits that sea of ruins. Perhaps some hidden secrets that even Archdukes of the abyss wish to explore are hidden there. Leyton rubbed his chin with his right hand, muttering softly. Then their state shouldn't be very good. The madness there gave me a feeling of being almost out of control. Bernadette said nothing more. The layers of thick, green pea vines around them began to retract, quickly revealing the clear and bright night sky again. The crimson moonlight scattered on the sea, exceptionally calm. Bernadette's figure instantly transformed into light composed of complex knowledge, surging into the spirit world. Seeing Bernadette leave so directly, Leyton took 2 steps in midair. His body became transparent as he did so, turning into surging specks of starlight that flowed towards the future, which was parked not far away. In front of the future's captain's cabin, specks of starlight regrouped inside, re-solidifying into Leyton's figure. He looked calmly at Katlia, who seemed to have been waiting there, and said. There will no longer be the death announcer on the sea from now on. Katlia nodded lightly, her tone filled with anticipation as she asked. Is she on the future? Looking at Katlia's expectant gaze, Leyton pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes, she said she had foreseen that you would go to that sea of ruins and believed that you would not be able to handle some of the dangers you would encounter very well. This is not the first time I've been to that sea area, Katlia said calmly, her eyes lowered, as if talking to herself or arguing with someone. After bidding farewell to Katlia, Leyton entered the cabin and went to his room for a good sleep. If the future's speed was fast enough, they might reach that sea area tomorrow or the day after. The next morning, in a rented house in Backlund Westborough, Furs was weakly sprawled in front of the fireplace, with an untouched manuscript in front of her. Furs clicked the pen in her hand, muttering. I wonder how Zio manages to be busy outside all year round. In this still very cold early spring, only sitting in front of the fireplace can give me some warmth. Dong. 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 Several short, strong knocks suddenly sounded. Furs turned her head towards the door, a little surprised. Who would be knocking at this time? Zio has her own key, and we usually communicate by letter. We don't have any friends who would visit in person. Although a little puzzled, Furs still got up and walked towards the door. She did not open the door directly but gently placed her hand on the doorknob, relying on the spiritual intuition brought by being an astrologer to determine if the person knocking outside had malicious intent. It's me, Lawrence, a somewhat old but strong voice came from outside the door at the opportune moment. Mr. Lawrence. Furs was a little surprised, but she quickly remembered that she had sent a letter to him after the last Tarot Club meeting, both to inform him of her digestion progress and to ask if he had any spare potion ingredients. The door creaked open. Lawrence, wearing a heavy wool coat and a semi-tall black top hat, stood quietly at the doorway, carrying a dark brown briefcase. Lawrence's serene blue eyes calmly surveyed Furs, then he chuckled and said. It seems you have indeed digested the astrologer potion. Although there's the bonus from the acting method, this is enough to prove your excellence. Please come in first, Mr. Lawrence. Furs was a little embarrassed by the praise, she lowered her head slightly and stepped aside to make way. After Lawrence entered the room, she casually glanced outside, making sure there were no suspicious people before closing the door. Then she brewed a cup of hot coffee and placed it on the coffee table in the living room. After sitting down, she looked at Lawrence with curiosity and asked. Mr. Lawrence, how did you know I live here? A traveler who can freely roam the spirit world combined with an astrologer who has strong divination abilities, travelers can easily go to most places they want to go, even if they don't know much about them. Lawrence smiled and explained, then he placed the briefcase he was carrying on the coffee table and opened it, taking out a metal box sealed by a wall of spirituality. He unsealed the spiritual barrier in front of Furs and opened the metal box, revealing a fist-sized object that resembled a human brain. A complex emotion flashed in Lawrence's blue eyes, but it quickly hid itself. He calmly said, "This is a complete Asmon's brain. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, the Abraham family doesn't have many Beyonder materials left. This is the last Asmon's brain. As for the cursed item of the ancient vengeful spirit, you will have to find that yourself." Furs nodded with a serious expression, then somewhat hesitantly asked, "I understand, Mr. Lawrence, how much does this Asmon's brain cost?" She hadn't expected Lawrence to bring the potion ingredients directly and hadn't had time to prepare the funds. A main ingredient for sequence 6 costs about £1,500. To come up with such a large sum of cash in a short time, I can only try to borrow money from Miss Audrey or Viscount Stratford. Lawrence looked deeply at Furs, seemingly having noticed her financial predicament, and said with a smile, £1,500. Or, accept a commission, but this commission is relatively dangerous, and I do not recommend you do it. What commission? Furs asked curiously. Lawrence sighed deeply, and the aura around him suddenly became old and sorrowful. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "Help me hunt down the Aurora Order's divine envoy, Mr. X. He is currently in Backlund." The Aurora Order's divine envoy? Furs asked incredulously. She thought of the 2 Beyonder gatherings she had attended, where the conveners of the gatherings were suspected to be from the Aurora Order. From her limited contact with the convener at the gathering, she could also feel how terrifying the other party was. Lawrence nodded lightly, then, as if opening his heart, began to tell Furs. The Abraham family once suffered a betrayal. In that catastrophe, almost all of the Abraham family's upper echelon was wiped out, and more than half of the powerful sealed artifacts were lost, including all of my descendants. After that rebellion, most of those traitors joined the Aurora Order, including the current Mr. X, Louis Veen. He was already a scribe at that time. So many years have passed, he has likely been promoted to traveler, but he should not have become a secret sorcerer yet. How abominable. First thought of Mrs. Elisa, who was very kind to her, and the friendly and amiable Mr. Lawrence in front of her, and she felt a genuine sense of disgust towards the Mr. X whom she had not yet truly met. She said without thinking, "I accept this commission. Can I invite some trustworthy companions to participate?" In the form of a posted commission, the traveler's teleportation ability makes it difficult for them to be ambushed. Once the other party escapes, we might face pursuit from the Aurora Order. Lawrence leaned back on the sofa, specks of starlight flowing in his blue eyes, as if reflecting a brilliant cosmos. A moment later, the starlight in his eyes faded, and he nodded gently. "You can, but you cannot disclose information about the Abraham family. It's best to find mid-sequence Beyonders. This matter is very dangerous." Furs nodded seriously and said, "I understand, Mr. Lawrence. I will give you an answer before next Tuesday. How should I contact you during this time?" Lawrence reclosed the briefcase on the coffee table as he spoke. "Just write to me through a messenger. My messenger's summoning incantation is, spirits roaming the upper world, friendly creatures to be commanded, the messenger exclusive to Lawrence Nord. My messenger likes music. Putting a musical instrument in the messenger summoning ritual will make it happy, and it will be more willing to communicate with you. This Asmon's brain will be my advance payment. Don't rush to refuse, your character is worthy of my trust. Likes music. And needs a musical instrument in the summoning ritual. Mr. Lawrence's messenger has quite a personality," Furs mused inwardly, then nodded and said, "I will confirm the people interested in participating in this task as soon as possible, and then I will contact you." Lawrence nodded lightly, then stood up from the sofa. He made a grasping motion with his left hand in the air in front of him, then gently rotated his wrist, and a faint, insubstantial, blurry, blue door suddenly appeared. After bidding farewell to Furs, Lawrence stepped directly forward. As the faint blue light brushed past him, Lawrence's figure instantly disappeared from the living room of the rented house. Chapter 483, KWM Chapter 481 Small-Scale Gathering. Above the grey fog, within that magnificent and ancient palace, Klein leaned back in the high-backed chair belonging to the fool, listening to magician Furz's narration. The commission came from Mr. Lawrence of the Abraham family, who wished to assassinate Mr. X of the Aurora Order. Indeed, Lawrence had already advanced to Traveler, and now he truly had the ability to begin his revenge against the Aurora Order. This was the Tarot Club's first external business, and it was a collective action involving multiple participants. Klein quickly gathered his thoughts. He looked down leisurely at the image coalesced from the prayer light, and with a faint smile, he asked Magician Furs, who seemed a bit uneasy, "So, who do you want to participate in this private gathering?" In the rented house in Backlund, Westborough, Furs heard the reply from the depths of the grey fog. She looked up in slight surprise at the figure within the grey fog, then quickly lowered her head. Mr. Fool means he can organize a small gathering for us. I thought it would be like usual, where we directly see and hear each other's requests. But this way is indeed more convenient for communication. After a brief moment of contemplation, Furs began to seriously consider which tarot club members she could request. They had to be in Backlund, or possess spirit world traversal, capable of quickly traveling back and forth to Backlund. Miss Justice, Mr. Moon, and Mr. Tower. Furs quickly confirmed the tarot club members she wished to invite and informed Mr. Fool. After receiving Magician Furs's reply, Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She didn't invite the experienced and seasoned the world. I was thinking I could use creeping hunger to shepherd a traveler's soul. The traveler's abilities are truly coveted. Although he felt a bit regretful, considering he was currently on the future, it was indeed inconvenient for him to rush to Backlund. Klein could only sigh inwardly about his bad luck. He then edited Furs's words and cast them into the crimson stars representing Justice, Moon, and White Tower respectively. Everyone's responses were quick. Klein waited above the grey fog for about 3 or 4 minutes, then extended his spirituality, drawing the members participating in this small-scale gathering into the space above the grey fog. Crimson light surged up, then quickly condensed, and 4 somewhat blurry figures appeared on either side of the mottled long table. Good morning, Mr. Fool. Good morning, Mr. Tower. Good morning, Mr. Moon. Good morning, Madam Magician. Audrey greeted everyone present with a joyful tone. This was her first time participating in a small-scale member gathering outside of the regular Monday meeting, so she was inevitably a bit excited. After everyone greeted each other, Magician Furs lightly coughed twice to attract everyone's attention, then spoke, "Everyone, I have a rather special commission." After her gaze swept over everyone, she continued, "Assassinate Mr. X, a divine messenger of the Aurora Order. He is currently in Backlund, and he should be a Sequence 5 traveler of the Apprentice Pathway. This mission is quite dangerous, so you can refuse if you don't wish to participate. Just us." Justice Audrey looked at Magician Furs with a curious gaze. Furs must have already discussed it with someone and wanted to eliminate the Aurora Order's divine messenger as soon as possible, otherwise she would have posted a commission at next week's Tarot Club instead of convening a small gathering like this. Moon Emlyn also looked at Magician Furs curiously. He didn't think that they alone had the ability to assassinate a divine messenger of the Aurora Order. The traveler's flexibility made them very difficult to catch. Unless this guy is willing to make a move. Moon Emlyn suddenly turned to look at Leyton, who was sitting on his right. Leyton turned his head and met Emlyn's gaze, then turned to Magician Furs, who was slightly ahead of him, and said, "I'm in the Sea of Ruins east of the Sonia Sea. I can't participate in your assassination, but I can provide you with some items and beyond our ability assistance." "All right." Although a little disappointed, Furs calmly nodded in response, then turned her head to answer Justice Audrey's previous question. "There's also a traveler from the Abraham family. This commission also came from him. What we need to do is create a suitable battlefield, stop any potential accomplices, and prevent Mr. X from escaping through spirit world traversal." After hearing Furs's explanation, Moon Emlyn chuckled, then leaned back leisurely in his chair. If the fool hadn't been there, he would have even crossed his legs. This vampire seems a bit arrogant. Klein mentally complained about Emlyn, who had a proud expression, as he observed him. Emlyn felt the gaze on him, which made the corners of his mouth curl slightly. With a hint of showing off, he leisurely said, "Is that so? Then I have no problem. Coincidentally, I've just mastered a Beyonder characteristic corresponding to a Sanguine Viscount, and I can completely use it to exert Sequence 5 level power for a short period. Don't use the full moon ability." Leyton glanced at Emlyn, whose mouth was curled up, and reminded him. "Why?" Moon Emlyn turned his head to Leyton, not understanding, and asked. Magician Furs suddenly widened her eyes, her expression also turning serious as she said, "Full moon? Is it the full moon I'm thinking of?" Leyton nodded gently and said, "Yes, the Sequence 5 of the Moon Pathway is called Scarlet Scholar. He possesses the Beyonder ability to make a certain area enter a full moon state." Furs shivered slightly, as if recalling an unpleasant encounter, then looked at Moon Emlyn with a serious expression and said, "Mr. Moon, please do not use the full moon Beyonder ability during the assassination of Mr. X. It will bring very serious negative effects." Klein, sitting at the head of the mottled long table, suddenly thought of Miss Sharon's Scarlet Moon coronet. So it corresponds to the Sequence 5 of the Moon Pathway. Fortunately, those apprentices who betrayed the Abraham family back then didn't have mystical items from this pathway, otherwise the Abraham family would have been completely wiped out. The full moon will bring very serious negative effects. Why? Did that traveler from the Abraham family carry a mystical item that would cause terrifying negative effects during a full moon? Audrey looked at Furs with some confusion. Her serious expression made her realize that the negative effects brought by the full moon must be extremely terrifying. Moon Emlyn was somewhat puzzled, but he still nodded seriously and said, "All right, as darlings of the moon, even without a full moon, we can still receive some blessings." Mr. Moon truly cares about his sanguine identity, always emphasizing that they are darlings of the moon. Audrey's eyes curved as she observed Emlyn, then she shifted her gaze to Furs and said, "I can also participate, but the spectator pathway is not skilled in direct combat, so I can only provide some auxiliary interference around the area." Magician Furs nodded lightly and said, "No problem. What kind of reward do you want?" Justice Audrey pondered for a moment, then spoke, "We can discuss the reward after we successfully complete the assassination, based on each person's contribution. Under the witness of Mr. Fool, I believe everyone will receive a satisfactory outcome." "Okay." Emlyn nodded, agreeing with Justice Audrey's idea. "No problem. Even if the mission fails, I will still give each of you £500 as compensation." Furs nodded, then added, £1,000 is all the cash I can spare, sigh. After confirming the participants, Furs, Audrey, and Emlyn began to actively discuss how to create a suitable assassination opportunity. East of the Sonia Sea, the future, sailing calmly on the surface of the sea, suddenly lurched violently. Leyton, who was enjoying lunch in the dining room, reached out and caught the cup that had been tossed into the air. The spilled wine miraculously poured back into the cup. The next moment, the scene outside the future appeared in his mind. The vast blue sea in front of the future was abruptly cut by a massive fissure, and endless seawater cascaded like a waterfall, flowing into the bottomless darkness below. Splash! The future did not stop, nor could it stop, as it plunged forward from the suddenly broken surface of the sea, then plummeted rapidly. Inside the dining room, all the pirates enjoying lunch were thrown into the air, hitting the ceiling above. Scattered toasted bread, white bread, beer, roasted fish, and other food they were eating were everywhere in midair. Streaks of starlight suddenly swirled around Leyton, condensing into a brilliant, solid form, suspending his body in midair, completely unaffected by the rapid descent. He casually glanced around. Katlia, using a method similar to his own, easily maintained her balance, standing quietly upon the solidified, dazzling starlight. In addition, Klein, as a faceless, also easily maintained and adjusted his posture, landing on the ceiling like an acrobat. The one who avoided this sudden change most easily was Heath. He simply leaned back slightly, his figure instantly darkening, turning black, and wriggling into the shadows. His gaze swept around, and Leyton lightly tapped the table twice with his finger. A fist-sized translucent crystal ball flew out from the shadow beneath him. The crystal ball shimmered with brilliant starlight, casting a dazzling blue glow throughout the surrounding cabin. The gravity in the cabin was suddenly distorted. The crew members, who had been clinging to the ceiling in disarray, slowly but steadily fell down, pushed by streaks of starlight back to their original positions. The food floating in midair was also put back in place, though Leyton couldn't guarantee whether it was in their original plates. Just as the future was about to completely plunge into the bottomless darkness, an exaggerated gush of seawater suddenly surged upwards from below, lifting the future and pushing it towards the other side of the great sea fissure. The brilliant starlight pervading the area was like a safety belt, firmly securing every pirate in the dining room to their respective seats. After a while, the sunlight streaming into the cabin from outside suddenly became bright and scorching. Leyton's gaze pierced through the cabin, seeing the boundless sea outside. Under the sunlight, it looked as if countless golden, illusory flames were burning, carrying a rich aura of the sun domain. The transparent seawater was bottomless, revealing only endless darkness. The sky also had no clouds, no sun, yet scorching sunlight, like that of midday, still bathed the entire sea area. Although referred to as a sea area, it was not a truly existing ocean. It was more like a region, both real and illusory, formed by the intertwining of countless ruins and residual divine power. There must be residual divine power of a visionary here, which is why those monsters exist with only power but no characteristics. Sighing inwardly, Leyton lowered his gaze slightly, withdrawing his sight. He was worried that if he continued to look, he would be unable to resist using his eyes of mystery prying to see more. If I use eyes of mystery prying now, I'm 100% sure I'll see eternal blazing sun, and then be ignited from the inside out, leaving not even ash. Even without using his eyes of mystery prying, he could vaguely see the illusory shadow curtain covering everything. Behind that curtain, a terrifying gaze was watching him, and chaotic, unpleasant whispers constantly echoed in his ears. Chapter 484, KWM Chapter 482, Sea of Ruins. Many ruins float here, and there are all sorts of mutated monsters, even including quite a few out-of-control demigods and ancient bane creatures. Katlia had approached at some point. She gazed out the window with a solemn look, her tone filled with emotion. Klein also approached after hearing Katlia's sigh of emotion. He pondered for a moment with a slightly grave expression before speaking. This shouldn't be the most dangerous part, right? Otherwise, this place would just become a treasure trove for the 7 churches to acquire high-sequence characteristics and materials. Katlia nodded, her voice somewhat ethereal as she continued. That's right. For beyonders of our level, the real danger here is that you can never guess what you'll encounter the next second. Perhaps just by approaching a certain ruin, your body might suddenly melt, like a lit candle, or you might suddenly turn to stone, or be scattered by a fierce wind. Klein tilted his head slightly, acutely pressing a question. What about beyonders above our level? Katlia's gaze turned to Leyton, observing him. Seeing no abnormal reaction from him, she continued. This sea area is filled with sounds that shouldn't be heard. The higher the sequence, the stronger the spirituality, the easier it is to hear them. This is also why those demigods who dared to explore here encountered problems. They either went mad or lost control, becoming forever lost here. Hearing Katlia's description, Klein looked at Leyton with some concern. Leyton leaned back in the wooden chair by the dining table, curling his lips as he said. It's basically like someone is constantly rapping in my ear. To be honest, he doesn't rap very well. Of course, occasionally he'll be lucid and say a word or two to me, but I don't understand him. Klein's mouth twitched slightly. He wasn't sure if this was a belittle to rap or a belittle to the sounds filling this sea area. Rap. Katlia said, her accent a little tongue-tied, her tone full of curiosity. She didn't wait for Leyton to clarify, continuing. Do you mean the language itself, or that you can't comprehend the meaning conveyed by those sounds? You'd best block out these sounds. Listening to them for a long time, even if you are a demigod, will inevitably lead to madness. There are already many mad and out-of-control demigods here. Leyton nodded with a serious expression, indicating that he already knew. The sounds here won't have much effect on me, they're just unpleasant. As he spoke, his gaze lingered for a moment on Heath, who had just emerged from the shadows, and he saw the cold, indifferent eye behind him, which seemed to be condensed from starlight. This eye shimmered with pure radiance, separating him from the omnipresent curtain of shadows around him, preventing him from passively hearing the true creator's voice that filled this sea area. Who? Who? Hoarse and clear panting echoed in the ears of all the crew members of the future, like the sound of a huge airflow entering and exiting a throat, slow and rhythmic, carrying a strange and indescribable feeling that agitated the nerves of everyone around. Heath, as a rose bishop, suddenly covered his head with both hands, letting out a painful groan. There's a corpse. As he spoke, Leyton had already looked over and saw a colossal figure constantly pacing within the nearby dilapidated ruins. It was nearly 10 meters tall, its skin festering and oozing pus, with some fragmented fuzz mixed in the pale yellow pus. Only a small portion of its gray-blue skin remained intact. It had no head on its neck, yet one could clearly see its windpipe expanding and contracting there, as if it were breathing heavily. The huge and clear panting sound around it was emitted in this manner. The midday sun around it turned dim yellow, slowly converging as if substantial, like a dusk storm poised to erupt. Anything touched by that dim light would decay, rot, wither, and even die. A giant that had devoured a phoenix characteristic. Even after losing its characteristic, it could still maintain strength close to sequence 3, although it largely relied on the unique properties of these sea of ruins. As thoughts flickered, he heard Katlia's calm and clear voice. Speed up and go around there. Don't get close. The sailors on the ship finally came to their senses, quickly rushing from the restaurant to their respective posts. Under the command of Navigator Ottolov and Bosun Nina, they swiftly adjusted the sails and changed their course. It wasn't until the ruins, piled with stones and pillars, disappeared below the horizon that Heath, who had been clutching his head, finally recovered. What kind of corpse was that just now? Just the corpse's panting could cause such a big reaction. Klein looked at Leyton with some curiosity. He had noticed that the other party had looked in the direction of the sound for a while, and a mystery prior's gaze would surely discover something. Leyton looked down at the cold food on his plate, having lost the desire to continue eating. He picked up the glass of wine next to him, took a sip of the red wine, and then said in a calm voice. A giant that had accommodated the death pathway characteristic. He might have been an angel in life. Even though he is now dead and has lost his original characteristic, he can still exhibit sequence 3 level power by leveraging the unique properties of this place. Lost his original characteristic. Klein looked at Leyton with a strange expression, as if saying, no wonder you didn't have any extra reaction, it turns out that corpse can no longer drop equipment. He then shifted his gaze to Heath, who was sitting in the backlight and still looked visibly unwell. Although he had surpassed the listener stage, he still possessed the listener characteristic. Even without actively using that ability, in similar situations just now, he would be more sensitive than ordinary beyonders. If one day he was in too good or too bad a state, he might directly hear the ravings that filled the sea area. Leyton tilted his head and glanced at Klein, seemingly understanding the thoughts beneath his calm expression, and chuckled. Don't worry, although the mystical item he carries cannot truly block the sounds filling this sea area, as long as he doesn't leave the future, he'll be fine. As long as he doesn't leave the future, he'll be fine. Are there corresponding arrangements on this ship? Yes, as the Admiral of Stars, Katlia couldn't possibly not have thought of these issues. Klein mused to himself for a moment, then stopped thinking about the problem and focused on eating the food in front of him. Leyton, who no longer intended to continue his lunch, rose from his seat and walked out of the restaurant onto the deck, gazing at the sea surface, which was tinged with a layer of gold under the midday sun. After strolling on the deck for a while, his spirituality suddenly felt a tremor. In front of the sea where the future was sailing, a huge light spot, radiating a dazzling, dreamlike brilliance due to the refraction of sunlight, appeared. Leyton tilted his head curiously to look over, his gaze penetrating the dazzling outer brilliance, and he saw 4 enormous stone pillars carved from diamonds within. A sizable island was also floating atop the diamond pillars. Leyton's gaze continued deeper into the island, passing over the scorched, hot earth, and he saw 2 magnificent horses seemingly crafted from gold. Behind them, they pulled a luxurious chariot also made of gold. They exuded a light as dazzling as the sun, and golden flames occasionally erupted into the surrounding air. Seemingly startled by Leyton's gaze, the 2 golden horses let out a long whinny, then galloped away with a clatter. The air beneath their hooves was like solid ground. The golden chariot swiftly ascended into the sky, galloping across the heavens, rapidly approaching the future, like a rising sun. The moment the golden chariot rose like the sun, a thought abruptly surfaced in Leyton's mind: Sun Chaser. Sequence 2 of the Sun Pathway, the ancient Sun Chaser, now the Light Seeker. Just then, Katlia's voice, magnified by magic, echoed urgently and clearly in everyone's minds. Look down. Don't look. Leyton's figure also became transparent at this moment, the brilliant starlight appearing somewhat dim under the blazing sunlight. As that sun grew closer and closer to the future, the midday sun was suddenly covered by brilliant starlight. Stars flickered with clear radiance in the sky, continuously twisting and contracting, taking the sun formed by the golden chariot into the world of paintings before it could rush out of this area. The intensely bright sky suddenly lost its sense of space, its colors becoming rich and distorted, like an abstract oil painting. The oil painting had the cosmos as its main theme, but the very center was a sun spewing out specks of golden light. A misty glow, formed by complex knowledge, suddenly surged from the future and rushed into the giant oil painting in the sky. The cosmos in the oil painting suddenly brightened considerably, engaging in a tug-of-war with the scattered golden specks from the sun. Within the world of paintings, Bernadette's figure reassembled amidst the complex knowledge. She still wore her pirate captain's attire, holding a pale mask shimmering with metallic luster. That mask only had empty eye sockets, the rest of it had no seams whatsoever, exuding a deathly stillness from within. She looked at Leyton, who held a brilliant, transparent crystal ball, his eyes flowing with pure light, and calmly remarked: "You are very bold. Even I never thought of taking this light seeker characteristic. This is one of my purposes for coming to these sea of ruins. High sequence characteristics of the Sun Pathway are the best energy source." Leyton, with eyes of deep blue verging on purple, gave off an exceptionally sacred and wise impression, yet also seemed quite cold and devoid of warmth. Behind him, amidst the flowing, wave-like pale blue light, a somewhat incomplete ring, composed of gears and chains, swiftly appeared. In the center of the incomplete ring, a book outlined with lines continuously flipped, and a pair of cold, indifferent, eyelashless eyes, containing countless brilliant stars, emerged from between the pages. The authority and power of a sage erupted from Leyton. He gently threw the transparent crystal ball in his right hand forward. It slowly rotated, gaining speed, and the surrounding gravity and electromagnetism also began to distort. The brilliant, transparent crystal ball turned dark, like a black hole that could swallow even light. Everything in the world of paintings began to distort, gradually being drawn into the black hole. Bernadette deeply looked at the black hole that was briefly stalemating with that sun. She inexplicably felt that it was a celestial body that truly existed in the universe. Quickly collecting her thoughts, she slowly pressed the pale mask, shimmering with metallic luster, forward, towards the direction of that blazing white sun. The mask, shimmering with metallic luster, rapidly materialized into an extremely complex and mysterious three-dimensional symbol, pressing down towards that blazing white, scorching sun. Noticing this, Leyton somewhat laboriously manipulated the black hole, pushing it below that blazing white sun. Chapter 485, KWM Chapter 483 Hermit. A long, pained whinny, mixed with unease and fear, came from the blazing, scorching sun. But as the extremely complex and mysterious three-dimensional symbol formed by the pale mask descended, the uneasy and fearful whinny quickly became hoarse and dry, like a life gradually approaching death announcer. Both the sun and the black hole inevitably weakened, cracking into fissures and growing tiny, pale fluffs. These fluffs instantly grew into white feathers, their surfaces seemingly soaked with pale yellow oil. They turned to ash under the golden, scorching light and were torn apart and swallowed by the terrifying gravity of the black hole. The blazing, scorching sun began to fade little by little. Its temperature started to drop, and the light it cast grew dim. Bernadette looked at the sun gradually approaching the death announcer, her eyes devoid of warmth as she said, "This seal is only temporary. You should have a way to recover the beyonder characteristic from this carriage, right?" "Of course." Leyton nodded slightly. He reached his right hand into the inner side of his brown woolen overcoat and pulled out a normal-sized playing card. The front of the card showed Roselle, dressed in rags, with snow-white hair and a beard. He bent his right index finger and tapped the card face twice. Whoosh! The sound of illusory things shattering echoed in his ears. The card in Leyton's hand burst forth with a hazy glimmer that was neither bright nor brilliant. Although this light was not brilliant or dazzling, even the intense sunlight around it could not obscure it. The hazy glimmer moved freely over Leyton's body. His body constantly distorted, emitting wisps of black mist that seemed substantial, and growing eyes. His spirit was passively elevated infinitely, and abstract knowledge transformed into substantial power within him. For a moment, Leyton even had the illusion that he was already the hermit. He felt omnipotent, the essence of all knowledge, the master of all knowledge. Feelings of madness, chaos, and coldness spread from him. The balance between humanity and divinity began to waver, as if it could be overwhelmed by instinctual madness at any moment. Hoo-hoo. Gasping for breath, when he finally found a balance between rationality and madness and refocused his attention on himself, he realized that he had lost his human form, leaving only a humanoid shape. The sage's robe was now draped over him. Beneath the thick hood, there was no longer a normal face, only a dark black mass that devoured everything and was full of madness. Within the deep black was a luminous sphere enveloped in pure light, like a cold, indifferent eye. Around this eye, faint starlight orbited, stained with different colors and carrying a hint of warmth, just like his rationality, which could collapse at any moment under the invasion of madness and chaos. Under the black robe, his exposed hands and feet were dark and withered, without any luster or vitality, not at all like a living person. The sage's robe seemed unable to bear the overly powerful force and status, tearing into ragged strips and turning into wisps of solidified dark black mist. On the dark black robe, in the surrounding floating wisps of black mist, and even on his dark black, withered limbs, cold, indifferent eyes grew. These eyes were stained with madness, flaunting undisguised malice. While giving a feeling of extreme sanctity and wisdom, they also appeared quite indifferent and devoid of warmth. Bernadette looked at Leyton in this state with a solemn expression. She felt a powerful oppressive force from him, and a faint, irresistible urge to approach him and merge with him. Hermit? No, not entirely. He only had the hermit status and aura, but not the corresponding authority and power. Bernadette took a deep breath, then averted her gaze. As beings of the same pathway, she could feel the madness emanating from him silently eroding her. Although it wasn't severe, her mental state wasn't very good after becoming an angel, so she avoided such mental influence if possible. Feeling his precarious rationality, Leyton took a step forward without hesitation. His body instantly appeared near the sun that was gradually approaching Death Announcer. He extended his dark black, withered hand forward, and instantly, complex and illusory symbols condensed around him. These symbols quickly merged into the sun before him, turning into colorless glimmers that moved within the sun, disintegrating it from within. They seemed to belong to this sun from the beginning, not encountering any rejection. The sun's light became even dimmer, even beginning to shatter. Leyton extended his left hand forward, ignoring space and distance, and directly held the black hole that devoured everything. With a slight squeeze of his palm, the black hole instantly disintegrated, turning into a pure stream of information that he held in his hand, condensing into a long spear with little color. Then he made a throwing motion, and the spear left his hand, accurately piercing into the sun before him. Roar! A shrill and desperate sound came out. The sun completely lost its shape, turning into two scarred golden steeds stained with rust, dragging a decayed, broken golden carriage behind them. The two no longer magnificent horses showed human-like fear in their eyes. They didn't even look in Leyton's direction, gathering light on their bodies, turning into a pure, incandescent, pure sunlight that rushed out of the area covered by Death Announcer, heading in the opposite direction from Leyton. They were like true light, extremely fast, reaching the boundary of this painted world in an instant. That pure, incandescent, pure sunlight rapidly expanded, becoming an incandescent, scorching, exaggerated, and terrifying sun. The painted world was truly ignited and burned like paper, finally leaving only a flickering, dim yellow flame, reflected in the eyes of the two horses, which seemed to be cast from gold. The flame was extinguished by a dark black, withered hand. Everything that had just happened was like a dream, dissipating with the flame. Before the two horses pulling the dilapidated golden carriage could react, Leyton again extended his right hand forward and squeezed it forcefully. Pale glimmers appeared on the golden carriage and horses, like cracks. Golden fragments constantly fell off, quickly turning into pure information, which Leyton absorbed into his palm. Rip. Rip. Amidst a series of faint sounds, the golden carriage rapidly became fragmented. Its gaze, its movements, seemed to be slowed down countless times, making it difficult to make effective changes. In a moment, the original golden carriage disappeared, leaving only an illusory light sphere condensed in Leyton's hand. A hazy glimmer instantly rose from Leyton's body, then quickly receded. Soon, the mad, ferocious eyes around him disappeared. Under the black robe, a normal human body reappeared, though a coldness mixed with madness still lingered in his light blue eyes. Specks of dazzling starlight scattered around, carrying a sense of peace and tranquility, as well as a power to soothe the heart. The madness and coldness in Leyton's eyes gradually faded. After calming his mind, he turned his head to look at Bernadette beside him and nodded slightly, saying, "Thank you for your help. Otherwise, my condition would have deteriorated much more severely. I didn't do much. This is compensation for when I took the death announcer last time." As she spoke, Bernadette glanced at the hermit card floating quietly in front of Leyton. She reached out her hand, and the card of blasphemy automatically flew into her hand. After calmly examining the hermit card for a while, she threw the card of blasphemy back in front of Leyton and said, "Establishing a connection with a being of that level is a very great pressure on your mental state. The soothing just now cannot directly restore your mental state. You need a period of rest and psychological treatment." Leyton nodded expressionlessly. Before fully recovering his mental state, it was difficult for him to show any expression on his face. Coldness, indifference, and madness were his current mental state. He quietly gazed at the illusory light sphere supported by his right hand. Losing the maintenance of high-level power, it began to recover from its information state. Specks of brilliant golden light began to appear, growing more numerous and denser, gradually covering the entire light sphere. It became a miniature light cluster the size of a fist, as dazzling as the noon sun, and felt a bit scorching when held. Looking at the light seeker beyonder characteristic in his hand, even though his mental state was not very good, Leyton still twitched the corner of his mouth, revealing a seemingly emotionless smile. Specks of brilliance reflected from his eyes, flowing around and outlining strange and complex symbols. These symbols gradually contracted inward, connecting to form a whole, tightly wrapping the miniature light cluster in Leyton's hand, finally forming a sealed metal sphere with intricate patterns. After temporarily sealing the light seeker beyonder characteristic in his hand, Leyton finally looked up at the badly damaged painted world. He had no immediate plans to repair the painted world. He simply waved his hand blandly, and the surrounding space quickly faded and desaturated, eventually turning into an oil painting with rich, mixed colors, returning to Leyton's hand. One of the goals of coming to the Sea of Ruins has been accomplished, he mused inwardly. Leyton looked down at the sea beneath his feet. He wondered if it was his imagination, but he felt that the surrounding sunlight was not as intense as before. Night is coming soon. Let's return to the future first. I will ask your friend some questions in the dream world. Bernadette said calmly. As soon as her voice fell, her body transformed into a stream of light, a convergence of countless knowledge, surging towards the future. Forsaken land of the gods. Enter the forsaken land of the gods. There are things you need here. The ravings that had been echoing in his ears suddenly became clear, carrying extremely restrained, intense malice, full of the meaning of fallen and madness. Has the true creator awakened? Leyton looked up at the golden sky with some hesitation, deep radiance subtly flowing in his eyes, making his vision a bit clearer. Under the blazing, bright sunlight like noon, a thick curtain of shadow enveloped everything. Behind the curtain of shadow, there seemed to be a deep red eye, watching everything with extremely restrained madness, watching him. The clear ravings echoing in his ears did not last long, it quickly became chaotic again, sometimes meaningless ravings, sometimes somewhat disordered Russian. Leyton lowered his gaze expressionlessly, retracting his gaze from the sky. A bit of a shame. If only I understood Russian. Barely understanding a few words is my limit. Otherwise, if the true creator heard his mother tongue, he might even regain some sanity. Suppressing the surging thoughts in his mind, he looked at the future, which had already sailed some distance forward. He sensed the mark he had left on the ship slightly, then gently rubbed his fingers, creating specks of dazzling starlight. The shimmering azure starlight quickly gathered and formed ahead, creating a large door covered with complex and strange patterns. The inside of the door appeared dim and dark, but the deck of the future could vaguely be seen beyond. Stepping on the solidified, dazzling starlight, Leyton moved closer to the newly solidified door ahead. A faint blue light flashed, and Leyton's figure appeared directly on the future. Chapter 486, KWM Chapter 484 Night. As soon as Leyton returned to the future, Klein, who was searching the deck for possible traces of mermaids, looked over. Before Leyton could even get close, Klein asked a series of questions. What was that thing that brought such intense sunlight? Did you resolve it? Or rather, did you obtain it? Leyton nodded, his face calm to the point of being almost cold, his gaze falling upon the fist-sized, sealed metal sphere with intricate patterns on its surface that he held in his right hand. A golden red light occasionally flashed from the intricate patterns on the metal sphere's surface, carrying a scorching temperature and a faint aura of the sun domain. That is a mystical item corresponding to the light seeker. Its form is a golden chariot, possessing a certain degree of living characteristics. It might belong to the ancient sun god, or it might belong to the eternal blazing Sunday. Leyton explained simply, his figure instantly becoming transparent, transforming into specks of surging starlight that drilled into the deck, flowing towards his room in the ship's cabin. Light Seeker. Is it a Sequence 3 or Sequence 2 of that Sun pathway? It should be the latter. The power and strangeness of that Sun have already surpassed ordinary saints. As he muttered to himself, his gaze fell on a spot 7 or 8 meters away from him. A pirate had originally stood there, but after the intense, dazzling sunlight disappeared, only 2 greasy, pitch-black footprints and ashes that had not completely dissipated in the air remained where the pirate had stood. Klein retracted his gaze from the 2 pitch-black footprints on the deck. He roughly reconstructed the pirate's experience in his mind. He didn't close his eyes in time. Instead, he subconsciously glanced at the sun in the sky. The moment he saw the true appearance of that sun, he ignited from the inside out, burning into a pile of ashes. In the cabin of the future, Leyton changed his clothes, then borrowed paints and brushes from Katlia, and tried to paint a new picture on the Van Gogh's Starry Night, where various colors were mixed into a chaotic mass with no structure. It was then that Leyton discovered that the colors he casually applied simply couldn't stay on the canvas. It seemed as if the painting itself was rejecting such poor quality, unartistic scribbles. Leyton sighed with a helpless curl of his lips. All right. It seems this painting won't be usable until I find a true painter. No sooner had he spoken than the surroundings suddenly darkened. Outside the window, the midday sky was instantly enveloped by dense darkness, and a tranquil atmosphere immediately covered the entire sea area. It came really fast, Leyton exclaimed, looking at the pitch-black surroundings devoid of any light. He randomly placed the paintbrush and paints in his hand somewhere, and the still unrepaired Van Gogh's Starry Night was also put into a metal iron box that had been prepared in advance. As Leyton fumbled in the dark, a layer of brilliant starlight suddenly flickered on the future, illuminating the paths to various places. At the same time, Katlia's calm voice was magnified, reaching everyone on the ship. Return to your rooms, or find a corner, and fall asleep. Then wait to wake up naturally. Sleep? What would happen if I didn't sleep? Encountering monsters, or some kind of silent danger? Klein muttered to himself in confusion, then quickly returned to the cabin, entered his room, and lay down. Leyton, already lying on the bed, quickly entered a state of sleep through meditation. As his thoughts blurred, he fell into a vast dream world. A pair of cold, indifferent, lashless eyes, containing countless brilliant stars, emerged behind him. Leyton shook his head with a small arc, his hazy thoughts gradually becoming clear, and he could distinctly feel that he was currently dreaming. After briefly surveying his surroundings, he found himself standing on the roof of a black monastery located on a mountaintop. Looking into the distance, he could also see Katlia sitting with her arms wrapped around her knees on top of a giant rock, gazing into the distance. She made no movements. Because her back was towards the black monastery, Leyton couldn't see her current expression, but he could feel the emotion of bewilderment emanating from her. The direction Katlia was gazing in was a mountain covered with countless magnificent, grand, and exaggerated palaces, tall towers, and city walls. In the extreme distance of the sky, there was a solidified sunset, casting the colors of dusk upon the mountain where the city was located. Giant King's Court. This is even more magnificent than the scenery I once imagined, like a miracle. Leyton's eyes showed a hint of shock as he looked at the Giant King's Court on the mountain ahead. Klein, wearing a double-breasted long coat and a semi-tall silk top hat, appeared in Leyton's field of vision, interrupting his slightly dazed gaze. Leyton glanced at Klein, who still maintained the appearance of Gehrman Sparrow in the dream, his figure instantly becoming transparent, transforming into specks of surging brilliant starlight that appeared beside Klein, then quickly recondensed his figure from the starlight. He stood calmly at the edge of the cliff, saying in an even tone, "That is the projection of the Giant King's Court in the dream." Klein looked at the suddenly appearing Leyton, not surprised that he too remained conscious like himself, but rather asked with some curiosity. Giant King's Court? The entrance to the forsaken land of the gods. Why are we in the same dream? This is a shared dream for all of us. Katlia, still sitting with her knees hugged on the giant rock nearby, spoke in a voice like a dream. There is divine power left by the night here. It connects all the dreams in the sea area, constructing a nearly true dream world. Every time night falls, all sleeping creatures will enter this dream world, while those who remain conscious will be thrown into the concealed world. I plan to go to the Giant King's Court and see if I can use the Giant King's Court in this dream world as a springboard to reach the true Giant King's Court. If only I had the characteristics of a mentor of deceit, I could deceive the rules and change my position. As his voice fell, Leyton nodded towards Klein, then his body instantly became transparent, shattered, and transformed into specks of flashing starlight that surged into the distance, towards the Giant King's Court frozen in the twilight. Klein looked at Leyton, who had turned into starlight and surged towards the opposite mountain, then turned his head to look at Katlia, who was sitting with her knees hugged on the giant rock nearby. After a slight hesitation, he said, "I'm going to explore the surroundings. There might be some gains." "No interest. I'll wait here, just wait." Katlia refused very decisively. She didn't shake her head, nor did she make any unnecessary movements. She just sat there quietly with her knees hugged, appearing somewhat lonely. Lady, this isn't something a mature pirate admiral should say. Is she in a half-dream, half-awake state? Klein observed Katlia, and after pondering for a moment, he turned and walked alone towards the black monastery behind him. On the mountain enveloped by twilight, the buildings were draped in a golden hue, appearing sacred and magnificent. Brilliant starlight surged in the sky, like a flowing river of stars, yet it never managed to close the distance between itself and the mountain. It was like the sunset in the extreme distance, always standing quietly there, always visible, yet never reachable. In the sky, the surging starlight instantly condensed, reforming Leyton's figure. Beneath his feet was a layer of solidified starlight, quietly supporting his body. The giant king's court in the dream is just an illusion. Visible, but always unreachable. He murmured softly, and a deep blue, almost purple glow flowed in Leyton's eyes. His gaze became extraordinarily sacred and extraordinarily indifferent. Under the gaze of the eyes of mystery prying, the entire dream world transformed into a product formed by the convergence of complex, layered information in Leyton's eyes. His gaze calmly looked towards the giant king's court ahead that he could never approach, his gaze gradually deepening, gradually covered with a layer of silver white. On the giant king's court, the solidified twilight changed, as if suddenly coming alive. The golden light grew brighter and brighter, and a very blurry, gigantic figure walked out of the sunset. It was incredibly huge, merely standing there, it almost filled the entire twilight, as if wearing a golden red cloak full of decay and desolation. Before this figure became clear, dazzling sunlight suddenly flared, illuminating everything with a brilliant white, then faded and disappeared. On the future, Leyton naturally opened his eyes. The room was already illuminated by the light streaming in from the window. He didn't even need to look to know that it was midday again outside. He didn't get up from the bed immediately, but lay there with his hands clasped behind his head, lost in thought. This midday came at a good time. If it had been a little slower, I would have seen the true appearance of the giant king. It's a pity. The divine power left by the night has an inherent concealment effect, making it impossible for me to trace the mystical connection between the giant king's court in the dream and the giant king's court in reality. I can only try again in the dream world next night. If it still doesn't work, I'll have to chat with the true creator and ask for help. After staying in his room for a while, Leyton felt Klein next door go out for a moment and then return to lie down again. He turned his head slightly, puzzled, but did not cast his gaze over. Is he going to sleep again? Does he want to communicate with that still developing infant? As thoughts floated by, Leyton got up, put on his coat, and went out towards the ship's dining room. In the dining room, due to the delay from the dream just now, the food on the plates of the pirates who hadn't finished lunch had already cooled, but they were still eating happily, chatting about the strange encounters in their dreams while they ate. Leyton's gaze swept around the dining room, then he sat down next to the black cat Pace. Oh. What are you doing here? Pace looked up at Leyton, who had suddenly sat next to him, and greeted him with some surprise, his two paws subtly pushing the dried fish in front of him further away. Leyton noticed Pace's little movement, curled his lips, wanting to force a smile, but ultimately didn't smile, saying in a somewhat flat tone. I wouldn't stoop to coveting your little dried fish. You've been at sea for so long, haven't you gotten tired of dried fish yet? Why would I get tired? These are dried fish. Every kind of sea fish dried has a different flavor, different times, and different manufacturing processes also bring different textures. How could one get tired of them? Pace answered Leyton's question while curiously scrutinizing him from head to toe, as if trying to discern something. After a while, he hesitated and said, Why are you so strange today? It's like you can't even smile, and your tone is flat, like an emotionless mechanical doll. I'm naturally not fond of smiling. He replied indifferently, his gaze calmly glancing at Pace, who was staring at him as if he had seen a ghost. He reached past him, took a dried fish from the plate behind him that Pace was guarding, and bit into it. Chapter 487, KWM Chapter 485 Unlucky Anderson. Pace glared at Leyton, baring its teeth. Just as Leyton thought it was about to pounce and scratch his face to defend its dried fish, it turned, picked up the remaining dried fish from its plate, and nimbly leaped onto a table on the other side of the dining room. Haha, Al, you still love teasing it so much. Nina, who had been sitting on Pace's other side, laughed heartily as she watched the scene unfold. As her upper body moved, her exaggerated chest size bounced a few times, attracting the attention of the pirates around her, who couldn't tear their eyes away. Nina also noticed this, but she didn't restrain herself. Instead, she puffed out her already impressive chest and said with a contemptuous tone. What? Does anyone here want to spend the night in the same room with me? The pirates around her all swallowed in unison, their expressions showing interest but also some restraint. After all, sleeping in the same room could mean one on the bed and one under it, and they had all been tricked by Nina in this way more or less. Just as the atmosphere in the dining room was about to turn ambiguous, Katlia's voice suddenly rang out, magnified by a spell, echoing throughout the future. There's an island 2 nautical miles ahead. We'll dock there and wait for the storm to paces. In this sea, whenever noon and night alternate, there's a high probability of a terrifying storm. I'm not sure when it will come, but I think it's safer to wait for it to paces before continuing our voyage. Katlia's explanation this time was much more detailed than before, and the pirates on board had no objections. The sailors who had finished lunch began preparing for docking under the command of Quartermaster Ottolov and Bosun Nina. After most of the sailors in the dining room had left, Klein carried his plate and sat next to Leyton. He lowered his head, eating his lunch, and asked with some curiosity. "What did you discover in that giant king's court in your dream?" "Unable to approach," Leyton replied simply. "Unable to approach? Why?" Klein looked up in confusion. He had thought the other party would at least have reached the opposite mountain peak by now. Although the previous night hadn't lasted long, it had been half an hour. "I don't know. Perhaps it was just a projection in the dream, not actually existing within the dream." Leyton shook his head, his gaze fixed on the bright sunlight outside the window. Without much delay, the future adjusted its course and arrived in front of an island covered with tall trees, finally docking on the leeward side of the island. In less than half an hour, the previously sunny noon grew dim. Heavy dark clouds appeared one after another, quickly covering the entire sky. Boom. Amidst a tremendous roar, a dazzling silvery white lightning bolt struck down. The violent wind collided with the air, creating an explosive sound. The air current spun rapidly, and an unrestrained tornado suddenly rose from the ground. It connected the clouds above and the sea below, like a terrifying giant intent on destroying everything. This tornado brought mountain-sized waves, as if to sweep away all obstacles. Lightning bolts as thick as tree trunks struck down one after another, some hitting the sea, some hitting the island, stirring up scattered sparks that were quickly extinguished by the strong winds and rain. The future continuously pitched and rolled in the terrifying, apocalyptic storm. Raindrops lashed against the deck, giving the pirates sheltering in the cabin the illusion of being submerged. In the dining room, Leyton, leaning back in a wooden chair, tossed up a transparent, dazzling crystal ball. The brilliant starlight within the crystal ball reflected outwards, causing stars to twinkle one after another around the future. With an indescribable sense of weight, it warped the surrounding gravity, causing the waves that struck nearby to dissipate into nothingness. Klein looked at the transparent crystal ball floating in midair with some surprise, feeling the sudden increase in weight on his body. He fell into thought for a moment. A mystical item that can manipulate gravity, which pathway and sequence does it correspond to? It shouldn't be the mystery prior pathway. Neither El nor Miss Hermit, although they both displayed beyonder abilities related to starlight, did not involve gravity or gravitational forces. Moreover, judging from the performance of this crystal ball, its corresponding strength is only around sequence 4. The core ability of a savant at this stage is mystical reenactment. The mystery prior pathway, which can be interchanged with savant. Not quite. The Great Emperor's diary didn't mention anything related, and judging from the performance of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery's Beyonders, their Beyonder abilities are mostly related to machinery. The storm at sea didn't last too long. About 15 minutes later, the tornado connecting the sea to the dark clouds in the sky disappeared, and the waves subsided. The midday sun once again bathed the sea area. Katlia walked at a steady pace to the captain's cabin window. She calmly surveyed the island ahead, then spoke. "You can move around on the island, but don't go too deep. You must remain within cannon range." "Yay! Long live the captain!" The pirates on the ship cheered excitedly. Some went to the island in groups, while others lay on the deck to relax. Stepping onto the soft sand, enjoying the sunlight and sea breeze, Leyton suddenly felt a sense of release from his long-suppressed emotions. Enjoying life is the best way to treat psychological problems. He sighed inwardly. Leyton stopped, gently rubbed his fingers, and created shimmering starlight all around him. These starlight instantly solidified, forming a perfectly angled beach chair. After lying down comfortably on the starlight-formed beach chair, he created some dim starlight above his head, making the sunlight less dazzling. Leyton's actions quickly attracted the attention of others around him. The black cat pace swiftly burrowed under the starlight-formed beach chair, lying on its back on the soft sand, a human-like expression of enjoyment on its face. "This guy, is it on vacation?" Klein's mouth twitched slightly. If it weren't for maintaining his Gehrman Sparrow persona in front of others, he would have already walked over and asked the other party to make him a beach chair too. Katlia looked at this scene with a slightly complex expression. After moving a little closer, she spoke. "That mystical item you used to calm the waves earlier, which pathway does it correspond to?" "That ability to manipulate gravity, I've never seen it on any Beyonder." Hearing Katlia's question, Klein, who was about to walk further away, stopped. He was also very curious about this question. Leyton chuckled twice, extending his right hand towards the somewhat dim starlight above his head. As he gently distorted his hand, that patch of starlight transformed into a brilliant night sky. Gazing at the night sky before him, he said in a calm voice. Astronomy aficionado. It's normal that you haven't seen it, because it's not among the 22 divine pathways. The sequence corresponding to that crystal ball is called Heavybringer, possessing the ability to alter a planet's gravity. Of course, it can only alter gravity within a certain range. To alter the gravity of an entire planet, one would need at least sequence 0. Not among the 22 divine pathways. Katlia's eyes widened slightly, appearing somewhat incredulous. This information had shattered her occult knowledge. Why isn't it among the 22 pathways? Klein couldn't help but press curiously. Without waiting for an answer, Klein suddenly turned his gaze to the other side. His spiritual perception detected a figure approaching. He was wearing a white shirt, black vest, and black trousers, a medium-built young man with blonde hair and blue eyes. Klein's pupils constricted slightly, he had already recognized the other party. Without hesitation, he directly pulled out a white tin charm from his right pocket and uttered an ancient Hermes word. Storm. With the infusion of spirituality, the white tin charm immediately became prickly, as if tiny blades had grown from it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several light green, sharp blades shot out, all aimed at the young man who was smiling and waving happily not far away. The young man opposite hadn't even had time to speak when he sensed danger. He agilely rolled to his side, dodging the wind blades attacking him. Stop! Stop! I have no ill will. The young man not far away shouted loudly while nimbly dodging the wind blades. Anderson Hood. Katlia looked at the person who had suddenly appeared here with some doubt and spoke his name. Klein glanced at Katlia beside him in surprise. He didn't rush to activate the charm he was holding, but said in a deep voice. I met him in a dream at night. He has already mutated. He's just a bit unlucky, but nothing unlucky enough to cause him to mutate has happened yet. Leyton, sprawled on the starlight-formed beach chair, explained to Anderson Hood in a calm voice. Anderson raised both hands, indicating he was not dangerous, while cautiously approaching, continuously saying. That's right, that's how it is. I'm just a bit unlucky, that's all. Besides, if I had gone exploring too, how would I still be alive and well? I just wanted to make a joke at the time, to liven up the atmosphere. Don't you think the environment at the time was perfect for telling some horror stories? It's just that I didn't have time to explain to you and ask for help before that dream ended. Damn it. I'm really too unlucky. That is indeed unlucky, Klein muttered to himself, reluctantly accepting the other party's explanation. He's very famous in the Fog Sea, known as the strongest hunter. You can listen to what he encountered, Katlia said calmly, looking at Anderson opposite her. No, not the strongest hunter. Anderson shook his head seriously, then chuckled twice and added. If Admiral of Stars insists on calling me that, it's best to add a qualifier, below demigod. I am the strongest hunter below demigod. Heh, below demigod. You haven't been beaten up by a shepherd, have you? You probably haven't encountered a marionettist or a traveler either. Leyton, lying on the starlight-formed beach chair, spoke with disdain, his tone flat. Klein turned his head and glanced at him, thinking of Elder Lovia from City of Silver. A shepherd who has pastured enough, or strong enough, souls can indeed be called the strongest beyond or below demigod. They are powerful and versatile. Ah. Anderson froze for a moment. He looked at Leyton with a somewhat solemn gaze. Both the other party's leisurely vacation posture and the subtle sense of danger emanating from him made him feel that the other party was very formidable. Demigod. This guy is a demigod, or he carries a very dangerous mystical item. Various thoughts flashed through Anderson's mind. He chuckled ingratiatingly twice and said. I indeed haven't encountered any of those types of beyonders you mentioned. Do they have anything special about them? That they would be considered the strongest beyonders below demigod by you? Katlia pushed up the thick glasses on her nose and said in a flat voice. A shepherd can devour others' souls, including vengeful spirits and evil spirits, into their bodies and drive these souls in a unique way, just like pasturing lambs for a deity. The extent of their abilities depends only on how many extraordinary souls they have devoured. Anderson's expression froze for a moment, then he shrugged and sighed. All right, that's indeed very powerful. It's a pity there are no shepherds at sea to contend with me for the title of strongest hunter, otherwise I'd be happy to give it to him. What about the marionettist and the traveler? What kind of beyonder abilities do they possess? Chapter 488, KWM Chapter 486 Suggestions. A gust of wind suddenly swept across the sea, and Klein slightly lowered his head, pressing down on his semi-tall silk top hat, then spoke in a deep voice. A marionettist possesses beyonder abilities that are the most difficult to decipher below the demigod level. A traveler can come and go freely, wander the spirit world at will, and even record and store beyonder abilities he has seen, using them when needed, including abilities at the demigod level. When you two put it that way, I suddenly feel like the Hunter Pathway's abilities are rather ordinary, Anderson said, twitching his mouth, somewhat speechless. You're getting off topic, Leyton reminded him. Didn't you bring up this topic? Klein silently grumbled in his heart, then looked at Anderson, waiting for him to tell his story. Anderson's expression showed a hint of helplessness, and he sighed, letting his hands fall naturally to his sides. This sea area is very dangerous, but it also hides many treasures. Many treasure hunters have entered here in the past, seeking adventure. Although most of them didn't make it out alive, there are always some lucky ones who manage to acquire items and materials and leave smoothly. Klein subconsciously glanced at Leyton, then quickly withdrew his gaze. Anderson looked around, then sat down on the beach with a decisive movement, crossing his legs, and continued. This treasure hunting group was assembled by two former lucky individuals. They claimed to have figured out which ruins in the first half of the safe route couldn't be explored and which could be attempted. I've always been curious about this place, and I was successfully persuaded by them to join this treasure hunting group. And then? Klein asked, looking at the strongest hunter who showed no vigilance towards them. Anderson paused, then sighed and continued. At first, our exploration went very smoothly, truly very smoothly. We avoided dangers, obtained many clothes from previous explorers, and hunted some monsters, gaining several materials. Perhaps it was too smooth at the beginning, which led to the sudden and unexpected danger later. We discovered a temple on a submerged island. There were many well-preserved murals there, which this gentleman has also seen in the dream world. He pointed his chin at the expressionless Klein. Leyton, lying on a beach chair made of starlight, said without any change in tone. You touched a mural left by Ouroboros, and then you started to become unlucky. Yet, you, the unluckiest fellow, lived the longest. Although he made no movements, his eyes were very deep, seemingly covered by a faint, vast whiteness. Through Anderson's narration, he was making certain prophecies, allowing the events they had truly experienced to reappear in his mind. Who is Ouroboros? Anderson looked up in astonishment, his face showing shock, helplessness, and a fleeting excitement. Then he repeatedly waved his hands to defend himself. No, I didn't touch that mural. As a treasure hunter, I wouldn't be that careless. I was the first to reach that mural at the time. I just extended my hand and habitually sketched various lines in the air. Really, I didn't directly touch it, at least 5 centimeters away. Who knew that could also cause an accident? The angel in that mural seemed to open its eyes at that moment, and I guess that's when I started getting unlucky. That doesn't sound innocent at all. Klein silently scoffed in his heart, devoid of sympathy. Slightly adjusting his expression, he said calmly. The angel on the mural is the tail devourer, Ouroboros. He is an angel of fate of the fate pathway. An angel of fate? Anderson asked, puzzled, and seeing that no one was going to explain further, he just laughed twice and continued. Then the treasure hunting group all gathered in front of the mural. Most of them were scared by my description, believing that we shouldn't continue exploring the temple, but the remaining 1/3 craved more treasure, so they continued deeper into the temple. I and the remaining 2/3 of the people waited for a whole day, going through 3 alternations of noon and night, but they never returned. We are all excellent treasure hunters, and we knew that those who continued deeper into the exploration must have met with an accident. After a brief confirmation, we directly left the temple, as our gains were already quite substantial, and there was no need to risk further. None of the 3, Leyton, Klein, or Katlia, commented. Seeing this, Anderson showed no particular expression, merely sighed to himself. After leaving the temple, we discovered some abnormalities in ourselves. On one hand, we became very unlucky, nothing went smoothly no matter what we did. On the other hand, we gained control over ourselves in the dream world, no longer being muddled, knowing something but unable to act. Because of this, the remaining portion of our companions, another 1/3 of the original number, chose to curiously explore deeper into the dream world. They never came back. Katlia, who had been quietly listening, asked curiously, what about their bodies in the real world? Anderson took a deep breath, his expression visibly stiff, and said. They mutated into monsters and killed quite a few of the remaining companions. Although we successfully eliminated those monsters, due to losing too many sailors and encountering a series of unlucky events, we couldn't reach this island before the storm arrived. Our ship sank, and our gains sank with it. The few remaining companions either drowned, were struck by lightning, or were devoured by monsters in the water. Only I, being relatively stronger than them and a bit luckier, was thrown by the waves after the shipwreck and successfully swam to this island. As for later, I tried to make a dugout canoe, but I broke my last axe, and it reflected in the dream, which you saw. Anderson's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked up at the expressionless Klein. This guy is really unlucky. No, it should be that this entire treasure hunting group is very unlucky. Klein lowered his eyes, drawing a crimson moon for them in his heart. After recounting his experiences in the sea area, Anderson smiled at Admiral of Stars Katlia and Leyton, who was leisurely lying on a beach chair made of starlight. Do I have the honor of boarding the future? I will pay for the fare. He looked as if he would accept any price. Katlia turned her head to look at Leyton, who was lying nearby enjoying the sunshine and sea breeze, seemingly asking him if he wanted to agree. He has no problems, apart from the bad luck given by Ouroboros, Leyton said calmly, implying that she was the captain, and whether to let him board was her decision. Katlia nodded thoughtfully, not speaking immediately. Are you mystery priors all this confident? You don't even need divination, you can just get a conclusion by looking. Or can your eyes replace the divination process? Klein inferred from their expressions and words that they were inclined to let the strongest hunter board the ship. Seeing Katlia still somewhat hesitant, Anderson seemed a bit eager to add. I am very familiar with the upcoming route and can help you avoid most of the dangers on the safe route. I can tell you which ruins can no longer be explored, and also, how to timely evade the Song of the Mermaids. The Song of the Mermaids? Klein almost couldn't control his expression. He had been searching for mermaids for so long, and he didn't expect this unlucky Anderson to have a clue. Anderson suddenly understood something, glanced at Klein, and said with a light chuckle. Yes, sailing one more day from here, I mean one day in the outside world, past a ruin, at. He didn't finish his sentence, just smiled at Klein, his meaning very clear. Klein thought for a moment, then, following his habit, took out a gold coin and performed a simple divination to confirm that Anderson had no ill intentions. Even if he has ill intentions, it won't affect the future. His bad luck is more effective than any malice. Leyton reminded him calmly. Makes sense. Klein nodded in agreement in his heart, and tossed the gold coin in his hand again for another divination. It wasn't until Klein completed 2 divinations that Anderson spread his hand somewhat helplessly and said, Excuse me, can I board the future and leave this godforsaken place with you? Katlia glanced at the gold coin Klein held in his hand, then turned her head to Anderson and nodded. I can agree to your request, but once we leave this sea area, you must share half of your items with me. If you have nothing, then I will take nothing. Deal. Anderson agreed to Katlia's condition with almost no hesitation. After finding a way to leave this sea area, he visibly relaxed a lot, and said in a joking tone. I must remind you that although my bad luck is limited to myself, you still need to be careful. The way bad luck takes effect can also be by attracting monsters, but the monsters attracted by my bad luck shouldn't be too much trouble for a saint. At this point, he paused, his gaze falling on Leyton, and his expression became serious as he said. I wonder if this gentleman has a way to resolve the bad luck on me. If so, what price do I need to pay? Leyton looked at Anderson with deep eyes, and chuckled. It can be said yes, and it can be said no. I am not a demigod of the fate pathway, nor do I carry corresponding mystical items. If you are willing to remain in this unlucky state and wait for a not-so-short period, I can indeed remove the bad luck from you. How long is not-so-short period? Anderson pressed. Leyton said expressionlessly. Perhaps half a year, or maybe even longer. Are there any other ways? Anderson asked in a deep voice, lowering his head. In this state of bad luck, let alone half a year or a year, even just a month, he felt it would be hard to survive. Leyton sat up from the beach chair made of starlight, and said with a slight curve of his lips. Pray to beings who wield the authority of fate. If they are in a good mood, they might help you remove the bad luck from you. For example, the angel of fate Ouroboros whom you saw in the mural, or the president of the Fate Council, who is also an angel of this pathway, or perhaps, the empress of misfortune and horror, the shadow that roams across fate, who is a refined monocle, and also the king of yellow and black who holds good luck. These are all beings I can contact. For the sake of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, even though you are a failing student, I will give you some assistance as appropriate. Of course, it won't be free. Anderson was stunned for a moment, his expression constantly changing, as if to show the complexity of his feelings at the moment. Klein turned his head to look at Leyton, his thoughts couldn't help but wander. A refined monocle, that must be Amon. He even knows his honorific name, truly someone who stole from the Cathedral of Waves together. Speaking of which, these beings who hold authority in the domain of fate seem to have intersected with me more or less. Is it a coincidence? Anderson quickly composed himself, looked at Leyton with a complex expression, and defended himself. I just failed the exam, I'm far from being a complete failure. Otherwise, I wouldn't have become the famous, strongest hunter, of the 5 seas at such a young age. You are from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Why don't I remember seeing you? To become a demigod at this age, you should be like Edwina, one of those who are highly regarded among the students. As soon as his words fell, the entire island suddenly shook, and rolling dust billowed out from the primeval forest deep within the island. Monsters aren't coming out already, are they? Anderson subconsciously opened his mouth, staring intently in the direction where the dust was rising. Chapter 489, KWM Chapter 487, Misfortune. The ground trembled slightly, causing the sand on the beach to shake continuously. Soon, a figure nearly 3 meters tall appeared from the edge of the primeval forest on the island. It was entirely grayish-white, seemingly composed of a single giant rock, with a pitted face, lacking distinct organs like eyes, mouth, and ears. A stone giant. Its core is the main ingredient for a Sequence 5 Guardian potion. It possesses extremely high defense, Katlia whispered, providing information about the monster. Although Klein and Anderson had no knowledge of this monster, it did not prevent them from staring at it with serious expressions. Katlia turned her body, took a few steps closer to the future, half-raised her right hand, and magnified her voice, shouting. Aim. Upon receiving Katlia's command, the pirates on duty immediately adjusted the aiming of dozens of cannons on the port side, directing them all towards the heavily approaching stone giant. Boom. 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 Shells flew out, and around the stone giant, dust instantly rose, obscuring the surrounding area. Amidst the swirling flames, fragments splattered, as if capable of destroying everything. Thud, thud, the tall grayish-white figure rushed out of the smoke-filled area. The previous round of cannon fire had only dislodged some of the surface stones. Anderson looked at this scene with a click of his tongue, saying with a hint of mockery. This defense is too strong, isn't it? If it were those guardians from the giant pathway, would they be completely unharmed after this round of cannon fire? No wonder the official forces in the Gargas archipelago don't even have a stationed demigod. Beyonders below demigod level would find it difficult to even break through the defenses of those big guys. Leyton, who was sitting on the beach chair, stood up. He made a grasping motion in midair with his right hand, and in a moment, a spear of ancient design materialized, burning with clusters and specks of blood-red light from its tip to its hilt. The dark red spear flew out the moment it solidified, leaving a slowly dissipating streaking light in the air, piercing directly through the stone giant's core. The dark red spear left a bowl-sized hole in the stone giant's core, instantly penetrating its body and falling into the primeval forest behind it. Boom. A huge explosion sounded, stirring up mud and debris, and dark red flames erupted, incinerating all the stirred-up dust and trees. All of this happened in an instant. The stone giant's body seemed to have not reacted yet, continuing to move its steps forward. As soon as it lowered its right leg, its body toppled down, causing a slight tremor on the ground. Its heavy body stiffened in place, and cracking sounds continuously came from within its body. In a few seconds, a 3-meter-tall stone giant collapsed into a pile of rubble. Anderson turned his head in surprise and looked at Leyton, saying, "You can also see its weak point." "A mystery prior's eyes are more effective," Leyton replied in an unhurried tone. Klein looked at the stone giant that had fallen and turned into rubble, as well as the exaggerated crater left in the exploded primeval forest behind it, his mouth twitching slightly. It felt like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. This stone giant died quite honorably. So, since it was so easy to deal with this stone giant, what was the previous round of cannon fire for? Anderson spoke as he approached the stone giant's corpse. "This isn't a true monster, there's no gain," Leyton explained calmly why he didn't deal with the monster at the very beginning. Anderson's steps towards the monster's corpse suddenly stopped. He stared unblinkingly at the rubble in front of him, watching them disappear at a visible speed. As expected of someone plagued by bad luck, even the monsters he attracts are fake, leaving no gain at all. Klein couldn't help but complain inwardly, giving up the idea of using the unlucky Anderson as bait to attract monsters for hunting. Attracting such fake monsters was a complete waste of effort. Anderson slumped back with his shoulders drooping, muttering incessantly. "The biggest problem in this sea area is this: not every monster can provide wealth, it might just be a wasted effort. That's why the spectator pathway is the most annoying." Leyton sighed softly, then lay back down on the beach chair formed by starlight. "Why spectator? Are these fake monsters related to the spectator pathway?" Anderson, making himself at home, moved closer and sat cross-legged on the beach beside Leyton. Leyton glanced sideways at Anderson, who was close to him, and said in a calm voice, "So why didn't you focus on your studies back then? If you had enough wilderness survival knowledge, you wouldn't have triggered the power left by Ouroboros on the murals, and you wouldn't be unaware of the abilities possessed by the deity of the spectator pathway." Anderson's mouth twitched as he lowered his head, then sighed and changed the subject. "Those beings you just mentioned who control partial authority over fate, how can I gain their help? Offer faith. Or offer my soul?" Klein looked at Anderson with a complex expression. "The goddess certainly wouldn't bother with a temporary convert like you. Ouroboros and Will-Septon are still in a stalemate, so they probably don't have the time or inclination to bother with you. As for the fool, sorry, I'm just a Sequence 6 faceless, and Mr. Fool can't do anything. Only Amon might respond to prayers out of curiosity. He doesn't ask for much, just everything you have." Perhaps Klein's gaze was too obvious. Anderson looked back suspiciously. He felt that this person, whose name he didn't know, looked at him with some pity. After his thoughts churned for a while, Anderson returned to his cheerful demeanor, his gaze lingering on Leyton and Klein for a moment before saying, "How do I address you?" "Al Tynes." "Gehrman Sparrow." Leyton and Klein successively gave fake names in a calm tone. Anderson was startled at first, but quickly returned to normal. He turned to Leyton and said with a smile, "I've heard of you, mainly from the Church of the Lord of Storm's wanted list. Rumor has it on the sea that you have a good relationship with Vice Admiral Iceberg. Edwina and I were classmates before." Klein watched Anderson trying to strike up a conversation with Leyton, various thoughts floating through his mind. Classmate of Vice Admiral Iceberg, although he didn't join the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, from AL's tone, he still maintains contact with the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Speaking of which, could he have been eliminated because he failed an exam? That's very Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, judging people by their intelligence. Katlia also turned her gaze to Anderson. A secret agent of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom on the sea. Perhaps many treasure hunters are connected to the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, hunters pursuing treasure and scholars pursuing knowledge. Ignoring Klein and Katlia's scrutinizing gazes, Anderson chuckled and turned to Klein, saying, "Gehrman Sparrow, a bounty hunter who has recently risen on the sea. In just a few months, he has hunted down many pirates, including some powerful great pirates. The most legendary feat is almost hunting down Vice Admiral Ailment, earning him the title of the craziest hunter. If it weren't for the continuous natural disasters in the Worsted Archipelago, I would have planned to go find you for a drink, but unfortunately, the Church of the Lord of Storms has almost driven away all the pirates there." "We've met now," Klein nodded, responding in a calm voice. The few of them chatted briefly, then rested on the beach, where Leyton had partially blocked the sunlight with starlight. Until the pirates' relaxation time ended, the future quickly set sail again, heading deeper into this ocean. Anderson, as a hunter, roamed around the ship and quickly blended in with the pirates on the future. Leyton leaned against the ship's railing, his gaze sweeping over Anderson, who was sitting in the shadows of the cabin drinking with a few pirates. The corners of his mouth curved slightly. As expected of the unlucky Anderson, he directly chose the liquor that Frank had spiked. Klein, who had been observing the situation on the deck and looking for traces of mermaids, walked closer. Seeing that there was no one else around, he no longer maintained his Gehrman Sparrow persona. "Anyway, my faceless potion has already been digested. When I don't need to act, I can detach from the role, which is more beneficial for my mental state." As thoughts floated, Klein leaned one hand on the ship's railing, and with a strong leap of his toes, sat side by side with Leyton on the railing. He asked with some concern in his voice, "Is there something wrong with your state? Ever since we encountered that golden chariot last time, you've become much colder. Although you usually don't show much change, in the eyes of a faceless, these are very obvious abnormalities." Leyton chuckled and nodded, then shook his head, saying, "Borrowing high-level power that doesn't belong to oneself will inevitably be influenced by the power's owner. It's not too significant an influence, I just need to slowly adjust my psychological state, and I'll recover in less than 2 months." As he spoke, he extended his right hand forward, taking out a playing card from the shadow behind him. He gently tapped the card twice with his right index finger, and a faint blue stardust fell, causing some ineffable changes to the card instantly. Leyton handed the card to Klein, saying, "You can take a look, or go to the gray fog and play a dress-up game." "Dress-up game? Am I a character you're leveling in your game inventory?" Klein complained as he reached out and took the card. His first glance noticed the ancient Faceac words in the upper right corner of the card, Sequence 0, Hermit. The front of the card depicted an elderly Roselle with white hair and beard, wearing a tattered robe, holding a lantern in one hand and a staff in the other. Klein examined the card in his hand and couldn't help but exclaim. "After seeing the Black Emperor card, and then the Hermit card, I suddenly feel like the Emperor has fallen on hard times." Leyton twitched the corner of his mouth, then said thoughtfully, "If I use this card to create a paper figurine clone, wouldn't the fool gain a lantern angel by his side?" "Lantern angel?" Klein tilted his head slightly, thought for a moment, then said, "Can using this card to leverage the power of the gray fog clear away the bad luck from the unlucky Anderson?" Leyton shook his head slightly. "No, the authority of fate in the Hermit pathway is mainly reflected in areas like observation and foresight, and does not possess the ability to directly interfere with fate. If you had the Error or the Fool card, you could use the corresponding high sequence abilities of those pathways through mystical connections to solve Anderson's problem of being plagued by bad luck. Then which existence do you plan to have Anderson seek to resolve his problem?" Klein asked with some curiosity. No sooner had the words fallen than the originally sunny midday instantly darkened. A deep, tranquil night enveloped the entire sea area. The future was also instantly covered in a layer of starlight, illuminating the passages to various places, and Katlia's voice spread throughout the ship. "Everyone, return to your rooms immediately, or find a corner and enter a state of sleep." Chapter 490, KWM Chapter 488. Do you want to hear the story of my lord? In the dream world, when Leyton's consciousness fully awakened, he found himself once again on the cliff in front of the Black Monastery. He expressionlessly gazed at the giant king's court, enveloped in a solidified twilight, and after a moment of silence, he turned and walked towards the Black Monastery. This time, he intended to visit the dream from before the ancient sun god's fall. Katlia was still sitting on the boulder with her knees hugged, her eyes somewhat hazy and not fully awake. As Leyton passed by her, she suddenly spoke. "Do you know where she is now?" With a sudden, contextless question, Leyton hesitated and stopped, turning to look at Katlia, who was sitting with her knees hugged. After confirming she was speaking to him, he asked. "On the ship? Or in the dream?" "If she's on the ship, she should be in a cabin on the 3rd deck, the 5th room from the right of the stairs. If it's in the dream, I don't know, I haven't seen her in this dream world." After a brief pause, he continued. "She is already an angel, she can clearly sense the connection between you two, and your feelings for her. Until the issues with Roselle and Bornova are resolved, you are her most stable anchor." "I am her most stable anchor." Katlia repeated Leyton's last sentence in a daze, then buried her head deep into her arms, appearing to refuse further communication. Leyton shrugged, said no more, and turned to walk into the Black Monastery. As soon as he pushed open the main door, he saw the crew members of the future, in a somewhat strange state. Odilov, the chief mate, seemed to be in self-isolation, and Nina was quietly drinking on the side. Walking a bit further in, he saw Frank burying himself in the dirt. "What are you doing? Trying to reproduce asexually by yourself?" Leyton couldn't resist his curiosity and approached to ask. Frank was not very lucid. He sat in the pit he had dug, burying himself with dirt, and spoke in a dreamlike murmur. "No, I am just an ordinary druid, I cannot bury myself in the dirt for asexual reproduction. This must be done in a laboratory. My research has hit a wall. I want to bury myself in the dirt to listen more deeply to the voice of the earth and comprehend the Earth Mother's philosophy." Leyton's mouth twitched slightly, and he remarked with a hint of emotion, "Your method of seeking inspiration is truly unique." Shaking his head, Leyton continued forward, passing pirates scattered about doing all sorts of absurd things, passing Heath curled up in a ball in a shadowy corner, and Pace lying flat among dried fish. He pushed open the door leading deeper into the monastery. After walking some distance, he seemed to have left the building where the Future's crew was located and entered a temple-like area, where he saw Anderson hesitating at the door leading deeper into the temple. Sensing someone entering the temple, Anderson instinctively turned sideways in alert. Seeing it was Leyton, he visibly relaxed, chuckling as he said, "You startled me. I thought I was unlucky enough to encounter a monster again. You can indeed move freely in this dream world. But do you know what's going on with Gehrman Sparrow? Logically, he should return to the same place in the dream where he left last time, but he didn't come back here this time." "He is a blessed," Leyton replied calmly. Anderson said with surprise. "A blessed? That cold and crazy-looking guy is a blessed. Which great existence as blessed is he? The taste in choosing followers is truly unfathomable. An existence that can resolve your persistent bad luck," Leyton interrupted Anderson's somewhat verbose words, walking to his side. "Ah." Anderson's words were cut off. He turned his head away somewhat unhappily, changing the subject. "Aren't you interested in the murals here? They were left by the Angel of Fate, Ouroboros, whom you mentioned. I've already activated the characteristics within, so anyone who touches it afterward won't be unlucky anymore." Leyton glanced at the mural on the right wall, then quickly withdrew his gaze. The things that interested him on it had already disappeared. After a brief silence, he turned his head to Anderson and said, "Not interested, the power left by Ouroboros has dissipated. Are you still struggling with whether to pray to a great existence who controls the authority of fate?" Anderson hesitated and said, Besides praying to a great existence, are there other ways? Or, which one is favoring Gehrman Sparrow?" Leyton's gaze calmly looked into the depths of the temple, with deep blue light flowing in his eyes. He saw Bernadette's figure deeper within the temple. Further in should be the ancient sun god's final dream before his fall. He mused internally, then withdrew his gaze and answered Anderson's previous question. A demigod of the fate pathway, angels of the marauder, seer, and sleepless pathways, they also have the ability to resolve your bad luck. As for Gehrman Sparrow, he believes in the fool. If you're interested, you can recite his honorific name. After the Aurora Order's previous publicity, you should be familiar with his honorific name. Or, would you like to hear the story of my lord? He is the truth we eternally pursue, the light that guides us forward, the symbol of experience and knowledge. Anderson's expression, which had been nonchalant at first, suddenly changed, and he instinctively widened the distance between himself and Leyton. He looked at Leyton warily and said, "This doesn't sound like a description of the God of knowledge and wisdom. Aren't you from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom? Have you abandoned the Church in your faith?" Leyton gently shook his head and said, No. I just took on a position in the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. More work means more pay, doesn't it? My Lord and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom are hidden allies. This is also something allowed by both sides. So, are you interested in listening? Anderson was silent for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. Anyway, there's nothing else to do in the dream. If you're willing to tell, I'd be happy to listen. Leyton nodded, a slight curve to his lips. My Lord is the guide for people seeking truth, and also truth itself. He is wise yet compassionate, capable of embracing all of us, and illuminates the path for the lost day after day. He advocates seeking truth in silence and solitude, experiencing the meaning of existence and comprehending the vicissitudes of life while wandering between day and night, black and white, justice and evil, adhering to oneself, and believing in wisdom and truth. He tells us not to stubbornly cling to justice and truth, nor to blindly deny evil. Everything exists for a reason. Similarly, faith in my Lord is inclusive. He does not exclude believers from also believing in other deities while believing in him, nor does he care about the sincerity of faith. As long as one walks on the correct pathway, one is recognized by him. In our understanding, he is the embodiment of knowledge, the brilliance of civilization, the ultimate answer to all mysteries. Anderson's expression went from initial nonchalance to gradual seriousness, and he began to actively consider the overlaps and conflicts between these doctrines and his own beliefs. Taking a deep breath, he said with a serious expression, "This doesn't conflict with some of my views. If it's truly as you say, I don't mind believing in one more deity, or changing my faith. Anyway, my faith isn't very devout. As long as there's no studying and no exams, that's very important. Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder." Looking at Anderson's serious gaze, Leyton couldn't help but sigh inwardly, then curved his lips and said, "There are many ways to acquire knowledge, just like when you explore for treasure at sea, you come into contact with many people and many things, naturally enriching your own insights." Exactly, that's it. It's a pity those stubborn guys in the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom can't understand these principles. Anderson nodded in agreement, very familiarly reaching out to put his arm around Leyton's shoulder. "I plan to go deeper into the temple." As he spoke, Leyton took 2 steps forward, subtly shaking off Anderson's hand from his shoulder. Anderson's expression didn't change, and he naturally put his hands in his pockets, saying, "I'm going too. I've always been very curious about the depths of this temple. High risk means high reward, and with a demigod accompanying us, I think our chances of success are very high." You greatly underestimate your own bad luck, Leyton thought to himself, but he still nodded and walked into the depths of the temple at a steady pace. Anderson quickened his steps, catching up with Leyton and walking parallel to him. After about a quarter of an hour, there was no longer any passage ahead, only a heavy, pitch-black door fixed to the wall. "There's no path left, and we haven't found any forks along the way. Did everyone from my previous treasure hunting team who explored ahead go inside? Should we go in?" Anderson folded his arms across his chest, analyzed for a moment, then turned his head to ask. Leyton shook his head and said, "The dream behind this door is very dangerous. It's enough to overturn the entire dream world. Even if the beings trapped in the dream don't die from it, they will be forced to wake up and face the night of this sea area." Anderson quickly waved his hand and said, "I was just joking. Since there's nothing worth exploring here, where do we go next?" Leyton gazed intently at the pitch-black wooden door in front of him, his vision seemingly piercing through the obstruction to see the dream world on the other side of the door. A moment later, he solemnly withdrew his gaze and said, "It's too late." "What's too late?" Anderson asked in surprise. As soon as his voice fell, the surrounding light suddenly brightened, and everything became a brilliant white. Sitting on the deck, leaning against the ship's rail, Leyton awoke in the warm midday Sunday. He instinctively turned his head and met Klein's gaze, who was sitting beside him. "Where did you go?" Leyton asked curiously. Leo Master, who should have been trapped here, had already been taken away by Sassurer, so Klein should no longer appear in the dream where the other party was. Klein rested his head against the ship's rail and thought for a moment before saying, "It should be the underground of that black monastery. There's a very eerie full-length mirror there that can replicate an almost identical version of oneself. Because the battle was too intense, I passively woke up. In the interval of falling back asleep, I vaguely saw a mist covering the sea. In the mist, there was a very ancient-looking, black-spired church without a bell tower, with black crows circling around it, as if mourning or commemorating something. There were also many buildings around the church, and figures of pedestrians on the streets. It seemed to be an exceptionally ancient city." Leyton nodded slightly, not too surprised. "That's the nation of the Evernight, a place hidden by the Evernight goddess. It should be a special reaction caused by the residual aura of the Evernight goddess in the sea area and the favor she left on you." "Favor." Klein chewed on the word. Leyton stood up from the deck, leaned against the ship's rail, and while enjoying the sunlight and sea breeze, he mused. She is the Empress of Misfortune and Horror, and she has a strong connection with the demonic wolf. You don't think she hasn't noticed you, do you? Do you want to guess why, after the Backlund Great Smog incident, the Church of the Evernight Goddess didn't pursue the issues with Sherlock Moriarty? Was it because you disguised yourself too well and they didn't notice at all, or was it suppressed? Chapter 491, KWM Chapter 489, Milk-Producing Future. After exchanging a few words with Klein, Leyton got up and walked towards the cabin, intending to ask Bernadette about the dream behind the door deep within the temple. As soon as he stepped out of the stairwell, he saw Katlia hesitating at the door, her right hand raised but not yet knocking. She seemed to be still deciding whether to knock. Noticing footsteps from the stairwell behind her, she turned back in surprise, and seeing that it was Leyton, she seemed to relax, then turned her gaze away. When Leyton approached, he met her gaze, then stepped past her and raised his hand to knock on the door. Thump. Thump. The knocking sounded, but there was no response from inside the room. Katlia looked at the unresponsive room in front of her, her expression slightly crestfallen. After a brief pause, she asked, "Why are you here?" "There are some things I wish to inquire about." As he spoke, Leyton had already reached out and distorted the doorknob. Click. The door was pushed open directly. Leyton stepped aside, indicating that they could enter. Katlia stood at the doorway, looking inside. Apart from some idle fishing nets, harpoons, canvas, and other tools, there was nothing else in the room, and no one standing by the window. Seeing that Katlia made no move, Leyton stepped into the room first, saying, "In my homeland, not speaking generally means tacit consent." "Tacit consent?" Katlia murmured, and followed him into the room. Thick, green vines suddenly descended from above their heads, covering the surrounding area like a downpour. They intertwined and rapidly formed a forest, layer upon layer, with no end in sight. In the center of the verdant forest, Bernadette, dressed in an olive-green long dress and an old-fashioned black soft hat with a fine mesh veil covering her face, sat quietly at a desk. To her right was an open book. She looked at Leyton and Katlia with interest, and said with a hint of doubt in her tone, "In Fainapotter, does not speaking mean tacit consent?" "No, that's just a custom of a small place," Leyton explained with a somewhat awkward smile. Bernadette didn't dwell on the question, her gaze fell on Leyton, and she said in a calm tone, "Your mental state has recovered very well, better than I expected. You seem to have already prepared a certain number of anchors for yourself. Just some necessary preparations." Leyton admitted the question frankly. After a brief pause, he continued, "I want to ask you about the dream left by the ancient sun god deep within that temple." Bernadette didn't seem surprised by Leyton's question. She nodded calmly, then asked, "Are you looking for a way to enter the forsaken land of the gods? What attracts you there? Or rather, what attracts the hidden sage there? With the help of the seals left by the seven gods, that place can cut off the hidden sage's connection with me, ensuring that I won't be assimilated by him the moment I advance." Leyton briefly stated his intentions, but also held back some information. Bernadette nodded gently, fell silent for a moment as if thinking, and then said, "The ritual for advancing to sage is essentially about establishing a connection with information in the spirit world that has distinct imprints, is of a very high level, and is exceptionally solid. This ensures that one's own consciousness won't be dispersed by other information for a short period, helping the advancer to initially stabilize their consciousness and gradually gather the scattered and diluted main information torrent. The true creator is isolated in the forsaken land of the gods. He can fulfill the ritual requirements, but as a true god who presides over the fallen domain, you need to be careful not to be influenced by him." Leyton nodded gravely and seriously. He did not explain that his advancement did not require the aid of a ritual, as this would cause unnecessary suspicion in the other party. After asking Bernadette about the ancient sun god's dream before his fall, he bade her farewell and was sent away from the forest woven from countless pea vines by Bernadette. After Leyton's figure disappeared, the emotions hidden in Katlia's eyes finally showed. She looked at Bernadette, who was sitting opposite her, with a complex expression, pressing her lips together. She had originally wanted to say, "You were clearly on the ship, why didn't you show yourself?" but what came out was, "When we encountered the death announcer, did you make a move?" Bernadette nodded gently and said, "Yes, you handled the matters on the ship very well, so I didn't need to show myself to help." But Katlia opened her mouth, but then didn't know what to say. On the other side, on the deck of the Future, as soon as Leyton walked out of the cabin, he saw Frank squatting nearby, his expression a mix of shock and bewilderment. Following his gaze, Leyton looked at the deck of the Future. As Frank tapped, the gaps between the deck boards suddenly widened, and a milky white liquid sprayed out, splashing Frank's face. Frank subconsciously licked the liquid that had gotten on the corner of his mouth. His expression changed from bewilderment to surprise, and he couldn't help but shout loudly, "The Future is producing milk. It's producing milk." His voice attracted the attention of the surrounding pirates. Everyone looked over in surprise, their expressions becoming strange and fearful. At the same time, the rows of cannons clamped on both sides of the ship's hull also changed. Milky white liquid flowed out of the muzzles, which should have been firing cannonballs, and poured directly into the sea below. The pirates at the edge of the hull quickly noticed these changes. They pointed in horror at the position of the cannons below and said, the muzzles are also spitting milk. Fortunately, the future isn't a ghost ship, otherwise Frank would have been thrown overboard, right? Leyton's mouth twitched slightly, and deep blue radiance flowed in his eyes. His gaze swept back and forth across the future. Noticing the changes on the ship, Klein, who had rushed over, looked at Frank with a serious expression and asked, after the future is infected, will they then infect the people on the ship? Frank thought seriously for a moment and said, theoretically, yes. Thump. Before he could finish his sentence, he was suddenly kicked aside by a figure who rushed over, tumbling several times across the deck, leaving behind puddles of white milk. Nina, wearing a linen shirt and a dark blue jacket, glared angrily at Frank, her chest heaving from the intense movement. Without giving Frank time to react, as soon as she stood steady, she cursed angrily. What the hell are you researching? Do you think my chest isn't big enough? Hurry up and deal with them. All right. Frank patted his backside and stood up from the deck. He took out a bottle of dark green powder from his pregnant and grabbed a large handful, chanting a Jotun incantation while sprinkling the powder around. Waita, before Leyton could finish his sentence, Frank had already completed the casting motion. As soon as the dark green powder touched the deck, it immediately sprouted greenish-blue vines. These vines grew wildly, quickly absorbing the milk on the future and the things that produced the milk. Frank was about to say that the problem was solved, but his face suddenly turned very ugly, and he shouted somewhat urgently, they've mutated too. As if receiving ample nourishment, the greenish-blue vines quickly wrapped around the entire future. In just a few seconds, the future turned into a moving forest of greenish-blue. Leyton sighed slightly, and warned in a serious tone. This sea area is filled with the residual aura of the Earth Mother. Do not use Beyonder abilities from the Earth domain here, they will all undergo uncontrollable mutations. Hearing Leyton's words, Frank's eyes lit up, then he clasped his hands together, making a gesture of holding a baby, and said, Praise be to you, merciful Mother. Then he bent down and devoutly kissed the vines on the light deck. You truly are devout. Anderson, who witnessed this scene from the side, exclaimed with a twitching mouth. At this moment, a sailor staggered over, covering his head in horror and shouting. I grew a watermelon on my head. Boom. A huge slapping sound rang out, and the entire future shook twice, as if some giant object was attacking the ship's hull. The staggering sailor lost his balance and fell onto the deck. The watermelon that had grown on his head instantly shattered, revealing a milky white brain full of grooves inside, and scarlet liquid like blood flowed out of the watermelon. The sailor's body instantly stiffened, losing all signs of life. The Beyonder characteristic on his body also rapidly precipitated at this moment and began to condense. Boom. Boom. Two more loud bangs, and another huge gray-black arm stretched out from the sea. Two arms from different directions slapped the future, trying to drag the future into the sea. On the deck, Leyton slightly raised his right hand, and one star after another emerged around him, densely packed and dazzling. These stars scattered rays of light, converging into a magnificent pillar of light that enveloped everything around them. The greenish-blue vines entangling the future were quickly dissolved by the starlight, collapsing and dissipating. The two huge gray-black arms hissed under the starlight, and a mixed smell of decay and burning spread with the faint black smoke. The entire future suddenly became transparent, then illusory, turning into a pile of foam. These bubbles, under the midday sun, reflected dreamy colors, drifting everywhere and vanishing in an instant. The huge gray-black palms grabbed at empty space. With the disappearance of the future, the massive shadow that had been hidden beneath the sea surface also revealed its true appearance. It was a monster composed of countless wriggling flesh and shadows, as if patched together from countless grayish-black corpses. Two withered arms like dry wood seemed to belong to a giant, but the body behind them had a scaly fish body, a lizard-like remnant torso, and distorted human corpses. They were piled up in layers, haphazardly forming a floating island of flesh. From the seams where different corpses were joined, streams of yellowish-green gas spewed out, spreading outwards, seemingly intending to envelop the surrounding area. On the other side, the future, which had just been taken a certain distance away by Leyton, was quickly caught up by these yellowish-green gases. Cough. Cough, cough. The sailors who remained on the deck immediately started coughing, coughing more and more violently, unable even to straighten their backs. Whoosh. The hazy cosmos rubbed against the air as if it were solid, stirring up a brilliant storm that quickly dispersed and purified the yellowish-green gas approaching the future. As the yellowish-green gas in the air dissipated, everyone on the deck once again clearly saw the huge, gray-black monster made of pieced-together flesh approaching them. Dense strands of hair suddenly grew between the monster's corpses. The hair was deep black with a hint of dark green, forming a deep black tide that rapidly approached the future. What kind of monster is this? Klein frowned and asked. His spiritual perception felt numbness, extreme poison, madness, decay, countless negative effects from those deep black and greenish hairs. Chapter 492, KWM Chapter 490 Admiral Hell. Leyton stared straight ahead with an expressionless face, deep blue radiance flowing in his eyes, as if he was carefully observing something. After a moment, he stepped forward unhurriedly, as if ascending an invisible staircase. With each step, brilliant starlight solidified beneath his feet, lifting him forward. When he reached a height of about 4 or 5 meters, the gray-black monster, pieced together from countless chunks of flesh, also approached the future from beneath the sea surface. Countless dark, greenish hairs clung to the ship's hull like living things, dragging the future, making it difficult to navigate. The crystal ball in Leyton's right hand suddenly flashed with brilliant starlight, changing from blurry to transparent. A dazzling, indescribably colorful radiance burst forth from the crystal ball in Leyton's hand, surging into the sea and landing on the gigantic gray-black monster. This was a ray from the cosmos, capable of destroying the enemy's physical structure at a corporeal level, and it was difficult to heal. Beneath the sea, a faint grayish-white layer appeared on the giant gray-black monster's pieced-together body, and its body, assembled from countless chunks of flesh, showed signs of chaos and disintegration. Wah wah wah. Extremely high-pitched, hoarse, and piercing sounds emanated from the seabed. These sounds, upon entering one's ears, caused dizziness and a spontaneous irritation, making one uncontrollably desire to tear apart everything around them, including themselves. The pirates on the deck painfully covered their heads, some even rolling on the deck, their foreheads bulging with veins and eyes bloodshot, appearing extremely uncomfortable. Leyton's eyes darkened slightly, and the crystal ball in his right hand once again emitted a burst of light, this time landing on the hairs clinging to the ship's hull. The dark green hairs instantly turned withered and curly, and soon began to break off one by one. Leyton's hands did not stop. He extended his left hand forward, gripping firmly in midair, while the crystal ball in his right hand simultaneously burst forth with a brilliant starlight from within. The sea surface in front of the deck seemed to suddenly flip over, the seawater pouring upwards with a crashing sound. The giant gray-black monster hidden beneath the sea surface was also thrown into the air by an invisible gravitational force, mixed with seawater, tossed 100 meters high. In midair, the invisible pressure from the air suddenly increased. The giant gray-black monster, composed of countless chunks of flesh, was like a balloon being wantonly ravaged, constantly deforming and twisting in the air. Crack! 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 Finally, the monster's body's resilience reached its limit at a certain moment. With a ripping sound, the giant monster shattered into countless fragments, spilling dark red and yellowish-green liquid mixed with a foul, putrid odor from its body. Disgusting liquid, like a mixture of pus and dark red blood, carrying countless tiny chunks of flesh, fell towards the sea surface below. As they fell, those scattered chunks of flesh stretched out their limbs and adjusted their falling direction in midair, surging towards the future's deck in an overwhelming manner. Boom. Boom. Crows burning with crimson flames condensed beside Anderson. Under his control, the flaming crows circled and charged towards the monsters made of falling chunks of flesh, causing continuous explosions. Klein also took out several white tin talismans from his coat pocket at this moment. He casually took out a pre-marked talisman, focused his spirituality, and softly chanted an ancient Hermes word. Storm. A sudden gust of wind formed with a whoosh, howling in all directions, blowing away the yellowish-green and dark red liquid mixed with the falling chunks of flesh, as well as the monsters that had stretched out their limbs. Dots of brilliant starlight spread out from Leyton, quickly covering the entire future. As the starlight surged, the azure starlight gradually took on a golden hue, erupting with brightness like the midday sun. Golden, illusory flames ignited out of thin air all around, emanating the majestic aura of the sun, densely forming a continuous ocean. As the brilliant golden starlight rippled, pure and sacred golden flames stirred up heavy waves in midair, engulfing all the strange chunks of flesh and highly poisonous yellowish-green liquid falling from above. Amidst hoarse and piercing screams, the monsters in the air were burned into drops of liquid, like candles, with wisps of green smoke rising. The dazzling golden flames lasted for nearly half a minute before completely burning away all the monsters formed from the shattered chunks of flesh. Katlia also emerged from the ship's cabin at this moment. On her black classical robe, a golden bird-shaped brooch with a long-tail feather was pinned at some unknown time. With her appearance, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became calm and peaceful, and all panic and tension inexplicably disappeared. On the sea surface not far ahead, a giant sailing ship approached, seemingly sensing the commotion here. The giant sailing ship was predominantly dark, but its dark green, pale main sails had a blooming black tulip pattern. Everyone on the deck noticed the approaching giant sailing ship almost simultaneously. Anderson subconsciously glanced at Leyton and said in a deep voice, "This is Admiral Hell Ludwell's flagship, the Black Tulip. It's a frequent visitor to these waters. The Black Tulip. Just dealt with a sudden situation, and now encountered Admiral Hell again. Isn't this a bit too unlucky?" Klein couldn't help but turn his head to carefully examine Anderson, who was holding a dark short sword. Feeling Klein's gaze, Anderson's mouth twitched, and he feigned composure, saying, "Ludwell is often active in these waters, it's normal for us to encounter him. My bad luck can at most attract monsters like the one just now. If I alone could bring this level of bad luck, our treasure hunting team would have been wiped out at the very beginning." "Did your treasure hunting team last long in bad luck?" Klein pressed, his face serious. Anderson swallowed somewhat, saying, "At least one day, I mean one day in the outside world." Leyton glanced at Klein, whose expression was somewhat eager to try, and Anderson, who was on high alert, and said calmly, "Do you want to hunt him? I can cover you." Anderson was about to nod but quickly stopped himself, saying, "Of course." "Wait, cover you? You're not going to attack?" "If I keep attacking, you won't gain anything," Leyton replied in a flat tone. "True." Anderson shrugged, exchanged glances with Klein, and both saw an eager expression in each other's eyes. Leyton, standing in midair, suddenly looked up at the sky above the future. A nearly transparent eye emerged from there, its pale pupil staring down unblinkingly. The next moment, a pure, bright, yet not dazzling sunlight suddenly erupted. This light, like ripples, flowed towards the illusory, transparent eye in midair. The eye of the spirit world creature, which had been lingering in midair observing below, was instantly enveloped by the light before it could retreat, emitting a scream that pierced the eardrums. Its body emitted a puff of green smoke, then evaporated and disappeared. In the distance, the black tulip sailing speed suddenly slowed. It began to turn its sails, adjusting its course, and sailed towards the side of the future. Anderson looked at the black tulip, which had suddenly changed course, and a hint of disappointment flashed in his heart as he said, "This Admiral Hell doesn't seem to be planning to take advantage of the situation. It seems my luck isn't that bad after all." "Don't talk," Klein said, giving him a speechless glance. Anderson turned his head and made a gesture of sealing his mouth, then walked to the ship's railing, staring unblinkingly at the black tulip in the distance. To the side, 400 or 500 meters away from the future, a captain dressed man also stood on the black tulip's foredeck, quietly looking towards them. He was the only living person on that ship. He wore a tricorn hat embroidered with white skulls and feathers, a complex and ornate brown short coat, and a slender rapier at his waist. His face was covered by a silver-white mask, completely concealing his entire face, leaving only a few holes symbolizing eyes, nose, and mouth. Although his expression couldn't be seen, everyone on the future could sense a hint of tension from his posture. This Admiral Hell seemed even more nervous than they were, fearing that their side might suddenly attack. "What is he afraid of?" Klein turned his head in confusion, looking at Leyton, who had already landed on the deck. The deep blue radiance flowing in his eyes had dissipated, and the crystal ball in his hand was no longer brilliant and transparent, seemingly covered internally by a layer of indistinct mist. "He must have noticed my gaze just now," Leyton simply explained, then walked towards the cabin. Seeing this, Anderson, who had been on alert, also relaxed. He put away the short sword he was holding and looked calmly at the black tulip, which was accelerating away from the sea area, and sighed. "It seems there's no danger. What a pity, I thought I'd have a chance to take off Ludwell's mask and see what kind of face was behind it." Klein gave Anderson a faint glance, swallowed the two words "shut up" that were about to come out, and walked towards the cabin without looking back. Anderson looked around, and seeing no one respond to him, he casually raised his hand and said, "So hard. I'll go drink by myself." Under Catlia's command, the future's crew quickly cleaned up the mess. Leyton, who came out of the dining room, glanced at Anderson, who was lying on his back by the stairs, with a calm expression and restrained aura. The latter seemed to sense the movement beside him and struggled to lift his head, speaking as if in a dream. "Is the wine here problematic?" "Frank added tranquilizers to the drinks on the ship," Leyton replied expressionlessly. Anderson lay silently by the stairs, unable to speak, falling into an unusually calm state, not even wanting to think. Leyton twitched his mouth, stepped over Anderson, and walked towards Catlia's captain's cabin. Thump thump. "Come in, Catlia's cold," calm voice came from inside the captain's cabin. Leyton pushed the door open directly, glanced briefly around the captain's cabin, and then said, "Captain, I plan to leave the future now." Catlia looked at Leyton with some surprise and said, "Leave the future? These waters are very dangerous. Do you have confidence in leaving these waters without a ship?" Leyton nodded gently and said, "My destination is the forsaken land of the gods, and I won't stay in these waters for too long. When I leave, I might still need to trouble you to send a ship to pick me up." "No problem." Catlia nodded gently, without asking further questions. After leaving Catlia's captain's cabin, Leyton successively bid farewell to the other people on the ship, briefly explaining his reasons and plans for leaving the future later. Anderson, who had recovered from his tranquilized state, said with an expression of being cruelly abandoned, "You're leaving the future? Then, what about my bad luck?" Leyton reminded him. I cannot solve the problem of your bad luck. After thinking for a moment, he added, but I can give you a hint. What hint? Anderson immediately asked. Leyton turned his head to look at Klein, who was patrolling the sea at the front of the deck, then withdrew his gaze and chuckled. Choose a belief. You can pray to a great existence for a hint to obtain a method to remove your bad luck, rather than directly asking them to clean up your bad luck. This way, the price to pay won't be too high, falling within a range you can afford. Chapter 493, KWM Chapter 491 The Dream of the Ancient Sun God. Anderson's expression was quite conflicted, and after a long while, he said through gritted teeth, You truly are like a demon who tempts human hearts. Which being do you think I should pray to? Leyton chuckled and said, Try all of them. Choose whoever responds to you. It's just a transaction, and whether you believe or not is your own business. No one will care. Anderson grimaced and said, And then I'll be discovered not to be sincerely praying, and my bad luck will be super doubled. Before he could finish his sentence, the bright sun of noon suddenly vanished, the sky abruptly turned darkness, and another night arrived. The conversation ended there, and both of them returned to their respective rooms, lay on their beds, and quickly fell asleep. In a daze, Leyton's thoughts gradually became clear. When he fully woke up, he was back in the depths of the temple, standing side by side with Anderson in front of that wooden door. Leyton gazed at the wooden door in front of him for a moment, then reached out and turned the doorknob. With a creaking sound, the wooden door opened a crack. The other side of the door was dim and obscure, making it impossible to see clearly. One could only barely discern fragmented specks of light floating in the air, and an extremely mad, extremely distorted aura seeped through the crack. What are you doing? Anderson retreated step by step. Whatever was behind the door gave him an extremely dangerous feeling, as if even a trace of its aura would plunge him into complete madness and loss of control. Leyton turned to look at the wary Anderson behind him and said calmly, I'm going to explore the most dangerous dream here. You can return to the fresco hall first. Oh, and here's a prophecy for you, the most fatal dangers are often hidden in the most ordinary life. What do you mean? Anderson asked, surprised. Leyton chuckled and said, It means that after you leave the sea area and return to the normal world, the price of your bad luck will erupt in a more complex and subtle way. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped into the dream world behind the wooden door. As he entered, the wooden door began to slowly close on its own. Anderson raised his hand forward and murmured, I thought you were going to talk about me drinking fake alcohol on the future and almost turning myself into an idiot. My bad luck will erupt more subtly after leaving the Sea of Ruins. How else can it erupt? Will all the alcohol I drink from now on turn into fake alcohol? After muttering for a while, Anderson turned and returned to the hall filled with magnificent frescoes in the outer part of the temple. Without the company of a demigod, exploring this dream would become extremely dangerous. It was better to stay in the already confirmed safe zone. Behind the wooden door, in the dream left by the ancient sun god before his death. Everything here was chaotic, whether space or time. Pure white light submerged everything. Within this all-consuming pure white, countless surging malicious intentions flowed, sometimes transforming into a blade of pure death, sometimes into the extremely tranquil claws of a demonic wolf, and sometimes into countless fleshy tumors with intertwined limbs. Standing still for 2 seconds, Leyton turned to look behind him. The door he had entered through had disappeared, leaving only an expanse of pure white. The next moment, the surrounding light and shadows violently shook, as if stimulated by something. This nightmare of a dream showed signs of waking up. The already extremely chaotic and mad dream began to disintegrate into fragments. Countless light and shadows flowed, jointly constructing a gigantic light and shadow that seemed capable of supporting heaven and earth. There was no sound around, yet hot blood gushed from Leyton's ears. Even with his eyes tightly closed, the surrounding scene still transmitted into his mind. With the emergence of the colossal light and shadow, the extremely distorted and evil auras around them also began to take shape. They included terrifyingly hideous giant dragons, monsters with slippery tentacles and bird feathers, terrifyingly distorted demonic wolf with 8 arms, towering flame giants, countless evil suns wreathed in flames, massive monsters formed by piled-up flesh and plants, and giant snakes with exaggerated and thick wings spread on their backs. Monsters with distorted and terrifying postures infected the entire dream like a virus, engaging in a struggle with the colossal light and shadow that seemed to support heaven and earth. The entire dream seemed to be destroyed again, and then reshaped again and again. There seemed to be no concept of time in this dream. Leyton could only passively watch the colossal light and shadow die repeatedly and be devoured by the many monsters. With each experience, his spirit weakened a little. This was completely different from the situation Bernadette described. Was it a chain reaction brought by the true creator's spiritual imprint? As thoughts floated in his mind, an extreme sense of danger suddenly swept over his entire body. A giant snake, entirely covered in large, dark greenish-black scales with white feathers growing in the gaps, suddenly crashed down. Every feather and scale on its body bore strange symbols of different shapes. Pale flames burned in its eye sockets, cold and lifeless. It was as if it was death itself. One after another, stars appeared around Leyton, dense and dazzling, yet they quickly dimmed, turning into specks of faint blue dust and vanishing into nothingness. The moment the giant snake with its exaggerated wings was about to crash down, countless iron-black rays of light erupted like a tide. They surged from the depths of Leyton's spirit body, carrying undisguised malice and madness, swiftly engulfing the entire dream. The formerly pure white dream turned pitch black. The hideous and terrifying monsters seemed to have fallen into a deep quagmire, unable to break free for a while. This was a small spiritual imprint Leyton had the true creator leave on him after communicating with him from a distance during this period. It was both to facilitate the exploration of this dream and to help him open the passage to the forsaken land of the gods. I died. A somewhat hoarse and low voice echoed directly in Leyton's mind. Following his spiritual intuition, he opened his eyes and looked behind him. A pale-skinned male stood there, somewhat bewildered, with unconcealed fear and relief in his eyes. There was no light around, yet his figure was very clear. He wore a black clerical robe, a silver cross hung on his chest, his hair was not long, predominantly dark, but the roots showed a light yellow, golden hue. His eyes were a pure gold, his skin was pale, and his features were deep, bearing a strong resemblance to northern continent people. Leyton briefly glanced at the other party and asked with some surprise, "You're awake?" "Awake? No, I'm just dreaming." The voice of the male in the clerical robe was extremely calm. After a slight pause, he continued, "The incomplete spiritual imprint from me that you carry has allowed me to briefly regain a bit of myself, but this cannot last too long. Soon, I will fall into an eternal nightmare again." As he spoke, a faint ray of light emerged from the darkness, which he held in his hand and offered to Leyton, saying, "I hope that in the future, I will be dominated by humanity, not divinity." Before Leyton could reply, the surrounding darkness began to recede. Fragments of light reappeared, engulfing everything and purifying everything. Cracks appeared on the skin of the figure in the black clerical robe. Countless scorching white light surged from within him. His figure rapidly enlarged and rose, once again transforming into the colossal light and shadow that seemed to support heaven and earth. The faint ray of light he had given Leyton floated and landed in Leyton's hand. The next moment, his figure vanished from the stream. Leyton only felt his consciousness blur for a moment. When he regained his senses, he was already on a pitch-black reef. Less than 10 nautical miles from this reef, there was a towering mountain. It was a mountain covered by countless magnificent, grand, and exaggerated palaces, towers, and city walls. On the back of the mountain was a solidified sunset, casting the colors of dusk onto the mountain where the city was located. Further beyond the mountain, in a place invisible to the naked eye, a gaze filled with madness and immense oppressive power was cast over. Just by being watched, Leyton felt himself being passively pulled out of the collective dream. Fortunately, this situation did not last too long. Dazzling sunlight illuminated the surroundings with a brilliant white, and Leyton once again emerged from the dream. Getting out of bed, he walked to the window and looked out at the deeper parts of the sea area, vaguely grasping where the passage to the forsaken land of the gods would open. He glanced back at the room, confirmed there was nothing to pack, then withdrew his gaze. His body instantly became transparent, transforming into a statue made of countless starlight. This statue instantly shattered, turning into surging specks of urging starlight. These starlights scattered, drilling into the cracks of the ship's hull, surging towards the deeper parts of this sea area. Inside the captain's cabin, Katlia stood by the window, gazing blankly at the sea surface, which was illuminated by the noon sun as if it were a golden flame. She suddenly felt something and turned her head to look at the direction of Leyton's room, then quickly withdrew her gaze. In the depths of this sea area, on a small island made of countless grey-white marble, where no life existed. Fragments of starlight surged from the spirit world and reassembled internally, revealing Leyton's figure. As soon as his figure solidified, a faint ray of light separated from him and merged into the sea in front of him. Under the noon sun, the sea, which seemed to have golden flames dancing on it, solidified for a moment. Then, the seawater began to sink along a straight line. Deeper and deeper, wider and wider, until it formed a straight chasm. The rushing sound of water was noisy and rhythmic. The seawater on both sides fell like waterfalls, until it disappeared into the bottomless obscurity. Leyton calmly walked to the edge of the cliff, peered into the bottomless trench, then spread his arms, looked up at the golden sky, and leaped down as if embracing the sun. The descent was accompanied by a strong sense of weightlessness, unconsciously quickening one's heartbeat until dizziness caused by oxygen deprivation set in. When the dizziness passed and his mind cleared again, Leyton found himself standing on a cliff edge. Behind him, the sound of surging waves constantly echoed. By the light of the lightning that occasionally flashed across the sky, he could barely make out his surroundings. This lightning frequency, according to Little Sun and the others, should be considered night. He murmured softly, then reached into the shadow beneath him and pulled out a fist-sized crystal ball. As spiritual energy was infused, the crystal ball, which had been covered in a layer of mist, quickly became transparent and dazzling. Pure, pale blue starlight emanated from the crystal ball, and its soft glow quickly dispelled the surrounding darkness. Having solved the problem of light, Leyton began to examine his surroundings. An occasional flash of silver-white lightning allowed him to clearly see the objects around him. Exaggeratedly huge palaces, towers, and city walls stood in a staggered arrangement on the mountain, appearing magnificent and ancient, and clearly displaying an exotic aesthetic. Chapter 494, KWM Chapter 492, Forsaken Land of the Gods. After sailing for nearly an hour on the ocean that had evolved from the Sea of Ruins, the future began to hear fragmented, ethereal singing, seemingly drifting from a great distance with the waves. Mermaid. Finally found them. A thought flashed through Klein's mind. Although he hadn't had time to perform a divination, his intuition told him this was the singing of mermaids. He quickly returned to his room, took out the Azek copper whistle and Will-Osepton's paper crane according to the prearranged procedure, then entered the washroom, took 4 counterclockwise steps into the grey fog, and made the final confirmation. On the deck of the future, the magical symbols and sigils carved into the ship's hull had all lit up with distinct layers, emitting a hazy starlight, forming a sea of stars that weakened the influence of the mermaids singing to the greatest extent. Anderson leaned in the shadows beside the cabin, on one hand, vigilantly guarding against any accidents that might arise from his own bad luck, and on the other hand, agonizing over whether he should pray to an unknown existence. Whether it was to ask for help or a hint, once a revered name was recited, it meant that a connection had been established between the two parties, and those high-level existences could exert influence on me at any time. If it's a relatively friendly existence like the god of knowledge and wisdom, it's fine, but if it's as irritable as the Lord of Storms, I might explode or lose control on the spot. But if I don't resolve this bad luck soon, I might not even live to reach shore. Sighing inwardly, Anderson held his head in his hands, looking like he didn't want to think any further. Thump, thump, thump. Klein walked past quickly, heading straight for the starboard side of the ship, where a small boat was secured to the hull by ropes. Anderson looked at Klein, who was moving quickly and seemed a bit eager, with some curiosity, and his thoughts couldn't help but wander. Looking like this, he doesn't seem to be preparing to hunt mermaids. So what does he want with mermaids? Some necessary ritual. Is there anything on mermaids that can be part of a ritual, their singing? This doesn't quite match a demigod, at most, it's a ritual for advancing to sequence 5. In other words, this crazy adventurer was, and still is, only a sequence 6 beyonder. As expected of the crazy Gairman Sparrow, a sequence 6 dared to attempt an assassination on a pirate admiral's flagship, and almost succeeded at that. Anderson twitched his lips, saying with a mix of sarcasm and admiration. Klein, piloting the small boat away from the future, endured the tingling sensation brought by the mermaid's singing and used a charm. A sudden gust of wind pushed the small boat closer to the direction of the mermaid's singing. As the singing in his ears grew louder, it was as if the mermaid was now murmuring and singing softly right beside him. Every melody made one intoxicated and yearning. Relying on the charm that made sea creatures feel kinship with the user, Klein successfully approached several mermaids leaning on the reef, singing melodiously. He quickly took out the completely black bottle from his pocket, which seemed to contain countless tiny, almost invisible insects rapidly swimming inside, the marionettist potion. Amidst the mermaid's melodious singing, he drank the slightly bitter, stale-smelling marionettist potion. His thoughts began to slow, and his body gradually became stiff and numb. After an unknown amount of time, Klein reopened his eyes, his body having completely returned to normal. Finally. Sequence 5. Forsaken Land of the Gods. Leyton had been walking along the abandoned road east of the Giant King's court for an unknown duration when clusters of architectural ruins finally appeared in his sight. Little Son and the others are preparing to explore Afternoon Town. If I keep going, I should be able to meet them. Should I meet them? Leyton gazed at the silver-white lightning that occasionally flashed across the sky, muttering to himself thoughtfully for a few moments, then continued walking forward. After walking for some distance, he suddenly stopped, his eyes deep as he stared ahead, his gaze clearly unfocused, appearing blank. After using divination to determine which way to go next and how to avoid potential dangers, his body instantly became transparent and shattered, transforming into shimmering points of brilliant starlight, surging forward. He only slowed his pace when the frequency of lightning in the sky gradually increased. Using the lightning that illuminated the darkness, he finally saw the town ahead clearly. It was built against the mountain, not small in scale, fully comparable to a small city on the northern continent. The houses here were constructed from grey stones from the nearby mountains, some were carved out of a single block, nearly 10 meters high, while others were similar to normal houses. These buildings were compactly arranged, appearing very orderly, some had already collapsed, while others remained sturdy, though all bore traces of decay and dilapidation. Leyton walked unhurriedly along the street, surrounded by traces of rotten flesh and dried pus. It was utterly silent, with no sound other than his footsteps. Someone has already cleared this place. As the thought surfaced, his spiritual intuition was triggered. His body instantly became transparent, and a hurricane composed of countless dawn-like lights suddenly burst forth from his side and rear, with dense light resembling sharp arrows. The dawn light shattered the already transparent Leyton, turning him into a pile of silver-white bubbles that rapidly burst and dissipated. The next moment, his figure reappeared on the other side of the street. His gaze fell upon the surface of the 10-meter-high megalithic house nearby, where a transparent face had grown out. This face was covered in cracks and spiraled regularly towards the center, forming a vortex-like mouth, from which the dawn storm had just erupted. Leyton raised his hand, condensing an ancient-styled long spear, from tip to hilt, burning with clusters and specks of blood-red and dark-red flames. The moment the long spear materialized, it flew from his hand, trailing a dark-red streak of light through the air, and in an instant, it plunged into the face on the surface of the megalithic house. The transparent face didn't even manage to utter a complete scream before it shattered into countless tiny stone fragments, which rapidly evaporated and vanished. Having dealt with the suddenly appearing monster, Leyton stepped towards the megalithic house where the transparent face had just appeared. The house's main door should have been closed, but due to years of disrepair, the stone-cast door panel was already on the verge of collapse, with a gap in the middle large enough for two normal-sized humans to pass through. Leyton used the faint blue starlight emitted by the crystal ball in his hand to illuminate the interior furnishings of the house. There wasn't much furniture here, or rather, not much furniture had survived. Most were stone-made seats, beds, and altars. They were all extremely tall, making Leyton feel for the first time like a small cat or dog looking up at humans and houses. After a brief glance around, he walked to the right side, to the wall where the transparent face had just emerged. Points of brilliant, dawn-like light were slowly coalescing. Leyton's free right hand condensed a chess piece as translucent as white jade from mid-air and slowly pressed it down in front of him. The slowly coalescing light points in front suddenly seemed to accelerate, rapidly converging inward. In just a few seconds, they formed a fist-sized, constantly flashing vertical eye of dawn light. Dawn Paladin. He murmured softly, then picked up the already coalesced beyonder characteristic from the ground. For the next period, Leyton explored the entire afternoon town. Through the analysis of eyes of mystery prying, he could almost reconstruct its former glorious appearance in his mind. Walking slowly on the decayed gray stone ground, the crystal ball in Leyton's left hand emitted a bright but not dazzling light, illuminating a cosmos that continuously spread outwards until it enveloped the entire afternoon town before stopping. Under the illumination of the light, the surrounding dilapidation and decay quickly receded. Collapsed houses were restored to their original completeness, and indistinct tall figures walked on the surrounding streets. The shortest among them were nearly 2 meters tall, while the tallest were small giants around 4 to 5 meters. The darkness that enveloped everything was quickly replaced by the hazy yellow of the setting sun. The sky was a frozen twilight, leaning towards evening, with golden light scattered on the town's buildings, making everything appear exceptionally harmonious. Leyton walked slowly through the semi-true, semi-false illusion he had constructed, revising some details he hadn't noticed. Lacking information on food, clothing, language, and customs, the constructed illusion isn't true enough. Murmuring softly, Leyton stopped in the central square of the town. In the center of the square stood a giant gray stone statue bearing a cross. Leyton raised his hand forward and slightly rotated his wrist towards the giant gray stone statue. The surrounding light seemed to twist, colors drained, and flickered for a few breaths. When everything returned to calm, the giant gray stone statue that originally bore a cross was replaced by a figure wearing a hooded robe, obscuring its face, holding a lantern in its left hand and a staff in its right. The lantern held high in its left hand seemed to still have a flickering flame, emitting a hazy yellow glow outwards. From a distance, it perfectly overlapped with the twilight frozen in the sky, like the setting sun about to descend. Leyton retreated to the edge of the square and carefully observed the giant gray stone statue he had modified for a moment, then chuckled softly, twitching the corner of his mouth. It seems I have quite the artistic talent. His figure flickered, and the next moment, he appeared on top of the lantern held high in the giant gray stone statue's left hand, gazing down at this semi-true, semi-false illusion. After observing the afternoon town in the illusion for a moment, he withdrew his gaze and couldn't help but exclaim. If you look closely, it's still too fake. Constructing a complete, true world through abstract, illusory knowledge, the hermit's ritual for becoming a god is also quite outrageous. Actual ritual, gather all the information one has left in the world. Then, find a suitable place and way to completely hide them, leaving no traces behind. To truly achieve true, one must interact with the real world, just like Klein's utopia. But constructing a complete world is a much larger undertaking than utopia. This is not only the hermit's ritual for becoming a god, but also the hermit's divine kingdom. This is a step I cannot skip even with my own unique abilities. Amidst his musings, his gaze noticed that someone had intruded into the illusion he had woven at the easternmost part of Afternoon Town. Chief Colin Iliad of the City of Silver, carrying 2 swords, suddenly stopped, his gaze full of vigilance as he stared at his surroundings. One hand rested on his multi-compartment leather belt at his waist, and the other touched the straight sword on his back. The members of the exploration team following Chief Colin Iliad were somewhat bewildered. In their eyes, there was nothing unusual around them, but the chief had suddenly become vigilant. They did not ask the reason for his vigilance but immediately heightened their own vigilance and prepared for battle. While maintaining his vigilance, Colin Iliad's peripheral vision swept behind him, but he did not see the members of the exploration team. Did I get separated from the team? This is a situation the previous exploration team hasn't encountered. Is this an illusion created by a newly arrived monster? While thinking, Chief Colin slightly retreated, wanting to test some mechanisms of this illusion. As soon as he took one step back, the bustling town, originally enveloped in twilight, instantly transformed into a cluster of decayed, dilapidated buildings shrouded in darkness. Chief Colin's eyes deepened, and a complex dark green symbol appeared in each eye. Using the frequent flashes of lightning, he re-examined the town ahead. Chief? Derek asked tentatively. Chief Colin turned at the sound, his gaze sweeping over each member of the exploration team. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Pause and rest. Afternoon Town has undergone some changes.